It all started in the wing of the Demon Sage, which is located in a beautiful, picturesque place. Two elders approached a young man named Sohan, asking if he really wanted to leave. The young man replied that he had made his decision finally and was not going to change it. Demon Poison noted that the boy hadn't been to the dancing sword school for 10 years, so it was unlikely that it still existed. The immortal healer, the twin of the poison demon, said that his brother was right, and most likely the school no longer exists. It was dealt with by those on the dark path. Sohan said did not deny the words of the elders and noted that most likely it is exactly as they say. The poison demon asked why the young man wanted to go back there again so much. The guy said that he was accepted as an orphan at school and spent 14 long years there. Then the young man added that he wanted to pay for their kindness, as well as for the insult, if there was one. The poison demon lowered his head, thought for a moment, and quietly asked whether the young man wanted to pay for the insult. The old man looked the young man in the eyes and asked him if he remembered that his martial art was not yet perfect, so there was no point in taking revenge. Sohan replied that the master was saying that his martial arts training was not yet complete, but with teachers like them, he had no reason to fear anyone. The poison demon narrowed his eyes and smiled and said that the guy definitely knew what to answer. He then turned to his brother, who said that this was nothing new. Sohan had always spoken well. The old man closed his eyes, thought about something, and sighed very heavily. He didn't want to let the guy go. The immortal medicine man said that they knew this day would come someday, and he suggested to his brother to let Sohan leave peacefully. The poison demon was surprised by the words of the immortal healer. A few seconds later, he put a gun on the table in front of the young man and told him to take it with him. The guy was surprised when he saw him and said that these dagger blades belonged to the master. Sohan bowed and said that he could not take this weapon because it meant a lot to the poison demon. He replied that he had no need for daggers, but the young man would definitely find them useful. The immortal healer took out a fan, held it in his hands for a while, and said that he also had to give something. The elder said that this was an ash fan and that it would help the young man in his travels. Sohan stood in front of the table on which lay the weapon and fan and looked at them carefully. One of the elders said that Jianghu is a very dangerous place, and even the strongest can die there, so one must be careful and act reliably. The young man thanked him for the instructions and said that he would be very careful. The elders told the boy to go and they would not say goodbye to him, then noted that they would rather hear news about him, which would spread throughout Jianghu with glory. The poison demon and the immortal healer looked at the young man very carefully. They said goodbye so silently. Sohan looked calmly into the eyes of his teachers. The pause lasted for a short time. A second later, only the young man remained standing in the outbuilding, and the elders had disappeared without a trace. The guy stood there for a while, the wind blowing in his face and blowing his hair. He looked ahead, admiring the beauty of nature, then his gaze stopped on the table. The young man's hands began to shake from his emotions and the gifts that the elders had left him. The young man put his hands to his face and, barely holding back tears, said that he thanked his mentors for everything. Sohan set off on his way, and the outbuilding slowly began to move away from him, and the wind swirled the leaves. After some time, the young man found himself near the Western Dark Road. It was getting dark, and the lights were on in the houses. The guy approached the Moondisk Pavilion and said that this was where the dancing sword school was. Memories came flooding back to Sohan. He remembered the teachers and children, the fun games. The young man thought about how well those people he hadn't seen for so many years were doing and where they had all gone. The guy looked at the building and thought that everything around had changed its axis very much. He stood there for a while longer and then continued on his way because the guy didn't come here just like that. After a while, he saw a sign for a hotel called The Comb and thought that this was the only place left. Sohan decided that this was the place to start. People's voices could be heard on the terrace. The guy opened the doors and the light from the street illuminated the dark room with a dim light. Sohan stood frozen at the entrance and thought that after a huge amount of time, nothing had changed inside the room. He wondered if the owner was still here. A huge number of evil eyes were directed towards the young man. The guy calmly, under the gaze of people he didn't know, walked forward to a free table. The young man chose a table in a secluded place, sat down on a chair and took off his hat. The guy looked at him and thought about something. He was completely calm. He was not bothered by other people's glances. The people sitting at the neighboring tables, on the contrary, were very tense. They looked at the guy warily. He was calm, but at the same time collected, ready for the development of even a non-standard situation. and the bar patrons looked at the guy with displeasure, and some with a smirk. The young man smiled and thought back to all his ill-wishers in order to diffuse the situation. The guy touched his headdress and thought that the atmosphere in the bar was the same as it had been several years ago. The waiter greeted Sohan and asked what he was going to order. The guy's voice seemed familiar, and he thought that the man's name was Dogon. Sohan was sure of it. The waiter looked at the young man, and he thought that Dogon definitely recognized him. Sohan asked to bring him 1 chicken noodle soup because the guy was hungry from the road. The waiter took the order, and I thought that the person sitting at the table was definitely not a local, because he was not wearing the same clothes as everyone else. Dogon walked away from the table and thought that there would soon be a fight, and he really hoped that it would happen outside. The guy heard people at the next table talking about how he not only had black clothes, but also a sword sheath. The men were very hostile and asked the young man if he knew what it meant. The most important of the men, without waiting for an answer, said that the black color meant a challenge. He wrinkled his forehead and began to stare at the young man. The man was tense. Sohan sat quietly at the table and thought about something for a while, wondering what to answer. After some time, he said that he didn't mean anything like that he only had 1 set of clothes, and asked not to pay attention. One of the men called Sohan arrogant and said that the guy should look them in the eye when talking to them. The older man with the black mustache calmed down a little, the one who was speaking very harshly to the young guy. But he still continued to look at the young man with defiance and displeasure. Sohan was absolutely calm. He did not pay attention to either the rude words or the sidelong glances. The older man asked the boy why he, knowing the meaning of the color black, came to the bar dressed like that. He was wondering what he wanted there. Sohan calmly said that he had no particular goal, and he returned here after many years because this was his hometown. The men were surprised. They couldn't remember if they had seen his face. One asked where the guy used to live. The young man calmly said that he lived right across the street from this hotel. The interlocutor thought for a moment and asked if the guy meant the moon disc pavilion. The older man grinned and asked if the young guy was from a brothel. The other men smiled arrogantly. One of them called the young man names and noted something else and dared to show off. Sohan calmly said that perhaps there was a brothel there now, but before that, there was the school of the dancing crescent sword. The eldest of the men asked the name of the school again and asked if the young man meant the Crescent Moon Dancers School. The young man calmly listened to his opponent and again thought about something for a few minutes. Then he calmly corrected his interlocutor, saying that it was not a school for dancers, but the dancing sword. The older man folded his arms across his chest and looked straight at the young man. He said that he didn't care what kind of school it was or what it was called, the dancing sword or the dancers, because he hadn't heard about them lately. The bald man said that he was thinking about them. The young man, looking his interlocutor in the eyes, asked whether the interlocutor knew about the dancing sword school. The mustachioed man said that not only did he know them, but he had already started missing them as soon as the conversation started. The young man looked at his interlocutor attentively. His gaze was calm but wary. Sohan said that he would buy the man a drink. The man was surprised and asked again if the guy was going to treat him to one. The young man pointed to a chair that was immediately in front of him and invited him to have a drink with him. He wanted to drink from the oldest of the men, but he had no intention of sitting down at their table. While the man was thinking, the young man asked the owner of the establishment to bring a bottle of good wine. But the bald man asked the mustachioed man not to do this. But he calmed him down and said that everything was fine. The guy just wanted to treat him and took his huge sword in his hands. The man walked towards the table and said that in the world of warriors, it is not customary to refuse such an invitation. The young man sat quietly at the table and waited for his interlocutor to join him. He came up and sat down at the table opposite the guy but did not let go of his huge sword. He washed his ass, looked at the guy with distrust, and decided to lean his sword on the table. He was afraid to put it far away. Sohan looked at everything that was happening with great surprise. He could not understand why the men were so negatively disposed towards him. The mustachioed man frowned and thought that the guy was not afraid of the weapon, and that he had been acting brave from the very beginning, and that was very strange. The young man continued to calmly look at the man, and he thought that the guy was being protected by someone serious, and he needed to be careful. He then asked where the boy came from, and noted that it seemed to him that the young man was a student of some outstanding school. The young man said that he did not have a school and was not associated with any particular place. The man thought about the fact that the boy had neither a school nor patrons, and this surprised him. Then he grinned and came to the conclusion that the guy was a simple wanderer. Such conclusions made him very happy. The mustachioed man shouted where Dogon was and ordered that drinks be quickly brought to their table. He said that he was already on his way, and Sohan thought that he was not mistaken, and the owner of the bar really was that same Dogon. The waiter and the bar owner all rolled into one, put a jug of wine on the table, and the young man began pouring it. The guy said that this would be some kind of payment for the stories. The mustachioed man was surprised by this. He asked what the guy wanted to hear from him. He took the vessel with the drink in his hand, and the guy said that he wanted to know about the school of the dancing sword. The man began to drink wine. He was surprised, so he asked what the young man had to do with school. Sohan asked if the school was quite famous in the Western Dark Road. He also noted that he was curious about where and how it disappeared, out of curiosity. The man thought for a moment and replied that, judging by what he knew, the young man was indeed from there. He said that he hadn't heard of a name like the Dancing Crescent Sword School for a long time, and then asked if he knew about the Blood Whirlwind clan. The guy noted that he had heard about the clan. It is a criminal sect that operates in this area. The man reported that 10 years ago they had encroached on the Dancing Sword School. Then he asked his interlocutor if he knew that all the women there were beauties. Usati said that now the power is in the hands of the clan, but before this was not the case, and Dancing Sword tried to avoid direct clashes. Bloody Whirlwind came up with a reason to attack them. They poisoned their own subordinate and blamed it on the Dancing Sword School. He noted that this was how the battle began, and the Crescent Sword School was defeated. The young man listened to everything very carefully and then asked what had happened to the students, whether they had all died. The man told how the clan leader had taken the women he had his eye on, but it is still unknown what happened to them, and whether they are alive now, because a lot of time has passed. Some guesses struck the young man. He realized that the Bloody Whirlwind clan was involved in all this. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face. He thought that the young man had figured something out and it was time for him to go. He began to push his chair away from the table and said that he had finished his wine, and now it was time for him to leave. But the young man calmly asked his interlocutor not to leave, but to stay. Sohan looked the man in the eye and asked if he was a member of the Bloody Fountain clan. The interlocutor was shocked. He did not know what to answer to his opponent's question. The men who came into the bar with him were stunned by such a question. The mustachioed man thought that the guy was somehow connected to that incident that happened a long time ago. The man's face turned burgundy, and he asked the boy what he meant, since neither he nor his brothers were members of anything. The men who came into the bar with the mustachioed man stood up from the table and asked him what he was carrying. He asked him to shut his mouth, but the man got carried away and said that he could not stand aside when he was provoked. The mustachioed man was depressed. The short man said that he knew a little about the Dancing Sword School and smiled. He looked Sohan straight in the eyes and asked if he knew a girl named Dukyan. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked calmly at his opponent. He did not say a word. The mustachioed young man was very scared and screamed for the man to close his mouth. But he continued to speak, telling that on that day the girl was going somewhere on business and was not involved in the battle. He and her brothers took her away. The mustachioed man was very angry. He got up from his chair with a noise and asked the man to close his mouth. The bald man, who had been silent the whole time, asked what was going on with the mustachioed man, and the other asked if he was scared of this guy. The older man approached them and asked them to shut their mouths. They would talk about everything later. He turned from his interlocutors to the young man, wrinkled his forehead, and became very frightened. The guy was holding a jug of wine in his hands and was about to pour it into a vessel to drink. At the same time, the young man said that Dukyan was as beautiful as the light of the sun. The mustachioed man turned his head and looked at the young man with fear. The black-haired man asked if the boy knew the girl and agreed that she was pretty, but others were prettier, the bald man added. The older man looked at the young man and realized that things were bad for them. He was very scared. He turned to the guy and asked him not to listen to the men because they were drunk, but they denied it. The eldest of the men narrowed his eyes in fear, and his pupils became small, like dots. A moment later, he heard something fall behind him. That was Sohan dealing with the two men. The third one was surprised and scared. He timidly turned his head to look at what had happened. The man was very worried. He was shaking with fear. He did not know what to expect from the young man. What he saw shocked him, as he understood perfectly well that the guy had dealt with the men using chopsticks. The mustachioed man was speechless. He was like a fish that had been thrown into the air. Something alerted him. He felt something was wrong and lowered his eyes to look down. A huge sword was sticking out of his stomach. The man only wheezed, not knowing what to do in this situation. He felt dizzy, and after a few seconds he fell down, while Sohan continued to sit at the table as if nothing had happened. The young man took the bowl into his hand, into which he had previously poured wine. He was completely calm. The guy brought the vessel to his mouth and drank the drink, most likely for the repose of the souls of the dead. And a few meters from the young man's table, there lay a man with a huge sword in his back. Sohan was absolutely calm. He only frowned and thought about something. The boy remembered how Poison Demon had told him whether he really thought that the dancing sword school he had trained in still existed. The young man got angry and banged his fist on the table. He didn't even realize that everything happened exactly like that. The guy was very angry. He called the members of the Dark Path clan bastards because it was because of them that the school ceased to exist. The owner of the bar came out of the back room and looked at everything that was happening. The picture was shocking. Dogon said that Jichul and his gang, he knew them very well. They didn't even have time to blink. He looked at the young man and noted that he had not expected such a development of events. He thought that the guy would be killed. Sohan addressed the bar owner by name. He was very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Dogon asked fearfully if the young man needed anything else. He was afraid of the guy. The young man stood in front of the man. They looked at each other. The pause dragged on for a while. Sohan smiled and asked if the man recognized him or if he was still in the dark. The bar owner was very nervous, asked the guy for forgiveness and wondered who was in front of him and whether he really knew him. Dogon continued to look at the guy. He muttered something under his breath and thought that the face was familiar to him. The young man stood calmly in front of the man. He smiled kindly at the man. Memories washed over him, and he remembered that sweet, cute boy. The bar owner's eyes widened, and he realized that Sleepyhead was standing in front of him. The young man replied that it was he, only now he doesn't sleep so much, which is probably why Dogon couldn't recognize him right away. The man was very happy to see Sohan and told him that the guy had changed a lot, then asked where he had been all these years. Without waiting for an answer, the bar owner said that the guy had disappeared so suddenly that everyone thought he had died. The questions flowed like a stream. Dogon began to ask why the young man had left without saying a word. He asked how he was in general, but Sohan only remained silent. Then the young man remembered his demon brothers and said that he had experienced real hell. He told that the teachers stole him. They were very interested in his immunity to poisons. The guy said that he was bullied for a long period of time, experimented on, lots of experiments. The young man was silent for a moment and then said that there had been much better events in his life. The bar owner smiled encouragingly and said that he was very glad that Sohan was alive anyway, and that the dancing sword school had been looking for him since he went missing. The young man asked whether they really were looking for him, and Dogon said that they had turned everything upside down. The man said that they never lost hope and continued searching until the school was destroyed. The young man listened very attentively to the story of his interlocutor. He saw how painful it was for him to remember everything. The man saw the guy's reaction to his words. He was surprised and said that he did not want to upset him. The guy lowered his head, thinking about something, but didn't utter a single word. He looked at the men he had recently dealt with and asked Dogon if they had told him the truth. The man said that the story about the destruction of the school is the pure truth. After these words, the young man closed his eyes very tightly. He could barely hold back his tears. But after a while, he calmed down, as if nothing had happened, and began to look for something in his pocket. He put the coin on the table and said that it was time for him to go, and he was leaving the money for the food. Dogon was very surprised and asked why the young man was paying so much. The guy noticed that he also left behind a mess that the bar owner would have to deal with. The man told the young man not to worry and explained that this happens very often in his establishment. The young man smiled gratefully at Dogon and thanked him for everything. The young man looked at the bar owner and told him that they would definitely see each other again. Dogon was surprised that the guy was already leaving. Because it was very late, he also asked where Sohan was going to spend the night. The guy was already heading towards the exit and, without turning around, said that he would spend the night in the Moondisk Pavilion. The man was very surprised and said that the place was controlled by the Bloody Whirlwind clan. The young man continued walking towards the exit and said that he needed to get there even more because they had to pay for what they had done to his house. Dogon shouted that the guy couldn't cope alone because on the western dark road the clan was untouchable. The young man asked the man if he remembered his sword dance, which he had rehearsed so often. Dogon thought for a second and said that he remembered and noted that the boy, despite his young age, did not miss a single day of training. The man then asked why Sohan was asking him this, and the boy said that he would show him the dance once he had dealt with the clan. The young man thanked Dogon for worrying about him and said that they would meet again. The man closed his eyes, smiled at the young man, and agreed to his proposal. Then the bar owner told the guy to come to him anytime. He knows where he can always be found. Sohan agreed. There were security guards standing under the pavilion. They were conducting face control of visitors. This time they were bored. Sohan began to approach them. He held a fan in his hands and calmly climbed the steps. The guards immediately greeted him and immediately asked if the young man was perhaps looking for someone specific. The guy said that he heard that Vunhu, Yaoran, and Choval were quite decent. One of the guards smiled and said that none of the ladies had such names. The young man thought that, judging by the fact that he didn't know their names, it meant they weren't here, and said that he would take other girls. The guy was invited inside and told that the performance would be very interesting. The young man, entering the building, asked again what exactly awaited him. Was it really a performance? And then he saw musical instruments. The guests were greeted by musicians who played masterfully. The guy listened to the music with pleasure. The young man saw people listening to music, smiling and clapping their hands. The guy who accompanied Sohan said that the pavilion was famous for its moon disc dance group. The young man who heard about the moon disc dance group was very surprised. He looked ahead and saw beautiful girls dancing unusual dances. Each of the dancers had unique, light, and very beautiful outfits that emphasized the graceful figures of the girls. The dance was not easy, as the dancers had huge and heavy swords in their hands. The young man watched the performance and thought that the girls were trying to imitate the movements of the dancing sword school, but their abilities were lousy. And then one of the guards approached the guy and distracted him from the performance. Sohan looked at the man. Then he turned his gaze to the side and stared piercingly at one point for a very long time. The security guard approached the young man and said that he was looking at the owner of the establishment and asked him to stop looking at him like that. The owner of the Moondisc Pavilion was a huge, tall, broad-shouldered young man. The guard again told Sohan not to look at the owner of this establishment so openly. The young man seemed not to have heard what was being said to him. He continued to look at the owner of the pavilion. The same one sat a little further away. He wrinkled his forehead and thought about something of his own. Nothing bothered him, and the young man continued walking towards the owner of the establishment without saying anything. Only the security guard was getting in the way of his feet. He told the guy that he shouldn't go there, but Sohan acted like he didn't hear anything. The guy set a goal for himself, then guards appeared in front of him. They were armed. One of them apologized and told the young man that he could not go up to the owner of the pavilion. The young man said that he had come to see the owner, and the guards asked if he had an appointment. The guy told the truth that he had no appointment. The guard said that it was impossible to meet with the owner for anyone, and only at one's own discretion. Then a young man named Chu Sanek, captain of the Moon Twilight Wing's Ghost Sword Squad, appeared and asked what was going on. The guard said that this man wanted to see the owner of the pavilion, but he had not been given an appointment. Chu Sanek winced and asked if it was true that the young man wanted to see the owner. Sohan stood in front of the guy, looked him calmly in the eyes, and did not utter a word. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad smirked and also began to look at the young man. Then Chu Sanek said that the guy was most likely drunk, and it would be best for him to go home, but if he wanted to continue to inconvenience the owner, he would not return home. Sohan asked the guy why he couldn't see the owner of the pavilion. Chu Sanek became very angry and asked the young man if his words were clear. As someone loudly said here that it was enough to have these conversations, it was the owner of the pavilion. He said that there was no point in making noise and ordered that the guy be let in since that was what he was here for. The owner of the pavilion told the guards to send the young man to his room. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad nodded, frowned, and agreed to carry out the master's order. He led Sohan through a corridor lined with a large number of guards. Chu Sanek entered the pavilion owner's room first, followed by a young man. The owner of the pavilion was sitting at the table in the company of two girls. He was just having a meal. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad reported that he had brought an uninvited guest. Sohan came into the room and without an invitation, sat down in a free chair. The owner of the establishment looked at all this and thought that the guy was arrogant. He agreed to meet with him because he seemed different, and maybe there was someone influential behind him. He asked the guest why he was looking for a meeting with him and offered the young man a drink. The girls who were in the room immediately took teapots with drinks and began pouring them into vessels. The guy watched this carefully. The owner of the pavilion took one vessel and offered the second to the uninvited guest. The young people began to drink. There was silence in the room. No one said a word. The owner of the pavilion drank from the vessel and only looked askance at the young man. The guy drank with great pleasure, and the owner thought that his guest was a fool, since he drank without any suspicion. He smiled sarcastically and wondered if the young man was drinking what was poured for him, and if he was just a naive child who didn't know how the world worked. The owner of the pavilion drank the wine and placed the empty vessel on the table in front of him. The young man began to think about something and came to the conclusion that he had been worrying in vain. But a second later it dawned on him that the people who were pretending to be hospitable had poisoned the wine. The owner of the pavilion saw that the guy's face changed and asked if he liked the wine. The young man took a deep breath and calmly smiled at his interlocutor. Then he looked closely at his opponent and said that the wine was not bad. The guy thought about something for a few minutes and said that he would like to drink some more. The owner of the pavilion, not hiding his joy, asked if the young man knew anything about wine, offered him another drink, and thought that the guy really was an idiot. Then he asked why the young man needed him. The owner was calm, since everything was going according to his plan. The young man was drinking wine, and the man again asked him why he was there. The young man took the vessel from his mouth and said that he had business with the owner of the pavilion. He frowned and thought that the guy could show off as much as he wanted. The young man noted that they first needed to sort out a few things before moving on to the main issue. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, who was nearby, looked at the guy with bewilderment, and he asked them straight out how they dared to poison the wine, and the guy's eyes became angry. And the owner of the pavilion was shocked by such a question. He certainly didn't expect to hear it. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and the man became interested in how the guy realized that the wine was poison, since it had neither smell nor color. The owner of the pavilion thought that the guy had come to his senses very late and would soon die anyway, and he became very cheerful. After some time, he calmed down, became calm, and asked the young man how he found out about this. The young man replied that how could he not know if he had tasted the wine and understood everything. The man called him an arrogant bastard and thought about how he would show off in heaven. The guy looked calmly at the enraged owner of the pavilion. He didn't look offended at all. After some time, the man ordered everyone present in the room to leave him and leave him alone with the guest. Everyone who was in the room began to leave, and a moment later, only the owner and his guest remained in it. The man said that he hoped that the guy understood everything, because things were not going well around him, and he needed to be on the safe side. He smiled and asked the young man not to worry, saying that he would give him an antidote, but only if he behaved well. The young man closed his eyes and smiled. These words made him laugh very much. The boy said that he didn't need an antidote. This answer amazed the owner of the pavilion. He got angry and said that the young man had stopped fooling around and that such behavior would definitely not help him survive. The young man calmly said that he was not fooling around at all. He smiled. And then he asked if he should make his move. The guy's eyes lit up with anger. The owner of the pavilion was very surprised. His pupils became small, like dots. Behind the glass doors of the room, it was visible that some kind of scuffle was taking place among the guards. They stood on their feet and then fell to the floor, one of the men foaming at the mouth. One of the men who did not fall to the floor was very surprised. He winced and could not understand what was happening. The owner of the pavilion also could not understand what was happening. He even frowned. He got up from the table, walked towards the exit of the room, and asked what had happened. Chusanek, the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, also asked what happened to the security guard. Literally a second later, he felt very ill. Foam started coming out of his mouth, and the man grabbed his throat. The owner of the pavilion was very surprised and asked Chusanek what was happening to him. The man felt very bad. The blood vessels in his eyes burst. Beads of sweat appeared on his skin. He could barely tell that this was the effect of the poison. The owner was shocked when he heard these words. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The man replied that this was nonsense because they poisoned Sohan. A few seconds later, his skin turned pale and blood vessels burst in his eyes. The owner of the pavilion felt very ill. He fell to the floor, foaming at the mouth. The young man calmly watched everything that was happening, his eyes burning with the fire of hatred. He took out a fan from his pocket, which one of the masters had given him, and said that he had poisoned everyone. The owner clenched his hand in hatred. He felt very bad, but the man clarified what exactly the guy said. On the floor, in the corridor, not far from the owner's room, lay a huge number of guards, and Sohan told the owner that he should understand him because he also had to play it safe. The young man waved his fan and calmly looked at his recently formidable interlocutor. He was covered in sticky sweat, foam was coming out of his mouth, and there were bruises under his eyes. But he was wondering when the guy had managed to poison them, and the young man sat calmly opposite. He silently folded the fan he was holding in his hands. Then he also calmly rose from his chair and put the fan in his pocket. He was very calm. The owner of the pavilion's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted at the young man not to leave. He understood that this was his last hope, so he asked the guy why he needed all this. The owner of the pavilion told the young man that he had done nothing bad to him, and asked why he was doing this to him. The young man looked calmly at his interlocutor and asked if he was the one who had tried to poison him. The man just clenched his fist, his face turned purple, and his eyes became bloodshot. Sohan leaned over to the man and told him that anyone who dared to poison him would have to pay for it. The young man's eyes turned red with anger, and he asked if he was right in his reasoning. The owner of the pavilion looked up at the guy with an ingratiating gaze. He understood that a lot depended on his decision. He then asked the boy if he knew what would happen to him if he killed him, because the clan would not leave it like that. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked if he was talking about the Blood Whirlwind clan. He confirmed that he, as well as this pavilion, belonged to this clan. The owner of the pavilion suggested to the guy that he back off, and they would forget about this misunderstanding. The young man looked calmly at his interlocutor and said nothing, most likely thinking about something. The man thought that the guy came from other lands and was completely unfamiliar with the local customs, and the mention of the clan scared him greatly. Sohan said the name. The Dancing Crescent Sword School and the pavilion master looked at him in surprise. The guy asked him how long ago he had heard this name and looked at his interlocutor's reaction. The man was shaking, either from fear or from the poison, and he wondered why the boy had suddenly remembered school. The young man's eyes lit up with a red light, and he very calmly reported that the school had been in the place where they were, long before the Moondisk Pavilion had appeared. There was a long pause in the room. The owner of the pavilion, who was lying on the floor, looked the guy straight in the eyes. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, who was behind Sohan, thought that this was his last chance, because the guy was not looking at him. While the young man was talking to the owner of the pavilion, he managed to very quietly take out his sword. The guy was thinking about something. He calmly looked ahead. He was silent and did not think of doing anything. And Chu Sanek was slowly sneaking up behind the young man. He already considered himself the winner. Any minute now, he will be just a few meters away from the guy who poisoned them all with his own poison. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad's hand seemed to have turned to stone. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. Chu Sanek thought about the fact that the boy did not take out his blades and that he was out of the boy's sight. The man realized that the guy who came to them was not an ordinary person, but a master of martial arts, and he was far from his equal, and if he made even one wrong move, it would be the end for him. The owner of the pavilion knelt down in front of the young man and looked at him very intently from bottom to top. Sohan told Chu Sanek that he had done well, but if he tried to do it again, it would end completely differently. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad blushed and sweated and thought that the young man had a lot of strength. At this time, the owner of the pavilion quietly took out a knife and looked askance at the guy, who turned his head to the side. Chu Sanek, who was watching all this from the side, wondered what the master was going to do. He frowned and thought that the commander of the Ghost Sword Squad had done a great job, and that he saw a great opportunity thanks to him. The owner of the pavilion raised his weapon up, began to rise, and shouted that the guy was finished. A strong wind arose which lifted the young man's outer clothing and revealed a weapon underneath. The owner of the pavilion froze in place and could not move, as if he was frozen. His face turned burgundy, his eyes filled with blood, and blood began to flow from his mouth. The man screamed loudly from the sting, and blood began to gush from his neck. At this time, the young man calmly put his weapon back in its sheath. He was completely unperturbed. But the owner of the pavilion did not understand that he was already with one foot in the next world, and whispered something. The boy looked at the man, and he was finally able to ask how this was possible. A few seconds later, his lifeless body fell to the ground. He got what he deserved. Chu Sanek, who was also in the room, watched everything that was happening and did nothing. He was extremely frightened and shocked, and beads of sweat appeared on the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad's face. Sohan looked at Chu Sanek very closely. He was very calm and unwavering. The young man asked the man's name, and his pupils narrowed very much, and he suggested that he attack him, but only if he wanted the same fate for himself. Chusanek frowned, lowered his eyes and squinted, saying that he would not attack. The young man walked away from the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad and said that it was his business. Chusanek thought that they should have guessed that the guy was no good immediately after the poison didn't work, and they should have also been alerted by the rude tone and manner of his speech. Sohan thought that the guy looked more like a villain than a follower of the orthodox path. The young man told Chusanaku that from now on the pavilion belonged to him, and he really hoped that he would help him peacefully take over this place. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad immediately asked whether the guy would spare him or not. Sohan looked very closely at his interlocutor and said that everything depended only on him. Chusanek broke out in a sweat and asked what the young man wanted from him. The guy thought for a moment and said that he required complete obedience. The captain lowered his head. He was very scared and said that the young man was happening. Sohan added that he clearly remembers the sneak attack and began to take something out of his pocket. A blue candy or pill appeared in his hands and he threw it to the guy. He caught it. He was very scared. His pupils became like dots, and the skin of his face turned purple. Sohan ordered to eat what he gave him. The guy began to stutter and asked what it was. The young man calmly said that he had given poison because he had to be sure of Chusanek's loyalty. The guy followed the order, put the pill in his cheek but was in no hurry to swallow it. He thought that if he didn't eat her, there wouldn't be a wet spot left of him. The young man calmly looked at Chusanek and waited for him to finally swallow the poison. The guy frowned. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and he thought about what to do. The pill was very disgusting, and he even covered his nose so as not to smell its stench. Chusanek continued to hold the poison in his mouth, and his drool began to drip. He still hoped that he would be able to spit it all out. Sohan said that the Blood Whirlwind clan had no way to recreate an antidote to this poison, so he was very much counting on his cooperation. At this time, the young man had already managed to swallow the poison, since there was nowhere to put it, and he agreed with Sohan's words. Then he ordered the captain to give him the keys and held out his hands. The guy was very surprised. He was very frightened and asked again what he should give the young man. Sohan said he had heard that auctions were held here and that the items had to be stored somewhere, in a warehouse, a cellar, a utility room. Chusanek thought that the young man had seized the pavilion for money and said that he understood his interlocutor. Then he took out a whole bunch of keys and put them on the table. Apparently they were not only from the warehouse. Sohan said that he would go and look around, and told the guy to clean up the room. He bowed and was ready to carry out the order. Then the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad asked how he should address the young man. He said that he should be called the head of the Dancing Crescent Sword School, or simply head or master for short. The guy looked after the gentleman and noted that from now on he would call him that. Sohan walked down the corridor. There were guards there. Some were sitting, some were lying down. They were poisoned by wine with poison. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad looked after the young man and thought about something. Then he turned to the guards and asked why they were lying down, ordered them to take their legs in their hands and quickly put them away. He explained to them that Sohan was now their new master. The young man entered the room that served as a warehouse, looked around and thought that all the items in it were for auction, but it was all trash. He looked around and something really caught the young man's attention. There were 4 objects in the box that looked very much like roots, and the guy thought that it was a 100-year-old cabbage. He picked up the tuber and thought that this was not the best item, but to a certain extent very useful. The young man walked around the warehouse and told himself that this was better than nothing, and that he could have some food if necessary. The next morning came. The young man had already slept and got out of bed. He was meditating. Someone started knocking persistently on his room door and asking if the gentleman was awake. Sohan calmly replied that he had woken up and allowed the visitor to enter the room. The young man did not stop meditating, and the man who entered stood quietly to the side and said nothing. The man who entered the room, it was Chusanek, looked at the guy with a silent question. Sohan approached him and asked how much time the clan needed to find out what happened here. He replied that 2 or 3. He ordered to gather everyone in the pavilion and tell them what happened. Whoever wants to leave is free, no one will hold them back. Chusanek was surprised by the words he heard and thought that the master had first seized the pavilion and was now disbanding everyone. The guy started to think about something, but Sohan said that everyone who left would have to be paid 10 times their salary. Chusanek asked again what the payment should be and said that in order to pay such amounts, it was necessary to take the clan's money. The young man looked at the guy in surprise, thought about something, and asked whose money he would need to take. The captain's face began to sweat, and he said that the clan kept money in different places, and the pavilion was one of them. The guy smiled and said that it was even better. If it was the clan's money, then they should use it even more. Sohan said that the compensation should be paid 20 times, which surprised Chusanek. People were standing near the pavilion and everyone was putting their belongings, some in a box, some in a bag. They were being watched very closely by a young man who was standing above on the balcony. The guy thought about something for a long time. After a while, he heard footsteps and asked if everything was ready. The captain approached him and replied that everything was ready. He noted that at his request, he told the guys to escort the people to a safe place. Sohan listened attentively to the report and then watched as people packed their things and walked with them out of the pavilion. Chusanek said that among these people, there would definitely be a rat who would report everything to the bloody whirlwind. The young man agreed with the words of the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, but it didn't bother him much. Chusanek looked closely at the guy and thought that this was most likely exactly what he was waiting for. The guy remembered how Sonic told the former owner of the pavilion about the Dancing Crescent Sword School. As for what the former owner's reaction was to this conversation, he probably didn't expect to hear the name of this school. Chusanek also remembered that Sohan had pointed out that there used to be a school here, long before the Moon Disc Pavilion had appeared. The boy timidly turned to the gentleman, with the question of whether everything he does is connected to the school of the dancing sword. The young man looked at his interlocutor with distrust and asked where he got all this from. Chusanek said that he simply remembered his conversation with the late owner of the pavilion. Sohan paused for a moment and said that the guy was right, then added that he grew up in this school. The captain began to talk about something, but the young man immediately interrupted him and confirmed his suspicions. He told how Bloody Whirlwind had taken this place from Dancing Sword by force, and after that had set up a brothel here. Chusanek understood the reason for everything that was happening and came to the conclusion that the guy wanted to take revenge on the clan for what happened to his school. He then turned to the young man and asked him if he had any allies, and he replied that he was completely alone. The guy was shocked by the answer. He thought that Sohan was going to fight the entire clan alone. He looked at the young man and thought that it was easy to deal with him and the former owner of the establishment. But he was crazy because he was going to fight with an entire organization. But the guy said that he didn't think Sohan could handle it alone. And he also noted that he couldn't believe that they had captured the Western Dark Road while he was gone. Most likely, they had a lot of resources. Chusanek looked at the young man in surprise and thought that he was underestimating the Blood Whirlwind clan too much. The guy noted that the gentleman should know something about the clan. They run 4 brothels, 3 fighting halls, 2 trade associations, and 2 security organizations. The clan can also easily mobilize several dozen fighters in a short period of time. Sohan thought for a moment and asked again how many fighters the clan could mobilize. Then he replied that he didn't need to fight them all. He would deal with the leaders, and the organization would fall apart like a house of cards, because that's how he captured the pavilion. Chusanek thought about how to deal with the leaders, and how the guy imagined all this, and came to the conclusion that only death awaited him next to him. He thought about the fact that he should first of all get the antidote at any cost and try to escape. He even doubted whether he would be able to do all this. Here his stream of thoughts was interrupted by a young man calling him by name. Sohan turned to the guy and began to look at him intently but did not say anything for a long time. The interlocutor's face changed color. It became pink-purple and beads of sweat appeared on it. The young man told the boy to leave with his people as soon as they returned. The guy definitely didn't expect such a conversation. He was very surprised and scared. He looked into the young man's eyes and asked again whether he was really letting him go. Sohan confirmed the seriousness of his intentions and ordered to seize all the money that was in the pavilion. The guy was speechless. He just opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't say anything. Then he remembered how the boy had given him poison, which he had been able to barely keep in his mouth. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad still remembered the unpleasant taste of that drug. He became very angry. His face turned purple from anger, and he thought that Sohan had forgotten about the antidote. The young man looked at Chusanek and asked what was wrong. Most likely he didn't want to be released. The same one said about the antidote. Sohan looked at the guy, thought for a while, and said that he wanted to say something important. The guy said that if Chusanek doesn't take the antidote soon, he will turn into a rag doll. The captain's expression changed. He began to shake with fear. He thought about how Sohan could forget that he poisoned him with this crap. The guy thought that he was pretending to be a benefactor, poisoning him to certain death. The young man took a box out of his pocket in which lay a blue candy or a pill. Chusanek looked ahead and thought that he was being given an antidote and would finally be cured. He grabbed the pill very quickly and put it in his mouth at lightning speed. Sohan was very surprised. In just a moment, Chusanek became very calm. He was very glad that he had taken the antidote. The young man who stood in front of him looked at the guy in surprise, but did not say a word. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad looked at Sohan with distrust. He was surprised by the guy's reaction. His face changed color again and became covered with beads of sweat. He wondered why the young man was staring at him like that. There was a swarm of thoughts in Chusanek's head, but Sohan continued to look at him calmly. After a while, he asked the guy if he knew what he had just swallowed. Tom suddenly felt ill and could barely ask whether there was an antidote or not. The young man looked calmly at Chusanek and said that he had not said such a thing. The guy didn't know what to say. He was speechless for a while, but he still asked. There was something. Sohan answered that he gave him poison again. Chusanek had a fit of hysterics. He yelled at the guy, asking why he gave him poison again. He replied that he wanted to show the real poison, and earlier there was a dummy. The young man did not know what to answer. His skin turned blue, and beads of sweat appeared on his body. Sohan looked at the guy and told him that he looked something else. From the outside, it seemed like he had aged 40 years. Chusanek got angry, and thoughts came into his head that he thought he was dying, and the guy had slipped him a dummy, but now he had eaten real poison. The young man took the jug of drink with one hand and calmly poured it into his vessel. Chusanek was very angry. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. He was very broke. The guy looked at the young man and thought that after everything Sohan had done, he could drink calmly. Chusanek was very angry and confused. His face turned purple. He didn't know what to do. Sohan sat opposite the guy, calmly drinking and looking imperturbably at his opponent. He plucked up his courage, took the vessel in his hands, and asked the young man to pour him some too. The guy was very surprised when he heard such a request from the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad. Chusanek plucked up his courage and asked if the young man was going to kill him for a simple request. And if he was going to die from the poison anyway, why not have a last drink? Sohan looked at his opponent. He was silent. The guy was having a lot of fun watching what was happening. He took the jug in his hands and began to pour into the vessel, then offered his interlocutor a drink. The young man brought the vessel with alcohol to his mouth and began to drink the drink very greedily, just like it was the last time. He forcefully put the glass on the table. Some of the drink spilled out of it and said that he was staying, since now he definitely had nothing to lose. Sohan, who heard these words, was very surprised. He did not expect that events would develop in this way. Chusanek said that it would be better for him to die from a blade than from poison. First, they would sew up the guy, and then him along with him. His face turned purple again, and the man said that he was going to die anyway, so at least he would see his boy fight. Sohan looked calmly at his interlocutor. He did not interrupt him and was completely unperturbed. Chusanek completely lost his temper, either from worry or from the influence of alcohol. He asked for another drink. Sohan fulfilled the boy's request, lowered his head and barely held back the laughter that was already bursting out. The guy was drinking and, seeing the reaction of his interlocutor, asked why he was laughing. The young man did not say why he was laughing, but offered Chusanek another drink. The guys were drinking in the pavilion, and the young man told Sohan that he was not 40 years old, but only 24, and he just laughed cheerfully. The members of the Blood Whirlwind clan gathered around a long table, a difficult conversation awaiting them. After some time, one of the men asked the speaker to repeat the words he had just said. All the clan members were very serious and upset. They lowered their heads and thought. The clan leader was surprised at how it happened that some unknown guy was able to single-handedly capture the entire pavilion. One of the men said that this really happened, and there was not a drop of fiction in it. The leader of the Bloody Whirlwind clan said that they had put a completely talentless idiot at that point. He asked if that guy was one of the masters. The man said that the attacker did not use any weapons, but used poison. The leader of the clan thought about something for a while and said that everything was clear to him. A large man with a scar on his face stood up from behind the table and addressed the clan leader. Young Gildo asked to be allowed to lead his blade squad and deal with whoever had taken over the pavilion. The clan leader thought about something for a few seconds, and then asked whether the captain could handle the difficult task. The same one was very serious and told his interlocutor that he was confident in his abilities. The clan leader agreed, but asked Jung not to let him down, and if there was anyone behind that guy, he needed to send them his regards. Jung Gildo bowed before the master and said that he would do everything in the best possible way, and he himself rubbed his plump little hands with pleasure and thought that he had long had his eye on that brothel, and if everything went smoothly, then the pavilion would be his. At this time, Sohan was walking on the street near the pavilion. He was happily eating. Chusanek, who was next to him and carrying a bag of goodies, looked at the young man in surprise. He finished eating and asked the young man to give him more to eat, holding out his palm to the guy. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad looked at the young man in surprise. He frowned, closed his eyes and sighed heavily, wanted to say something but did not utter a word. The guy took another treat out of the paper bag and handed it to the young man. He winced, beads of sweat appearing on his face, and the man thought that Sohan had been sickeningly serene lately. Chusanek thought that the clan could attack at any moment, but the young man was as calm as a boa constrictor. And then the guy heard someone say from somewhere far away that they needed to hide and was surprised. The young man frowned. He was surprised and very scared. The guy was in a stupor. The captain of the Windblade Squad, young Gildo, and his subordinates slowly approached the pavilion. People who were on the street heard how they were talking about the devil, and children hid behind their parents in fear. Chusanek walked up to the young man and said that the signature greeting of the Bloody Whirlwind clan had sounded. Sohan was absolutely calm. He looked at the guy and asked who had visited them. The young man reported that they were visited by a squad of Windblades, which is part of the clan. They are considered very cruel, even by the standards of the Bloody Whirlwind. The guy continued to talk about how even their captain was already here, and noted that they had sent an elite against Sohan. The young man was calm and not at all surprised that members of the clan had visited him. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, Chusanek, told Sohan that they were heading to the pavilion. The young man took a stick with fruit on it out of his mouth and thought about something. He was very calm. Then the guy said that as the owner of this establishment, he simply had to show his hospitality. He immediately headed towards the pavilion and ordered Chusanek to follow him. They walked forward, and then the young man decided to check if there were any fruits and berries left in the caramel that he had eaten with such pleasure. Young Gildo, who had a huge sword on his shoulders, entered the pavilion with his team. The man was very large, belted with a metal chain. He was very serious. Jung ordered his warriors to ransom the captor and not to let down their guard, since he had killed the owner of the saloon. And the boys went to carry out the order of their captain. There were several of them, since the room was quite large. Jung walked around the room and thought that this place was much better than he could have imagined. He was very happy, because he understood that if he captured this place, he would be able to rise quite a bit from it. He was distracted from his thoughts by one of the warriors of his squad. The guy was standing on the second floor and shouted that he had not found anyone. The second warrior who had gone searching responded. He also looked around the room and found no one. Windblade Squad Captain Jung Gildo wrinkled his forehead and couldn't understand anything. He was surprised. He asked his subordinates again whether they had checked everything properly and whether there was no one in the building. They reported that they had searched everything very thoroughly, but had found nothing. One of the warriors thought that everyone had fled. The warrior thought that the man who had taken the pavilion was afraid of them. The second noted that they were in such a hurry that they had not had time to take the money and valuables. Windblade Squad. Captain Young Gildo thought that it was a pity that he couldn't kill the guy with his own hands, but what interested him most was the Moon Disc Pavilion. The squad was talking among themselves. They were happy when young people entered the room. Sohan stood calmly and thought about something for a while. The young man was not afraid of anyone. Windblade Squad Captain Young Gildo and his warriors turned towards the noise, wondering who had come. One of the squad members started swearing and said that the pavilion was still closed and shouted for the visitors to leave. The young man stood there calmly and quietly told Chusanek that there were far fewer guys than he expected, and his companion turned green with fear. The squad member asked again what the guy had said and wondered why they hadn't heard him, since he had said that they needed to leave. Captain Young Gildo calmly watched what was happening, and then thought that the guy in the light clothes was the one who had taken over the pavilion. Sohan told Chusanek to have the young man close the doors of the pavilion. It was clear from the guy's expression that he was worried, as beads of sweat appeared on his face. He agreed to carry out the master's order and went to close the doors, apparently so that no one could escape. Sohan looked calmly at his opponents, his face completely devoid of any emotion. Young Gildo asked the guy if he had brazenly caused the pogrom in the pavilion. He folded his huge hands across his chest and noted that he thought the guy had run away. At this time, the warriors of the detachment began to prepare for battle. They understood perfectly well that it was inevitable. Sohan looked calmly at his opponent and asked why he needed to run away. The guy declared that this place was his home, and Jung laughed and said that this place would very soon become his grave. The man with the scar on his face suddenly changed his expression and said that it would be better if the young man ran away. He then ordered the squad members to take the young man, and they immediately rushed into battle. Sohan stood on the other side of the room, seeing the warriors rapidly approaching him. Each of the attackers was very warlike and wanted to defeat the enemy. The young man folded his hands behind his back and calmly watched everything that was happening. He didn't even prepare his weapon. Sohan was ready to fight. He was calm, collected, and ready to fight, regardless of the number of opponents. The boy saw the Windblade squad warriors approaching him. His expression did not change. The young man simply stretched out his hand in front of him, although he did not use a weapon, but it was not without magical powers. The warrior who was running towards him with a sword hit the guy's arm with all his strength. He screamed in pain, and it felt like his hand had hit metal instead of hand. More and more warriors began to attack Sohan. He stood in place, his hand stretched out in front of him. The young man looked ahead and only frowned. He wanted all this to end as soon as possible. And the warriors who attacked the guy fell to the floor as if they had been struck by an electric shock. Sohan stood in place with his hand outstretched. The warriors attacked him, and as soon as they got closer, they fell to the floor. The young man looked at all this very calmly. He was confident in his strength and abilities. He dealt with everyone who attacked him without weapons, using only his strength. One of the warriors approached him from behind, and Sohan kicked him with all his might. The guy was not prepared for such a turn of events, so he dropped his weapon and lost his balance and began to fall. The warriors who stood a little further away and did not attack the guy immediately were shocked by what they saw. The dead comrades, with whom they had only recently communicated and laughed, lay lifeless, and others who were alive but beaten and maimed held their wounds and screamed in pain. The young man turned away, and a weapon was visible from under his clothes. Windblade Squad Captain Young Gildo, who was watching all of this, was extremely surprised. The warriors who stood aside and had not yet begun the fight became enraged and called the guy names. One of them gave the order for the warriors to attack the young man from all directions. They rushed into battle, and Sohan didn't even think of moving aside, although he knew perfectly well that several people were going to attack him. The young man gathered himself and was ready to use his strength even against a huge number of warriors. The same whole crowd began to attack the guy. Nothing even stopped them. The warriors seemed to be possessed. In an instant, white clouds appeared on the battlefield, making it impossible to see what was happening. After a few minutes, the clouds of smoke disappeared, and the lifeless bodies of the soldiers could be seen falling down. Windblade Squad. Captain Young Gildo, who was standing to the side and watching everything that was happening, was shocked. In front of him stood a young man who was ready to fight him. The guy was very serious. Young Gildo was very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and his pupils became like dots. Chu Sanek, who was watching all this, was very surprised, and some time ago the guy was ready to die. He stood behind the young man and thought about how he had scattered them like children, how much strength he really had. The guy thought about the fact that Sohan did not use his blades, although they were on his belt. The young man furrowed his brow and came to the conclusion that this man was extremely cool. At this time, Sohan just stood to the side and thought about something, as if he was not fighting with anyone. Young Gildo looked at the guy and thought about the pavilion already in his hands. He was wondering where this guy came from. Sohan decided to end all this as quickly as possible, so he invited the fat woman to fight. The captain of the Windblade Squad, Young Gildo, became very angry. He didn't like this kind of treatment, and he called the guy arrogant. Young Gildo, to intimidate, hit the floor with a huge sword and asked the guy whose it was. The man then placed the sword on his shoulders and told the boy that he looked strong and asked what he needed. The young man said very quietly that he only needed the Blood Whirlwind clan. The Windblade Squad captain, Young Gildo's face turned crimson with anger, and he even asked the boy again what he had said. Sohan again calmly said that he wanted to own the entire Blood Whirlwind clan. Beads of sweat appeared on Young Gildo's face, and he thought that the guy had a grudge against them. But he said that in that case, this issue could only be discussed with the clan leader, and he could arrange it. Jung said that he would return to the koan and inform him personally of his intentions. Sohan felt funny and asked if he looked like a fool. Windblade Squad Captain Young Gildo was stumped, thinking that he would have to fight the guy after all. He raised his sword and said that they would most likely not be able to come to an agreement. Sohan calmly looked at the enemy and said that there was nothing to negotiate with guys like Jung. The captain of the Windblade Squad looked at the young man and thought about how he didn't even flinch. Young Gildo, with his sword, began to run towards the guy, shouting that he had asked for it. He grabbed a warrior who had already been killed by the scruff of the neck in order to use him as a shield. The captain of the Windblade Squad was extremely angry. He ran and shouted loudly. The young man hid his hands behind his back and calmly watched everything that was happening. Young Gildo thought that as soon as the guy opened up to dodge, he would immediately strike. From the outside, it might have seemed that Sohan was meditating. He closed his eyes and began to gradually raise his hand upward. A few seconds later, the young man used his magical abilities. Windblade Squad Captain Young Gildo, who was watching all this from the side, was horrified. The body of a warrior from his squad flew towards him and hit the huge carcass with all its force. The young man immediately used his other abilities, and a large yellow cloud appeared in the place where Jung had been. The captain of the Windblade Squad was thrown to the side. He was completely beaten, but still continued to mentally insult the guy. Young Gildo lay on the floor, looked around to see what was going on, and realized that his opponent had disappeared somewhere. But how wrong he was, because the young man did not disappear anywhere but began to use his next skill. The guy collected his thoughts. He was as always very calm and did not utter a word. What the Windblade Squad Captain Young Gildo saw shocked him, and he opened his eyes very wide. The last thing the man saw was a young man's white boot, which was approaching his face very quickly. And just a moment later, young Gildo's head hit the floor, and drops of blood splattered in all directions. The young man began to use his skill again, and the captain's body seemed to hide behind a cloud. The wind blew in the guy's face, and he walked forward very calmly without any fuss. After a while, Jung appeared behind him, blood pouring from his mouth like a fountain. His days were numbered. Chusanek, who had been watching everything that was happening since the beginning of the fight, was shocked, and the members of the Windblade Squad opened their mouths in surprise. They didn't even hope that the enemy was so strong. The young man stood quietly to the side. He was silent and behaved as if nothing had happened. He looked ahead, but did not see how many injured and killed people were in the room. The guy, mentally, seemed to be in a completely different place and nothing was bothering him. And the members of the squad who were behind the guy looked at what was left of the captain and talked about how easily the guy dealt with him. They also looked at their comrades who also came here with them. Most of them died. The young men looked at Sohan and thought that there was really something wrong with him. The guy heard this conversation behind him and looked closely at his opponents. They blushed with shame. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The young people were very scared. Sohan turned to Chusanek and ordered the boy to open the doors and do it as quickly as possible. The young man was also scared and said that he would promptly carry out the order. Literally a moment later, the entrance doors to the pavilion were wide open. Sohan very loudly ordered the warriors of the detachment to disappear and not to forget to take their friends. Those who were still alive looked at the young man with horror, because they were not even sure that they would be able to leave the building alive. And the guy continued to speak. He said that the members of the squad must convey a message to the head of the Bloody Whirlwind clan. Sohan said to inform the chairman that if he was going to speak out against him, he should come in person. The guy who was closer to the young man turned purple with fear. He frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The man bowed and said that he would pass on everything. The young man decided to leave the room, since no one was holding him back there. The squad members who were not too badly injured helped others, and Sohan ordered them to hurry. The guys started walking towards the exit. Some supported others. The seriously wounded were accompanied by several people. The young man approached the table and leaned against it. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, Chusanek, who was standing near the entrance, watched everything that was happening. At this time, the young man picked up a large jug of drink and raised it up. He took out a small vessel into which he began to very carefully pour the alcoholic drink. Chusanek timidly approached him and began to stare intently at the young man. Then he asked Sohan to pour him a drink too. The guy spoke very quietly and timidly. The young man brought the vessel to his mouth and asked the guy what distinguished him. The guy thought for a moment and said that he closed the doors and then opened them again. Sohana brought the vessel to his lips, smiled, and said that this was all very fair. The young man stood up and picked up the jug again to pour some for the captain of the squad of ghost swords. The man watched in surprise as Sohan poured an alcoholic drink into a shot glass. He felt awkward, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Then he asked why the guy had spared some of the warriors. He answered in order to provoke their leader, because he was sure that the sight of his subordinates would not leave him indifferent. The interlocutor thought about these words. He wrinkled his forehead, and even more beads of sweat appeared on his face. The guy replied that everything was clear to him and started drinking, and he thought that he had deliberately started a fight with the bloody Whirlwind clan. Sohan picked up the jug again and began pouring alcohol into shot glasses. He said that when everyone came here, it would be dangerous for Chusanek to be here, which is why it was worth hiding somewhere. The young man, who listened very attentively to these instructions, was surprised. The guy continued to drink. He was very calm and unwavering. He behaved as if nothing had happened at all. Chusanek looked at the young man in surprise and wondered how he could be so calm. The boy's brow furrowed, his face flushed, and he told Sohan that he would pour it for him himself. There was a young man sitting on the chair, holding a huge, beautiful sword in his hands. He was very angry. There were guys standing in front of him, and the man asked them how they dared to appear before him. The young people just lowered their heads, and the clan chairman continued to be angry. After all, they still hadn't figured out who exactly was opposing them, and the man hit the floor with his sword. One of the men said that the surviving members of the Windblade squad said that Sohan had a grudge against them. The clan chairman was very surprised. He noted that it didn't mean anything, since every second person had a grudge against them. The man who reported the news felt awkward and his expression changed. The clan chairman thought of something and said to gather all the warriors. One of the men present was very surprised by this order. He also replied that the clan should not let the guy get away with it. If they show weakness now, the other clans will feel it. The order was listened to carefully, and the eldest among the clan members said that everything would be carried out. The chairman also said that the surviving members of the Blade Squad needed to be tied up and taken to the square to be executed before retreating. Then the man added that at least those useless people would be good for something, and the man with the beard looked at the chairman in surprise. The speaker wrinkled his forehead and said that the warriors from the detachment would serve as an example for the rest. The warriors present could not stand the chairman. They only said that they would carry out the orders. Along the western dark road, the clan members, led by the chairman, walked, all of them very serious. At this time in the pavilion, Sohan was calmly meditating. He was relaxed and did not think about anything bad. Chusanek suddenly opened the door to his room and shouted very loudly to distract the master from his meditation. The young man didn't even move an ear. He continued to meditate as if no one had burst into his room. After a while, he opened his eyes and calmly looked at the uninvited guest. He was very scared. He was covered in sweat, wrinkled his forehead, and said that they were here and there were countless of them. The young man listened carefully to Chusanek and said that all of this was expected. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad said that he meant that there were a lot of people under the establishment. Sohan asked who brought them here, and the guy said that he didn't see it, but most likely the leader of the clan brought them here. The young man listened attentively to the report and thought about something. There was not even a shadow of fear on his face. The boys heard noise in the street and how Sohan was asked to go out because he himself wanted to see them. That's why they came. The young man walked up to the hanger where the clothes were hanging and reached out his hand to a beautiful pink robe. He took it off and put the outfit on himself. The guy looked at the embroidery and thought about something. Chusanek, who was nearby, looked at the young man in surprise. The guy was adjusting his clothes, and the man was admiring her beauty and wanted to say something. He noted that this is a chogori for martial performances. By the way, chogori is a national Korean garment. Sohan continued to admire the clothes and confirmed the guesses of the captain of the squad of ghost swords. He remembered how a little girl had once danced in this dress and asked him what she looked like. And the young man always replied that the girl was so beautiful, and she laughed at him in response. The memories made the boy feel good. He smiled. The memories helped him and warmed the orphan, and he told Chusanek that when he was little, he was told that this costume was needed to highlight the curves of the sword dancer. The guy listened to the gentleman very carefully and asked why he was wearing this outfit. Sohan revealed that he was a student of the Dancing Crescent Sword School, and that was why he wore this outfit. The guy then added that the clan members must know who exactly will take their lives, and the young man headed towards the exit and told the guy that he would be back soon. He was very scared. His pupils became like dots. He shouted that he would also go with the master. Sohan stopped and asked the guy what he said. He didn't expect such a reaction from Chusanek. The young man wrinkled his forehead and said that he would go with Sohan, and if he was killed, he would die with him. He smiled and told the guy to wait for him here, since he shouldn't take part in all this. Chusanek became very nervous. He was shaking. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he agreed with the master's order. Sohan walked up to the door and began to open it very carefully and quietly. Then the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad turned to him again. He was very scared. He asked Sohan not to die under any circumstances, and the young man smiled and said that he would not die under any circumstances. The young man opened the door and walked out of the room. He saw a huge number of warriors in front of him. Despite the fact that there were a lot of opponents, the guy was not afraid. He was unperturbed. The clan chairman folded his arms across his chest and looked at the young man defiantly. He did not look away, because he was not at all afraid of his opponents. He calmly looked into the chairman's eyes. The crowd began to discuss the young man's outfit. They were interested in why he dressed up like a woman. The clan members talked about the guy being one of them. They laughed and insulted him. But then the chairman raised his hand up and very loudly told everyone to shut up. It became very quiet. The warriors could not disobey the most important member of the guild, although they were not against teasing the young man. The clan chairman wrinkled his forehead, narrowed his eyes, and stared ahead for a long time. Sohan narrowed his eyes, but he didn't even intend to look away from his opponent. He looked at him defiantly. The clan chairman began to guess something, then said that he probably knew the guy and that Sleepyhead was standing in front of him. The young man stood calmly in front of the man, not a single muscle on his face twitching. He took a few steps forward and began to take out the weapon that was always with him. After some time, the guy confirmed that he really was Sleepyhead and that the enemy was not mistaken. The young man walked calmly forward, holding a weapon in his hands, and the wind blowing through his hair. Sohan said firmly and very loudly, so that everyone could hear, that he was Sleepyhead from the school of the Dancing Crescent Sword. The clan chairman, hearing all this, only wrinkled his forehead. He looked the guy in the eyes, trying not to blink. The young man also calmly looked into the eyes of his opponent. He was thinking about something. The boy remembered how, in his distant childhood, a sword fell out of his hands and landed on the tiles with a loud sound. The boy took hold of his hand, and the teachers started running up to him. They were very worried about the little boy. One asked if Sleepyhead was hurt, and there was a small scratch on the boy's hand, but he said that everything was fine. The teachers ran up to the boy and began to calm him down because he was very worried. One of the women bent down to pick up the sword that had fallen from the boy's hands. She told Sleepyhead to be careful and try to do as she was about to show him. The boy had already calmed down. He smiled and said that he would watch the teacher. The woman raised her sword and began to demonstrate a combat technique. She was light, flexible, and graceful. The little boy with huge eyes looked at the teacher. He was delighted and surprised. And the woman was very virtuosic. She demonstrated the combat technique perfectly. It was immediately obvious that she was a professional in her field. The children who were on the street watched everything that was happening with huge eyes. A couple of days later, the little boy repeated the technique that the teacher had shown him. The teachers and students in the hall clapped their hands because Sohan did everything perfectly. The schoolgirls were talking among themselves. They were saying that the boy was doing much better than before. They told Sohan that he had talent. The boy laughed. He was very happy with these words, and then asked if they were telling him the truth. Kind and warm memories washed over the young man. He knew what he should fight for. The guy closed his eyes and wrinkled his forehead. He again began to think about something important to himself. The young man remembered how the bar owner told him that the Dancing Sword School had been looking for him since he went missing, and they had been looking until the school was destroyed. He understood that the school administration had not lost hope of finding him. The guy was very angry. The young man looked at his opponents and thought that they were all dead. Literally a few seconds later, he left his seat. He did it with lightning speed. The clan chairman winced in surprise and thought that their opponent was extremely fast. Sohan walked very quickly among the clan members. They stood quietly and did not even take any action. They all looked at the young man who was glowing with a purple fire. The guys were very scared, especially those who were near Sohan. Their faces changed, and those who stood further away looked warily and were very surprised. Suddenly, drops of blood began to reach the warriors who were standing further away. Wounded warriors began to fall at the young man's feet in huge numbers. Those who stood a little further away were interested in what was happening there, and why the clan's boats were falling. The young man looked angrily in their direction but did not say a word. He walked towards his goal. He actively used his weapon. The clan members fell to the floor. The guys didn't try to run away anywhere. They didn't stand still, and the guy killed them with his blades. Even though the clan members were armed, they stood as if hypnotized. The clan chairman watched from afar as this happened. He was focused and very angry. His assistant informed all the warriors that it was time to stop panicking because they were facing only one enemy. He ordered all units to stop panicking, gather, and begin attacking the enemy from all directions. The young man heard all this perfectly well and continued to destroy the clan members with his swords. The men who were far from Sohan said that they really had the advantage, and they would kill him. They raised their weapons and began to attack the young man. The guys thought that together they would stop the enemy. The men didn't even have time to run to the young man before he masterfully used his swords. He smiled at the result he got and told them not to be shy and to attack. Everything would be fine. The young man was collected and ready to fight, driven by a huge sense of revenge. The clan members who saw what happened to the other warriors were no longer in a hurry to fight. They saw perfectly well what the enemy was capable of and understood that they would not be able to resist him. The clan chairman furrowed his brow, narrowed his eyes, and thought about how he had once wanted to take this guy for himself. Sohan looked promising even then, but the man could not even imagine that he would return exactly like this. The chairman watched the boy. He assessed the movements, as well as the technique of the dancing crescent sword school. He gritted his teeth and wondered if his clan would be able to cope with such a powerful opponent. At this time, the young man did not even think of stopping. He continued to destroy everyone who came his way. The captain of the ghost sword squad, Chusanek, couldn't wait for Sohan for so long and went out to see what was happening outside. He looked at everything that was happening with admiration and thought that this guy never ceased to amaze him. The man was very curious about what kind of martial art Sohan was using, but whatever it was, it looked very beautiful. Sohan was very serious. He was moving towards the goal he had set for himself so long ago. One of the clan members wrinkled his forehead. The boy's pupils became like dots, and some guesses surprised him. The guy looked at the young man, and huge clouds of pinkish smoke dispersed from him. The captain of the ghost sword squad, Chusanek, who had been watching everything very closely, also began to suspect something. The clan chairman thought about it and then became angry. He also realized that the young man was using poison. And the young man looked at his opponents with hatred and continued to spray poison. It wrapped around the opponent's legs in pink wisps. They looked at it but still didn't suspect anything. The guys stood in their places. No one even thought about leaving the territory, and some were already falling to their knees. Some members of the clan coughed violently, whispering that it had become very difficult for them to breathe. Others suffered more severe intoxication of the body, and their blood began to flow like a fountain. The clan members were suffering from suffocation. They were lying on the ground, coughing. This is how the poison worked. And the young man watched all this and continued to spray the poisonous cloud. After a short period of time, the warriors began to cough up blood and scream. One of the guys, who was a little further away, asked how this was even possible. Then the warriors' faces changed. They became distorted. One guy could tell that his body was not obeying him. In all this confusion, a young man began to shout for the captain to help them. He begged for salvation. He tried to say that they would not cope with such a strong enemy. The man couldn't finish speaking. He froze in mid-sentence, rooted to the spot with his sword raised up. And a moment later his head flew off his shoulders. There was a lot of blood and dead soldiers around. Some were badly wounded, others had inhaled poison, and they begged for help with their last strength. The clan chairman watched everything that was happening. He frowned, and was also very scared. His assistant approached him. The man said that the battle formation had come to an end. He listened to the speaker but said nothing. The chairman was scared, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. And at this time the young man did not stop. He continued to destroy everyone who came his way. There was a huge amount of weapons and clan members lying on the floor, all covered in blood. There were many who died at the hands of Sohan and the poison he sprayed. They lay next to each other. The clan chairman thought that it was incredible how strong a martial artist the boy had become. By the way, there were still some members of the clan who were not against rushing forward to the embrasure, but they were restrained from such a rash step. The sword was covered in blood. Drops of blood were dripping from it right onto the ground. Sohan didn't even get tired in this unequal battle. The young man stood among the already dead enemies, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The chairman approached Sohan about him returning like a vengeful spirit from the dancing sword school. The man's expression changed. He wrinkled his forehead, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He was scared, but did not show it. The young man looked calmly at his opponent, and asked if that was all he could do. The warriors who were still alive said that their enemy was a monster. They were wondering why the captain and the head of the clan were not doing anything at all. The men wondered if the management cared about their lives while Sohan watched from afar. Some warriors were still ready to fight the enemy, but they were restrained from such a rash act. The clan chairman stood away from his warriors along with his assistants. Sohan started walking and told the soldiers to get out of the way if they didn't want to die. He looked towards the chairman and said that he needed the head of the Bloody Whirlwind clan. Most of the warriors who watched everything that was happening were frightened, but there were a few upstarts among them, but they did not go into battle. Sohan walked calmly along the road. On one side lay wounded and dead members of the clan, and on the other warriors held their weapons out in front of them. The young man walked casually. He was confident in his abilities, and was not at all afraid of the swords that were pointed at him. He walked along the road towards the Blood Whirlwind clan chairman because he was his main target. The man watched everything that was happening. He wrinkled his forehead, narrowed his eyes, and did not know what to do in this situation. He forced a smile and said that his dear sleepyhead had grown a lot since then. The clan chairman smiled, but there was fear in his eyes. He noted that the boy had become strong and big, and then asked what he wanted. The young man stopped, looked at his opponent with contempt, and asked his question again. The clan chief said that he thought that Sohan had staged this performance to take revenge for the Dancing Crescent Sword School. He said that he was sure that the guy still needed something, for example, the resources of his clan. Sohan stopped and said that the chairman was talking nonsense. The clan leader asked if he was right or not, and then noted that if the guy wanted revenge, he would have started with him, because he couldn't be fooled like those idiots. The man said that if Sleepyhead kills him, he will get nothing, since only he knows how to conduct business that brings in a lot of money. So the clan chairman demanded that the young man tell him what he needed. The guy thought for a moment, remained silent, and calmly turned to the leader. He felt very relaxed, was cheerful and pleased. He decided that the issue would soon be resolved. After some time, the head of the Bloody Whirlwind clan's expression changed, because Sohan began to approach him closer and closer. The young man was a few centimeters away from the clan chairman and looked him straight in the eyes. He whispered to the man whether he had finished his tirade or whether there would be a continuation. The clan leader was not prepared for this. He thought that the guy was a bastard, but he was very serious and only cared about revenge. The young man did not hear any answer and said that if a man has nothing more to offer, and then fell silent. The guy was very interested in his opponent's reaction. Then he added that the clan chairman would soon die. The same one shouted very loudly and asked if the young man was interested in where the students of his school were now. The young man looked at the clan chairman in surprise, with hope in his eyes. The guy asked who he was talking about. Were there really disciples of the dancing sword somewhere? The clan chairman began to talk about them and began to take out his sword from its sheath, which was attached to his belt. Naturally, the head of the clan decided to distract the young man in this way. He took out his sword and struck the young man with all his might. He acted stealthily. The clan chairman's face twisted in surprise, because he was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. He was confused. The man frowned and thought about the fact that the young man was able to dodge the point-blank attack. A moment later, Sohan appeared behind the clan chairman and quietly told him that scum like him were hard to find. The young man slowly took out the weapon that was always behind his back. The guy was very angry about the situation that had developed, because he had hoped to see the students of his school. The clan chairman was very scared. He was shaking with fear, because the man guessed that Sohan would not leave all this so easily. The young man used his weapon against his opponent, and it worked even from afar, all thanks to martial arts. The man was contorted with pain, and his skin took on a bluish tint. He began to cough up blood and thought that the enemy had defiled his blood with one touch and disrupted the flow of energy in his body. The young man calmly looked at his opponent and wondered whether he had been able to repel the attack. The clan chairman grinned and asked the captains standing nearby why they were frozen. And they took the weapons they had, prepared for battle, and began to attack. The clan leader's expression changed, and he loudly ordered the clan members to kill the enemy. They were very angry, and despite what they had seen some time ago, they began to approach the guy. He stood calmly, only holding his weapon in his hands, and was ready to attack. The opponents' faces changed from anger. They waved their swords and shouted menacingly. The clan captains approached the young man in a group so that he could not gather his strength. And those warriors who were not injured in the previous battle began to run up to Sohan. No matter what you say, people learn nothing. The young man, despite the number of attackers, actively defended himself. He was collected. The warriors thought that together they would be able to deal with the enemy, and they actively attacked. They hoped that group work would help put an end to this struggle. The captains were gathered, and during the battle they each used their special powers. They needed to protect the head of the clan. Surprisingly, the young man was calm and collected. As always, he only frowned. Sohan used his swords against all the attackers, despite the fact that there were many of them. The clan chairman thought that the guy was indeed strong, but he wouldn't be able to handle several captains at the same time. He watched the fight and doubted his words as Sohan actively defended himself. The young man held a weapon in his hands and pink smoke spread around him. The clan chairman narrowed his eyes, beads of sweat appearing on his face from worry. And the pinkish smoke kept spreading and spreading. The guy fought off his opponents. Everyone present realized that the enemy had used poison again, but while it had not yet taken effect, they attacked the guy as best they could. The Bloody Whirlwind clan chairman was very pleased. He laughed with all his might. The man told Zasona that they had an antidote, and his poison would not affect them. The young man looked at his opponent skeptically, not a single muscle twitching on his face. Literally a second later, he was no longer in the place where he had just stood. The captains who had taken an active part in the battle became confused, and the poison continued to spread. The guy landed a little away from the attackers, but he continued to spread the poison. He calmly said that he wondered why the attackers had so much arrogance, but it turned out they attacked with an antidote. The clan chairman smiled and said that they heard that the guy was using poison, so they purchased the most expensive antidote, so Sohan wouldn't be able to attack them head-on. The young man looked calmly at the man and asked if the poison was definitely not affecting them. He was silent for a while, and then asked again if they were sure about it or not, while continuing to spread the poison. The head of the clan said that he was absolutely sure of this and suggested that the young man see for himself. Literally a moment later, the man's skin color changed and he tensed up. The clan chairman felt unwell, and the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes began to burst. And a moment later he began to fall to the ground. As it was difficult for him to stand, he lost coordination. The captains, who had been cheerful and happy for a few minutes, also felt ill. Some were coughing, others felt better, and they all sank to the ground. The clan leader couldn't understand what was happening because he believed in the antidote's effect, and Sohan looked calmly at everything that was happening. After some time, the clan chairman realized that this was how the poison worked, but he could not understand how and screamed very loudly. The young man calmly said that they would never find such an antidote in their lives. The guy said that the poison was not ordinary. It was made by his master, so it was impossible to protect yourself from it. The clan chairman, who heard these words, became very nervous and began to think about something. Then the young man came closer to the young man and began to think about who took the antidote. His guesses stunned him. He came to the conclusion that the head of the clan would only take care of the top and himself. After a few seconds, the young man assumed a fighting stance, but he continued to secrete poison. The guy started thinking about something. The thought process was so active that he frowned. A moment later, he began to use his fighting skills, drops of blood flying in all directions. Having finished with the clan captains, he stopped and called them all pathetic scum. The clan chairman stood a little to the side and watched what was happening. His loyal subjects lay on the ground, and they would never again take up arms or come to his aid. The blood vessels in his eyes continued to burst, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he frowned, which indicated an active thought process. The young man turned around and began to walk away from the scene of the incident. He had accomplished the goals he had set for himself. The clan leader began to shout for the boy to wait. He said that with the boy's abilities and his resources, an indestructible tandem could be created. He continued to talk about how his money would be useful to the young man. He promised this. The clan leader did not want to die, but shouted that not only the Western Dark Road, but the entire country, no, the entire world would fall at the feet of Sohan. The guy stopped, took a deep breath, and told the clan leader that he just couldn't shut up. The young man called the leader of the clan a laughingstock, and he was very surprised by such an insult. He didn't agree with such rhetoric, because he held the entire Western Dark Road in his hands. The clan leader asked if Sleepyhead wanted to know where the teachers and students of the dancing sword school were. He smiled sarcastically and said that the young man would never find them. Sohan said with pain in his soul that this would not happen, since the leader of the clan killed them all. He replied that he raped the girls one after another, and then, when they got boring, the head of the clan got rid of them. It was very painful for the young man to hear about this. He was not ready for such revelations. He still had hope that the girls were alive, but the chairman's story shocked him, and he squeezed his weapon with all his might. The young man beat his opponent with all his might, with all his anger and hatred, with his swords, and he gritted his teeth, smiled an arrogant smile. He had already accepted his fate. A moment later he began to cough violently. Blood was pouring from the man's mouth, and blood vessels burst not only in his eyes, but also on the skin of his face. He began to fall apart. Sword strikes did not go away so easily. What was left of the clan leader fell to the ground. The young man held a weapon in both hands and looked at his feet with hatred. The remains of the clan leader lay on the ground. He didn't even have time to throw his weapon out of his hands. Sohan looked pleased that he had finally managed to achieve what he had dreamed of for many years. There were members of the squad standing nearby, those who had not rushed into battle from the very beginning, but there were very few of them. They whispered among themselves that the chief was dead and all his captains as well. The young man looked at them calmly and without hatred, but with some suspicion. He said that the head of the clan had died and anyone who wanted to follow him could attack him. The crowd became very quiet. The clan members looked at the guy, but no one dared to attack him. The warriors knew very well what had happened to the other members of the clan and did not want the same fate for themselves. They were shocked that the leader of the clan, so strong and stately, could not cope with the young guy. The young man stood and waited for another member of the clan to attack him. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, Chu Sanik, who had come out onto the balcony of the building, was watching everything that was happening. He was very surprised. The guy wrinkled his forehead and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He did not think that Sohan would emerge victorious because the forces were unequal. Chu Sanik looked at the dead clan members and thought that the young man had easily destroyed him. The young man didn't go anywhere. He stood on the steps near the entrance to the establishment. The members of the clan were looking at him. Sohan was thinking about something, but after a while his expression changed. He remembered the distorted face of the clan leader and how he said that he killed everyone. It was very difficult for the young man to believe that all the students and teachers of the school were dead. The guys changed the sign. The School of the Dancing Crescent Sword will be functioning again. Chu Sa-hyuk informed Sohan that the school sign he ordered had already been delivered and was being installed. The young man was sitting in his room, drinking hot tea and thinking about something. The captain of the Phantom Sword Squad reported that they had spread the word that they were looking for people who knew about the survivors of the dancing sword school and those who had met them. The guy listened attentively to the speaker and rather reservedly praised him for the idea. He thought about the fact that according to the words of the late clan head, they were all dead, but he was sure that not all of them were caught and they were now living in another place. Chu Sa-hyuk said that all the people of the Western Dark Road were grateful to Sohan for dealing with the bloody Whirlwind clan. The young man also added that all people idolize the guy for the work he has done. Sohan listened carefully to the young man and asked if this was all true. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad noted that this was true, as the Blood Whirlwind clan had been wreaking havoc in these parts for the past few years. The young man listened attentively to Cha Sa-hyuk and thought about something for a while. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad smiled at the boy and asked him what happened. The man furrowed his brow and said that the clan was cruel, but Cha Sa-hyuk was also a member of it. The guy's face suddenly turned purple and blue. It was covered in beads of sweat. He didn't know what to answer. The pause dragged on for a while. Both young men were silent. After a while, Sohan turned to the guy. He quietly but firmly told Cha Sa-hyuk to make sure he started a new life. The guy felt awkward again. He wrinkled his forehead, lowered his eyes, and agreed with everything Sohan said. The young man reached for the glass that was standing on the table, steam still coming out of it. He thought about the fact that people were happy about their liberation. But should we consider that revenge had been accomplished? Cha Sa-hyuk reported that the successor of the Western Golden Convoy had requested a meeting with Sohan. The guy was very surprised, and the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad said that this was an organization that was once protected by the bloody Whirlwind. He added that at first the members of the organization hid, and then they wanted to find and thank them, and Sohan became interested in how many enemies the clan had. A beautiful signboard appeared on the building, and Chu Sa-hyuk continued to talk about how Bloody Whirlwind had been stealing from the Western Gold convoy. Sohan told the young man to find out what was stolen and make sure that everything was returned to this convoy. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad bowed to the boy and said that everything would be done. The guy thought that this time Sohan would give away all the property again, but it would be great if he decided to be a little greedy. A young man entered the room and announced that the owner of the Grebin Tavern would like to see the leader of the clan. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, Chu Sa-hyuk, was surprised when he heard this and asked what this man wanted. The head of the Sohan clan ordered that his childhood friend be let in immediately. He was a little surprised that the man decided to come to him. Chu Sa-hyuk bowed to the master and said that his order would be carried out immediately. A lot of different food and a jug of drink appeared on the table. Sohan told Dogan that he had brought a lot of food. The innkeeper said that he remembered well that the young man loved dumplings very much. Sohan was very glad that someone knew and remembered his preferences. He smiled. The young man took the vessel with the drink in his hands, opened it, and said that dumplings were indeed his favorite food. The boy then noted that he had forgotten about such things and asked how Uncle Pun was doing. Dogan replied that he had a bad back and mostly lay in bed. The young man was very upset when he heard these words and asked if everything was really that bad. Dogan reported that his uncle most often feigns, since he no longer wants to work. Sohan listened attentively to his interlocutor, smiled, and said that Pun was the same as before, had not changed at all. Then the young man looked very carefully at his interlocutor, thought about something and called him by name. He asked Dogan to join him to help with the kitchen, and Uncle Pun, he could just pull himself up. The man was very surprised by this proposal, and then asked what he should do with the bar. Sohan reported that there are a lot of people in the secret lunar squad now, and they all need to eat somewhere. He noticed that there was a good kitchen in this room and Dogan would be able to manage the process, and the man ate dumplings and thought about the offer. Since the bar owner remained silent, Sohan asked the man why he wasn't answering. He didn't like the idea. Dogan said in fear that if he cooked here, he would eventually be slaughtered. The young man looked closely at his interlocutor and clarified what he meant. The innkeeper put a dumpling on a plate and said that he saw Sohan fighting. These words surprised the guy, and he asked why he was worried if he saw everything. Dogan was very scared. He told the young man that he thought it would not end there. He said whether Sohan wanted to fight or not, but there were people who would not leave him alone. The guy thought about these words. Dogan asked the guy how strong he was, and he listened and decided whether he wanted to be a humble cook in a tavern or work as a chef. The young man replied that he could not know how strong he was, since very little time had passed since he had come into the world. Dogan was surprised and asked that this question should be answered based on which clan he was from. Sohan thought for a moment and said that he didn't know how strong he was, but Jang-hoo knew how powerful his teacher was. The innkeeper smiled and asked who he was, if he was someone from a respected clan. The young man thought about something. He became very serious, did not know what to answer. Finally, he came to his senses and said that there were 4 great demons, but the guy couldn't finish the sentence. The innkeeper was very surprised by the information he heard. He stuttered and asked Sohan again. The young man began pouring the drink into 5 glasses and calmly said that 4 demons were his patrons. Dogan thought that his interlocutor was a representative of the unorthodox factions, and Sohan said that the first demon was lust, the second was named madness. The third demon is called witchcraft, and the fourth, no less important, is poison. They are the 4 great enemies of the orthodox factions. The owner of the tavern was shocked by the information he heard. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The man's hand, which held a glass of alcoholic drink, began to shake, and he almost accidentally spilled it. Having calmed down a little, the owner of the tavern brought the vessel to his mouth and drank the drink in one gulp. The man's face changed, it became pinkish. He exhaled and looked at the bottom of the stack. Dogan looked askance at the young man. He was very nervous. His face turned burgundy. Sohan raised the glass of drink to his mouth and looked questioningly at the innkeeper. The man smiled and told the boy that he was very glad that he was alive. The young man looked at his interlocutor with joy and thought about something. Dogan asked to let him know when the teacher arrived so that he could get away. Sohan replied that this would definitely not happen, so the man should not worry because he was a busy man. The innkeeper asked if the young man wanted anyone else to know this information. If so, few would dare approach him. The guy said that he was against it. At least for now it was worth keeping silent. Otherwise it would have the opposite effect. Dogon said that the orthodox path would not leave the young man alone. There would be those who would blame his actions, hiding behind nobility. He added that one must be careful, because the territory of the unorthodox path is full of guys like the Blood Whirlwind clan. They will want to try their luck. When Sohan asked who to be wary of, the man said that it was the Sun Dragon Alliance and the Wolves' swordsmen. They could have killed the leader of the Blood Whirlwind. The young man listened attentively to the owner of the tavern and repeated their names. The man pointed out that the leaders could unite and attack the Western Road, and what would happen to them then. He asked Sohan if the boy would be able to handle them on his own, and the young man thought about this question. He addressed the owner of the tavern by name. The man became worried and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The guy looked Dogon straight in the eyes and firmly replied that they had nothing to worry about or be concerned about. But the opponents should be worried. The man immediately laughed and asked again if Sohan was joking. The young man confirmed his words, and Dogon said that it was all great and suggested drinking to the enemy to be empty. A man sat on the throne and another one approached him. The main one noted that the guy had learned martial arts and returned to his homeland to take revenge. It was the head of the Solar Dragon Union, Lim Hasun, who said he agreed that it was a cliché. In front of him stood the military advisor Jungan. He was serious and listened very carefully to the leader. Lim Hasun said that the weight was so hackneyed that it made your hair stand on end and asked who killed the head of the bloody whirlwind. The advisor said that they had yet to find out, but no one was ruling the Western Dark Road after the death of the clan chief. The leader of the Solar Dragon Union was very happy about this news and asked what they should do. Jinan suggested sending an assassin. He noted that despite the price, the invisible flying dagger would be perfect for this mission. Lim Hasun was very surprised. She couldn't think that the advisor would want to send the flying dagger. The advisor noted that that guy easily dealt with not only the members of the clan, but also their leader. The man smiled and added that the boy was very young, so they should send a woman. At this time, Sohan was in the premises of the former brothel. He raised a glass to his lips when someone knocked on the door. The doors opened, and Captain of the Ghost Sword Squad Chu Sa-hyuk entered his room with his men. They said that they expressed their respect and esteem to him. The young man took the glass from his lips and looked at the people who entered with surprise. Chu Sa-hyuk said that a man from the Phantom Sword Clan, who is a member of the trade association and works in the black market, had come to see the master. Sohan asked again, and the guy noted that he was also in their ranks until the Blood Whirlwind clan captured them. He said that he wanted to restore it and become the leader. The information that the young man heard shocked him. He couldn't even imagine that the guy was going to create his own clan. The young men who came into Sohan's room with Chu Sa-hyuk looked at the young man. He picked up the vessel with the drink, began pouring it into a shot glass, and told the guy to do everything as he knew. Chu Sa-hyuk thanked the young man for his positive decision, and the guys who were with him smiled. The man was very pleased with the gentleman's decision and could hardly hold back a smile. The group of guys left the room, and Sohan and Chu Sa-hyuk remained in it. They needed to discuss something without prying ears. The young man asked Chu Sa-hyuk if everything was okay with the Western Golden Convoy. The guy said that all the problems were resolved, thought for just a few seconds. Then he added that he put all the medicines and poisons in one room, and the money and valuables in another, and the books were also located separately. The young man praised Chu Sa-hyuk for the work he had done, and said that from now on he would occupy the entire third floor. The guy was very surprised by this. He could not understand why he needed to occupy the entire floor, because one room would be enough. Sohan informed the young man that no one was to enter this floor. This also applied to the rest of the rooms on the third floor. Chu Sa-hyuk was very surprised and asked if anyone would help with the cleaning. Sohan became very angry and said that anyone who went up to the floor would die, choking on their own bloody vomit. The young man's face changed. He began to sweat. He thought that the gentleman would inject poison. He said that he would notify everyone about this, but then who would guard him? The young man was very surprised by this question and asked with surprise why he should be guarded. Chu Sa-hyuk said that the Swordsman Wolves and the Dragon Clan might try to get rid of you to take over the Western Dark Road, so we need countermeasures. The guy said that they could send assassins. Sohan thought that he was ready for this. He asked whether Chu Sa-hyuk's subordinates were involved in escorting, and he answered in the affirmative. Sohan said that it was necessary to check how strong his future retinue was. Young people, Chu Sa-hyuk, and the head of the clan gathered on the platform near the building. The young man stood in front of his future retinue and took out his sword. He looked at the guards. Then he ordered them to attack him and not hold back. He would not overdo it, so there was no need to worry. The young people looked at the guy, they were scared, and their faces all changed. No one expressed a desire to attack. One of the guys asked if the leader would be okay, since there were professional swordsmen in front of him. He just laughed, and then asked why the guys thought they should worry about him. The boys continued to look at the head of the clan with reproach. They were very wary. After a few minutes, the future retinue calmed down a little. Their faces became normal in color. Chusa-hyuk became nervous and thought that the clan leader shouldn't have said it like that. Sohan continued to challenge the warriors to battle. He was very reserved and serious. One of the young men took out his weapon and began to take his sword out of its sheath. He was the first to test his strength. The guy came closer to Sohan and timidly said that he was ready to fight him. The young man raised his sword up and said that he would be the first. The guy was scared and very collected. The clan leader said nothing, only looked at the man very seriously, and he did not wait for an invitation to fight. The young man jumped up to get closer to Sohan and start attacking him. The warrior pointed his weapon at the head of the clan and began to actively use his abilities. Sohan stood in place. He didn't even move, but he easily fought off the enemy. He parried the sword blows with his sword without straining at all. For him, this fight was like playing in a sandbox. After some time, he struck the warrior's sword with all his might and it broke into several pieces. The young man was left with only the blade of his sword in his hand and was left unarmed. Sohan didn't think of stopping. He decided to switch to hand-to-hand combat in order to test the warrior in this way. The clan leader hit the young man with all his might, and he lost his footing and began to fall. The warrior fell with all his might and hit the stone slab. He no longer had the strength to get up. Sohan decided that the fight was over and hid his sword. He was not prepared for the outcome of the battle, and the warrior lay on the concrete slab with his eyes open and a large wound in the temple area. The other guys who were watching all this were shocked. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Their expressions changed. The guy was lying on the ground, and no one even thought of going to help him. Sohan moved a little to the side, and Chu Sang-hyuk thought that the leader should have been more easygoing with the warrior. There was no need to hit him so hard. Sohan turned his head to the warriors and asked who would compete with him next. The young people stood there very frightened, and each pretended not to have heard the question. Chu Sang-hyuk thought that this reaction was quite normal and reminded the guy of something, how the young man heard the head of the clan addressing him and telling him to fight him. The guy was very surprised. He didn't think he should either and said that Sohan knows about his power. The clan leader was unperturbed and did not want to listen to anything. He decided that everyone present should undergo the test. Chu Sang-hyuk became very nervous. Sweat appeared on his face because he knew Sohan's strength. The guy noted that the leader was very serious. The young man took the sword in his hands and said that he obeyed his master, but how he did not want to fight. A few minutes later, although Chu Sa-hyun was standing on his own 2 feet, he was breathing very heavily, and there were abrasions and bruises on his face. All the warriors were lying behind Sohan. He tested everyone in combat and said that it was time to finish for today. The clan leader informed Chu Sa-hyun that from today onwards they would train every morning. This news shocked the guy. He couldn't believe his ears, and the bruise under his eye grew very quickly. Sohan said that there should be training every day, and if he is not here, the boys should do everything like today. The young man became very nervous, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from his worries. The clan leader looked at the young man defiantly and noted that the boy did not want to train. He asked in a weak voice if they would become weak after such tough training. Sohan said that he would buy a special elixir on the black market and distribute it to everyone, and everyone would be as healthy as peas in a pod. Chu Sa-hyun just sighed very heavily, lowered his head, and agreed with the clan leader. Sohan turned around and began to leave the area where the training was taking place. There was nothing more for him to do there. But the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad called out to him and asked where the boy was going. The guy winced in pain, grabbed his stomach with his hand, clenched his teeth, and groaned loudly. Sohan turned to the young man, looked at him, and then began to smile. The clan leader was unwavering and calm. He called the guy by name. He replied that he was all ears. Sohan said that there is a belief that warriors of the dark path die before the age of 30, but Chu Sa-hyun will die much earlier due to her abilities. Then the young man told the guy that if he wanted to live like them and die from someone's sword before he was 30, then he would not interfere. Let him do whatever he wanted. Chusa-hyun thought about the words that the clan leader had said to him, pulled himself together, and became serious. He also added that if the guy wants to live like a human, then he must follow his instructions. The young man looked at Sohan, and he replied that they did not know the technique of internal energy cultivation, the technique of the transcendental blade. Apparently, they did not undergo training. Chusa-hyun listened carefully to the words of the clan leader and said that he would listen to the master. The young man was very pleased with the results of the conversation. He smiled with joy. He started walking and told the guy that he would return after the first training session and also ordered that good weapons be issued to his subordinates if they were among the items on the black market. Sohan went to the market. There weren't many people there, and trading wasn't very brisk. People looked at the goods, checked the prices, looked at each other, hoping to find someone they knew. Two people walking at the other end of the market caught the young man's attention. He even stopped and began to look at the men, and then thought about something. The men were colorful, one tall with a strange headdress and a huge weapon, and the other very short. The young man looked at the men, and the older one also looked at the boy. The man in the strange headdress greeted Sohan first, although the people had not even managed to catch up yet. He asked if it was true that the guy was the headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School. The young man looked calmly at the man and said that it was indeed him. He smiled, although his smile was not sincere, and said that the wolves had sent them here. He looked at the guy through a crack in his headdress and asked if he had heard of the wolves. The young man looked at the man, felt awkward, and said that he had heard, but only out of the corner of his ear. The man said that the leader had heard rumors that Sohan had killed the heads of the Blood Whirlwind clan and had begun to rule these lands, and he had sent the boy a letter and a gift. He ordered a short man to give the young man a letter from the leader. He agreed and began actively searching for the letter as he had put it in his farthest pocket. Then the little man slowly walked towards the young man. He was holding something in his hands. He approached the boy, knelt down on one knee, and held a scroll in his hands which he extended to the young man. The young man looked at all this with some bewilderment and very wary. The boy took the scroll, and the tall man said that the leader of the Northern Wolves wanted to shake his hand. Then he added that Sohan could come to him himself, and if that was inconvenient, then the Northern Wolf would come to the young man. He ordered the little man not to forget to give the gift. He agreed and began to look for something in his pocket. At this time, the young man was reading a letter that the leader of the Northern Wolves had given him. The man held something like an envelope in his hands and said that it contained 100,000 yuan. He handed it to the young man, and from the envelope one could see not bills, but some kind of lights. A huge viper suddenly jumped out of it and opened its large, toothy mouth. It's not that the guy was very surprised. He wasn't prepared for such a setup. While he was thinking, the viper grabbed his hand and hung there, not even thinking of opening its mouth. The young man was calm and unperturbed. He was not at all afraid of vipers, but he looked at the men with reproach. At this time, the snake sank its sharp teeth into the guy's skin even more. It was very aggressive. The man in the unusual headdress smiled mockingly because everything was going according to a preconceived plan. The dwarf also had a lot of fun because he completed the mission that was entrusted to him. The tall man asked if the guy knew how poisonous the blue viper was, since he often used poisons, and he said he would give him an antidote if he would just leave town. Sohan was not prepared for such a proposal. He was surprised, and the snake had already wrapped itself around his hand. He was already tired of enduring the pain of the blue viper's bite and the discomfort, so he tore it away from himself with his other hand. He tossed it and calmly told the man to quickly run away from his path in fear. He wrinkled his forehead and looked at the young man with hatred. All the global plans began to collapse. And at that time, the dwarf managed to take out his sword and pointed it at Sohan. He screamed like a madman. The young man was not at all frightened by the scream. He calmly looked at his opponents. The dwarf waved his weapon with all his might, apparently to scare the guy, but he stood rooted to the spot. The man in the headdress stood a little further away and laughed merrily. He was sure that victory would be theirs. He also took out his huge sword, waved it, and was ready to fight. He looked terrifying, but the young man stood still. He was absolutely calm. Not a single muscle moved on his face. The guy carefully began to take out his swords. The opponents did not see them, since they were hidden behind wide clothes. The young man was very focused and actively used his weapon for defense. The dwarf was very determined and began to actively attack the young man. The guy defended himself from the attacker, but was not yet planning to actively use his weapon. While he was wasting his energy fighting the dwarf, a man in a headdress began begging from behind him. He was already a few centimeters away from the young man, his eyes lit up with anticipation of victory. But Sohan understood the tactics of his opponents, so he defended himself very well, and the men flew to the sides. Despite the fact that they received a worthy rebuff, they continued to attack the guy again and again. The young man held off his attackers well. It was not the first time he had fought against several opponents. How here on one side his sword was blocked by a man in a strange headdress. He wanted to hit him with his other hand, but the dwarf flew up and also stopped his weapon. It would seem that in just a minute the young man would be left completely unarmed. But at the same time, the guy was absolutely calm, and this calmness really irritated the men. The man in the headdress held Sohan's sword with all his might, beads of sweat appearing on his face from the effort. It was much more difficult for the dwarf to hold the boy's blade, since they were of different weight categories. Then Sohan pulled his weapon towards himself with all his might, and the men flew off in different directions. But even this did not stop them. After a few seconds, they were in a fighting position and ready to attack. The tall man said that he did not expect anything else from the man who killed the head of the bloody whirlwind, and noted that it would be very annoying if the poison did not work on him. Then he frowned and said that the guy's body would soon go rigid, and if he knelt down before he lost consciousness, the man would give him an antidote. Sohan looked at him and told the man to stop talking nonsense and tell who hired them. He didn't think it was the Frostwolf clan. Here the dwarf decided to put in his 2 cents and called the guy a smug bastard. He said the young man still didn't understand the situation he was in, and Sohan looked at him with contempt. He was not at all afraid of the threats of these upstarts. The young man used a special skill and hid from his opponents in a thick gray cloud. The dwarf became very angry. He began to fly up to Sohan and told him that he would cut the guy into mincemeat. It gradually approached the young man. The cloud was thick as jelly. The short man was very happy. He managed to get to the guy just a little more and he would kill him. He was already smiling in anticipation of triumph because there was only a little left and the job was done. The young man stood with his back to the attacker. He didn't even move, pretending that he didn't hear anything. A man in a strange headdress watched closely what was happening in the smoke. He smiled and was very pleased, but said that his companion Sayol had been a little hasty. The man thought that he shouldn't have gotten rid of the guy so quickly. The image of a person began to appear through the smoke. He became wary and called his partner by name. The cheerful smile disappeared from his face. Through the gray clouds of smoke, a human image began to emerge more and more clearly, and it was Sohan. The man was very surprised. His forehead wrinkled in surprise, and his pupils became like dots. After a while, the smoke cleared, and the body of a dwarf lay at the feet of the young man. The swords flew to the side. His partner started calling him by name, but no one answered. Blood was coming out of the man's mouth. Sohan began to ask the man in a strange headdress who sent them here. The same one began to ask the guy who he was, then noted that he was sure that he had been bitten by a blue viper. The young man also asked whether there was poison in the letter that was handed to him, because he felt all of it. The man thought about how it could be that the poison didn't work. He got angry, because on top of everything, the guy was strong as hell. And the young man continued asking questions about who had decided to set them up so badly. The man began to understand that it was a setup, and they were simply being used as expendable material. He had already guessed that they were just bait, and Sohan said whether he realized that they had been brazenly deceived. Literally a moment later, the man in the strange headdress screamed like a madman, his face twisted with anger. He began to attack the young man again, apparently intending to catch him by surprise. A man in a strange headdress waved his weapon with all his might. Apparently, he was simply hoping for luck. But Sohan, as always, was very serious and collected. He defended himself superbly against the attacker. The guy got really angry and hit the man's hand with all his might with his sword, cutting it off. He gritted his teeth, and his expression immediately changed. He watched as the hand holding the sword flew off to the side. A minute later, he felt severe pain, screamed loudly, and blood flowed from the wound. The man's head began to spin, and he could no longer stand on his feet, so he dropped to his knees. His face changed. It became bluish-purple. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The young man realized that the man no longer posed any danger to him, so he hid the weapon. He thought that he couldn't move, and it seemed to him that there was a paralyzing poison on the blades. The young man stood opposite and looked calmly at the man, but did not say a word. Sohan then asked how famous he had to become so that idiots like the man would stop coming here and lose their lives. He looked closely at the man, whose condition had worsened considerably, and noted that this was even better. The guy came to the conclusion that the more dirt he removed, the cleaner this world would be. The man in the strange headdress begged the young man to finally kill him. Sohan came closer to him and began to look straight into his eyes, but the man began to look down. He understood perfectly well that he himself was to blame for his troubles. He finally gained courage, and for some time the men looked into each other's eyes. The pause dragged on for some time. Sohan asked the man if he wanted to die and said that he was a healer and could easily cure him. It was obvious that the man began to feel much worse. He looked at the guy and thought about something. No answer to his question, Sohan said that he was asking one last time who had sent him. The man was silent. Sweat was pouring down his face. Blood vessels were bursting in his eyes, and his face was turning blue. Finally, he began to talk about how he was sent by an assassin he knew and whose name was Invisible Flying Dagger. The man didn't have time to finish what he wanted to say. Someone shot at him from afar and he fell to the ground. Sohan rose from his crouch and looked around. There were two lifeless bodies lying on the ground, and he thought that the killer had been sent by another killer. The young man thought that most likely the killer was watching him now. He began to look around carefully, as he had hoped that he would be able to see him, but there was no one around. The young man came to the conclusion that they had a rat there that was doing everything on the sly. On the roof of one of the buildings nearby, there was a killer who eliminated a man in a strange headdress. He had everything prepared in advance. There was a huge installation there from which he killed the man. Invisible Flying Dagger told himself that Sohan wanted to spare the man but ended up killing him. He named the young man and noted to himself that he had no breaks at all. Sohan returned to school, and Cha Soo-hyuk noted that there must be a way to lure out the leaders of the Northern Wolf Clan and the Sun Dragon Association. The young man agreed with the conclusion of the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad. The guy asked what happened and why such measures were necessary. Sohan said that someone had sent a killer to kill him, and he absolutely needed to know who did it. The man's face changed. He was very scared and asked if Sohan was okay. He just laughed cheerfully and said that he died in the square, was silent for a bit, and asked what he himself thought. The young man realized that he had asked the question without thinking, because everything was fine with the head. He wrinkled his forehead and thought about something for a while, then said that they needed to lure out the leaders. Then he told Sohan that he had one thought. These words of the young man were very interested. The guy said that a meeting of the heads of all organizations would be a great way to gather all the leaders. The young man listened carefully to Cha Soo-hyuk and was very surprised by such a proposal. The guy said that such meetings have stopped being held now, but before this was an annual event. Cha Soo-hyuk stated that all the Dark Path faction leaders were present at the meeting. They were accompanied by martial artists, and anyone who did not come would pose a great danger. Sohan asked if the guy was offering to organize a similar meeting. He frowned and confirmed his decision. He believed that such meetings were an excellent solution. The young man thought for a while and then replied that it was not a bad idea. Cha Soo-hyuk said he would look into the matter, and Sohan thought about the heads meeting. The room became quiet. The men were each lost in their own thoughts when someone knocked on the door. It was Dogon. He was very happy to see Sohan and said that he brought something to eat. The young man was very happy to see the man of his childhood and said that he was thinking about when he would appear. Cha Soo-hyuk realized that he would be superfluous in this company, so he said that he would go and not interfere with them. Sohan suggested to the boy that he eat with them before leaving. The young man did not expect such an offer. He was very surprised by it, and Sohan looked at the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad and asked him to join him. Beads of sweat appeared on the boy's face in surprise, and he thought about how one could eat next to the master. At this time, Sohan turned to Chief Dogon and asked if they had enough food for everyone. The man noted that there was enough food for everyone and said that he had brought some excellent wine with him. The young man praised the chief, and the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment. Sohan and Dogon sat down at the table and began to look with bewilderment at the guy who was standing a little further away. The men offered him a seat, and the guy felt awkward. Sohan asked what happened to him. Cha Soo-hyuk sat down at the table, beads of sweat appearing on his face, because he had never been present in such a company. Sohan settled down more comfortably, looked at the dishes, and said that it was time to begin. The men ate, drank delicious wine, which relaxed them, and chatted cheerfully. At this time, they were being monitored from the building opposite. The man thought that Sohan had just recently been the target of an attack, and he, a fool, was drinking wine so calmly. He remembered the words of the young man when he said at the market that they had a rat. His terrible face twisted with the guess that the guy knew about his presence. He called Sohan an idiot and happily said that he would send the young man to hell today. Sohan and Dogon left the school premises. The guy told Doug to show him a trick tomorrow and noted that he was drunk. But the head of the school noted that he was completely sober. The young man told his boss that he had to keep his promise, which surprised him greatly. He spoke of an old conversation when he promised to show the dance once he had dealt with the clan. Dogon looked at the young man and smiled. He remembered that recent conversation. The men stood outside, breathing in the cool air and admiring the starry sky. After some time, Sohan asked Dogon if the man remembered him. He replied that he remembered everything very well, but had doubts whether the guy would be able to cope in such a state. Dogon suggested postponing everything until tomorrow, but the young man asked him not to worry. And then he announced that it would be a drunken dance of the night blade and began to look for a space where they could dance. He went out to the middle of the floor to make it comfortable to dance and took out his weapon, because this was not a simple dance. The young man was doing great, despite the fact that he had drunk wine. At first he danced very smoothly and was happy with how well he was doing. Then he began to dance faster and faster as a beautiful stranger with a sword appeared in front of him. She asked to change the order and the young people began to dance together. The guy really liked the dance and the dancer. He closed his eyes with pleasure. The dance was truly magnificent. It seemed as if they had been dancing together as a couple for a very long time. The girl was serious and focused, and the young man continued to dance with his eyes closed. The beauty looked at the young man but did not utter a word, only smiled. The young man smiled back at the girl, but never opened his eyes. He was peaceful and calm. The dance was magnificent even without music, and at the end the young people expressed respect to each other. The girl stepped aside, holding her weapon in her hands and smiling very happily. And then she laughed loudly and said that everything was going great for Zasonia, even better than for her. And then she added that she was proud of the young man. Sohan was alone on the platform, holding his weapon in a respectful gesture as a pink glow dissipated in front of him. A few minutes later, the guy opened his eyes, but there was no one in front of him. He asked where the girl was, but no one answered his question. Dogon, who was watching the dance, was pleasantly surprised and thought for a few minutes. The man didn't know how to express his admiration, so he told Sohan that he was speechless. He said that everything was exactly as it was before. Incredible. The young man looked at Dogon with a smile. He really liked the praise. The man suggested that the boy go to the outbuilding, since it had become cooler outside. The guy told Dogon to go, but he decided to stand outside for a while. The man turned to the building, told the guy to do as he wanted, and started walking, while the young man stood still. The young man did not stand for very long. After a few minutes, he was already lying on the ground, with his hands under his head. He looked at the starry sky and thought about something. He really had something to think about. The man who had been watching him all evening climbed out onto the roof and thought about how the guy was driving him crazy. He was always doing something unknown. He looked at the young man and thought that he reeked of alcohol so much that it could be heard all the way to the roof of the neighboring house. The man continued to get angry and wind himself up and came to the conclusion that the guy had laid down like that so that he would finally be killed. His eyes lit up with hatred, his lips spread into a smile, and he decided to act. He prepared special throwing knives and thought that they must be much faster than this stupid alcoholic. Without thinking twice, the man began to jump off the roof. Whatever you say, he was trained and agile. He went down to the young guy, trying to do it silently and thinking about how his opponent would die as soon as possible. The man released all the throwing knives he had prepared in advance, and they rained down from above straight towards Sohan, and the young man continued to lie on the ground and look up. Only this time he was very angry. The would-be assassin landed easily on the ground from the roof of the building near the throwing knives, without even hitting himself. But what he saw made him very wary, and he wrinkled his forehead from what he saw. Not a single knife hit the young man. He jumped to the side, and the man thought with annoyance about how he managed to dodge. Despite the fact that the killer appeared unexpectedly, Sohan stood calmly and looked at the enemy. The man didn't like this reaction at all, and he called the young man a fool. He picked up the weapon and wondered if the guy had decided to hide from him in the air. And the man had a weapon in his hands that was far from simple, which is most likely why he was confident in his abilities. He raised his hand with the sword, screamed like a madman, and thought that the end would come for the guy very soon. The man used a special skill called Hail of Flying Blades against Sohan. A huge number of them flew towards the young man, but he didn't even try to dodge them. The guy, as always, was calm and unperturbed, as indeed always. It was unlikely that anything could surprise him after what he had experienced. The young man took out of his pocket a fan that one of the demons had given him, and opened it. He focused his gaze on his opponent, carefully watching his every move. Literally an instant later, the young man used the immortal wind flash attack, and the City of Flying Blades in the same quantity safely returned to the one who launched them. The man was very angry. His face turned purple. He wrinkled his forehead because he was not at all prepared for such a turn of events. And at this time, the young man slowly began to approach the man. He was not afraid of him at all. Sohan was serious, focused, holding a fan in his hands and walking forward calmly. The man looked at him with huge eyes, winced, and wondered what was wrong with this guy. He looked again at the absolutely calm young man and realized that he was damn strong. The mercenary stood on one side of the field with a huge sword, and Sohan on the other, with a huge number of blades lying on the floor between them. The man looked at the young man. He was already feeling uneasy. His ardor was waning. He looked at Sohan and thought that he was confident that he knew how strong the guy was. He began to take his sword out of its sheath and realized that all his assumptions were meaningless, and he was very much mistaken. The young man folded his fan and looked closely at the man and said that he recognized him perfectly well. Sohan's eyes lit up with hatred, and he called the man a damn rat who had been sent after him. These words made the man's face twist with hatred. His pupils narrowed, and his face turned burgundy. Literally a second later, he left the place where he had just stood and began to rise upward. Then he began to attack the young man very actively, because he wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The guy looked at his opponent as if he were an empty space. He simply waved his folded fan. The man was very irritated by the expression on the young man's face and continued to fight. From anger and hatred, the blood vessels in his eyes burst and his face became distorted. The man actively attacked the young man, who defended himself well from the attacks with the hand in which he held a folded fan. Even though the attacker had a bladed weapon, he didn't even scratch the young man. The mercenary was already quite tired and thought that there was a very big difference between their internal energies. He looked at Sohan and thought that his body was shaking with each parry of his opponent. The man understood that the guy was still defending himself, but what would happen to him if he suddenly stopped? He looked into the young man's angry eyes and understood perfectly well that death awaited him. The man clenched his teeth with all his might, and from the strain his mouth began to bleed, and out of anger he damaged his tongue. He screamed with all his might and began to attack more actively again, as he understood that he had to kill the enemy no matter what it took. The attacker's eyes were burning with a mad fire. Just a little more and he would hit the guy with his sword with all his might. He failed again, despite the fact that Sohan had one hand behind his back, and the other one was holding a fan, with which he stopped the sword blows. The enemy showed off in front of Sohan as best he could, but the young man didn't receive a scratch. He only mocked the attacker, saying that the man was not capable of much. This phrase made the mercenary even more angry, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets from anger. The young man raised his hand with the folded fan up, and calmly watched as the attacker went wild. Finally, the guy got tired of watching his opponent twitch, and he hit him with all his might. He did not expect such a strong resistance, and began to fly down, his face distorted with fear. Because everything was so unexpected, the man was unable to group himself and fell with all his might to the ground. He began to choke, cough, and blood began to flow from his mouth like a fountain. The attacker looked quite something. The young man stood a little further away and calmly watched everything that was happening. The enemy came to his senses a little. He frowned, squinted, and clenched his teeth tightly. He was very angry. The wind blew in Sohan's face, fluttering his clothes and hair. He held a fan in his hands and was unperturbed. The man mentally called the young man a bunch of names and wondered if he was playing with him. Sohan opened his unusual fan again and began waving it in front of his face. The enemy stood up, took a fighting stance, and thought that real chaos was happening. The young man became bored and asked the man if this was all he could show him. The mercenary thought that the guy was incredibly strong, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from worry. He began to think about escaping, but realized that it would definitely be impossible to escape now. He clenched his teeth very hard in despair, and finally began to understand that he had fallen into a trap. The man suddenly changed his strategy and said that if the guy spared him, he would help him. Sohan listened carefully to his opponent and only grinned. Such a proposal was absurd and funny. The young man continued waving his fan, and then said that it was too late, and hope was so close, and the mercenary asked why the guy didn't kill him from the very beginning. Sohan calmly said that he had a question. The man immediately understood that the guy needed details about the customer. An old, battered sword fell from his hand and hit the concrete surface with a loud clang. The man fell on his knees before the young man and said that he would do whatever he wanted. He looked up at the boy and said that he could become a dog if the boy wanted. The young man looked calmly at his opponent, who was lying at his feet and was unperturbed. The guy folded his fan, hit it against his hand, and asked again what a mercenary could become. Then he calmly looked at the man and noted that he did not need a dog. The man blushed with emotion, and even more beads of sweat appeared on his face. Sohan calmly watched the mercenary's reaction. He hid his hands behind his back. He realized that the guy had no intention of leaving him alive, and shouted furiously that the head of the Sun Dragon clan had sent him away and paid 10,000 nyang. Then the man added that if he had injured the young man, he would have been paid another 5,000 on top. He added that if he had killed the guy, he would have been paid an extra 10,000, but Sohan stood there unperturbed. The pause dragged on for a while. The young man blushed and became covered in beads of sweat again. Then Sohan said that he understood everything, and the head of the Sun Dragon clan went against him. The mercenary looked at the young man with hope and asked if he was going to spare him. Sohan didn't answer. He just moved the weapon closer to the mercenary with his foot. The man put his hands on his belt and looked at his sword in surprise, he thought. The young man, without any emotion, said that this was his reward for a quick response and said that he would reward his opponent with a painless death, and his face suddenly changed. The young man's eyes glowed with hatred, and he ordered the mercenary to die. A breeze blew. It became very dark. Only a purple glow emanated from the guy. The mercenary looked at the guy with huge eyes, from which tears were already flowing. He so hoped that he would be spared, but the guy was unperturbed. He looked at the enemy with unblinking eyes. The mercenary had no way out of this situation, so he grabbed his sword by the hilt. A moment later, the weapon pierced the man's internal organs. That was exactly his decision. Blood was pouring from all sides, and the young man calmly watched everything that was happening. The man sat with a sword in his stomach, blood flowing from his mouth, and he wheezed loudly. His face turned bluish, and with the last of his strength he asked the question about the guy's name. The young man calmly said that his name was Jin Sohan, and the man at his feet writhed in pain. But he still repeated the guy's name with the last of his strength. It was very hard for him. His strength was leaving him. A few minutes later, the mercenary's lifeless body fell to the ground and hit the concrete slabs. The young man calmly looked at his already dead offender, and the moon, which came out from behind the clouds, illuminated everything around. The Sun Dragon clan's leader couldn't believe that the Scarlet Squad's killer had lost the battle. His assistant reported that they even returned the payment, since Jin Sohan does not care about beauties at all, and he ordered the killing of the flying dagger. By the way, the Dragon clan decided to play it safe and send several assassins, and the head was most surprised by the news that Dagger was dead. The assistant reported that the dancing sword school buried his body immediately after the incident, and when the Scarlet Squad exhumed it, Dagger's corpse was discovered. He also said that during the examination of the body, one oddity was discovered. Then the assistant of the Sun Dragon clan's leader said that Dagger most likely committed suicide. This information shocked the clan leader, and he asked if the deceased had drunk poison. The assistant said that Dagger killed himself with his own sword, adding that this was different from committing suicide to keep a secret. He added that it looked more like he was being forced to commit suicide, and these words greatly surprised the head of the clan. The assistant asked to call the heads of the criminal organizations until Jin Sohan contacted them. He offered to unite with the other leaders and get rid of the guy. The Sun Dragon clan's leader thought for a moment and agreed to this proposal. He furrowed his brow, narrowed his eyes, and told his assistant to prepare everything for the meeting. He was calm and relaxed and said that he would carry out the order of the head of the clan. At this point, the conversation ended, and the assistant to the head turned around and began to leave the room. The head of the clan sat on the throne and thought about something. Next to him stood a girl who also did not say a word. She was calm, casually standing behind the clan chairman's throne and smiling. The leader turned to Mia, that was the girl's name, and asked if she knew the girl from the school of the dancing sword. She laughed and asked the leader if he had forgotten that the great demoness had taken her as her disciple. The clan leader looked at the girl in surprise and frowned in surprise, raising his eyebrows. He decided to ask again if that girl was really the great demon's disciple. Then the leader said that even if it once belonged to the school of the dancing sword, it would be difficult to take it away from the hands of the great demoness. The action takes place at the dancing secha school. Sohan is reading a document, and Ju Sa-hyuk is standing in anticipation. The young man said that the chief of the Solar Dragon, Lim Hasun, had sent him an invitation to a meeting of leaders. This information surprised Chu Sa-hyuk very much. He frowned, and beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. Sohan said that the meeting would be held at the Dancing Sword Crescent School, and each organization would be allowed to bring up to 10 people. Chu Sa-hyuk asked again if the meeting would really be held at their place, and then added that they needed to be prepared for anything, because it was unknown what they had planned. Sohan asked if it was true that the leader who held the first meeting had died, and the guy confirmed this information, and the young man asked why such meetings were held at all. Chu Sa-hyuk said that the Dark Path factions are always competing with each other. They would rather die than give in to anyone. Sohan said he now understood why most heretics died before they reached 30 years of age. The captain of the Ghost Sword Squad, Chu Sa-hyuk, thought about the leader's words, beads of sweat appearing on his face. Sohan looked at his interlocutor with a question in his eyes, but said nothing. The silence dragged on. After a while, Chu Sa-hyuk said that he didn't think the leader should make such speeches. The young man lowered his head, closed his eyes, and smiled. The pause dragged on again. The leader asked Chu Sa-hyuk what he would do if he encountered an opponent who was too tough for him. The guy was taken aback by this question. Then he thought for a while and said that he didn't know what to do. He thought again and said that he would try to fight him, but the answer was not very bold. Sohan said that this was not the correct answer, and noted that the guy should run and not look back, become stronger, and only then fight. Chu Sa-hyuk thought about it and then asked what to do if he couldn't escape. The young man said that in such a situation you should fight. Forget about the difference between the forces of your energies. One should be afraid only for the sole purpose of tearing the opponent to pieces with bare hands. Chu Sa-hyuk listened carefully to Sohan and frowned, pursed his lips, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Then he became very serious and said that he would remember the words of the leader for the rest of his life. Sohan decided to gather the warriors in a huge hall. When he entered there, everyone was sitting at the tables. The young man asked if everyone was there, and the guys answered in the affirmative. They couldn't understand why they were gathered there. Sohan stopped at the entrance, his hands behind his back, and in them was a jug. The young man looked at everyone gathered and thought that their eyes were full of determination. The boys were very serious and collected. They looked at the leaders with a look full of determination. Sohan took his hand with the jug from behind his back and said that he had gathered everyone in order to have a little drink. The young man added that they deserved it, especially after their training. The young people who were sitting at the first table looked towards the leader. They were surprised. The guys from the second table also looked closely at Sohan. They smiled timidly. The young man held a jug of drink in his hands, and the second began to carefully open it. He looked at the boys and gave them the order to raise the bowls, which had long been prepared and were standing on the table. All the young people who were in the hall stood up from their seats, and each took a cup in your hands. Sohan approached everyone and poured the alcoholic drink into a cup. He tried to divide it equally. The head of the school said that they all knew that there would be a leaders' meeting in their building tomorrow. The guys' faces changed, and Sohan added that all the elite of the Dark Path would gather there. The young man's eyes narrowed, and he said that they were definitely not coming here to negotiate. He poured the guys a drink and noted that there were only 6 warriors. Not enough, of course. The guys listened to the information very carefully. They frowned. Their faces turned blue. All those present were very serious, collected, and the information that Sohan voiced did not frighten them. The leader looked at his warrior again and noted that he could clearly see how excited they were. The men held their cups in front of them, and Sohan turned away to fill his own. He extended his hand and began to broadcast that, oddly enough, the heads of organizations would be present at the meeting of leaders, so it did not matter how many warriors came with him. The young man was silent for a moment and advised the boys to try not to die. These words upset the young people very much, and they became nervous again. The men were excited and a little scared. Some had beads of sweat on their faces, and their skin was red. He said that he, in turn, would take care of everything else that depended on him. Chu Sa-hyuk listened carefully to the chapter, and finally smiled timidly for the first time in the evening. The young people also realized that Sohan would not abandon them in the fight, so they calmed down a little. The boys agreed with the head of the school, and the young man raised the cup to his lips and drank the drink. The warriors followed the young man's example and also drank, and they did it in sync. The next day came and a huge number of people arrived at the building. They walked very slowly. There were a huge number of young people who were armed. All of them were collected and serious. In front of the building stood the heads of the different clans, and behind them their warriors, because they could take as many as they wanted. The first leader was very serious. He led the Solar Dragon Union. The second representative was very pumped up. He was the chairman of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan. The third representative was an elderly man with a gray hair and a long beard. He was the head of the Five Poisons clan. A focused, evil man with narrow eyes and a strange headdress was the head of the Dark Spirit clan. A tall, broad-shouldered, calm young man with a beard represented the Eagle clan. The representatives were talking among themselves about how everyone had already gathered and that they could enter the premises. The head of the Solar Dragon Union reminded that they had agreed that only 10 people from each organization could enter inside. The rest should remain outside. The man then asked if everything was okay and if any changes had been made. The chairman of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan confirmed that everything was fine. Then the head of the Sun Dragon Union, Lim Hasun, told the head of the Five Poisons to lead them into the building, and he agreed. The older man walked forward toward the steps, and the other leaders followed him. When they entered the room, they saw that Chu Sa-hyuk was there to meet them. The guy had been waiting for them for a long time. He bowed to the guests, greeted them, stated his name, and said that he was the captain of the Phantom Squad of the Dancing Crescent Sword School. The guy said that the meeting would take place on the second floor. Everything was already prepared, and a hall for 6 people was waiting for the guests. The clan leaders looked at the young man and thought that Sohan and his organization wanted them to leave their retinue below. And at this time, the young man said that he would accompany the guests to the room. He began to climb up to the second floor and told the people from the retinue of the leaders to wait below. When everyone went upstairs, Chu Sa-hyuk opened one of the doors and the heads gradually began to enter. They were all very surprised by what they saw. Some had anger in their eyes, while others had disappointment. What made them so angry? Because there was a large round table and 6 chairs in the room. One of the heads thought that the head was not in this room, and the other hoped that Sohan would be waiting for them here. Chu Sa-hyuk said that the heads should take their places, and he would go and bring the master. This phrase surprised the leaders, and one of them thought that Sohan was just about to be invited here. One of the people in the room thought that the guy decided to show up last in order to make an impression, and he outdid each of them. The chairman of the Solar Dragon Union was the most angry. He called the young man all sorts of names. The leader of the Five Poisons clan laughed cheerfully. He said that all this was very interesting and suggested that they sit down first. Without thinking twice, the gray-haired man followed his example to the table, and the others followed his example. A few minutes later, the heads were already at the table. They were silent, each thinking about his own. Sohan walked slowly down the steps, stopped at the door, and thanked everyone for coming. One of the clan leaders was very surprised. He could not understand whether it was really Jin Sohan in front of him. Another of those present was shocked, because he did not expect to see such a young man in front of him. The young man began to approach the table, stopped and looked at everyone present. He calmly introduced himself, said that his name was Jin Sohan. The guy was absolutely calm. The clan leaders looked at the guy, some with surprise, some with suspicion, and thought about how he dared to speak to them as equals. 6 pairs of eyes were directed at the young man, but he sat down on a chair and lowered his eyes. The men looked at the guy with an appraising glance, some with distrust. The Five Poison Clan's leader looked at the youth with a smile, while the leader of the Sun Dragon Alliance looked at him with caution. The guy looked straight ahead and didn't look away. He was thinking about something important to himself. The leader of the Five Poisons clan was already tired of the silence and turned to Sohan first. He said that he had killed the leader of the Western Dark Road and taken his place, and he congratulated the guy on this. The young man didn't think that people would talk about this, frowned, and noted that he wasn't proud of it. The elder said that all the lands of the previous owner were appropriated by Sohan, and he agreed. The Five Poisons clan's leader then asked the young man if he truly believed this. Sohana was stumped by this question. He thought about it, and there was a long pause. The leader of the Five Poisons clan told the boy that if he wanted to take over this land, he needed to be strong enough to rule it. He added that he knew that the Blood Whirlwind clan had been disbanded, and the young man confirmed this information. The leader of the Five Poisons clan said that the supply of Nepenfa, the herb of oblivion that the Vortex clan was in charge of, had now been suspended. The elder added that the Five Poisons clan was the largest buyer. Now they have lost their supplier. The man also added that Bloody Whirlwind bought poisons from them from time to time. Again, this is not good since they lost a customer. Sohan, remembering the words of the late leader of the Bloody Whirlwind that they had an antidote and his poison would not work on them, the guy realized who sold him the antidote. The leader of the Solar Dragon Union said that their organizations often competed with each other, but now they must unite into a single society for the common good. The leader of the Five Poisons clan said that he was leading to the fact that the Nepenfa market was empty and his organization could take it over. The elder looked attentively at the assembled people and asked what they could say about this. Sohan, I didn't expect at all that the conversation would go exactly in this vein, so I thought about the words of the head of the Five Poisons clan. The pause lasted for a long time. The young man took a deep breath and then exhaled. Then he asked if his interlocutor wanted to take over part of the street, and whether he had understood his words correctly. The Dark Spirit clan's leader slammed his fist on the table with all his might and shouted, "Who gave him the right to speak to his elders like that?" I liked the conversation in this vein, and Sohan asked what right the man was talking about. He then added that the Dark Spirit clan's leader had no right to teach him in any manner. Sohan said that it was enough to sit here and kick each other's ass and get down to business. The heads of all the clans looked at the young man. They were tense, but mentally prepared for such a conversation. The young man looked at them and said nothing. The pause lasted for some time. Since none of the clan leaders said a word, Sohan said that they were not at all brave guys, so he would start first. He folded his arms across his chest and said that there were only two possible outcomes, the first being that they all obey him. The clan's representatives didn't think the conversation would go this far, and the room became very quiet. Sohan was silent for a while and then voiced the second option. It was that if there was no submission, he would kill them. The heads did not like this option. The young man's eyes were shining. He looked calmly at the heads of the clans because they were not ready for such a conversation. The representatives of the clans were wary and frightened. Some of them frowned and thought about something. The leader of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan spoke first. He noted that it was like two chairs. Sohan said that the leaders could attack him all at once or one by one. The young man reported that according to the traditions of the Dark Path factions, the winner takes all, and the losers obey him. One of the heads of the clans began to talk about what if they all attacked Sohan together, but he did not finish speaking, because he interrupted them. The young man looked at them intently, and said that if they attacked in a crowd, he would kill them all. The clan heads frowned. They didn't like Sohan's words. They couldn't understand why the guy made such a decision. The room became very quiet. The young man felt relaxed, and the heads of the clans became thoughtful. Sohan was already quite fed up with this long pause. He lowered his head and began to be frank. He said that he really hoped that the heads would attack him all together. One of the clan leaders wondered where the young man got so much arrogance and self-confidence from. Another wondered if Sohan really expected to overcome all the chapters in one fell swoop. The leader of the North Wind Wolves swordsmen began to laugh very loudly, because the guy's proposal was ridiculous in his opinion. He stood up, leaned his hands on the table, and looked towards the young man, but did not look away. Sohan also looked at the head of the North Wind Wolf swordsman clan. He was ready to fight him. The clan leader took his huge sword in his hand. He probably hoped to scare the guy with it. And to make things even more intimidating, he hit the floor with his weapon with all his might. But this did not produce the expected effect. The boy said that he was the wolf swordsman and decided that he would fight Sohan one-on-one. The young man accepted the challenge, calmly stood up from his chair, and pushed it aside. Sohan turned towards the head of the wolf swordsman clan and invited him to come closer to him. And he walked towards the young man, who looked at Sohan with suspicion. The leader of the wolf swordsman clan furrowed his brows and forehead. His eyes were burning with the fire of hatred. He was very angry. The guy raised his weapon and began to attack the young man with all his might. He wanted to emerge victorious. Sohan did not stand still. He defended himself from the attackers and took out one of the daggers that was always with him. The leader of the wolf swordsman clan struck the young man with all his might with his weapon. But Sohan was not as simple as it might seem from the outside. Despite his youth, he fought off attacks perfectly. The heads of the other clans just watched everything tensely. They were also tense. The men watched the fight without blinking and did not utter a word. They waited for it to end. Sohan looked at his opponent and decided that it was time to switch from defense to attack. The young man used his skill to enchant his opponent's weapon. Sohan was as collected and serious as ever. The guy set a goal for himself to win. The guy attacked the attacker with all his might. He used 2 of his special daggers in the fight. The leader of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan defended himself as best he could from the massive attacks. He clenched his teeth, wrinkled his forehead with effort. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and thought about what it was. His sword became very heavy. He could barely hold it in his hands. The leader of the Wolf Swordsman clan thought about how the enemy was holding back his attacks with such a light weapon. The fight continued, and the young, huge, pumped-up man came to the conclusion that his opponent was much stronger than him. Sohan attacked the head of the Wolf Swordsman clan. He defended himself with all his might. It was very difficult for him. The 5 Poison clan leader, who was watching the battle, came to the conclusion that Wolf was being oppressed. The head of the Dark Spirit clan watched everything that was happening and thought that if the wolf couldn't handle it, then he certainly couldn't. After a moment, he thought that they had a chance to defeat Sohan while he was distracted by the swordsman. And the head of the Dark Spirit clan reached for his sword. He was very serious because he did not want to obey the young, still green man under any circumstances. He exchanged glances with the head of the 5 Poisons clan. The men understood each other without words, only by their eyes. At this time, the battle between Sohan and the head of the Wolf Swordsman clan continued. The swordsman was already barely breathing, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought that at this rate he definitely wouldn't last long. A great idea struck him. The guy decided that he needed to find the enemy's vulnerability, and this was a great chance. The leader of the Wolf Swordsman clan wrinkled his forehead and shouted furiously. Thus, he wanted to distract the enemy. But it was very difficult to surprise Sohan with such tricks. The guy held daggers in his hands and was unwavering. The leaders of the Swordsman Wolf clan, the 5 Poisons clan, and the Dark Spirit clan have planned something evil and insidious. Chairman Volkov Mechnikov used such a skill as an enhanced swing, although his strength was already running out. The Dark Spirit clan chief, who was the weakest among those present, used phantom threads. And the elder from the 5 Poisons clan used a skill called a poison volley. The heads of the 3 clans decided to secretly attack Sohan together, to catch him off guard. They were very much counting on the fact that such tactics would help them achieve victory. But Sohan was not a timid guy, and the guy not only guessed that he was being attacked by several heads of the clans. One of the men standing to the side looked at the attackers in surprise. He understood that the guys had fallen into a trap. The leaders of the Eagle clan and the Sun Dragon Alliance did not attack Sohan. They were tense and scared. Sohan managed not only to repel attacks and attack, but also to see where the other heads of the clans were. Literally a minute later, he used his skill and the head of the Wolf Swordsman clan was thrown to the side with all his might. The man clenched his teeth in pain, furrowed his brow, his face turned greenish, and beads of sweat appeared on his skin. But what he saw next shocked him. The boy's pupils became like dots in surprise. Sohan attacked the Dark Spirit clan's leader with all his might. His headdress and weapons were shattered into small pieces. The man was not prepared for such an attack. There were wounds on his face, and his eyes turned red due to the fact that the blood vessels in them burst. Sohan looked at the Dark Spirit clan leader with hatred because he attacked from behind. Just then, with renewed vigor, someone attacked the young man. This blow was also directed covertly. The 5 Spirits clan's leader, the one who attacked Sohan, was overjoyed as he thought that he had finally managed to hit the target. A small pool of blood dripped onto the floor near the young man's feet. Indeed, the old man had hit the guy. Sohan was wounded in the side, and a huge blood stain spread across his light-colored clothes. The leader of the Northwind Wolf Swordsman clan looked at everything that was happening with surprise. And the heads of the Eagle clan and the Solar Dragon Union were shocked by everything that was happening. And only the representative of the 5 Spirits clan laughed like a madman, drool flying from his mouth in all directions. After some time, he calmed down and told Sohan that he was really strong. But now he was poisoned by all his 5 poisons. The old man told the young man that he would not last long, and the boy did not feel very well. But the young man had no intention of giving up. As always, he had a backup plan of action. Sohan came to his senses a little and turned to those clan leaders who had not attacked him. The chairman of the Solar Dragon Union's face changed and turned crimson, and the head of the Eagle clan became very nervous. He frowned, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The young man approached them with a question about whether they had made a decision about them or were still thinking about it. The men were not prepared for such a question. They were surprised and frightened and did not answer it. Sohan stood with daggers in his hands. His eyes were burning with fire, and blood was flowing from the wounds. The young man looked terrifying. The clan heads came to the conclusion that the young man was testing them. It was important for him to know how they would behave. Just from these guesses, the head of the Eagle clan felt unwell. His face turned red, and he sweated profusely. The man fell to his knees and said that the Eagle clan pledged allegiance to Jin Sohan, the headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School. The leader of the Sun Dragon Union also knelt before the young man and said that he would also serve Sohan. He said that he asked for forgiveness for wanting to kill him. The leader of the Wolf Swordsman clan also bowed his head and said that he had lost, so he would serve him like everyone else. At this time, the leader of the Five Demon clan became very angry and spat out saliva. The elder reported that the young man was poisoned by his poisons, and hatred emanated from him. Sohan began to name the clans, namely the Eagle, the North Wind Swordswolves, the Union of the Sun Dragon. The men all looked at the young man and said that they were listening to him carefully. The young man ordered the 3 clan heads to kill the 5 Poisons clan head as quickly as possible. He was completely shocked and said that Sohan must have lost his mind from his potion. Then the leader of the 5 Poisons clan said that the other leaders would not follow the orders of a dying man. But all the heads of the clans said that they would immediately begin to carry out the master's order. This reaction of the clan leaders greatly surprised the chairman of the 5 Poisons clan. The men all began to attack the elder. He was not prepared for things to go so far. The elderly leader shouted that he had the strength to finally pull himself together, because Sohan would soon die. But his request had the exact opposite effect on the leaders. They began to draw their swords. The 5 Poison clan's leader called the attackers feeble-minded idiots, but they only saw the target in front of them. The men walked towards the old man. They drew their swords and were ready to carry out the order as quickly as possible. He blushed in horror, broke out in sweat, wrinkled his forehead and thought about how everything had led to this. And Sohan stood to the side and watched everything that was happening with a satisfied expression on his face. The leader of the 5 Poisons asked if the guys had gone crazy, because Sohan was poisoned by 5 poisons and would die very soon without an antidote. The chairman of the Solar Dragon Union thought that it was possible, but there were serious doubts. The man knew perfectly well that a poisoned person could not look so terrifying. Lim Hasoon thought that Sohan looked most like a demon who was about to devour them. The leader of the Sun Dragon Alliance checked the sharpness of the sword blade. He was ready to carry out Sohan's order. The head of the Orlov clan also followed his example. He understood perfectly well the task that was set before them. The leader of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan also gathered his strength and prepared for battle. They began to attack one. The head of the 5 Poisons clan realized that he still had not managed to persuade the men. At the very last moment, he jumped away from the weapon that was pointed at him and began to use his strength. The elderly man defended himself as best he could, and his opponents attacked him with all their might. The sound of weapons striking and whistling could be heard in the room. They were already near the head of the 5 Poisons clan, but he was defending himself. Then the leader of Klava Volkov's swordsmen suddenly began to attack him, and the blow made the grandfather cough. But he didn't stop defending himself. He understood perfectly well that there were 3 opponents, and they were younger than him. The leader of the Sun Dragon Alliance, Lim Hasoon, actively attacked the leader of the 5 Poisons clan. The head of the Eagle clan did not retreat. They wanted this battle to end as soon as possible. The old man defended himself from the attacks. When he felt that he had no more strength, he shouted for the men to stop. He called them different names, but they all became suddenly deaf. The men all attacked the head of the 5 Poisons clan. Lim Hasoon looked at his old opponent and thought that he was an old idiot who didn't understand what was happening now. He looked at Sohan and understood perfectly well that the young man was not poisoned. He was thus testing their abilities. The leader of the Solar Dragon Union understood that they needed to prove their usefulness to the guy with all their might. And if they don't do this, if they don't follow the order, then the only thing that awaits them is death. Lim Hasoon understood perfectly well that Sohan knew that he had sent assassins to him, but he really wanted to survive, so he needed to kill the head of the 5 Poisons clan with his own hands. This is why the man went into battle so actively. He simply had no other way out of the situation. Lim Hasoon used the finishing blow of the Sun Dragon. This was his unique skill. The 5 Poison clan's leader didn't expect such an onslaught. He defended himself so much that beads of sweat appeared on his face. He cursed and defended himself as best he could, but it didn't help him. His hand flew to the side. The old man screamed in pain and resentment. His face turned burgundy. He clenched his teeth, and blood flowed like a fountain from the huge wound. The 5 Poison Clan's leader gritted his teeth. Not only was he in great pain, but he was also upset, and they continued to attack him. The head of the Eagle Clan was attacking him, and the head of the Wolf Swords Clan was rushing to his aid. The men simultaneously thrust their swords into the head of the 5 Poisons Clan, who had already stopped defending himself, as his strength had left him. The old man screamed with all his might. Blood flowed from his mouth like a fountain, and blood vessels burst in his eyes. Lim Hasun did not give the 5 Poisons Clan representative a chance to recover, and began to attack him again. And one more blow, and the head of the elderly leader flew off to the side at great speed. The blow was so strong that the head bounced around the floor of the room like a bouncy ball and fell into the far corner. The body of the old clan leader fell at the men's feet, and they finally lowered their weapons, as they had carried out the order. Sohan, who had been watching the fight from the very beginning, was absolutely calm, and not a single muscle on his face moved. The men lowered their weapons and all together approached the young man and bowed to him. Lim Hasun, the leader of the Sun Dragon Alliance, said that he killed the leader of the 5 Poisons Clan as the master ordered. The young man looked calmly at the man but said nothing. The pause dragged on for some time. Sohan called the head of the Solar Dragon Union, then took a few steps forward and replied that he was ready to listen to him. The young man told him that he was the one who was supposed to die at this meeting. Sohan looked at everyone in the room and said that he was sure that everyone knew why this had to happen. The face of the Sun Dragon Union leader changed. He frowned, his pupils became like dots, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He knelt down and said that he knew very well what was going to happen, so he asked Sohan to forgive him again. The young man was very serious and said that Lim Hasun would remain alive, but he would keep an eye on him. The Sun Dragon Clan's leader bowed to the floor and was delighted with his master's decision. The young man then turned to the leaders of the Eagle and North Wind Wolf Swordsman clans. They stepped forward, bowed, and pretended to be ready to listen to the master. Sohana ordered everyone to call back their boys who were downstairs and invited them all to have a drink with him. They folded their hands in a gesture of gratitude and said that all orders would be carried out. The young man ordered the clan leaders to follow him. The guys looked at him in surprise. They said that they would obey him, but the leader of the Solar Dragon Union was very nervous, and beads of sweat appeared on his face as he continued to kneel. Sohan called his name. The man looked at the young man warily. The boy told the head of the Solar Dragon Union, Lim Hasun, that this also concerned him. He rose from his knees, bowed in a grateful pose, and once again thanked Mr. Sohan. Evening came. 4 young men were sitting at the table. 3 of them were very drunk. Sohan sat with a bowl containing a drink and looked at the guys. He was thinking about something. The young man thought that they had submitted to him, but unlike the Ghost Sword Clan, they had done so through force. He looked ahead and thought about what he should do, kill them or subdue them. He didn't know what to choose. The men fell asleep right at the table. They were an excellent target for reprisal. The young man drank from the bowl and thought that he would grant the heads of the clans mercy, but that was for now. The leaders of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman Clan and the Sun Dragon Alliance woke up. Sohan looked at the men and asked with surprise if they were awake. One of the clan leaders had a look of surprise on his face. He frowned, narrowed his eyes, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The head of the union felt uneasy. He frowned and thought about something. The man looked scared. Sohan poured himself a drink from the jug with an unperturbed look. He was not surprised at all. The Sun Dragon Alliance leader scratched his head and thought about how long he had slept, then wondered if the other leaders had slept. Suddenly beads of sweat appeared on his face, and a revelation came to him. He thought that poison had been added to their drink. The leader of the Wolf Swordsman clan thought that they were poisoned while they were sleeping. He was very scared. Sohan said that the boys were sleeping very soundly, so he didn't want to wake them up. Lim Hasun stuttered as he asked the master for forgiveness, and then thought about what would happen if Sohan decided to kill them in their sleep. The head of the Wolf Swordsman clan was thinking the same thing. The guy understood that they would die without even knowing how they would accept death. Sohan sat calmly in front of the young people, drinking alcohol and thinking about something of his own. The clan's leaders broke out in sweat. Their faces were covered in droplets and had also acquired a bluish-purple hue. As the head of the Eagle clan began to wake up, He muttered something under his breath in his sleep. He finally woke up and his face instantly changed. The man apologized and said that he accidentally fell asleep. Sohan told the Eagle Clan leader not to worry about it, and then thought that they already understood everything. The young people felt very awkward. They were silent. The pause dragged on for some time, and Sohan thought that at any moment he could take their lives. But the young man asked the guys where they had left off. He turned to the solar dragon and asked what he wanted to tell him. Lim Hasun became very nervous. He began to sweat again and stutter. He said that he remembered, and Sohan looked closely at the man, who said that he wanted to tell about the survivor from the Crescent Moon School. Now it was time for the master to be surprised. He asked again who the head of the Solar Dragon Union was going to tell him about. The man continued. He said that the girl was a martial arts master of the lowest rank, which is why few people knew about her. She was taken as a student by the great demoness. Sohan interrupted the man and asked again who had taken the girl, whether she was really the great demoness and what her name was. Lim Hasun's face turned crimson. He was very nervous, and then said that apparently the demoness used a pseudonym, but it also flew out of the man's head. Sohan thought about the information he received from the head of the Sun Dragon Union, and the room became very quiet. The gentleman asked Lim Hasun if he expected Sohan to fight the great demoness when he provided this information. The man said that he hadn't thought about it, but had simply heard that the master was looking for the school members who had managed to escape. But if Sohan decided to fight, he would support him in the battle. The young man thought about something and then asked Lim Hasun if he knew where the demoness was now. The leader of the Sun Dragon Alliance said that he would order his servants to search for her, and the leader of the Wolf Clan said that there had been rumors before that she was in the territory of the Chungan dark faction. Sohan said that the great demon takes only beautiful girls as students, and they must be virgins. The guy added that there are rumors that she kills those who lose their virginity. There is no idea about her, except for her high standards of beauty. Sohan informed that as for who she spares or kills, even if they are divinely beautiful, he can still kill them. The guy looked at his interlocutors and added that the demoness could kill for rudeness. No one and nothing limits her. The clan heads thought very hard about the information they heard and understood why she was a demon, and also crazy. Sohan said that despite the fact that she is completely insane, she is called the Great Demoness because she is very strong, and then added that they will stop calling her that in the near future. The clan heads listened to the master very carefully and agreed with his words. Sohan slammed his fist on the table and thought about how the girls were simply called students, but the demoness didn't teach them how to fight, but rather nurtured their energy and then absorbed it. The young man came to the conclusion that he had to save the girl regardless of whether he knew her or not. The next day, the young man gathered his warriors and Chusa Hyuk early in the morning. He immediately asked the guys what they thought about yesterday's clan leaders. The young people's faces suddenly changed. They became serious and silent, as if they had water in their mouths. Having heard no answer to his question, Sohan asked if they understood why it was so important to become stronger and not to become discouraged. The young man said that the dark factions are not only focusing on their abilities, but also on interactions with each other. Sohan said that he had another role in store for his wards, and they immediately agreed with their master. The young man added that the warriors obey only him, not the leaders, and it is important to respect them. While the clan leaders hold their positions, their subordinates must remember this no matter what they do. The young men led by Captain Chu Sa-hyuk agreed with Sohan's words. The master then informed his subordinates that he was going to meet with the demoness. Having heard this information, the guys were very surprised. One of the warriors opened his mouth in bewilderment. Chu Sa-hyuk asked again which demoness Sohan meant. The one from the 4 great demons. Sohan calmly looked at his charges and confirmed the young man's guess. Chu Sa-hyuk and the other warriors were even more surprised. Their mouths dropped open, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces from worry. The young man looked at his charges. He didn't like their reaction and asked what had happened. Chu Sa-hyuk said that he was very worried. He noted that he had no doubts about Sohan, but the 4 great demons were elusive. Even the pure factions could not catch them. This information did not affect the young man in any way, and he calmly reported that the 4 great demons were exactly like that. The guy's face changed, and he noted that this name would very soon change to the 3 great demons. Sohan was sitting in the Plum Pavilion, which was located on the azure coast of the Chungan faction. He sat at a table, drank a drink, looked around and thought about something, although he looked quite calm. The boy remembered how Su Sa-hyuk had told him that the great demoness had been seen in the territory of the Chungan unorthodox faction, which he had read in the message from the head of the Sun Dragon. Sohan thought about how he had been here for a whole month but could not find her, and he also became curious about who she was taking as a student. He thought that according to his teacher, the great demoness absorbed the life energy of her students to prolong her youth and become stronger, so he had to quickly save the girls. A stranger approached the young man and asked him what he was doing there alone. Without waiting for an answer, she invited the guy to have a drink with her, but he acted as if she was not talking to him. He then told the girl to get lost. She was not ready for such rudeness. The young man was very angry and told the girl to leave in a rather rude manner. The guy was sitting at a table, looking at the calm sea, and the girl was looking at him in bewilderment. She felt very offended and began to leave with the thought that the young man was rude. And Sohan, who remained sitting at the table, began to boil. He thought that all this was really irritating him. Not far from his table sat two girls. They were sisters. The beauties were resting. One of them said that the guy again rejected another girl who paid attention to him, and there were so many of them. The older sister tells the younger one not to bother herself with such nonsense, but to just enjoy the drinks. She replied that she really wanted to do it, but she couldn't take her eyes off the guy. She asked her sister if the guy was really good-looking, and the older sister answered in the affirmative. One of the sisters became cheerful and laughed cheerfully, and told her interlocutor that she was right. The eldest sister drank the drink and smiled in response. The girls were having a lot of fun. Then the elder sister looked at the bottom of the bowl, became very serious, and thought about something. After some time, she brought the cup to her lips and drank the drink. The girl closed her eyes in pleasure. The younger sister, who was watching all this, said that her sister was behaving differently today and asked what happened. She added that her sister suddenly said she didn't want to go back and was drinking so much, despite the teacher telling her never to try alcohol. The girl seemed not to hear her interlocutor. She was thinking about something of her own, and the pause dragged on for a while. After some time, she called her younger sister. She was very upset. She looked at her older sister with bewilderment and was ready to listen to her attentively. She asked whether the girl had seen her other older sisters die. The little girl said no, but the teacher said that they were taken by the demon of lust, one of the 4 great demons, or killed by the pure ones. The interlocutor agreed with these words and confirmed that this is exactly what the teacher said. The girl added that the truth is that they never saw their elders die. The beauty thought that it was possible that the teacher herself was killing them. Another older girl joined the girls and finally found the other 2. The newly arrived girl looked around and saw a young man, and the dark-eyed girl asked her if she was the second student of their master. The youngest of the girls stood up and said that she was expressing her respect to the eldest of the sisters. She told the dark-haired girl that her teacher had been looking for her for a long time, so she should hurry. The beauty replied that she would come, but only after she had finished drinking, and raised the vessel upwards, and invited her interlocutor to also take a glass. The green-eyed girl said that her sister should hurry up because the teacher was furious. The girl listened attentively to these words and with all her might put the vessel on the table. Almost all of its contents spilled out. The dark-eyed beauty asked if her sister had heard and ordered her to drink the good way or the bad way. She thought that she needed to drink anyway. Her eyes became huge with fear. The newly arrived girl took a deep breath, then exhaled and thought about something. The younger of the girls invited her to sit next to them, and the dark-eyed one noted that this should have been done from the very beginning. One of the girls told the other that she couldn't get along with her, and it was most likely because she was found in some seedy sect. The girl told her younger sister to listen to how the elder one expressed herself, and Sohan watched everything that was happening. He looked at the girls and thought about which particular sect one of them had called shabby. The younger one told the dark-eyed sister that the second older sister's face always expressed the same thing. Sohan approached the table and asked if he could join the ladies. The girls did not expect the young man to approach them, and the awkward pause dragged on. The dark-eyed woman asked what kind of banal question this was and whether the young man was ashamed. And the youngest, although no one asked her to say anything, said that the teacher told them not to communicate with men. The green-eyed older sister was silent. She did not utter a word, as if she was enchanted. Sohan thought that he came to them because he became interested in the seedy sect that is the union of the solar dragon, but their master told him not to communicate with men. The young man came to the conclusion that the girls were the great demon's disciples. He looked at them and thought that the girls looked quite young. He looked at the green-eyed one and wondered if she was the one who was taken from the dancing sword school when he was kidnapped. The man realized that it didn't matter and had to save the girl, and the dark-eyed girl asked if she thought the guy was interested in the second older sister. She invited the young man to sit down, and the green-eyed girl became very angry. The guy, without thinking twice, sat down at the table, looked at the girls, and said that the drinks were on him. The dark-eyed beauty looked at the young man and said that she could take care of herself. The guy smiled and told the girl that he would let her court him. She said with a haughty smile that this would not do, and the younger sister thought with jealousy about what she really wanted. The dark-eyed girl asked the guy who they were acting like this. Despite knowing who they were, he replied that he was here for the woman. The interlocutor became very angry. She thought that the guy took them for girls of easy virtue. Sohan looked at the girl in surprise and said that he didn't mean that. He was looking for the girl that the Sun Dragon Union disguised as a man. The green-eyed beauty, who had been listening very attentively to the conversation, was very surprised. The dark-eyed girl saw this reaction and asked with bewilderment whether she knew the guy or not, and Sohan thought that he was right about her. The guy said that he was from the Dancing Crescent Sword School. His name was Sleepyhead. He turned to the green-eyed girl and asked if she remembered that name. At the beauty's, so the huge eyes became very big, she frowned and opened her mouth in surprise. Then the girl asked if he really was Sleepyhead, and the guy just smiled at her in response. The guy smiled at the girl and said that he was Sleepyhead, then asked her name. The beauty told the young man that her name was Damn Wool, a name that translates as moon. The young man was very surprised, because he did not remember the schoolgirls with that name. The girl said that she came to the dancing sword school after the guy had disappeared, and he told her about Zason C. Wool, who took care of her. Damn Wool said that he constantly remembered Sohan and talked about wanting to see the guy. The young man remembered C. Wool, repeated the name after the girl, and he felt very good from those memories. The guy said that if C. Wool cared about the girl, then in that case she was his friend. She was very surprised. Her eyes became very huge from surprise. She was in shock since they had just met. The girl tilted her head and thought that Sohan really was as he was described at school. Damn Wool laughed with tears in her eyes and thanked the boy for calling her his friend. The youngest sister told the first sister that the second sister was crying, and the latter opened her eyes wide in surprise. Sohan told Damn Wool that she needed to leave now, but the girl said that if the lady found out about this, the guy would be in trouble. The girl looked at everyone who had gathered at the table and turned to the first sister. The beauty looked closely at Damn Wool and asked what the girl wanted from her. She asked, as a younger sister, not to tell the lady about what happened here. The dark-eyed girl was very surprised. She thought that this Snow Queen was now asking her for a favor. The girl was so surprised that she didn't know what to answer, so the pause dragged on. The dark-eyed beauty lowered her head, took a deep breath in and out, and then announced that she would not tell the mistress anything. Sohan asked if it was true that their mistress was none other than the great demoness. The girls looked at him with fear and surprise, and he said that Damn Wool's cultivation technique should be the art of the golden mystical jade. The boy continued that their mistress had said that only virgin girls could accumulate internal energy through the true mystical art of purification. The young man asked if he was right, and the youngest sister asked how he knew about it. Sohan continued to say that they most likely don't know that the great demoness absorbs the energies of virgin girls. The girls were very surprised when they heard these words. Their eyes became very big. The young man said that their mistress was not only absorbing their internal energy, but also the main and originally this technique was called the true demonic art of purification. The younger sister's eyes became even bigger. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. She said that it was impossible, and why did the mistress need it? The older sisters frowned, lowered their heads and thought about something. The pause dragged on for a while. The younger sister asked the first sister to say something because she believed that the guy was slandering the lady. The dark-eyed girl lowered her head, frowned, but did not answer a word to the youngest question. She asked Damn Wool why she wasn't surprised, then asked if she knew about it. She lowered her head, began to cry, and replied that she was not entirely surprised, but she did not know the details. Damn Wool said that she kept thinking about why the lady doesn't age. It's all very strange. The younger sister asked what Damn Wool meant, then asked if the second older sister wanted to say that the boy was not telling the truth. She lowered her head, frowned, clenched her hands into fists with all her might, but did not utter a word. Then from the darkness, a pleasant female voice was heard calling the students. The girls were very scared, their eyes became very big, and Duel said that their mistress was here and asked the guy to hide. The young man lowered his head and thought about something. The pause lasted for some time. The dark-eyed sister told him to listen to Duel, because if he delayed even for a moment, he would lose his life. The young man, without saying a word, picked up the vessel containing the alcoholic drink. He began to casually pour alcohol into the cup. The guy was absolutely calm. Duel became very nervous. She frowned, her eyes became big, and beads of sweat appeared on her face. She said that now was not the time to drink wine. But the young man behaved as if he was not being addressed, and calmly brought the vessel to his mouth. It was already very late, as the lady slowly entered the room where her students were. It was the great demoness, one of the 4 great demons. She was very serious. Sohan, who continued to sit at the table, thought that surprisingly she came here in person. The girls immediately fell to their knees, bowed, and expressed their respect to the lady. The great demoness, when she saw her students in this establishment, was very surprised. She looked at everyone present, saw a young man, and asked what was going on here. The dark-haired girl said that the guy suddenly wanted to join them and brought alcohol. The girl said they told him to leave. Then she asked the lady to ignore him. The great demoness calmly listened to the words of her students and smiled a haughty smile. Then she said, "Just think, he wants to drink with her students," and then calmly ordered to kill the guy. The girls sat with their heads down. After this order, their faces turned red. They were very scared. And the dark-eyed one began to say that the guy was one of the Chungan Dark Path faction, so killing him would be reckless. The great demoness calmly looked ahead and declared that it would not be rash. The dark-eyed beauty bowed to her mistress again and said that her mistress was right. The great demoness looked at the girl and asked if she thought she had become insolent in recent days, which happens when people learn the mystical arts. The dark-eyed girl was very surprised that the teacher noticed a change in her mood. The lady said that it was time to find out what she had achieved, and someone from the Chungan faction would be perfect, so she ordered the guy to be killed in order to cleanse her heart, and she would forgive her. The girl said that she could not believe that a teacher would so easily order a student to kill an innocent person, and the demoness was only surprised. The young man heard this entire conversation perfectly well, but not a single muscle moved on his face. He continued pouring alcohol into his cup and drinking, and Duel watched all this and thought about what he was doing. The great demoness began to observe the young man. He became very interesting to her. She came closer and asked the guy if he knew who she was, but he continued drinking. The young man placed the empty vessel on the table with a loud bang, but did not answer the great demoness's question. Then the guy angrily told the demon to move away because she smelled so bad that he couldn't drink properly. The great demoness looked at the young man with hatred. She definitely didn't expect such a reaction. The girls bowed their heads even lower, as they knew very well the capricious nature of their mistress. The demoness began to laugh furiously, removed the veil from her face, and called the guy crazy. All these insults had no effect on the guy at all. He was very calm. The demoness stood before the young man and asked how she could best finish him off in order to calm her anger. She looked at the guy and thought that she knew men like him. They reacted the same way to the very moment of death when they saw her face. The great demoness's pupils narrowed, and she thought that the boy didn't even know how he would die. At this time, the young man began to calmly examine her very closely. A haughty smile appeared on his face, and he told the demoness to put her veil back on. He was silent for a moment, and then asked if she had heard him tell her to get lost. The demoness became very angry, pressed her lips together in anger, and furrowed her brow very deeply. She was so angry that she began to attack the young man. The demoness was very irritated. And the young man calmly watched her. She didn't frighten him at all. The guy raised his hand up and effortlessly held back the attacks of the enraged great demon. The young man and the demoness met in a duel, each of them confident of their superiority. The great demoness was indeed very strong, but the guy actively defended himself. She looked at her opponent with hatred and could not understand why she had not managed to attack him the first time. The great demoness took out a long whip and with all her strength and anger struck it on the floor. The young man barely managed to dodge her, but he succeeded, and he was very happy about it. The demoness struck the floor with her whip, almost touching the guy, and he dodged her at the very last moment. The guy flew over the bar. The girls who were watching everything that was happening were very surprised. The great demoness said that it was not bad and asked why he decided to get close to her students, and also asked where the guy was from. The young man did not answer a single question that the demoness asked him, but only reached for his weapon. And with 2 daggers now, the guy began to attack. He was determined only to win. And the demoness, who saw all this, was very surprised. She was not prepared for such a development of events. Her pupils narrowed, and the great demoness asked the young man what kind of weapon he had, and if it was moonblades by any chance. The guy stood calmly and showed off his weapon, his face showing no emotion. The demoness asked if the young man was a disciple of the poison demon, and he only chuckled. The girls who stood to the side thought that the poison demon was one of the 4 demons, just like their mistress. Duel looked at the young man and couldn't believe that Sohan was the poison demon's disciple. The demoness smiled and said that she was wondering where that old man had disappeared to, and he was training his successor. And she said, she called the poison demon and said that it was low of him to send this boy to her. She ordered him to come out immediately. The young man openly mocked the great demoness and told her that the poison demon was not here. She asked why the guy was behaving so provocatively if his master wasn't even around. The young man continued to mock and said that all this had nothing to do with the matter. The guy's eyes lit up. He continued to smile and said that he didn't need his teacher. The young man could deal with her on his own. All these words made the great demoness very angry. She wrinkled her forehead in anger. She began to hit with a whip everything she saw and didn't see, and called the guy an impudent creature. The great demoness seemed to have gone crazy. She destroyed everything in her path. The guy barely dodged her. She didn't even touch the young man, didn't touch him with the whip. This made her very angry. The great demoness began to whip everything she saw again, and almost destroyed the bar. But the young man, despite this, was safe and sound. He defended himself perfectly from the attacks. The guy landed neatly near the destroyed bar. That's how he used his skills. But he did not remain in proud solitude for long. After some time, the great demon came to him. She held the whip tightly in her hands and thought that the old snake, namely the poisonous demon, could hide anywhere. The great demoness also thought that she should first of all drive this little rat into a corner, and he himself will appear before her. She began to hit him with the whip again with all her might and shouted at the guy that she would see how long he could last. The young man was extremely collected and serious. He knew how to defend himself, and the demoness thought that the guy was trying to close the distance so that it would be difficult for her to use the whip. She was sure that he would not succeed. She began to attack again, this time even more actively than before. Sohan defended himself, gritting his teeth, but this time the whip touched him a little. The guy frowned. The wounds bothered him a little. The young man had no intention of stopping fighting. He actively defended himself against the demoness's tricks. The boy used his power to distance himself from the great demoness and gain some strength. He took his weapon and ran it across the cobblestones. It cut through him like a knife through butter. The young man decided to take a little rest and analyze himself, to think about how to fight further. The great demoness was nearby. She thought that her opponent was a fool, since he attacked her recklessly. Perhaps he was a disciple of the poison demon, but he was still just a child. She began to attack again with her very long whip, and the young man dodged it as best he could, and the demoness was very pleased. She thought that just a little bit more and victory would be in her pocket. But Sohan was not a simple opponent either. He dodged the whip as best he could and put up a kind of defense against it. He not only watched as the demoness attacked him, but also calculated his next steps. The guy dodged the whip, but it was actively destroying everything in its path. Pieces of the paving stones were torn off and flying up. The whip struck the young man with all its force. The wound, although not very large, was deep. The demoness realized that she was able to wound the enemy, became very happy, and began to use the whip more actively. The attacks were so powerful, strong, and frequent that the young man fought them off near him. The whip struck him on the arm with all its force. The wound was deep and blood was oozing out of it, but the guy continued to hold the weapon. The attack left the young man with a wound on his chest. It was large, bleeding heavily and causing discomfort. The guy also had wounds on his head and face. He was groaning in pain, frowning, but was not going to give up. He understood perfectly well that it was worth attacking the demoness, and also continued to be a whip, and thought that the enemy was madly attacking her. She furrowed her brow and thought about how the young man needed to close the distance, which would allow him to use the poison. The demoness struck the whip with all her might again, and thought that she would definitely not allow such a development of events. She had her own fighting tactics, and the demoness used her special powers. Suddenly, Everything was covered in thick, gray burgundy smoke, making it impossible to see anything through it. The girls, the great demoness's students who continued to watch all this, were horrified. The demoness's eyes narrowed. She really hoped that her tactics had worked. Sohan leaned against the wall. He was very badly wounded, but he did not let go of the weapon, and the demoness thought that he still had enough strength to stand on his feet. She looked at the guy with a smirk and mockingly said that he was holding up very well. The young man frowned, raised his head to look at her, and thought that now he knew how powerful demons were. The demoness stood there, and Sohan thought that not only was she not allowing him to get closer, but she was also not allowing him to use poisons. But this didn't stop the guy. He was actively thinking about something, and came to the conclusion that fighting such an opponent was a lot of fun. The demoness stood opposite, looked at the young man and thought about why he was grinning. She decided that he was really crazy, just like his crazy old man, the teacher. She was very angry, and the demoness's eyes lit up with red fire from anger. The great demoness came to the conclusion that the attacks should be made more difficult, and huge thorns appeared on the whip. She made a decision for herself that she would not hold herself back from now on, but would do everything to end all of this as quickly as possible. The young man was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. He defended himself from the attack as best he could. But the whip hit him with all its force on the body, and the moment came when the young man became confused. But the guy had no choice, because he himself really wanted to defeat the great demon, so he defended himself as best he could. And the demoness felt very good. She actively attacked the guy. The whip became longer and longer. The blows of the whip not only reached the young man, but also destroyed everything in their path, and the girl was already anticipating victory. Literally a few minutes later, the whip began to twist around the pole that was installed on the building. The great demoness could not understand what was happening. She frowned and became very angry. The young man thus began to attack his competitor. He used his special skills. The guy studied the demoness and built a strategy in his mind on how he should act next. A huge gray-red cloud of dust and dirt appeared on the battlefield again. It was impossible to see anything. The dark-eyed girl and her younger sister opened their eyes wide in surprise. Dame Vol, who was very actively watching everything that was happening, frowned. Her eyes became very big, and the girl called out to Sleepyhead very loudly. And the smoke thickened, became darker and darker, and absolutely nothing could be seen through it. The great demoness happily said that the poison demon had put a lot of effort into training the boy, but it was all in vain. But after a while she saw purple rays that broke through the gray clouds. The demoness was very surprised. She frowned. Her pupils became like dots, and she realized that poisonous energy had been used. She was heading straight towards the great demon, and the latter defended herself from her as best she could, with all her strength. The girl was unable to stand still. Some unknown force threw her aside. She could barely hold the whip in her hands. She wrinkled her nose and forehead, coughed, and wondered if such a powerful, poisonous energy could really be controlled by a young man. A purple glow and a guy's figure were scattered through the dark clouds. He was heading towards the girl. The young man emerged from the cloud of dust and dirt and looked at the great demoness, his eyes glowing with hatred. She was very surprised when she saw the guy. She frowned, and her pupils became like dots. Sohan was very angry. He exuded coldness and hatred. It was immediately clear that he wanted to end everything as quickly as possible. The great demoness watched everything that was happening carefully and thought that the enemy was approaching her very quickly. The guy was very serious, collected. He held the weapon firmly in his hands. He set a goal for himself. The young man waved his unusual swords very actively. He was ready to attack. The great demon didn't like what was happening. She gritted her teeth and wheezed. She was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. Without thinking twice, she used her special skill called the spinning whip. But the great demoness continued to wheeze. Beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she wrinkled her forehead in bewilderment. Her health deteriorated greatly. The demoness watched as the guy directed a purple beam at her, from which she jumped back at the last moment. Instead of the demoness, he destroyed the building that was right behind her. If she hadn't been so clever, everything could have ended much worse. She furrowed her brow, clenched her teeth and could not find the words, only asking how the enemy could hide his true strength. The young man didn't say a single word in response. He just laughed at her. After a few seconds, he became very serious because he had not given up hope for a quick victory. The great demoness stood in front of her opponent, very devastated, and told him that he was a bastard. She probably forgot that she herself ordered the students to kill the guy. She didn't have any, and she used her whip again. The young man already knew all the subtleties of the demon's fight, so he actively defended himself from the attack. She winced with anger. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. She thought that the enemy was very fast. Emotions of fear and horror appeared on her face, but despite this, she began to laugh like a mad woman. The great demoness used her blow again, causing the paving stones to fly off. Then the place where the young man had been was again covered in dust and dirt of a grayish-burgundy color. Nothing could be seen through the huge cloud, and the demoness sat down next to it in a strange pose. Not even a few minutes passed before the dust cloud began to disperse and a guy appeared from it. He was very angry. The young man had blood dripping from his wounds, but he did not pay attention to it, and only told the demoness that he would present her sinful body. Then the young man frowned, smiled sarcastically, and said that he would give such a wonderful gift to his teacher for experiments. The great demoness was just not ready for such a statement. Horror and fear could be seen in her eyes. She thought about how the enemy wanted her to be a poison demon lab rat, and why he was so confident in his powers, since he was wounded after all. The demoness thought about whether she was already poisoned, but decided that she was not, since she blocked the poison with a whip. She couldn't understand anything, so she hit him with the whip with all her might, screamed at the young man to shut up. The whip didn't touch the guy, but wrapped around his sword, thus blocking it. The young man looked at what had happened, and an interesting idea came into his head. The great demoness looked at the enemy and was glad. She understood that the guy would not be able to use one sword. Therefore, the demoness began to pull the whip towards herself, along with the weapon that the young man was holding on to. The great demoness pulled the enemy with all her might, as she understood perfectly well that this was her great chance. She was very upset and screamed at the top of her lungs that she would tear the guy to pieces. The young man looked at how angry she was and laughed cheerfully, because the demoness looked so helpless. At one point, the young man just took and released his favorite weapon from his hand. But it did not fall to the ground. The blades were wrapped with a whip very tightly and were approaching the demon. She was very surprised when she saw a weapon at the end of the whip and thought that the guy had lowered his sword. The great demoness was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. She was surprised and shocked. Her head was spinning. Sohan took advantage of this confusion and began to approach the girl very easily and silently. The great demoness came to her senses at the last moment. Her eyes became huge with horror. Beads of sweat appeared on her skin. The young man was very collected and serious. He knew how he needed to act and applied his powers. The great demoness was confused and very angry. She fought off the attacks with the last of her strength. The young man did not think of stopping halfway. He decided to end it all as quickly as possible. Sohan used his best skills and also sprayed poison, because he finally managed to get close to the demoness. Then the young man extended his hand forward. He was very serious and collected. The girl looked at him with horror, her eyes wide open and her pupils like dots. The guy grabbed the great demoness by the neck and squeezed very hard. She didn't make a sound. A satisfied smile appeared on the young man's face. He was glad that she had finally been caught. The great demoness's eyes became huge. The blood vessels in them burst. She could not understand how she fell for this trick. The young man squeezed the demoness's neck more and more tightly, and she wheezed from helplessness. Sohan said that from now on there are only 3 great demons. The great demoness, with her last strength, asked the boy to stop. But he didn't even think of doing this. He continued to strangle her with all his strength. She clenched her teeth and her eyes turned red from the strain. Gradually, the great demoness's body stopped resisting, her arms hanging like whips. The demoness's days were numbered. She was like a rag in the hands of a young man. The dark-eyed older sister and the younger one opened their eyes and mouths wide in surprise. Dame Vol, who was standing a little to the side, was also in shock. The girls were not prepared for this particular turn of events. The young man released his hand after a few seconds, and the body of the once great demoness fell to the ground. The fight was very difficult, hard, but the guy was able to defeat the one who had recently ordered him to be killed. The young man stood tired but contented under the moonlight, finally fulfilling the promise he had made to himself. The leader of the Jungan faction, Guo Segek, asked in surprise whether the great demoness had really lost to the demon of lust. His assistant confirmed these words. He was very scared and disappointed. He then added that there were rumors that the great demoness had died last night. The leader of the Chang'an faction, Guo Segek, asked in surprise why the demon of lust needed to do this. The assistant told her that there were rumors that the demon came to her students with alcohol, and she caught him when she was looking for the students. And that's how the battle started. Go Segek looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was sure that it was indeed the demon of lust. The guy said that he was sure of it, and it was all very logical, because only he could cope with her, and the students of the great demoness are famous for their beauty. Then the young man said that the demon of lust did not touch the girls. They followed him of their own free will. Chungan faction chief Go Segek asked again whether it was true that the demon of lust had killed the demoness. His assistant replied that it was all true. He added that the demoness was killed by a young guy. Apparently, the demon of lust changed his appearance. Otherwise, it can't be explained. And Go Segek said that there were 4 demons, and as soon as he relaxed, everything changed. Then asked how they dared to cause confusion in his faction. Meanwhile, in the building where the Dancing Sword Crescent School was located, Sohan and the girls were eating. The young man took a vessel with an alcoholic drink and began to pour it into his cup. He didn't offer alcohol to anyone else, but wordlessly raised the cup to his mouth and wanted to drink. But a girl named Duel approached him timidly, and the young man said that he was listening to her attentively. The girl asked how the young man became the poison demon's disciple. Memories overwhelmed the guy. He fell silent for a while, and then said that he had been kidnapped. Duel frowned in surprise, opened her mouth and asked if this was the reason Sohan had disappeared. The young man confirmed her suspicions and said that he had been brazenly stolen by one of the 4 great demons. There was a long pause at the table, and one of the girls gasped in surprise. She couldn't believe that this was happening. The youngest of the sisters asked if his teacher was really that scary, since she had heard little about him from her mistress. Sohan confirmed that he is indeed like that, and his obsession with experiments knows no bounds. The young man noticed that the poison demon was conducting experiments on living people, and it was never enough for him. The girls who were listening to the guy very attentively were horrified. They opened their mouths and eyes wide in surprise. Sohan thought that thanks to his resistance, the teacher got carried away and stopped kidnapping people. The young man told the girls that he didn't want them to talk about how they were all great demon disciples, because there was no place in Jiahu that welcomed such people. The guy said that the Orthodox would hunt them if they found out about this, and the dark-eyed sister agreed with this. The girl asked the young man what he had done with the lady's 100-dragon whip. The young man replied that he had taken care of him, as well as the body of the demoness. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and said that this whip was quite a powerful weapon. The guy agreed, and said that the weapon had taken thousands of lives, including innocent ones, and more than one martial arts master of the Orthodox faction had fallen from the whip. Then Sohan added that if anyone saw this whip in her hands, then the dark path and the light path would come for her. The interlocutor only frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on her face, and the girl thought about something. The guy got up from the table and said that it was time for him to leave and wished the girls a good evening. They smiled back and happily thanked the young man, and he left, leaving them alone. The guy went to the hot springs to relax and gain strength after a hard day. He thought that the hot springs felt much better when the wounds were healed. He also wondered what his teacher's reaction would be to him single-handedly dealing with the demoness. A huge number of pumped-up men began to descend towards the water. They all looked at the young man. The men did not go down into the water, but lined up in front of the steps that led down into the water. All this greatly surprised the young man. He watched as another one joined the guys. He folded his hands behind his back and began to look at the young man, examining him with interest. Sohan, who had just been distracted from his thoughts, could not understand what was happening and asked what they wanted from him. The guy, the most important one among those present, folded his hands in front of himself, said that his name was Gu Sa, and he expressed his respect to the demon of lust. The young man looked at everything that was happening in surprise and could not understand anything. At this time, Gu Sa was thinking that the demon of lust had no equal in the technique of changing faces, so he should be amazed that he was recognized. The young man asked if the man was really telling him all this, and he answered in the affirmative. Sohan got angry and asked the guy if he had gone too far and who he dared to call the demon of lust. The guy frowned. His pupils became narrow like dots. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he wondered if he had been wrong. Sohan got up from the water and began to walk towards the exit. His wounds were very clearly visible under the moonlight. Gu Sa, who saw the number of wounds and scars very clearly, was very surprised, and his mouth opened in horror. The guys who were also near the water opened their mouths in surprise. They had never seen anything like this in their lives. The young man emerged from the water with a serious expression. He had not had a chance to be alone. Gusan looked at the boy's wounds and realized that they were very terrible, and most likely they were from all the wars he had been through. The guy couldn't keep silent and turned to the young man again. He asked if he was perhaps the furious demon. The young man became very angry and said that he was definitely a mentally retarded guy. He didn't even think of being offended by such words, but only looked at the young man's body. As the Sohan came closer, it was possible to examine everything in detail and more closely. He opened his eyes in surprise. He frowned. Gusa's pupils became like dots, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and an embarrassed blush appeared on his cheeks, and he said that in front of him was definitely the demon of lust. The young man became very angry. He frowned and looked at the guy with bewilderment. The action takes place in the house of the head of the Chungan faction, Gwosegek. He hit the table with all his might. He was very angry. Gusa was kneeling in front of him, his face bruised and sweat pouring down his face. Gwosegek told him that it would be better if he died. The leader of the Chungan faction furrowed his brow, his eyes burning with anger, horror, and hatred. Gusa, his assistant, bowed his head and began to ask him for forgiveness. The guy was very scared and upset. The chief took a deep breath, then exhaled and told his assistant that not only had he not learned anything, but he had also returned to his abode with such a face. The young man lowered his head even lower and said that he asked the guy everything very politely, but he took him and beat him, then added that the man had a very heavy hand. The head of the Chungan faction, Gwosegek, was very surprised, wrinkled his forehead, and asked who that guy really was. Gusa said that the guy had a lot of scars all over his body. He noted that this was the body of a battle-hardened man. The guy then said that given the guy's explosive nature, he really was a furious demon. The leader of the Chungan faction was very angry. He said to hell with these 4 great demons, first a bitch, then a masturbator, and now this psycho. Gwosegek stood up from his chair and said that everyone was getting on his nerves. For them, the dark path was like a walk-through yard. Then he ordered all the people to be gathered. The man standing nearby said that no matter whether the guy was one of the great demons or not, the demoness lost to him in a one-on-one battle. The leader of the Chungan faction asked if his interlocutor thought that the guy could take on their entire faction. He was very angry and said that this situation was very personal, and the other person did not respond to this statement. Gwosegek ordered that the man be sent to the kitchen to serve food. The assistant of the Gusei faction leader lowered his head very low, bit his lips, and said that it happened to his master. The next morning, Sohan was sitting in the school building drinking and saw the girls he had saved walking outside the window. Damval turned to the young man with a smile. The girl asked if Sleepyhead had slept well that night. The dark-eyed beauty laughed cheerfully and said that it was the demon of lust, and he must not have slept all night. The young man was very serious. He was drinking and thinking about something of his own, not paying attention to anything. Then he looked at the bottom of the vessel and angrily said that he was not a demon. He was tired of repeating it all the time. The girls began to laugh and agreed with the young man's words with a smile. One of the sisters wanted to say something. But the guy quickly interrupted her and said that he was not a disciple of the demon of lust. The dark-eyed beauty laughed and told Sohan that he was reading her mind. The youngest of the girls laughed very cheerfully. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. And then she said that the dark-eyed girl had been acting very strangely lately, and she wrinkled her forehead in anger. The young man who had been listening to the entire conversation was very surprised, and the pause dragged on for some time. A huge number of warriors had gathered under the building of the Dancing Crescent Sword School. Right in front of the entrance stood the head of the Chungan faction, Gwosegek, with his arms folded across his chest. The young man was very serious, because he had colossal support. The man wrinkled his forehead, narrowed his eyes, and ordered one of his charges to bring the enemy's head. 2 guys went to look for the enemy. They climbed the steps and opened the doors to the building. The head of the Chungan faction, Gwosegek, stood and waited for the result. He was very serious and collected. Someone beat up the guys who entered the building of the Dancing Crescent Sword School, and a minute later the young people flew out of the building like a champagne cork and hit the ground very hard. It was Sohan. He was angry and asked who dared to disturb him early in the morning. The leader of the Chungan faction, Gwosegek, narrowed his eyes and asked the young man if he was the raging demon. He got very angry and said that if he heard one more word, he would definitely become one. The young man came out into the street and said that yesterday he was called the Demon of Lust, and today the Furious. Gosegek asked in surprise if it was true that the guy wasn't the Demon of Lust. Sohan frowned, took a deep breath, then exhaled and said that it was not him. The interlocutor who heard this information from the guy's lips was very happy. He said that his name was Gosegek, and if he was not the fierce demon, then who and why was causing trouble in Chungan, then added that it was his territory. Sohan listened to the young man and said that he was the Chenyun Nightblade, and his name was Jin Sohan. The interlocutor folded his hands in front of him, frowned, and asked the young man's name again, then asked if he was talking about Chungyang, where the Sun Dragon Alliance and the Blood Whirlwind clan were located. The young man looked calmly at his interlocutor and replied that this was exactly the city he was talking about. The head of the Chungan faction, Guo Segek, asked what the man from Chungyang was doing on his land, then asked if his masters knew he was there. The young man found it very funny and replied why they should know about him. And then he added with a smile that he was the master of them all. The reaction of his interlocutor greatly amused the guy. He wrinkled his forehead and thought that it was impossible for this brat to be the boss. But if he was telling the truth, then it would be stupid to bully him. Therefore, Gosegek asked if the guy was the leader of the faction that was on the border with Shanxi and asked if he could ask why he killed the demoness. Sohan looked calmly at the man who asked him a huge number of questions and said that none of this should bother him. The leader of the Chungan faction, Gosegek, became very angry. He gritted his teeth and frowned, cursing the guy in his heart. He had no choice but to agree with his interlocutor, but he said that Sohan should hand over the great demoness's disciples to them, since they had unfinished business. The girls just came out of the building and said that the guys had gone really wild. They looked at the head of the Chungan faction, Guo Segek, with anger and said that after the death of the demoness, they had become very self-confident. The girls knew perfectly well that there was no agreement. They were very serious. The head of the Chungan faction, Guo Segek, was very surprised by this rebuff. His pupils became as small as dots. The guys who were standing behind Guo Segek were very surprised. Their mouths dropped open from the school. Everyone looked at the girls and wondered if they were really the great demoness's disciples, and with such beauties, anyone could become the demon of lust. Chungan faction leader. Guo Segek looked at Sohan and the girls, then asked what their connection was with each other. The young man calmly looked his opponent in the eye and said that they had a past. The leader of the Chungan faction, Guo Segek, clenched his teeth in anger because he didn't believe the guy. He folded his arms across his chest and thought about how much Sohan was annoying him and sighed heavily. Guo Segek said that he understood that they knew each other, but if they wanted to avoid unnecessary problems, he should hand the girls over to him. The girls at this time were thinking that they and Sohan were not close enough yet for him to stand up to an entire faction on his own. The young man answered Guo Segek's question by saying that it wouldn't work out, as he said, since that wasn't part of his plans. The girls who were watching everything that was happening were very happy when they heard Sohan's words. The head of the Chungan faction, Guo Segek, became angry and said that he was the law here and always had been and always would be. The young man took a fan out of his pocket, opened it, began waving it in front of himself, and answered his interlocutor that this was not so. Sohan informed Guo Segek that the laws of the dark path rule here. It was so before, and it will be so after. The crowd buzzed like bees in a hive, and the leader of the Chungan faction became very angry. The young man asked the girls how strong they were and whether he should worry about them during the battle. Damwool told the young man not to worry. They would cope with all the difficulties just fine. The dark-eyed beauty took out a whip, smiled, and said that they were, after all, students of the great demoness. The young man smiled, looked at the huge crowd, and said that he thought a storm was coming. The head of the Chungan faction, Guo Segek, asked the guy quite rudely what he was talking about. Sohan did not answer the question, but only used his abilities to lift himself up. All the guys who were below raised their heads and looked at the young man. They were very surprised. Sohan opened his fan and calmly circled above. In this way, he wanted to show his abilities. And the people below were watching this performance. They were definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. Even the head of the Chungan faction, Guo Segek, was very surprised. His forehead furrowed, beads of sweat ran down his face, and the pupils of his eyes became like dots. He gripped the hilt of his sword with all his might. The man was already preparing for the fight, because he himself had initiated it. Guo Segek swung his heavy weapon with all his might to block Sohan's slashing wind move. The guys, some of whom were standing below with their leader, also took out their weapons, some of whom were lifted up by an unknown force. The leader of the Jungan faction looked at his subjects and couldn't understand what was going on. The great demoness's disciples also did not sit still. They actively attacked the warriors. They used their abilities. They were the ones who pulled the men out of the crowd, and then they landed down with all their might. The warriors groaned, some from pain, some from powerlessness, and the leader of the Jungan faction watched all this and thought that the disciples of the great demoness were very strong. But then he was distracted from his thoughts by Sohan, who silently crept up to him. The leader was very scared. The young man laughed and said that Go-Segek had deflected the cutting gust of wind, and that was not bad. The man clenched his teeth in anger. He frowned. He was very scared. He began to shout offensive words at Sohan, raised his weapon, and wanted to hit his opponent with all his might. A very strong blow was heard. This young man stopped the sword right at his head, but he did it with the help of a fan. Sohan looked at his opponent with hatred and continued to hold his weapon without much effort. Go-Segek began to attack the young man very actively, but he defended himself well. Sohan didn't even take out her blades. His fan was enough for him, but it wasn't a simple one. He calmly looked at the enemy. And then he asked him if the man thought he was the law here, and then he said that he was a laughing stock. These words really angered the head. He blushed and screamed with all his might. The young man, without saying a word, pointed his unusual fan at his opponent. The leader of the Jungan faction became extremely nervous. His pupils became like dots and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He raised his weapon to attack the enemy, but before he could do anything, his face was distorted with anger. At this time, Sohan calmly and without unnecessary fuss attacked the enemy. He wanted to end this disgrace as quickly as possible. Go-Segek leaned his weapon on the ground and thought that he couldn't feel his hands. He was very surprised by the fact that Sohan, who looked like a brat, was so strong. The man's face continued to sweat. He looked around and saw the great demoness's disciples attacking his warriors. He was shocked. He was very angry because he was not prepared for such a development of events. He thought that girls are damn strong. At this time, Sohan calmly opened his unusual fan and began waving it. This made the leader of the Jungan faction very angry. He turned red as a beetroot, his eyes burning with the fire of hatred. And the young man continued to fan himself and calmly looked at his enraged opponent. Sohan looked away, as if the man wasn't standing a few meters away from him, and Go-Segek was clutching the sword tightly in his hand. Meanwhile, the great demoness's disciples continued to fight with the warriors of the leader of the Jungan faction. They thought that the guys were fighting well. Since there were several of them, the girls came to the conclusion that they were captains. Sohan watched carefully everything that was happening on the battlefield and thought that the girls would definitely cope. Jungan faction leader Go-Segek looked at the boy and wondered whether he was focused on the battle or not. The man understood perfectly well that the guy was thinking about something and understood that this was his chance, so he squeezed the weapon with all his strength. He started attacking the guy with the thought that he shouldn't be underestimated, and Sohan looked at him calmly. As soon as the leader of the Jungan faction approached, the young man raised his fan up. The enemy's sword hit him, and Go-Segek cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth and frowned. Sohan looked at her opponent without any emotion and did not lower her hand with the fan. The head of the Jungan faction was horrified. The pupils of his eyes became like dots, and sweat appeared on his face. The young man raised his fan even higher, and it began to glow with a beautiful purple fire. With the help of this simple object, Sohan attacked the enemy, who tried to somehow defend himself. The young man calmly watched everything that was happening. He was more than confident in his abilities. Go-Segek raised his sword above his head. It was very difficult for him. He wrinkled his forehead and clenched his teeth from the strain. And Sohan continued to attack the head of the Jungan faction. He did not give him a second to even try to recover. The man cursed mentally, thinking that he was barely able to repel the attacker's simple attacks. Go-Segek began to think that he would not lose, but it was a good legend, but it was hard to believe in it. The man tried to attack Sohan, who struck the sword with such force that only the handle remained. The head of the Jungan faction wheezed with anger. He understood perfectly well that he would not be able to fight any longer. Sohan saw perfectly well what the enemy's position was. He used his abilities again. Then he placed his fan, which was burning with a purple fire, on Go-Segek's neck. The young man looked at the man, watched him suffer, but did not take the fan and said that he could stop all this. Sohan's forehead furrowed, his eyes glowing with a violet fire. He continued to maintain his inner calm. The head of the Chungan faction was very scared. He did not know what to expect from his opponent. The man thought about something, closed his eyes, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension. The battlefield became very quiet, and then Go Segek shouted with all his might for everyone to stop. His subordinates were shocked by this statement. The great demoness's disciple, who was standing nearby, was also very surprised. The warriors from the Chungan faction could not even imagine that their master would order them to surrender. Go Segek shouted with all the strength he had left for everyone to lay down their weapons. The subordinates could not understand what was happening. Their faces turned purple. They were shocked by such a decision. The faction captains gradually began to hide their weapons into the sheath, because they could not disobey the leader. Everyone who had just fought, as if it was the last time, lowered their weapons and began to watch the leader and his opponent. Sohan looked around to see if everyone had laid down their weapons. He was very serious and thought about something. But he hadn't yet removed the fan from Go Segek's neck, and the leader continued to be nervous. He understood that he had lost. Sohan told him that he would treat the man as the head of the Chungan faction. But the young man set him a condition. From that moment on, Go Segek had to obey him. The young man looked at the surprised man and said that Chungan was now part of the Chungyang faction. Then Sohan asked whether the interlocutor agreed with this condition or was going to die. The head of the Chungan faction, Go Segek, was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. He did not like such conditions at all. He threw his sword on the ground, lowered his head, and said that he would serve the young man. Sohan ordered his men to be recalled and to wait for him at the tavern together with the captains. The young man and the girls began to leave, and Go Segek thought that that was all. The guy heard his answer and left. The boy turned to the great demoness's students and asked if they were okay. The girls smiled cheerfully and said that everything was great. They were pleased that Sohan was taking care of them. The young man suggested that the beauties return inside the school building, and they agreed. Go Segek gathered his captains. One of them asked if they would really serve Sohan. The leader of the Chungan faction lowered his head and thought about something. His forehead furrowed. One of the men said that it was not too late. He had scouted the area before they came here. The enemy had no reinforcements. Another captain said that if the enemy comes alone, they will have a chance, but they will accept any decision of their leader. Go Segek closed his eyes, frowned deeply, and said that there was no need to do anything, since the enemy was much stronger than all of them put together. When they fought, the guy didn't even break a sweat. Everyone present in the room was very surprised by such words. They could not believe that such a thing could happen. The leader said that during the battle, he accidentally saw 2 swords in the enemy's clothes. Then he added that the enemy didn't even take them out, but defeated him using only a fan. He raised his hand up, it swelled up and turned a bluish-purple color, and he answered that this was the result of the battle, but he himself thought that the last blow had broken his hand. Go Segek told everyone present that it wasn't just Sohan, because they weren't even comparable to the great demoness's disciples. The warriors frowned very deeply. Their pupils became like dots. The men all together asked the leader for forgiveness. He said that the captains have nothing to apologize for. He is simply saying that they are much stronger. Just then, Sohan entered the room and asked if the young people had managed to discuss everything. The young man walked up to the guys and said that he had given them enough time and hoped that it was enough. Sohan sat at the head of the table. Go Segek did not answer, and the pause dragged on for a while. The young man turned to the head of the Chungan faction and asked if they had decided everything. The man frowned and asked what Sohan was talking about, since they had already decided to serve him. The young man asked with a smile Go Segeka on where his bloodlust went. He then said that he understood that the chief's priorities had changed slightly, but he gave him time anyway so that he could discuss everything with his captains. The leader of the Chungan faction gripped the armrest with all his might and thought that Sohan had deliberately gathered them to attack him. The young man looked at those around him and said that they were all upset, so he wanted to give them an opportunity. He noted that he himself felt uneasy, then thought about something for a while. Sohan said that he does not want to manage people who are not loyal to him to the core, as they are absolutely useless. The head of the Chungan faction, Go Segek, frowned in surprise, and his pupils became like dots. The captains of his faction were also very wary and surprised by the turn of events. Sohan suggested that they all try to attack him, but the young people were not prepared for such a turn of events. The young man told the boys to be brave, take their swords and come back here. He would be waiting for them all. The leader of the Jungan faction, Gwosegek, looked at the guy with a silent question. He was very angry at such a proposal. The captains of the faction were astonished by such a proposal. They became wary and frowned. Sohan said that the boys should keep in mind the fact that they are still breathing because he decided to spare your lives. He said that there would be no second time. Gwosegek listened very carefully to the young man. The leader of the Jungan faction closed his eyes and thought that his opponent was much stronger than him, in absolutely everything. He turned to the young man and asked how they should address him from now on. Sohan looked closely at the speaker, frowned, and said that everyone could call him Sir. The head of the Jungan faction immediately jumped up from his chair and folded his hands in a gesture of gratitude. The man said that he and his faction would serve Mr. Jin Sohan faithfully and truly. The captains, following their leader, rose from the table, also folded their hands in a gesture of gratitude and declared that they served the master. Sohan sat at the table and calmly watched everything that was happening. He did not say a word. There were guys in the room who were discussing that the Jungan unorthodox faction might have a new leader. The men were very surprised by this fact and could not believe it. One of the guys said that according to rumors, this is the young, handsome man surrounded by the attractive female disciples of the great demoness. The second one said that it couldn't be. That guy couldn't kill the demoness and subjugate the entire faction. And the servant who cleaned up said that he saw him with his own eyes. The guys were very surprised and asked him again if he had really seen that young man. It was Gu Sa, who had been demoted from assistant to servant by the leader, who confirmed that he had seen Jin Sohan in person. The young people opened their mouths in surprise and could not believe that the guy was telling the truth. Gu Sa said that one only has to look at Sohan and immediately understand that he is not an ordinary person, but a strong and outstanding one. Gu Sa also said that the gentleman's body was covered in scars, horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, everywhere. The guy said that in Chungan there was no one who could compare to him. The guys were even more surprised, and one of the guys asked what happened next. Gu Sa said that he reported to the former faction leader, but at that time he didn't know what kind of person Jin Sohan was, and said that the man was possibly a raging demon. The guys were even more surprised and clarified that the furious demon was one of the three great demons. Gu Sa asked them why they thought he called him that. It was because he didn't know what demon looked like, so he asked the chief to be careful. The men listened to the guy very attentively and said that he was really very wise. He began to pluck his mustache and noted that he was very good at understanding people, then asked if the guys knew what happened next. He said that his leader did not listen and went to look for him and mobilized all the warriors, and this ended with a change of the leader of the faction. On a dark night, under the rays of the new moon, young people dug up the body of the great demoness. They looked at what was left of her and thought that no one could have imagined that she would die like this. The second guy started shining a flashlight and said that he couldn't even think that the demoness could lose. The young man responded to his interlocutor's words that the master would have a good time. One of the guys said that he heard that the great demoness's disciples were virgins, and the second one confirmed these words. He said that the students are not simple girls. Not everyone would dare to approach them. The interlocutor asked if they had a chance, then added that the great demoness had 3 disciples. The guy frowned and said that the young man should not dare to speak such heresy in the presence of the master. The interlocutor tensed up, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he said that he thought there were 2 of them. One of the young men continued to hold the lamp over the body of the demoness, and then a question was heard from afar whether they had found her or not. The boys immediately knelt down, bowed their heads, and said that his order had been carried out. After some time, a young man appeared at the body of the great demoness. He stood under the light of the new moon and said that he was very sorry that he and the great demoness met under such circumstances. The master stood over the body of the murdered woman and thought about how her neck was broken immediately when Sohan grabbed her with his left hand, then asked what weapon was used for the murder. The boys reported that the demoness's opponent fought her with twin moon blades and used an ash fan in the battle with Gwosegek. The master frowned, thought about something, and asked again, moon blades and an ash fan. He thought about the fact that there were no cuts on the demoness's body, which meant he hadn't reached her with his weapon, which meant he had dropped it, or thrown it in order to suddenly grab and break her neck. The master believed that this was one of the cowardly methods that the Dark Ones used when they were cornered. The demoness had never fought in the streets before, so she was discouraged when she lost. He asked them to repeat the name of the man who killed the demoness. One of the guys said it was Jin Sohan. The master laughed cheerfully and said that the immortal healer had raised a monster. One of the guys frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked again which healer they were talking about. The master said that he is often called the immortal demon. He is the twin brother of the poison demon. They are both crazy, but the healer is more dangerous. He then said that if he knew the 4 great demons as great psychopaths, then the poison demon would be excluded, and his brother would lead them all. The boys thought for a while. One of them asked if the immortal healer was crazier than the poison demon. The master laughed and said that this was so, but only in his subjective opinion. He told that once upon a time, the poison demon was seriously injured and fell into the trap of the leader of the Hubei Alliance. They also got it pretty bad then because most of the fighters died and the leader was on his last legs. The master told that the immortal had suddenly appeared and was able to heal the leader of the Alliance. Then Poison asked why he was healing the Alliance leader, but the witch doctor didn't answer. Then he saved the rest of the people, and he was absolutely calm and his expression did not change. The master reported that in the end he took his twin brother and went home. The young man told the guys that it was then that he realized that, compared to the immortal, the other demons were still quite sane. The master narrowed his eyes and said that one must be very careful with the student of such a psychopath. He added that people can only guess how strong Sohan can be. The boys listened attentively to the master, frowned and agreed with his arguments, and he asked where the man was now with the great demoness's disciples. One of the guys said that the young people were staying at Song's hotel. The guys asked the master if he was going to attack them now. He lowered his head and said that no, he wanted to watch them. Sohan was a serious obstacle on the way to the demoness's students, so there was no need to rush. The master ordered his servants to keep an eye on Jungan from tomorrow, and if this is a trap, then the immortal should appear very soon. The boys listened attentively to their master, bowed to him, and said that they obeyed. Then the master looked at the demoness's body and told the boys to get rid of it. One of the listeners asked what needed to be done with her whip, since they had also dug it up. The master laughed cheerfully and ordered to bury her together with the demoness. It would be her gift for raising such wonderful students. The listeners agreed. Evening came and Ji Sohan, together with the students of the great demoness, was having breakfast at a huge round table. The youngest of the sisters ate with a huge appetite. Her mouth was full of food. She barely had time to chew the food. The girl ate and couldn't get enough. She stuffed her full cheeks with food. Sohan, who was sitting opposite, took the cup, looked at the youngest of the sisters and was very surprised. He noted that the girl had recovered, and the brown-eyed sister said that they had all become very happy since the moment she had passed away, she meant the demoness. The youngest sister said that all this was not true. It was all because she had been eating non-stop for several days. The girl continued chewing, thought about something for a few minutes, blushed, and said that she had a very good appetite. Sohan watched the little girl very carefully, listened to what she said, and then laughed cheerfully. The young man asked Duel why she was so gloomy and whether her older sister was making fun of her. The dark-eyed girl got angry, but her interlocutor calmly said that she was not frowning for this reason. The girl's eyes became huge with amazement, and she said that her younger sister had an unusual dream. The young man became very tense and asked her what kind of dream she had. Duel told her that in her sister's dream, their mistress came and said that Sohan killed her because he attacked her with the demon of lust. The young man was surprised, frowned, and asked again. He fought with the great demoness together with the demon of lust. She replied that in the dream everything was exactly like that, but Sohan thinks that he appeared in the dream because that fool asked him if he was the demon of lust. Duel laughed cheerfully and noted that perhaps this was indeed the case. Sohan looked at the bottom of the cup and said that he heard that the idiot was working in some hotel. Gusa leaned on the open doors and laughed with all his might, his stomach hurting from the prolonged fit of laughter. Sohan sat at the table with Go Segek, who was telling him that rumors about his interlocutor had spread throughout Jungan. He added that everyone already knew that the man had become the leader of the local Dark Path faction. Sohan continued to drink. He listened attentively to his interlocutor, but remained silent. The pause dragged on a bit, and the man suggested that the young man go for a walk. He then added that he would be happy to hear about how Sohan was able to defeat the great demoness. The young man smiled and agreed to take a walk with the former head of the Chungan faction. Go Segek looked at the guy and thought that before it was unbearable to be around him, but now they were able to find a common language, and the man also liked that the guy was respectful to him. A young man entered the room and asked Sohan a question, and Go Segek was very surprised. The young man who had just entered the room said that Gu Sa had arrived and was demanding an audience with the master. Go Segek, who heard everything, was very wary and surprised. He did not expect such a turn of events. He bowed his head and apologized for his subordinate. The man felt uncomfortable. Sohan replied that there was nothing to worry about and told his assistant to invite Gu Sa in. The former head of the Chungan faction wrinkled his brow and said that there was no need for that. The young man put the cup on the table and said that he wouldn't mind listening to the guy. Gu Sa entered the office. Drops of water were falling from it directly onto the floor. Could it be that the man was caught in the rain? The guy was sweating so much he was very wet, as if he had been doused with a bucket of water. He was very nervous. Sohan looked calmly at the visitor and remained silent. The pause dragged on for some time. Go Segek couldn't stand the long silence, then turned to Gu Sa and asked him why he disobeyed him, since he told him not to be seen. The guy furrowed his brow, beads of sweat ran down his face. He lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. Sohan turned to the man and asked if he was the fool from the hot springs. Gu Sa replied that it was him and immediately apologized for his stupidity that day. The young man said that there was nothing to worry about, then asked why the guy was looking for a meeting with him. Gu Sa bowed his head. He was very nervous and said that he wanted to warn the master about something important because old people were asking for Sona. Go Segek said that there was nothing to worry about, because rumors about the gentleman spread at the speed of light. So it was expected that people started asking about him everywhere. Gu Sa said that the man was digging into Mr. Jin. He looked like a young guy who was trying very hard to find information about Sohan. That man also asked about the great demoness's disciples. He entered the tavern and asked for details. The stranger also said that the man was accompanied by 3 girls, but they did not know him, and then added that Mr. Jin was too greedy. Sohan listened to the report very attentively. He even frowned, but did not utter a word. Gu Sa said that he tried to follow the guy, but he instantly disappeared from sight. Sohan looked at the speaker. Go Segek folded his arms across his chest, and Gu Sa lowered his head and remained silent. The guy was very nervous and sweating. He frowned and thought about what was happening. He looked from one man to the other, but no one said anything to him. The pause dragged on. Gu Sa began to sweat heavily again. He bit his lips and thought that he had come here in vain. As Sohan said, everything was clear, and he thanked the young man for the information, and also added that it would definitely be useful to them. The young man who heard all this even cheered up a little, because he turned out to be useful. And Jin Sohan asked if the guy's name was Gu Sa, and looked at him intently. The young man lowered his head, wrinkled his forehead, and said that this was indeed the case. Sohan smiled at Gu Sa and told him that he could go if he had no more information and praised the guy. The young man was delighted. He turned towards the exit and thanked them for agreeing to listen to him. Go Segek looked at Sohan with bewilderment, was silent for a few minutes, and then noted that this was all strange. Then he noted that the stranger asked not only about the gentleman, but also about the girls, what Sohan thought about this. The young man just smiled in response and then said that he had one guess. The interlocutor wrinkled his forehead, beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension, and he asked what idea the gentleman had come up with. Sohan looked closely at Go Segek and noted that the faction had a huge information network. The interlocutor wrinkled his forehead, his pupils became like dots, his lips were pressed tightly into a line, and he thought about something. The young man said that 2 facts were known about the stranger. The first was that the man was interested in the demoness's virgin students. Sohan noted that the second fact was that he was not afraid of the Chungan faction, so he could escape at any time. Go Segek wrinkled his forehead and asked if the gentleman knew who it could be, and he answered in the affirmative. When asked who the secret stranger was, Jin Sohan replied that the man was none other than the demon of lust. This answer shocked the interlocutor. He certainly did not expect such a development of events. His pupils became like dots from surprise. Go Segek was very surprised and asked the gentleman if he really thought that the demon of lust was in Chungan, and he replied that it seemed that way. Sohan noticed that the guy who entered the tavern was his servant, so it was important for them to be prepared in any case. Otherwise, it would be tough because the demon was strong and fast and could escape at any moment. Go Segek wrinkled his brow and wondered if the martial artist could escape. Sohan noted that he could, because he didn't care about pride, especially when it came to survival. He would run away as soon as he sensed something was wrong, and the next day he would attack again. The young man noticed that the demon of lust was quite a rural type, and Go Segek tensed up. The man wondered if they would be able to catch him, and the silence in the room stretched out for a while. Sohan told his interlocutor that no one had been able to catch the demon of lust before. Respected schools, alliances, and Jianghu mercenaries were looking for him, but no one was able to catch him. He hid very well. Sohan said that in Jianghu there were many people who called themselves the demon of lust, but none of them could compare to him in skill. Go Segek listened very carefully to the gentleman's story, and was very shocked by the information he heard. The young man smiled and suggested that his interlocutor try to catch the bastard, and he would personally kill this scum. The man was very scared after these words, but then he smiled and agreed because he was confident in his master. At this time, Gu Sa ran through the city streets with a smile. He was very pleased and happy. The young man remembered the conversation with Sohan. The gentleman thanked him for the information he provided and said that it would be useful to them. Gu Sa ran with such force that dust flew from under his feet, and people walking along the street turned around to look at him in surprise. In the evening, Sohan and Go Segek walked along the streets of the city, greeting the gentleman at every step. One of the women came closer and asked the young man if he was leaving. Jin Sohan calmly looked at the stranger with a smile and informed her that he was leaving, and she suggested that the young man stay at least for a little while longer. Pity and longing were visible in her eyes. The man looked calmly at the woman, smiled, and told her that he would definitely come back. Jin Sohan and Go Segek walked forward, and the people shouted in unison for him to come back. The young man's hair glowed in the moonlight, and someone was watching him from inside the building. The stranger's eyes burned with the red fire of hatred, but he didn't even think of letting Sohan know that he was watching him. This was the demon of lust that Jin had been talking about with his subordinates very often lately, and they were smiling cheerfully. The young man arrived at the building of the Dancing Crescent Sword School and quietly opened the door. He entered the room, and the students of the great demoness were already waiting for him there. The girls were confused. The dark-eyed beauty immediately began asking where the young man was, because they had lost him. And the guy calmly answered her that he just went out to get some fresh air. This answer greatly surprised the girl named Dam Wool. She was surprised that the young man was walking at such an hour. The young man walked further into the room and said that he hoped that he could provoke the demon of lust. Sohan and the girl sat down at the table, and the guy reported that the one he was waiting for had not shown up. The youngest of the great demoness's students asked the boy if he could take a rest. He smiled, began pouring a drink into a cup, and told the girl not to worry, he was fine. The young man was drinking. The girls looked at him very carefully and were silent. It occurred to Dam Vol that the demon of lust was hunting them, and the girls' mouths dropped open in surprise. Sohan confirmed the beauty's guess and said that the demon of lust appeared immediately after the demoness's death. This information upset the girls very much. They couldn't say anything. They just stood there confused. The young man turned to the demoness's disciples and told them that he wanted to finish off the scoundrel with the help of the Chungan faction. He smiled playfully at the girls and then told them not to worry. If the situation changed, he would be forced to leave them. The girls will have to work together and wait for him in a safe place, and he will catch up with them as soon as such an opportunity arises. The great demoness's disciples looked at Sohan and wondered why he was risking so much for them. The girls thought that the young man had then turned against Go Segek in order to save them. And there was a huge number of people on the street, and a man with a gun stood on an improvised stage. The man played very beautiful music on a musical instrument. You could listen to it with bated breath. Other musicians also entertained the audience with their music. Their musical instruments were very sonorous. And the man on the stage began to show interesting tricks. Everyone who stood in the crowd watched him without taking their eyes off him. Sohan stood a little to the side and watched everything that was happening with a wary look. The young man lowered his head, closed his eyes, and thought that it had already all begun. And the youngest of the sisters said that a lot of people had gathered, and it looked like there would be some kind of performance here. The girls watched from the window with great interest what was happening on stage, and one of the sisters became interested in why all this was happening here. The younger one began to smile cheerfully and invited the other girls to take a closer look at what was there. The young man smiled at the great demoness's students and agreed to come closer to the stage. A huge crowd of onlookers gathered near the stage, all watching very closely the man who was performing tricks with a sword. Sohan smiled and said that the man had organized the performance in a day. What a great guy he was. The beauties also watched everything that was happening very attentively. They were having a lot of fun. The people who gathered near the stage, who spoke about the gentleman coming, who greeted the young man. The actor on stage also folded his hands in a welcoming gesture towards Sohan, who had already approached the stage. The man told the gentleman that he had come just in time, because he had prepared an excellent shape-shifting show. Sohan smiled with interest and said that changing appearances was very interesting and asked the actors to begin. The actor said that the performance was already beginning and asked his master for what he was going to do now. The young man looked at the man in bewilderment, a silent question frozen in his eyes. The actor cleared his throat and shouted for everyone present to welcome the new leader of the Chungan dark faction, Jin Sohan. A man's voice was heard, asking who dared to disturb him, and the gentleman held a fan behind his back and watched everything that was happening. The actor, in the guise of Jin Sohan, was holding a fan in his hands and running somewhere with all his might. He ran up to the young men who were holding their hands together and pushed off from them with his foot. This allowed the young man to fly high into the air and then land easily on the stage. The boy took out a fan. It was the same as Mr. Jin Sohan's and waved it. Then he covered his made-up face and said that he was the head of the dark factions in Shenyang and Chungan. The young man abruptly took the fan away from his face and everyone saw his painted face. The guy was unperturbed. The people who were standing under the stage and watching everything that was happening laughed very merrily. The great demoness's disciples laughed so hard along with everyone else that their stomachs began to hurt. And only Jin Sohan was very upset. He took a deep breath, then exhaled and said that the actors were mediocre. The presenter screamed as the man swore to lie, and his face was an insult to everything beautiful. The man raised the sword over the actor's head and ordered him to get out of there quickly. The made-up young man frowned and asked the man how dare he judge me by my appearance. And he hit himself in the chest, ordered to look at him, because one of the three great demons, he is the furious demon. The people standing under the stage began to whisper, and the actor who played Sohan asked if the raging demon wanted to avenge the death of the great demoness. Then he paused for a moment and asked if the man was too fat to be a furious demon. He responded by yelling that his comrade had been killed and that he would avenge the great demoness. He will do this for the sake of friendship between demons. He will tear the enemy into pieces and eat him whole. The bare-chested man thrust his sword forward when a voice was heard. Someone else was hurrying. The actors who were on stage were joined by another one. He was also brightly made up and dressed in red robes. He narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and said that he would also avenge his friend, the great demoness. The audience realized that this was the demon of lust, the greatest rapist in the world, and they began calling him a bastard and shouting at him to get lost. He turned to the audience, who were expressing all their hatred, and told everyone to shut their mouths. And then he smiled nastily, swung his hips back and forth, and then threatened them that he would rape them in a perverted manner. The audience became even more angry, but they were not afraid because it was just an actor. The great demoness's disciples were frightened and began to say that they should not have so openly provoked the demon of lust. And Jin Sohan just lowered his head, closed his eyes, and thought about something. The actor who played the demon of lust got into character very well and continued to behave defiantly. In addition, the man said obscene phrases and had a lot of fun with it. Then he turned to the men who were on stage, began to laugh cheerfully, and said that he would start with them. The people standing near the stage began to laugh heartily, and some even began to send caustic jokes his way. Everyone was having fun when a metal blade began flying at the speed of sound into the huge crowd. Sohan was tense from the very beginning of the performance. He was closely monitoring the situation. The young man was able to stop the flying weapon with the help of his unusual fan. Jin Sohan looked around and immediately understood where exactly it was launched from. The young man immediately went to look for the one who released the metal blade. The guy who did such a nasty thing started running away across the rooftops because he understood that they would hunt him. He understood that he could be caught, so literally a second later he flew like a bullet through the open window. The young man realized that he was safe and did not need to hide from anyone. But after a few seconds, his expression changed. He was angry at those who presented his master in such a light. Suddenly, the room became very bright from a yellow flash. The young man did not expect anything, so he was very surprised. Jin Sohan appeared in the room, his eyes glowing with hatred as he calmly looked at the servant of the demon of lust. He asked the guy what he did wrong, Sohan said that in his opinion it was still weak, because his master was much worse than that caricature. This further infuriated the demon of lust's servant, who grabbed his sword with all his might and began shouting at the young man to shut his mouth. Sohan did not want to listen to baseless insults, so he immediately used his force. His attack hit the target right on target, and the servant of the demon of lust gritted his teeth in pain and surprise. The guy felt a lot of pain, his face became distorted, it became burgundy, and his pupils became like dots. But this did not stop the young man, as he decided to see things through to the end and attacked the guy again. He was contorted in pain, his bluish forehead wrinkled, and blood was flying from his mouth. The servant of the demon of lust took his last breath, fell to the floor. Sohan looked at him triumphantly. When someone started attacking the young man again, he dodged at the last moment. Jin Sohan was prepared for any possible outcome, so he took out his weapon. A few centimeters away from the young man, the second servant of the demon of lust landed. Sohan looked at the guy in surprise. He was a little surprised as he expected an attack from the demon. He also decided to send his student, but the young man was ready to fight with him too. The demon's ward was very angry because Sohan had easily discovered his hidden attack. He thought about how fast he was. The guy looked at his friend and thought that one blow was enough for him, and he definitely couldn't handle the enemy on his own. The servant of the demon of lust frowned and thought about joining forces with the master. In order to distract his opponent, he used small knives that he released from his sleeve. But Sohan very easily and lightning fast repelled them all. He was strong, focused, and agile. The guy flew out of the window like lightning because he understood perfectly well that he did not have the strength to fight such a strong opponent. Jin Sohan looked after the fugitive with surprise. On the one hand, he understood him perfectly. But the guy didn't manage to hide far. He began to hide on the roof of the house because he didn't want to be noticed. And below there was a huge number of warriors. One of them spotted the guy and pointed him out to everyone. The servant of the demon of lust had to jump from one roof of the building to another, and the guys below were running after him. Just when he thought he had escaped his pursuers, a roof near the boy was damaged. It was Sohan who was catching up with him and missed a little, or perhaps he just wanted to scare his opponent. The servant of the demon of lust flew forward, trying with all his might to break away from his pursuer, and Sohan was a couple of steps away from him. Just a little more, and Jin would have grabbed the guy by the hand or clothes, and he began to think that the end had already come for him. When someone started attacking Sohan from the side, the young man was very surprised and tensed up. He drew his swords in lightning speed, as he understood that this was not an ordinary attack at all. The servant of the demon of lust was very happy, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from his emotions. He guessed that it was the master who had intervened, therefore he needed to run away while there was still time, which is what he did. But he was unable to leave the scene of the incident. A whip was found around his neck, but the guy did not even understand how this happened. A moment later, someone pulled him by the whip, dragged him along the rooftops, and the demon's servant tried to remove the object from his neck. He was unable to pull the whip off, as it was securely fixed there. When the guy raised his head, he was very surprised. The great demoness's apprentice stood above him and asked the boy where his master was. He blushed with anger and humiliation because he didn't think that the girl could attack him, and in such a way. The guy started calling the demoness's student names, but she only tightened the whip even more. The veins on the face of the demon of lust's servant bulged. His eyes widened, the pupils of which became like dots, and he began to wheeze. Here, everyone present heard a voice that said that how could everyone think that he could be lured out in this way? One of the great demoness's students tensed up. Her eyes became very big and her pupils narrowed. She began to guess that someone might be talking. The warriors of the faction began to look around. They hoped to see the speaker, but he was safely hidden. The great demoness's disciples listened carefully to the speaker and came to the conclusion that he was speaking using internal energy, which helped him hide his presence. There was a crash on one of the roofs of the house, and a voice said that if they wanted to play children's games, then he was completely fine with it. Then the voice added that from that day on, he would kill one woman at a time in chungan, wives, daughters, and mistresses, every single one of them. That was the price for the show he had put on. The great demoness's disciples furrowed their brows, their eyes grew huge, and their pupils narrowed. The faction warriors also listened attentively to the demon of lust's statement, but they also looked and wondered where he was hiding. Demon's hearing began to slowly come to his senses, as the whip weakened a little, and he began to laugh cheerfully. He noticed that everyone would still be very sorry. The girls looked at this worthless fellow, who in such a position was still trying to show off, with hatred in their eyes. He added that his master was very hungry, but the girl tightened the whip and asked if he could finally shut up. She pulled the whip very hard. The blood vessels in the guy's eyes burst, the veins in his neck bulged, and he began to wheeze. The dark-eyed beauty, with a smile on her face and burning eyes, began to tighten the whip even more. The servant of the demon of lust had already stopped breathing. His eyes were bulging from their sockets. His days were numbered. The girl pulled the whip even harder. Her victim twitched in death throes and finally fell silent. The demon of lust thought with joy that he had lost his disciples, but he was not despondent, for he knew that he could always find new ones. What mattered to him was that he was being pursued by Sohan, the demoness's disciples, and the entire dark faction of Chungan. To him, it was as delightful as being embraced by a woman. The demon of lust laughed joyfully in anticipation of the look on his opponents' faces when he escaped from their webs that they thought were impossible to escape from. He held the vessel in his hands and drank, feeling safe and comfortable. The demon of lust heard footsteps behind him, turned around and saw Sohan walking up to him. The young man stopped and looked at the demon. He was absolutely calm and unperturbed. His opponent was very surprised at how Sohan managed to find this place in such a short time. And the uninvited guest, without an invitation, calmly sat down at the table. The demon of lust looked at this in surprise. Sohan also took the vessel with the drink without a word and began to drink straight from the bottle. He was absolutely unperturbed. The demon of lust only watched everything that was happening with surprise and also remained silent. Sohan put the vessel on the table and asked his opponent why he was staring at him. Did he really not expect that he would discover his hole so quickly? The demon of lust took a deep breath, then exhaled and only smiled at the young man in response. He then asked if it was proper for a poison demon disciple to live like this, and why he didn't follow the example of his teachers. Sohan was very surprised and could not understand what example he should follow. The demon of lust told the young man that his master was quite frivolous, then asked why he had not taught the boy this. Without waiting for an answer, he asked why the mongrels from the Jungan faction were here. Questions poured out of the demon's mouth. He was also very interested in what Sohan had with the demoness's students. The demon of lust's eyes lit up with interest, and he asked Sohan if he had accidentally decided to play at being noble. He calmly looked into the demon's eyes and replied that he didn't give a damn about nobility. But what interested him most was whether he was too talkative for a pleaser of old men's staffs. The demon of lust lowered his head below and began to laugh like a madman, calling Sohan an arrogant creature. Then, just as suddenly as he had laughed, he became serious and asked the young man if he thought he could catch him. When someone's voice outside the window said that the demon of lust was surrounded by the network of the Chungan dark faction, he became very wary. He frowned, not knowing what to do in such a situation, but his lips continued to laugh. There were street theater actors standing under the window, and the one who played the demon of lust said that they would spare his life if he took off his pants and surrendered. The demon of lust realized that he was not surrounded and that this was some kind of joke, frowned, and became cheerful. The actor continued to joke, but this time the jokes were greasy and said in a very rude manner. Sohan, who also heard everything perfectly well, took a deep breath, then exhaled and laughed. This all made the demon of lust very angry. He shouted at his interlocutor, asking how he dared laugh at him. He took out his sword and decided to start fighting with Sohan, who only watched everything. The demon of lust took out his sword and sheath and began to actively attack the enemy. He was very angry. Sohan immediately took out his unusual fan, with which he could both attack and defend. The demon stayed near the window. It seemed like he was looking for a moment to escape. He probably changed his mind because he began to attack the enemy very actively and barely had time to defend himself. Sohan was more focused than ever as he knew his opponent well and for many years. The demon of lust attacked the young man very strongly, but he was able to defend himself at the very last moment. After this fight, the demon put his weapon back in its sheath, his eyes burning with the fire of anger and hatred. Sohan stood in front of his opponents in a fighting pose, as he understood perfectly well that anything could be expected from his opponent. The demon looked closely at the young man and thought that he was faster, but Sohan was much stronger. It became clear to him why the demoness lost to him. The demon of lust smiled, called his opponent's name. A swarm of thoughts were in his head. Then he walked to the window. He started jumping out of it and invited the young man to go for a walk together. The demon told Jin Sohan to keep up with him, and there would be no trace left of him. The young man watched everything that was happening with bewilderment. He was not prepared for such a development of events. The demon of lust flew out of the window like a bird, and the street theater actors raised their heads. He looked at the onlookers with anger, because he remembered very well how they had made fun of him. The street theater actors raised their heads up and followed the demon, their necks aching and beads of sweat appearing on their faces. The demon of lust did not fly away, but took out his sword and began to draw different silhouettes with it. The young people just opened their mouths in surprise and fear. They were worried that the demon would come closer to them. Jin Sohan decided not to sit still, but decided to go after his opponent. A few minutes later, he flew over the heads of the street performers, and they only looked after him. The plump young man thanked the gentleman, and the tall and slender one asked him to kill the demon. And the one who played the role of the demon of lust did not stop telling dirty jokes. The other two actors looked at him with disapproval, and he didn't know what to do in such a situation. The demon of lust jumped on the roof, and Jin Sohan calmly followed his opponent. He turned around, looked at the young man, and mockingly asked him what had happened and why he was not making it in time. The demon of lust found it very funny and asked Sohan how he dared insult him when he himself was so slow. He then said that Chungan was drowning in blood because of the young man's arrogance. Jin Sohan calmly walked behind the demon of lust. He was calm and completely unperturbed, then he smiled. Below, there was a huge number of people who seemed to be just walking around. Literally a few seconds later, as if on command, they all fell to one knee, and from the outside it might seem that they were worshipping their master. Each of them had a unique weapon on their back that the demon of lust could not see. In order for the weapon to work, the person had to pull the rope sharply. Thus, it would activate as soon as the demon of lust flew towards them. Everyone in unison pulled the rope together. Weapons were aimed at him that shot fire and destroyed in their path. The demon of lust was very surprised. He was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. The fire caught up with him and wounded him, now in the legs, now in the arms. But he could not even imagine that the weapon was so serious. The demon of lust decided to land on the ground because that was how the fire couldn't reach him. Before he could even catch his breath, they began to actively attack him with metal spears. He wrinkled his forehead, the pupils of his eyes became like dots, and he clenched his teeth in hatred and cursed. The demon of lust flew a little to the side, squatted down, and began to take out his sword. Well, this didn't help him either. They continued to attack him with metal spears, and he barely fought them off, and cursed the Chainan offspring like crazy. The demon of lust turned his head and saw Jin Sohan standing nearby, holding his unusual fan in his hand. He saw that the young man was very angry. He pressed his lips together, wrinkled his forehead, and began to attack his opponent. The attack was so powerful that the demon of lust was thrown back very far with all its force. But he came to his senses very quickly. He was very angry, swore, but tried to hide as quickly as possible. He thought that he was being attacked by completely ordinary people, and he was surprised that this was Chang'an's network. The demon of lust thought that he who laughs last laughs best, but he wanted to take revenge on those people. He wrinkled his forehead to such an extent that the veins showed and thought that he would definitely take revenge on them. The demon of lust did not turn back, but decided that it was necessary to retreat for now, and jumped from roof to roof. Sohan calmly watched his opponent, but did not even think of pursuing him. After some time, the demon of lust found himself at the edge of the forest. He felt calm there, because he thought he was safe. He caught his breath a little and began to think about his opponent, Jin Sohan, his face twisted with hatred. Literally a few minutes later, he heard a command for the horse. He wrinkled his forehead and began to peer intently into the distance. In the distance, the demon of lust saw the hooves of a horse and a sword. He could not understand what was happening. A few minutes later, the rider became visible. Distorted with anger, he immediately informed the demon that he had come for his head. The demon of lust was very surprised when he saw Guan Yu. His forehead wrinkled and his pupils became like dots. The rider swung his weapon with all his might and shouted, "What is this, Diao-chan? This girl is one of the 4 great beauties of ancient China." The demon of lust became angry. He wrinkled his forehead even more, gritted his teeth, and thought about what Guan Yu was doing here. They began to fight, and the rider became very angry. He shouted at the enemy with all his might, asking if he thought he would give in so easily. The demon of lust looked at Guan Yu with hatred. He also couldn't fully understand what was going on. The rider began to run away, because during the fight the demon broke his weapon. There was no point in him continuing the fight. Guan Yu turned his body towards the demon of lust and shouted very loudly that he would return. He calmed down a little, since the rider left him alone, but he could not understand why this situation had happened. But the calm did not last long, literally a few minutes, and arrows began to fly towards the demon. Although he couldn't understand what was happening, he managed to dodge them at the very last moment. The demon of lust walked out into the clearing and saw a man with a bow and arrow sitting on one of the buildings. He began to look very closely at the enemy and could not understand why the archer was shooting at him. The demon of lust looked closely and realized that the person in front of him was Huang Zhong. He clenched his teeth in anger, frowned very hard, and thought that he was being made fun of. But Huang Zhong didn't waste any time. He loaded an arrow into his bow and fired straight at his opponent. The demon of lust dodged the arrows as best he could and mentally cursed everyone. He already wanted peace, but everyone was getting on his nerves. Huang Zhong shot arrows and looked at the demon with hatred. He gritted his teeth, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from anger. It's not clear where Jin Sohan's open fan came from, but how did it end up here? A few seconds later, the demon of lust looked at his owner, who was also at the edge of the forest. The demon called his name, and the men looked into each other's eyes, Sohan with cold calm and the demon with hatred. Huang Zhong took out the arrow and thanked Jin Sohan for the help he had given him. The man put an arrow in his bow and said that thanks to the young man, he would be able to get even with the molester of his granddaughters. Sohan watched from the sidelines as everything happened and thought about how Huang Zhong didn't have any granddaughter and how he could know his character so poorly. The man put an arrow in his bow and began to aim, and Jin Sohan wondered if he would really shoot. Here, the demon of lust distracted him from his thoughts. He asked what he had decided to do here. He told the guy to order everyone to leave here, and they would decide everything themselves. Jin Sohan smiled and replied that it was funny to hear these words, since he had tried to escape just a few minutes ago. The young man looked at the demon of lust and informed him that he was a cowardly rat. He also insulted the guy in response and thought that Sohan thought that he was very smart only because he was a disciple of the poison demon. The archer, who had long since loaded his bow, continued to aim while the young men were talking. Literally a few seconds later, he released the bowstring, and the arrow flew, but only to where? Most likely Huang Zhong had a mediocre archer, or his aim was poor. Literally a few seconds later, the arrow with the bag that was tied to it flew over Sohan's shoulder. She flew further to the demon of lust, and he struck her with his sword. The bag burst, and all the contents scattered. The arrow flew a few centimeters past the demon's head. He was able to block the arrow, but the contents of the bag were in the air. The demon of lust frowned. His pupils became darker, because he guessed that there was poison in it. He tried to dispel it with his hands, to put up some kind of protection, but it was too late. The body of the demon of lust did not obey the owner. He realized that this was a poison that dissolves the soul, containing very strong acids. A moment later he was unable to move and came to the conclusion that the poison also paralyzed. He flew and thought about how Jin Sohan could have treated him and cursed like crazy. The young man heard everything perfectly, but he was absolutely calm. Not a single muscle on his face moved. Fireworks appeared in the sky, and people shouted that the demon of lust was there and that they needed to follow them. And the demon of lust, as always, tried to hide as quickly as possible, because it was in his nature to run away at the most interesting moment. Near Lake Chengmai, a young man named Gu Sa was hiding in the reeds. He had an important mission. The young man told the guys behind him to be ready as the demon of lust was approaching them. The guy thought that the young people, as soon as the demon of lust appeared, would throw spears at him and then shout the name of the woman they loved and that they wanted revenge. Gu Sa thought that it was all very simple, and he would show everyone what he was capable of. The young man looked through a gap between the reeds and saw flashes in the sky. They testified to the appearance of the demon. A few minutes later, he saw the demon of lust flying forward and was glad that he didn't have to wait long. Then Gu Sa, literally a few seconds later, saw Jin Sohan and thought that he was chasing a scoundrel. The young man stood up to his full height, took the spear in his hand, which had been ready for a long time, and gave the order to the young people. They immediately and unquestioningly carried out the guy's order and fired spears towards the demon of lust. He looked at the young people with hatred and could not understand what they all wanted from him. The villain had no intention of dying from a spear strike, so he took out his sword to fight them off, which he did quite well. The young men took up their spears again, and Gu-sa ordered them to shout out the names of their chosen ones. One of the guys threw a spear with all his might and shouted furiously that this blow was for Mirren. The other men also fired spears towards the demon of lust, and each called out the name of his chosen one. Gu-sa was very pleased. He smiled widely and told the boys to continue in the same spirit. He was all on adrenaline, took the spear in his hands, and called the demon of lust all sorts of names. Gu-sa was so carried away that he forgot that he didn't have a chosen one, and from understanding the situation, he frowned, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He blushed with shame, frowned and closed his eyes and swore loudly, because he had put himself in an awkward position. But the guy got out of it very easily. He threw the spear and shouted, "Who is this granny who lived opposite, and who was 80 years old 10 days ago?" Gu-sa called the demon of lust a stupid animal, and said that his dear grandmother had always taken care of him. The demon of lust landed near the shore and looked suspiciously at the young man. Gu-sa frowned. His pupils narrowed in fear. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. But he continued to put on a brave face and stuttered as he asked the scoundrel why he was staring at him. This was the last straw for the demon of lust. He clenched his teeth, frowned, and his veins bulged. He screamed furiously, "What granny?" and then promised that he would turn the guy inside out. Gu-sa stood there as if he hadn't been the one yelling about the 80-year-old granny for several minutes, and he wondered in bewilderment why Demon had gotten so mad. The young man really hoped that he would escape, but the miracle did not happen. The scoundrel headed straight towards him. Gu-sa cursed and understood perfectly well that he needed to run away as quickly as possible. The young man began to run very quickly. He was very nervous, as he absolutely did not want to fall into the hands of the demon of lust. And he already took out his sword and took it out of its sheath and began to fly after the guy. He wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. Gu-sa ran with all his might. He ran because in essence he had no other way out of the situation. The young man understood from the sound that he was being attacked. He screamed because he knew perfectly well that he was finished. But someone skillfully repelled the attack, and the young guy was only thrown back a few meters. It was none other than Jin Sohan. He took care of the guy, saved the weirdo's life. He stood up and walked closer to the demon of lust, who was standing in a clearing near the reed bushes. The villain wrinkled his forehead very strongly. His eyes became like slits, and his pupils narrowed very strongly. He was dissatisfied. Sohan calmly looked at his opponent and thought about what had made him so angry. Most likely, time had not spared his mind. Gu-sa was lying nearby, but he was okay. The young man passed out because he was very scared. Jin Sohan and the demon of lust met again in a duel. Which one it was already, no one knows. The fight was not easy, as Demon was very angry, but the young man was also not one to be timid. After some time, the men found themselves on the roof of the building and the fight continued. Sohan looked calmly at his opponent. He knew what goal he was pursuing and was confident in his abilities. The demon of lust looked at the young man with a challenge, and for a while the young people played a staring game. A huge number of onlookers gathered on the riverbank to watch what was happening, while the opponents continued to play a staring contest. The demon of lust looked at the people standing on the shore and frowned. He was surprised. The rider Guan Yu and the archer Huang Zhong were looking at him. The demon of lust shouted at them why they had become silent. The street theater actors were also among the onlookers. This time they were more serious than ever. The great demoness's disciples also stood on the shore and watched everything that was happening, and the demon asked again and again why they were silent. Sohan calmly explained that the network started working as soon as the demon started running, but as soon as he stopped, it all ended. The young man told his opponent that if he had fought him right away, none of this would have happened. The demon of lust walked towards Jin Sohan with a naked sword and called him all sorts of names. He was very irritated. He furrowed his brow very deeply. His eyes glowed with hatred, and he told his opponent that he would gut him like a duck. The demon of lust began to approach closer and closer and added with hatred that he would load his tortured body onto the top of the corpses. And she began to walk straight towards the young man, but he stood as if unmoved. Suddenly, the demon of lust flew past Jin Sohan and only touched his forearm with his weapon. The guy watched everything that was happening with bewilderment. The demon was very amused by such a stupid prank. He laughed like a madman. Despite his opponent's antics, Jin Sohan was absolutely calm and cool. And the fight began. Each of the young men gave it their all because there can only be one winner. Onlookers continued to stand on the riverbank, watching everything that was happening with interest. The fighting was so intense that the building where the young people were located began to crack at the seams. The demon of lust knew very well that he was very fast, so he attacked the enemy very actively, but Sohan was not simple either. He repelled the attacks magnificently. The building continued to collapse, and it seemed that the young people did not pay attention to it. They were busy fighting. But at one point the building collapsed. Wood chips, dust, dirt, and building materials flew in all directions, and the young people hid under the rubble. The street theater actors looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces from the tension. And the students of the great demoness opened their mouths in surprise. Their eyes, already large, became enormous. All that was left of the building were chips, dirt, and dust, from which the silhouette of young people could be seen. Jin Sohan walked closer to the demon of lust, who looked at his opponent without any emotion. The young man looked at his opponent, his eyes glowed with purple fire, and said that the demoness died in this place. The demon of lust just smiled, his eyes glowing red, and asked what he would gain from this information. Sohan came even closer and said that the great demoness laughed just like the demon was now. The young man noted that she died with a face full of horror, and the demon only wrinkled his forehead. Then he smiled at his opponent and said that he was just great. In this way, he wanted to make it clear that he was not afraid at all. The demon of lust said that just to think that the demon's disciple had killed the demon, he should be applauded for that, and then asked if he was going to kill his master. He looked at his opponent and said that they called themselves Furious, Poison, Lust, Witchcraft, and Sohan knows about it very well. The young man looked calmly at his opponent and said that this was all familiar to him. The demon of lust stared into his eyes, pursed his lips into a grin, and called out the name of the furious demon. Then, without any preamble, he began to attack the enemy. He really needed an ace up his sleeve. Jin Sohan was able to repel the attack at the last moment with the help of his unusual blade. But the demon of lust did not stop. He knew that he was faster than everyone, so he actively attacked. Sohana was not afraid of all this. After a while, Demon realized that the surprise effect had not worked, so he frowned. The battle near the ruins continued, each of its participants thirsting for victory. Jin Sohan was, as never before, very calm and collected. He looked at his opponent without unnecessary emotions, and he smiled sarcastically at him. Literally a few seconds later, the young man also calmly uttered one word. The enemy's eyes narrowed in horror. He wrinkled his forehead in surprise and could not believe that the guy had sprayed poison. In order to somehow protect himself, the demon of lust flew to the side, and Sohan continued to remain unperturbed. The demon covered his face with his hand and wondered whether his opponent had actually used poison or was just trying to. Sohan took advantage of this situation, took out his blades, and began to fold them. The young man cast a spell, and the two blades became one very unusual weapon. Sohan stood near the demon of lust, looking at his weapon, while the enemy watched everything. He frowned, began to look closely at the weapon, and thought that the guy had simply connected the blades. Jin Sohan smiled back, his eyes glowing purple, and he jumped up. The young man rose very high, and the demon of lust looked at him with bewilderment. Jin Sohan hovered between the clouds and held the weapon he had folded from two blades in his hands with all his might. The demon of lust wrinkled his forehead, narrowed his eyes, his pupils became like dots and could not understand what was happening. The young man turned around and began to return from the sky to the earth at the speed of light. He was collected and focused. The demon of lust who was standing below sensed something was wrong. He cursed, and Sohan used a merciless blow. A very strong wind arose, and the great demoness's disciples could hardly stand on their feet. What can we say if healthy men also began to resist the gusts of wind? Even the horse reared up. A few minutes later, a weapon consisting of two blades flew from a great height, its tip piercing the ground. Sohan calmly walked up to his weapon and picked it up. He was completely collected and calm. Duel looked at the young man with a frown and wondered where he got so much strength from, because the demon couldn't even fight him back. At this time, Sohan calmly separated the blades he was using as weapons. Huang Zhong and Guan Yu looked at all this and thought about how they had been fooled by the young man. Their faces turned red, and beads of sweat appeared on them. After a while, the men looked at Sohan and thought that his power was like that of a god. They thought that it was hard to even imagine what would happen to them. The demon of lust lay on the ground, his face twisted in pain and suffering, wheezing in pain. Jin Sohan thought that he needed to be as believable as possible. He watched his opponent suffer and understood that it was better to say it was poison when there was none, to give poison and say it was medicine, to pretend to be poisoned when you were unharmed. The demon of lust was barely breathing, and the young man continued to think that this way the enemy would believe that he was better, stronger than you, and that the psychological battle would be over. The young man watched his opponent suffer and thought that in a psychological battle, the most important thing is not to use your special skill and hide your abilities from everyone. Jin Sohan was very calm. The wind was blowing through his hair, and he thought that this method was the best because it gave him immense pleasure. The guy said the name of his opponent because his enemy, during the psychological battle, had fully experienced boundless emptiness and despair. Jin Sohan laughed. His eyes were burning with fire and asked where the demon of frenzied was now. This question he asked the demon of lust. But he couldn't answer anything. He was barely breathing and only wheezing from pain. He had a few seconds left to live. The young man realized that he had finally defeated his opponent, the demon of lust, although it had not been easy. Sohan realized that thanks to his opponent, he had learned a lot, even things he shouldn't have known. He turned his head to the side and thought about something again, then saw the people who were on the shore. They were watching everything that was happening from the very beginning of the fight. People were interested in who would win. Jin Sohan thought that they were all witnesses to his special skill and became wary. Literally a few minutes later, he calmed down, smiled, and thought that there was nothing wrong with all this since they serve him. The young man turned his head and told the people that they had done a great job, and they smiled at him. The guy was wiping a wet glass with a towel, and his interlocutor asked him if the demon of lust really got angry at his words. Gu Sa, who was the one wiping the wet dishes, confirmed this information, and then added that the master later killed the demon. The young man noted that he had become the man who had caused the demon of lust to make a mistake. The guys didn't believe it and asked why Demon would react to the words of someone like Gu Sa. They noted that it was the master who made him angry. The men were sure that Gu Sa was lying. One of the guys present noted that Demon was initially furious and they were all involved in it. The man told Gu Sa that he had not seen the street performers perform. It was a complete rupture. The young man became very angry. He frowned, turned red with anger, and said that they were making fun of him. One of the men asked Gu Sa why he got so worked up out of nowhere. He said that if you believe the rumors, the demon hunted only young, beautiful women and everyone around shouted the names of their lovers, and the demon didn't care about it. The guy said that he mentioned his grandmother, who turned 80 years old a decade ago. Everyone fell silent, as if they had water in their mouths, and the pause dragged on for some time. The guys started looking at each other, and one, barely holding back his laughter, said that it was fair. The young people found it hard to contain their laughter, and they began to laugh very loudly. Gu Sa threw away the glass and the towel he was wiping it with and said that the guys were annoying him. It is not known what he did next, but they entered the room and called the guy since he had received a message. Gu Sa had not yet had time to calm down. He went out to the man on the street and rudely asked why he was being disturbed. The young man looked at the guy calmly with a smile, and Gu Sa asked him what happened. He replied that the gentleman had decided to reward Gu Sa, and he and the guys next to him were very surprised. Ga. He began to read that the strategy of the Chungan faction network began with Gu Sa's report, and everything was successful thanks to his observation. The young man furrowed his brow and thought that the gentleman understood that the information he had heard from him was extremely important. The man continued reading about how Gu Sa had behaved well even though he was speaking in front of the master and faction leader Go Segek. The guy read that Jin Sohan was giving Gu Sa 5,000 nyang as a thank you, and the young man's eyes became huge in surprise. The guys who were also on the street opened their mouths in surprise. They couldn't even believe that Gu Sa would receive gratitude. The young man fell to his knees and ga. He read that the gentleman thought the boy had done a good job and hoped that they would see each other again. The man also read that the gratitude was provided by the leader of the Dancing Crescent Sword School, Jin Sohan. Gu Sa was very nervous. He was shaking with joy and surprise. He began to cry and thank the master. Ga. He smiled and also said that he congratulated the young man. He handed him a box and said that this was his reward. Gu Sa raised his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. He cried and thanked the young man. Ga, he smiled at the guy and then asked him when he planned to exhibit. The young man jumped to his feet, began to wipe away his tears with his fist like a little child, and told the boy that he would treat him. The men entered the building, and Gusa said that it would be a sin not to celebrate such an event, and declared that all the drinks would be on him. The guys laughed and said that they could trust him, because he knew the master. Along the western dark road, Jin Sohan and the great demoness's disciples were walking, and they were very serious. Damwol looked around and said that everything here had changed very much. The young man also looked around and told the girl that he understood what she meant. Then he looked closely at Damwol and asked her if the girl remembered Dogon. The beauty's eyes lit up with joy. She replied that he remembered, and then asked if he was still here. The young man replied that the young man was somewhere here, but he would have to look. Sohag smiled and said that Dogon was either in the kitchen on the second floor or sleeping somewhere, adding that the man had put on a little weight. The young girl listened very attentively about her old acquaintance Dogon and smiled. The dark-eyed beauty said that this place, compared to Chungan, was very much like a village, but it was calm here. The younger sister also said that she felt this atmosphere. The girl then asked if it was true that this was the territory of the Chenyang Dark faction, since it looked like an ordinary village. Jin Sohan told her that it was night now, and during the day there were many more people here, and his interlocutor only chuckled. The guy added that many people left here after he dealt with the thugs. The young men approached the building and stopped in front of it. The girls looked at it. Damwol said that it was previously home to the Dancing Crescent Sword School. Sohan said that after he took control of the place, he tried to recreate what it was like before. The young people were looking at the building when someone quietly called out to Jin Sohan. It was Chu Sa-hyuk. The young man was very glad to see the guy, because they had not seen each other for a long time, and he smiled at him cheerfully. Chu Sa-hyuk shouted loudly that the gentleman had returned, and the windows in the building lit up one after another. The great demoness's disciples raised their heads, and one of the girls said that there were a decent number of people living here, and the second told Sohan that he said that there were very few of them here. The young man wondered if they were reproducing. He was puzzled why there were so many people in the building. Sohan and the girls stood in front of the entrance to the building, and a huge number of people ran out of it towards them. Chu Sa-hyuk ran closer to Jin Sohan. He was very happy that the gentleman had finally returned. The young man was also very glad to see the guy. He smiled and greeted him. Sohan looked to the side and saw a man with children, and thought that he had not seen them here before, and could not understand where the children came from. He wanted to say something but began to look at the young woman with bewilderment. The young man could not understand where he had seen her before, because her face seemed very familiar to him. And then it dawned on the guy. He remembered his childhood and began to remember a beautiful dark-haired girl. She then, in her distant childhood, smiled at him, was friends with him, and called him Sleepyhead. The young man was very shocked. He opened his mouth in surprise, and then called the girl by name. It was indeed Un-hai. The girl ran up to Jin Sohan and threw herself on his chest. The young man could not recover from the shock. Un-hai cried on the young man's chest, called him Sleepyhead, and was glad that he was alive. Jin Sohan patted the girl on the back and said with a smile that he was alive and well. The two students of the great demoness stood to the side and frowned with affection. Even Chu Sa-hyuk looked at everything that was happening with emotion. The young man could barely hold back his tears. Damwol's eyes were full of tears, her brow furrowed, and her cheeks were flushed red. She called the girl by name, and she looked at her warily and began to guess something. Then she came closer to her and said that she must be Damwol. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. The great demoness's disciple confirmed that she was indeed Damwol and burst into tears. The girls hugged each other and began to cry together, and Un-hai said that both she and Sohan were alive. Then she asked what had happened to them and where they had been all this time. The two other students of the great demoness, who were watching everything that was happening, also began to cry from emotion. The man, who stood a little further away with the children, also watched everything that was happening with affection. Jin Sohan walked closer to him, folded his hands in a welcoming gesture, and said his name. The man also bowed to him and said that he had heard a lot about him. The children who were standing near him looked warily at Sohan. The young man said that his name was Jong Tai-san, but before he was called the ugly demon, he asked not to be afraid of him. Sohan thought that it was the ugly demon who was the only one who helped the dancing sword school back then. The young man had previously been thinking about where the ugly demon had disappeared to, and he was with Un-hai, but his thoughts were interrupted by the child's question, who asked his father who this uncle was. Sohan asked the man if he was Yui's husband and then said that he would be respectful to them. Chusa-hyuk watched all this in bewilderment, frowned, and thought that he had never seen the gentleman like this before. The dark-eyed girl thought with surprise that even Sohan could be ordinary sometimes. Chusa-hyuk suggested not to stand on the threshold, but to go inside the room, because it was already getting cold. Someone present said that it was a good idea and invited us into the house where we could talk calmly. Everyone began to enter the room. Uahi hugged Dam Wol, and the great demoness's disciples looked around. Jin Sohan watched the people who were happy and smiled too. He was calm and relaxed. Then he heard a voice. It was Dogon. He said that he was worried about Sohan since he left. The man then asked if the young man was okay, and Jin replied with a smile that everything was fine. Dogon took out his pipe and asked the guy if he would like to smoke. This proposal was quite unusual. Sohan asked where an ordinary cook like Dogon got nepenf, otherwise known as the herb of oblivion. He looked slyly at the young man and replied that he had stolen it especially for Sohan. The guy looked towards his old friend and smiled with admiration, but said nothing. A few minutes later, he took the pipe from Dogon, who was helping the guy light his cigarette, and asked if the young man had seen Eun-hae. Sohan was smoking, and Dogon was talking about how the whole school was in an uproar when the girl showed up. He looked the young man straight in the eye and said that of all his comrades, only Eun-hae had returned. Then he said that the world was shitty. I thought for a bit, and noticed that on the contrary, it was a great success that at least Wook-hae was able to return. Dogon and Sohan looked at the dark night sky, in which there was not a single star, and each was thinking about something of his own. The man got up from the step he was sitting on and told the guy to finish his cigarette and go inside while he prepared some snacks to go with the drinks. Dogon left, and Sohan looked ahead and thought about something. He was absolutely calm and peaceful. The boy thought that he had returned home and brought it back, that he had become stronger and would be able to protect them. The young man mentally asked the boys to return quickly, because the danger had already passed. The students and Sohan told everyone that he had killed the great demoness and also the demon of lust, and the boy added that he had spared Go-segek. Chusa-hyuk listened attentively to the story, his brows furrowed, his forehead turned blue, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The guy thought that this was why the gentleman had been absent for so long, because he was very busy. He asked Sohan the reason for his favor towards Go-segek, because it was not entirely logical. Jin Sohan brought the vessel to his lips and said that he had subjugated the Chungan faction. Chusa-hyuk sweat dropped and wondered why the gentleman was speaking about this so casually. And Sohan informed his interlocutor that he was planning to convene the Shanxi faction soon in either Chang'an or Chenyang. He ordered Chusa-hyuk to warn the faction leaders about this, and the young man said that he would carry out the order. The guy looked at Sohan and thought about how he had killed 2 of the 4 demons and seized power in the Chang'an Dark faction. From the outside, it seemed like it was a piece of cake for him. Someone knocked on the door, and a female voice asked if Sleepyhead was busy. The young man replied that he was not busy and would invite her to come into his office with a smile. Chusa-hyuk bowed and said that he would come to the master later, and he agreed. Eun-hae entered the office, and the young man was leaving. They met at the door and bowed to each other as a sign of respect. Jin Sohan looked at the girl with a smile and told her that he had been thinking for a long time about when she would appear. The beauty smiled and asked with surprise whether the young man was waiting for her. He answered in the affirmative. Eun-hae asked with a smile if Jin Sohan was prepared for her to grumble. The young man smiled and replied that he was always ready for this, and the girl became serious and said that she was very worried about him. The beauty wrinkled her forehead and asked if the guy knew how dangerous the dark factions were. It was not like him, because in childhood he was a kind boy. The young man listened very attentively to his interlocutor, and then thought about something. The boy remembered his childhood at the Dancing Crescent Sword School, how Eun-hae taught him how to maintain his posture. The teacher talked about what needed to be done and demonstrated everything by her own example. Eun-hae gave each of her students practical advice and helped them during their studies, and told them how to hold weapons correctly. Whenever necessary, when the kids were naughty, she would scold her students. These were pleasant memories. When Sohan was called, Eun-hae asked if the young man was listening to her. The guy didn't answer the question. He just smiled in response and continued to think or dream about something. Eun-hae frowned and asked why the young man was smiling, or if she said something funny. The young man lowered his head and said that the girl had not said anything funny. He was silent. thought about something and said that he had not been a boy for a long time and had not been kind for a long time. Eunhai opened her eyes wide and asked in what way Jin Sohan was unkind. She said that the guy sometimes quarreled with Siwol, but he was never evil. The young man said that his master was one of the 4 demons, the poison demon. The girl who heard this information was very surprised. She opened her eyes wide. Sohan said that on the day he disappeared, everyone was drugged. It was all the work of his master. The young man noticed that he had noticed him in advance and then kidnapped him. Eunhai listened carefully to Sohan and said that just because his master was evil, it didn't make him the same, and he didn't have to become like him. The young man listened attentively to the girl and thought about something for a while and replied that he would have to become a villain. Eunhai opened her mouth in surprise and asked the guy if he wanted to become a villain, and then asked if he had accidentally gone crazy. The young man frowned and told his interlocutor that there was no other way to survive in Jianghu. Then Sohan said that he had killed the leaders of the Bloody Whirlwind clan and the 5 Poisons clan. The young man said that he went to Chungan to bring back Damwol, and in doing so got rid of the great demoness and the demon of lust. Eunhai frowned. Her eyes became very big, and beads of sweat appeared on her face, but she did not utter a word. Sohan said that on the way back, he cleared 2 fortresses that belonged to the Green Forest. He wanted to visit the castle governors there. They wanted to attack the demoness's students. There he saw people who were locked in cages. They were kept like cattle. There were a lot of children there. The young man said that he freed everyone and killed all the scum that were in the fortress. Eunhai looked at the young man with huge eyes and said that he did the right thing. He punished the offenders and saved the defenseless. Sohan said that one green one told him before his death that a squad of wildwoods would come for his head. Lately, his constant companions have been grievances and strife. The guy added that after the news of the killed demons spread, the raging demon was hot on their heels. The girl was shocked by this information. Jin Sohan said that if he held back and lived as if nothing had happened, he would not be able to deal with all these people. The girl looked at the young man with surprise, her eyes filled with tears. The girl could barely contain herself and twiddled her fingers. She didn't know how to choose the right words. Eunhai began to sob loudly and said that she really wanted Sohan to be happy. She was worried about him and she didn't want him to get hurt. The young man looked at the girl with gratitude, and she sobbed bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Eunhai began to wipe away her tears and told the guy that she shouldn't have lectured the guy. The young man smiled back and said that he really missed this. The girl began to wipe away her tears with her hands and said that the guy was smiling after all. The guy confirmed her suspicions. Eunhai asked the boy if he was ashamed to laugh at his elders, and then told him to pour her some wine instead. Jin Sohan smiled at his interlocutor, picked up the vessel and began pouring wine into a glass. The girl asked the young man how he escaped from the master, since he had kidnapped him then. The guy started pouring a drink into his shot glass and said that he hadn't run away and that they had let him go. Eunhai looked at the young man in surprise and asked why the poison demon did this and what benefit it would bring him. Sohan lowered his head, frowned, smiled and said that everything was simple. He had defeated him. The girl opened her eyes wide after hearing the words. She asked if the guy had fought with his master. Sohan said that he did not fight with him, but he loved him so much that he could not refuse him. The guy told that the poisonous demon has a twin brother. He is an immortal healer. He removed the poison from his body and treated his brother after his experiments. He added that one was obsessed with poisons, and the second dreamed of saving everyone around him. They were crazy, each in his own extreme. Sohan said that the healer did not treat him at every opportunity, but saved him only when the boy was on the brink of death. The young man noted that they tested all their ideas on it, thereby helping each other preserve the materials. Sohan said that it was then that he realized that if he wanted to survive, he needed them to love him, no matter what it took. Then he started to support them as convincingly as he could. He tried to be nice to them. He also tried to understand them, took part in various experiments, and did not resist. The guy said that he did a lot of different things to make the poison demon and the healer become attached to him. Sohan said that after some time, his master was finally able to succumb to his tricks. One day, a young man approached his teacher and asked what was wrong. He wrinkled his forehead, was silent for a moment, and said that he had made a truly powerful poison. Then the poison demon told the boy that he would hardly survive its effects. The child was very scared, and the demon clenched his teeth and said what the hell he was talking about. The poison demon left the room and told Sohan to forget the words he had spoken to him. The young man wrinkled his forehead, smiled, and told the girl that this was how he managed to survive. He continued his story and told the girl that then both brothers began to work together to make his body as stable as possible. The girl listened very attentively to her interlocutor. She wrinkled her forehead and could hardly restrain herself from crying. Sohan then told Unhai that she shouldn't stay there. He would prepare a safe place for her so that she could hide there with her family. She became angry and said that she would stay here until every member of the Dancing Sword returned home. Jin Sohan noted that he asked the girl to leave because she was not alone. She also had children for whom she was responsible. He asked what would happen if one of the children was hurt, and what would happen to the children if she or her husband was hurt. Unhai looked at the young man in surprise, beads of sweat appearing on her face. Sohan told the girl not to be upset because he would visit her from time to time, and he also needed a place where he could heal his wounds. The young girl was very surprised and could not understand what wounds the young man would need to heal. The guy smiled, letting the beauty know that anything could happen during the fight. Sohan noted that he had told the girl about his masters for a reason, because if the pure ones attacked them, he would have to act on their side. The girl was very surprised by these words and asked why he would act like that, since they had tortured him for years. The young man put the stack on the table and told Unhee that his masters. The girl wrinkled her forehead and asked what would happen if the master decided to kidnap the child for experiments. What would he do? Jin Sohan raised his glass of wine to his mouth and said that he would speak out against them. The beauty lowered her head, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled, and the guy noted that this would not happen. The young man said that the brothers no longer engage in experiments of this kind. The girl was surprised, and Sohan noted that all the experiments they wanted to conduct were conducted on him. There were two people walking up the steps that led up to the doors of the Dancing Crescent Sword School. They entered the room and stood at Sohan's door. Chu Sa-hyuk said that representatives of the Jegal clan had come to see the master. The young man ordered the visitors to be admitted, and the master's assistant opened the doors and invited them in. The men entered Sohan's office. One was very wary, and the other was smiling at him. One of the representatives of the Jegal clan said that he had heard a lot about the leader of the School of the Dancing Sword. The guy bowed, smiled, and introduced himself. His name was Juga Hung. He belonged to one of the ancient clans of China. The second young man, taller in stature, also gave his name. His name was Jagatang. The headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School said that the men had come a long way. He greeted them and said that his name was Jin Sohan. The young man sat down at the table and also invited the guests to sit down, which they did. Sohan then told the men that he had been informed that they wanted to discuss something with him. The guy said that this was indeed the case, and they were representatives from the Juga Herald in Shanxi. Jin Sohan folded his hands, crossed his legs, looked very serious, and said that he was listening carefully. The young people looked at the head of the school in surprise and thought that he was being impudent, because Sohan didn't even offer the guests a cup of tea. He said that they owned the Juga Herald, which was one of the most important organizations in their clan. The man said that a huge number of clans use their services and pure factions are also subscribed to them. Sohan listened to his interlocutor with bewilderment. The guy said that he heard about what happened in Chang'an and then asked if the head of the school killed the great demoness and the demon of lust. Jin Sohan looked at his interlocutor in surprise and said that he had actually dealt with those demons. The man said it was great, and they at the Herald were very surprised when they heard about it. The guy noted that there was a lot of hype everywhere due to the appearance of a new great warrior in Shan's. Sohan listened to the young man very attentively, frowned, and asked what great warrior they were talking about. And the man happily began to broadcast that they were conducting the so-called Jianghu rating. They were collecting all the news to highlight the top 100. Since Sohan had killed 2 of the 4 great demons, he was among the 100 fighters, and the man really hoped that the headmaster would share exclusive information. The guy noted that they and the readers would be very interested in how he dealt with these fiends of hell and what he intends to do next. The man said that they had already discussed these events in their newspaper and prepared several articles. He took out a newspaper and began to read that it contained an article about Jin Sohan, a great warrior. The boy continued reading that Sohan was able to destroy the Blood Whirlwind clan and 2 great demons. He then added that they wanted to add a story about how the headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School seized power in the Chang'an Dark faction. Sohan looked at his opponent, who continued that he wanted to add a story about how he used Chang'an's net to catch the demon of lust. The young man frowned, smiled, and said that a lot could be written about the head of the school. Sohan closed his eyes, smiled, thought for a while, and said that they were well informed. Juga replied that what he really cared about was whether Jin Seohan was the incarnation of another demon. He sat in his chair and was silent, and the guy said that they knew very well that a holy place is never empty. The guy said that they did not belong to either the pure or dark factions, but only collected stories from the streets of Jianghu so that everyone would hear about them later. Sohan asked if this was true. The man replied that it was. The headmaster said that he would be happy to meet them when he was bored and invited the boys to drop by from time to time. The most talkative of the men frowned in displeasure and pressed his lips together at this answer, and the second one thought that Sohan treated them like some kind of shabby traders. The headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School looked at the young people and asked what else they wanted from him. One of the guys began to pick up the fan from the table and said that the gentleman did not fully understand the situation. The guy started fanning himself and said that the messenger in Jianghu was of great importance. Jin Sohan frowned and asked with a smile if the young man was telling the truth. He said that his position would depend on how they presented him. Then Juga asked if the man belonged to the Dark Ones. Sohan folded his hands in front of him and said that he couldn't understand, because the guys first flattered him, and then began to threaten him if they wanted, then let them write that he was from the Dark Ones. Juga became angry and asked the headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School if the man thought he was joking. Sohan was already pretty fed up with all this, and he suggested that they finally get to the point. They had had enough of the pretense. Juga became cheerful and said that if the master wanted to get to the point, he would voice it. The guy said he wanted to propose to Sohan. They would help him get clean. The headmaster of the Dancing Sword School asked how they were going to pull this off. He said with a wide smile on his face that they have connections that make it very easy to do everything. Juga laughed and said that that was not all. They could make a great warrior out of him. After all, Sohan had killed 2 demons. He said that they would create an alliance that would include the clan heads and all the lands except the Changjue Dark faction, which Sohan had not captured. And he said that he did not have time. The young man smiled and said that their alliance would advance in any case and asked who the alliance's gaze would fall on. Receiving no answer, he said that the head of his family said that a person who killed 2 demons could become a great warrior. Then he noticed that in pure circles, one could encounter some resistance, so the herald needed to know Sohan's true intentions. Sohan listened to all the nonsense that his interlocutor was talking and asked what he wanted from him in return. The man smiled and said that they had heard that Sohan was a generous and rich man. He poured water into a cup and said that he had some savings. Juga said that they wanted the young man to donate 3 million niang to the Juga Herald. Jin Sohan was completely confused. He put the kettle on the table and asked again what the men wanted from him. Juga repeated that the Lord must make a donation of 3 million niang, and then added that after that, Sohan would be able to become part of the pure world. He also added that the herald would place him at the very top of their master's rankings, and Sohan asked what would happen if he refused. Juga lowered his head, took a deep breath, then exhaled, and said that it was not for him to explain such things to the headmaster. He then smiled sarcastically and said that someone might accidentally spread rumors that he was the poison demon's disciple. Sohan raised his glass, took a sip, and asked if he would become a great warrior if he gave them money. The other man agreed. The young man's eyes lit up and he asked Juga if he didn't give it to him, he would become a great demon. The guy lowered his head, closed his eyes, smiled and replied that he hadn't said that, but the gentleman understood the gist. Sohan asked if he became a demon, their alliance would turn against him, and to avoid this he had to pay 3 million yang. Juga shouted that for the master this was mere pennies, there was no need to be so greedy, and with it he would become much more famous and richer. Sohan replied that he understood everything. The guy was so angry that he did not hear the answer, and asked again what the gentleman had answered. Then he smiled and asked if the head of the Dancing Crescent Sword School agreed with their proposal. Sohan lowered his head, began to take a fan out of his pocket and said that he didn't have that kind of money right now. He began to fan himself and said that he needed to turn to his supplies in Chungan and Chungyang. He waved his fan and Juga replied that it was okay, they could wait. The young men were very pleased with themselves. They immediately told Sohan that he had made the right decision and asked him to tell how he had defeated the great demons. Juga said that they wanted to hear all the details. They needed it in order to present the head of the school in the best light. because listening to eyewitnesses, they could leave something out. Sohan folded his fan, looked at it and calmly said that he had broken the demoness's neck. The young people stared at him in bewilderment and could not understand whether the gentleman was telling them the truth. He looked intently at his interlocutors and repeated that he had broken the demoness's neck. The guy wrinkled his forehead, his eyes became huge with horror, and his pupils became like dots, and he became covered in sweat. Sohan continued his story. He said that he cut the demon of lust into small pieces. Although he was a nimble fellow, Juga had an unhealthy blue under his eyes, and sweat was dripping down his face. The guy who came with him was also covered in sweat. He looked at the gentleman with bewilderment and looked unwell. Jin Sohan looked at the young people and asked them if they were hot by any chance. Juga began to fan himself and replied that it had become stuffy. The guys blushed. Despite the fact that the young man felt unwell and was shaking, he still asked Sohan to continue the story. He began to tell about how, during the murder of the demon of lust, he used a special technique that caused the blade of his sword to bend, since it was difficult to dodge. Sohan said the enemy was badly wounded but was still breathing. A second later, the young man heard a dull thud. The uninvited guests lost consciousness and hit their heads on the table. Jin Sohan, with a sense of accomplishment, calmly hid the fan in his pocket without any fuss. The young man called Chu Sa-hyuk into his office, and he came to the gentleman very quickly. Sohan asked the guy to clean up the office and air it out, as it had become stuffy. The young man bowed to the gentleman and said that he would do everything very quickly. Juga sat tied to a small chair in some dark room and groaned. A few minutes later, the man woke up, looked around and wondered what kind of place he was in. The guy's face turned blue. He started sweating and thought that he had been poisoned. After some time, Chu Sa-hyuk entered the room and asked the man if he had woken up. Juga screamed like a madman and threatened the young man that he did not even know what consequences awaited him. He broke out in beads of sweat, wrinkled his forehead and began to shout about the mountain clan, but stopped mid-sentence. And this happened because Chu Sa-hyuk did not want to listen to the young man's hysterical cry. Juga furrowed his brow, clenched his teeth and wanted to say something again to the guard of the Dancing Crescent Sword School. But he did not listen to what the man was telling him, and hit him with all his might on the other cheek, so that the hat flew off to the side. Chu Sa-hyuk looked at the guy and said that he would continue talking about the clan, whining about his family, then asked if he was right, that he hadn't left anyone out. Juga furrowed his brow and asked through clenched teeth if the young man was sure he could handle them. An unknown force acted on the guy and he leaned down feeling something was wrong. Chu Sa-hyuk said that he didn't care because Mr. Jin could handle everything easily. Juga yelled at the top of his lungs, asking who his master was, if he was just an arrogant bastard, and asked if he could kill 2 demons and not worry about anything. Chu Sa-hyuk looked at the young man with hatred. He did not answer his stupid question. The guy with the battered face looked at the guard Jin and waited impatiently for an answer to his question. The room became brighter. Sohan opened the door and entered, and Chu Sa-hyuk told the gentleman that the guy was wondering if the sea was knee-deep for him. Jin Sohan came closer and asked his guard if he had beaten the young man. Chu Sa-hyuk smiled and said that he wasn't there, but just stroked him a little, and Juga grimaced. He approached Sohan with a question about what was going on here. If the amount he named was too high, then let him go and he would negotiate to reduce it. The guy asked Jin why he was doing this to them because they didn't come to him to fight, and it was possible to somehow come to an agreement. Sohan walked over to the nightstand that stood in the middle of the room. It was covered with a white piece of cloth. He lifted the cloth, and in the box lay a huge number of different tools. Juga opened his eyes wide. His pupils became like dots, and he thought that there were torture instruments there. Jin Sohan chose one of the tools. It was a knife. The young man looked at it intently. Juga looked at everything that was happening with fear. He turned red with fear. His eyes widened, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Mr. Jin calmly ran his finger over the cold weapon, thus checking its sharpness, and thought about something. Juga frowned, sweat pouring down his face, and said that he was ready for dialogue, which is why such measures were necessary. The young man looked at his opponent in surprise and frowned, and he asked what these unpopular measures were for. Jin then said that the guy was talking nonsense and wasting his precious time, and he would not tolerate that. The man sweated even more and said that it was true, because once the alliance was formed, he would immediately attack the Shanxi Dark faction. Juga Heng gritted his teeth and said that this wasn't the only dark faction, so they had to take care of other directions, which was why their clan leader had come up with this large-scale plan. Jin Sohan now understood why all this was planned, and Juga Heng winced and closed his eyes, then opened one questioningly. The head of the school sat down opposite the young man and said that not only did everyone know that he was a student of the poison demon, but some shitty alliance had a grudge against him. Juga Heng looked at the young man with a smile and came to the conclusion that he was depressed. The boy decided that this was his chance. He told Sohan that they were offering an alliance so that he could take this burden off his shoulders. It would help him get rid of many problems. Jin raised his head, looked closely at his opponent, and asked if he was serious. He said that he was absolutely serious. Juga Heng added that they in the Herald had only heard in passing that Sohan was a demon disciple, and the other clans were still in the dark. The guy added that they were professionals and knew that this information was valuable in negotiations, and Jin smiled in response. Sohan asked if everything worked the way his interlocutor said, and he answered in the affirmative. The headmaster said that he understood everything, and Juga Heng wondered why the young man's expression had changed so abruptly. Jin Sohan stood up from the nightstand he was sitting on, glanced sideways at the guy, and told him to listen carefully. The guy became very tense again, his face turned red, and beads of sweat ran down his face. Sohan said that everyone knows very well that the Jege clan is not made up of fools, and if you want to start a war, you need to hire Jege as a strategist. The young man furrowed his brow, opened his eyes wide, and thought that Sohan was talking nonsense with such a serious face. He thought for a moment and then turned to Sohan and asked if he was going to fight. He replied to Juga Heng that he shouldn't worry about it, and that he should focus on planning. Sohan pointed to a stack of paper and ordered the boy to write down all the high-ranking officials of the alliance and important information about them. The young man also said that he needs to know what the relationships are like between the clans, what conflicts and disagreements there are, whether there are dissatisfied people, gaps, and weak links. Juga Heng hesitated. He was covered in sweat and hesitantly turned to Lord Jin. He didn't listen to the end of the question and ran up to the guy. His face was very angry. Sohan hit Juga Heng in the face with all his might, causing him to fall backwards along with his chair. The young man groaned in pain and helplessness, and Jin So-yun stood over him, thinking about something. The headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School placed his foot on the chair and returned it to its normal position. The guy hung his head on his chest and remained silent, and Sohan asked if he understood everything. Juga Heng frowned again. His pupils became narrow like dots, and he said that he understood everything. Sohan looked at his interlocutor with disdain and asked if he should get rid of him, and if he wanted to fool him, then it would be better for him to die now. The guy turned red, his eyes became scared, and he said that he hadn't even thought about it. Sohan then asked Juga Heng if they divided their clan masters by rank, and he agreed with this information. Jin said he needed a list with all the details, who was weak, who was strong, he needed all the background. Juga Henu looked at Sohan with fear, and then said that he would provide such information. The head of the school approached the boy's face and looked into his eyes, wanting to tell him something. The head of Jin Sohan was fired up, and he told the guy that he needed a plan to destroy the alliance. He expects maximum responsibility from him. The young man was horrified. He wrinkled his forehead, opened his eyes wide, and broke out in sweat, and began to shout something in rage. But when he saw Sohan's eyes, he immediately asked for forgiveness and promised that he would do everything he could. The guy was very scared. He looked at his interlocutor with fear and was ready to do whatever he asked. And Sohan calmly said that the guy had no choice and suggested thinking about who could influence the situation from the outside. The young man looked straight into Juga Heng's eyes and asked if the boy understood him. The man said that he understood everything, and Sohan turned around and, together with his assistant, began to walk towards the exit. Jin told Chu Sa-hyuk to hide all the tools, untie the guy's hands, and not forget to feed him on time. He said that everything would be done, and Juga Heng asked the master to wait a minute and asked if Tang was alive. Jin Sohan smiled as they were leaving the basement and said that they would hope that the guy was alive. The young man turned red with fear, squinted, his pupils narrowed very much, and his cheek continued to swell. At this time, Jeg Tong frowned, squinted so hard that beads of sweat appeared, and clenched his teeth. He fought with the enemy, gathered all his strength, concentrated, and the enemy fell. The guy looked at everyone around him, furrowed his brow, and shouted victoriously, Two other guys took Jagtang's opponent by the arms and led him away from the battlefield, since he himself was unable to walk. The young man gripped the wooden stick with all his might and thought about how long he had been fighting here. Jin Sohan was sitting on a comfortable chair under the building, watching everything that was happening, and the guy was looking at him with hatred. He thought about the young man using him as a trainer for his subordinates, and Sohan called the next fighter. A guy came out of the crowd and headed towards Jagtang, who was supposed to test his martial arts. Jin Sohan and the head of the Sun Dragon Union, Lim Hasun, watched everything that was happening carefully. The warrior rushed into battle with a cry towards the enemy. He decided that he needed to be attacked. But Jagatan was not one to be timid. He immediately began to repel the attack. He calculated every action. The Solar Dragon Alliance warrior attacked the guy, but he defended himself and then began to attack. Jagtang turned his back to the young man, and he realized that he needed to take action as quickly as possible. The guy immediately blocked the attacker's stick with his hand and delivered an unexpected blow straight to his stomach. The warrior fell, and Jagtang thought that he could not kill since his brother was being held hostage, so he decided to break their legs. Sohan understood what the boy wanted to do, so he used his special skill. Jagtang wanted to hit his opponent with all his might with the stick, but it suddenly broke into two pieces. The warrior of the Solar Dragon Union looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment. He was saved, and Jagatan could not continue the fight because the stick with which he struck and parried the blows broke. Sohan told the leader of the Sun Dragon Alliance that Jagtang had already defeated 3 of his warriors with the same blow. Lim Hasun lowered his head, frowned, blushed, and asked for forgiveness from Mr. Jin. Sohan ordered the leader of the Sun Dragon Union to train his warriors better, and he agreed. The headmaster stood up from his chair and said that it was enough for Junior Tan for today, but they would continue tomorrow. Sohan turned and started to walk away. After a few seconds, he ordered Tan to follow him. The guy was very angry. He wrinkled his forehead, clenched his teeth. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, but he could not disobey. The young men entered Jin Sohan's office, where he was pouring a drink from a vessel into a shot glass. Jagtang narrowed his eyes and looked at his interlocutor with hatred. He was thinking about why he was allowed to keep the sword. The young man remembered what had happened during training and realized that in any case he had no chance against the master. Tan watched Sohan and realized that he was much stronger than they thought. Jin raised his head, looked intently at his interlocutor, and asked him how old he was. The guy continued to look at the gentleman with hatred and replied that he was 25 years old, and then asked if his brother was alive. Sohan took a sip from his glass and said that the guy was just in prison, and then asked if he was his older brother. The young man calmed down a little and replied that Juga Heng was his older brother. Jin put the stack on the table and asked if he did not listen to their demands and a great war would begin. He looked his interlocutor in the eye and asked him who he thought would be right. The guy's eyes burned with hatred, and he calmly said that there is no truth on the dark path. Jin Sohan looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he really thought so. Juga Tang furrowed his brow and said that he would repeat these words even if his life was on the line. Jin Sohan lowered his head, took a deep breath, then exhaled, and thought about something for a few minutes. Then he looked the young man in the eye and said that Juga Heng and their clan as a whole were extortionists to him. The guy got really angry. He grabbed the armrest of the chair with all his might and said that they were not extortionists. Sohan asked Tan if he had any idea what they could do with the 3 million yang they were asking for. Jin continued. He said that this money could help a huge number of beggars, orphans, and the disadvantaged. The young man laughed and remarked that he had never seen anyone in Chungyang without beggars. Sohan lowered his head, sighed heavily, and replied that, unfortunately, they still existed. The young man smiled with dignity, because he was right. Jin also said that he regularly receives reports from the heads of the Dark Path organizations. Tan became wary, and Sohan continued to talk about how a large number of people were given housing. They wrote down their names and kept records. All this requires funds, said the head of the Dancing Sword Crescent School. And when he returned from Chang'an, there was no end to these reports. Tan smiled, frowned, and asked Sohan if he thought he would believe him. The young people looked into each other's eyes for a long time, and after a long silence, Sohan said that he was also an orphan. Jin said that he grew up here, ate and slept here, lived here, and constantly studied the technique of the Dancing Crescent Sword. He looked at Tan intently and told him that this is why he supports regional leaders to take care of orphans. The young man looked at the master with surprise. and Sohan said that he had ordered the heads to report any incident directly to the dancing sword school. The interlocutor frowned and replied that all this sounded implausible and ineffective. Jin Sohan just smiled after hearing the guy's words and said that he knew about it. Then he looked Tan in the eyes and noted that if the leaders made a mistake, he would kill them for not following the agreements. Sohan looked his interlocutor in the eye and asked if this was what he thought a villain did. Tang wrinkled his forehead, looked intently into his interlocutor's eyes, pressed his lips together, but could not say anything. And Jin calmly said that for his subordinates he is the greatest evil. The boy looked at the head of the Dancing Crescent Sword School with distrust. Sohan continued to say that the Jungan faction was the richest region, and he had learned something from them to implement in Cheongyang. But in order to pay 3 million, he needs to forget about improving life in Cheongyang and take half of the funds from Chang'an. Go Segek will demand funds from his subordinates and so on down the chain to the very bottom. All this will lead to the fact that the number of poor, destitute, and orphans will increase significantly. Tan blushed, frowned, his eyes twitched, and his pupils became like dots. Sohan looked at his interlocutor intently and asked if they were telling him that he would become a hero if he allowed this and became a demon. If not, were these 3 million worth such sacrifices? Jean said the boys had threatened him, then slammed his hand on the armrest and noted that they had done this to more than just him. Then he bowed his head and asked his interlocutor how many times they had succeeded in doing this. Tan bowed his head, his face turned pink and beads of sweat appeared on it, but he didn't say a word. And Jin Sohan demanded that the guy tell him straight to his face that his clan is not extortionists. The young man's face turned purple. His pupils narrowed very much, but he remained silent. The boys looked into each other's eyes for a long time, and then Sohan asked Tan why he studied martial arts. He said that he was from a side branch of the Jaga clan, and as a child, he had a talent for martial arts, so it was decided to make a warrior out of him. Sohan said that was not what he was asking about. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked what Sohan was asking about. Jin asked if the guy wanted to become the head of the clan, but if he was from a side branch, then he had no chance, or if he wanted to hang around the dark factions. And to other fat cats, extorting money from them and offering to make them clean, asked Sohan. He was interested in why the guy needed martial arts. The young man blushed with anger. He wrinkled his forehead, opened his mouth to answer something, but then thought of something and closed it. Sohan said he wanted to ask the guy again when the war started, who he thought would be right. The young man gripped the armrest of the chair he was sitting on and replied that he was definitely not behind the Jig clan. But Jin Sohan looked at his interlocutor intently and said that this was not so, because the truth would always be on their side. Tan bowed his head, wrinkled his forehead, and beads of sweat covered his entire face, and the headmaster said that it was because they were on the path of purity. Sohan poured wine into a glass and ordered the young man to drink it, then looked at everything with bewilderment. He began pouring himself a drink and said that they were very wrong when they assumed that he killed the demons for his own glory. Sohan noted that he killed the demoness because one of her students had previously lived at the school of the dancing sword, and the demon of lust because he had his eye on her students. Hen said he tried hard, but it was all just a coincidence, Jin noticed. They all got in his way, so he killed them, and they thought that was enough to become a great warrior. Sohan looked at his interlocutor intently and asked if they thought they had the right to do this. The young man raised the glass to his mouth and said that heroes are not chosen. There are many people who are ready to help those in need, and they are the real heroes. Hen blushed again, frowned, and lowered his head, and Jin said that those who some newspaper chose as heroes, especially for money, were definitely not heroes. The guy reached out his hand to the glass of alcohol, and without saying a word, drank it very quickly. Then he asked Jin if he could ask the gentleman a question, and he gave his consent. Hen frowned and asked why Sohan studied martial arts. He looked calmly at the young man and replied that he studied them in order to survive. The guy's face turned burgundy and he was covered in sweat, but he didn't know what to say and looked at Sohan in surprise. And the head of the Dancing Crescent Sword School took a glass of wine from the table and drank it. He placed the stack on the table and called his assistant, Chu Sa-hyuk, to come into the office. He appeared very quickly, opened the office door and bowed to his master. Sohan ordered that Tan be taken to his room, locked in there and fed like a martial artist. Chu Sa-hai walked up to the guy and told him to come with him, and without a word he stood up and picked up his combat weapon. The young man began to calmly walk towards the exit of the office. He bit his lower lip and thought about something. He stopped and told Jean that he had something else he was interested in. Could he ask another question? Sohan calmly, with a silent question in his eyes, stared at the young guy. He couldn't understand what else he wanted from him. Jagatang was so nervous that he was shaking, and then he asked why they hadn't taken his sword away from him. Sohan poured himself some more wine and said that he doesn't drink with people he doesn't respect. The young man looked at Jin in bewilderment, and he calmly added that although Tan was a prisoner, it was his sword. The guy leaned over, turned even redder than before, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he answered Sohan that he understood everything. The headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School took the glass from the table and calmly drank the wine. A few minutes later, Jean went down to the basement to Juga Heng began to study the notes he had made. The young man turned white as a wall. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He was very tense and scared. Sohan studied the papers carefully and thought that the guy had done a good job. The headmaster of the Dancing Sword School thought about how the young man had accomplished so much in 3 days and decided that there must be some use for the journalists. Hen asked the gentleman if Jigatan was alive, and Sohan looked at the young man in surprise. The guy noted that Tan was very honest and asked Jin to be more kind to him. Hyun lowered his head, his face turned pink, and said that the boy was only guilty of following him. He would have fallen to his knees in front of Sohan, but his legs were tied. Jin looked at the guy in surprise, then began to study the papers again, and noted that Tanu was now much better than Henu. The young man's pupils narrowed, and he asked in bewilderment what better than him meant. Sohan reported that Tan was treated with respect as a warrior and continued to review the information that the interlocutor had written down. And Juga Heng looked at Jin Sohan with hope and asked what about him. The gentleman calmly told the young man that he was here as a criminal. Hen blushed and sweated, a silent question in his eyes, while Sohan looked at the papers. In one of them, he found an interesting characteristic such as undefined martial arts master. He became interested in knowing what it meant. Hen said that in their clan they award such titles to martial arts masters who are among the top 10. Sohan didn't even look at his interlocutor, but said that he didn't even know that there were masters from the 10 in the alliance. Hen frowned and thought that there were many masters in the alliance, and seeing 1 out of 10, even Sohan would not rush to start a war. Jin looked at one piece of paper and said that it contained records of higher category masters. He asked how many categories there were in total, and then added that all of this was expected from the alliance. Hen looked at him with wide eyes. And then the guy asked what was expected. Sohan did not answer the question. He read information about the Hua Mountain and Wudang clans. There was only one unrivaled master there. The young man frowned once again and thought that this information did not frighten Sohan. Jin asked where the information on the unrivaled master of martial arts was. Hen wrote a whole poem about some rubbish, but forgot about the chief. The guy replied that he would improve, and Sohan noticed that he was not trying hard enough and decided to play games with him again. Then Jin asked the guy if he thought that if he had information, it meant that he wouldn't kill him, and Hyun got really scared. Sohan looked at the young man and asked if he still remembered whose disciple he was. Hen replied that he was the master disciple of the poison demon. Jin Sohan agreed and noted that he could make him tell everything. The guy was very scared, opened his mouth in surprise, and asked what the gentleman meant. His pupils narrowed greatly. They became like dots, and the young man thought about what Sohan wanted to stuff him with. The headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School looked at the boy defiantly and did not look away. The guy turned red with fear and broke out in beads of sweat and said that there was no need to do anything. He would tell absolutely everything himself. Sohan calmly said that if he lost, the guy would die, and Hen was very surprised. And Jin clarified that if he and all his subordinates died, then there would be no one to feed the man, since this place is difficult to find for a stranger. Some sensible thought came into the young man's head, and he began to speak, but Sohan interrupted him. He said that Hen would be his military advisor until the war was over, and this prison would be his quarters. From the open door, 2 people could be heard talking about whether Mr. Sohan was in the basement, and Chu Sa-hyuk appeared in the doorway and informed Mr. Jin that the senior apprentice had arrived. Sohan took a deep breath and then exhaled, and the young man was very surprised. The assistant to the headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School asked if he should let the student into the basement. Mr. Jin Sohan was silent. He did not answer anything, and Hyun stared at the uninvited guest. She, without waiting for permission, entered the basement herself and asked what Mr. Jin was doing there. Sohan continued to sort through the papers, familiarize himself with the information, and then asked the girl what she was doing here. She said that Jin had not appeared for several days and told him to look into her eyes. Hyun's sweat dropped, looking at the girl and wondering who she was and why she was talking to Sohan in such a tone. The genie was very angry. He turned to the uninvited guest and asked her why she had nothing to do. She closed her eyes and reported that the calmness was weighing on her, and because of this, she could experience deviations in energy. Sohan suggested that in that case she meditate for a couple of days before she left. There was a room on the top floor and she could use it. The girl asked if the gentleman was joking, then folded her hands in a gesture of gratitude and thanked Sohan. The headmaster of the Dancing Crescent Sword School smiled at the girl and told her not to thank him. The girl looked at the young man and asked Sohan who this weirdo was. Jin said that it was a journalist from the Juga Herald sitting there, also extorting 30 million niang. The girl was very surprised and asked again how much the guy was asking for, and he blushed and started sweating. Sohan said that in return, he was offered the title of Great Warrior. In case of refusal, he would become another great demon. Jin lowered his head and the girl looked at the guy with hatred, and he turned red as a tomato. The girl took out all her anger on Juga Hung, and she hit him with all her strength. The young man fell down with his chair, wincing in pain, clenching his teeth and wheezing. The girl called Hen a sick bastard and asked where he got such a sum of money from. Sohan asked the beauty what she thought, and the girl asked why the guy was still alive and suggested finishing him off and be done with it. The young man shouted for them not to kill him because he still had a lot of work to do. The girl grimaced, then asked what kind of job he might have. Hen said that he was working on a war strategy for the master, and with his help, Jin would be able to defeat the alliance. The girl asked Sohan if this was true, but the young man did not answer. He just remained silent. The master student thought about something and then told the guy that he was a traitor. He was very surprised why he was a traitor, and the girl asked if he was a member of the Juga clan. Hen's face was covered in beads of sweat. He felt uncomfortable lying down. He said that everything was correct, but he was from a side branch of the clan. The girl leaned towards the guy and said that he had decided to help Mr. Jin defeat his own clan, and he agreed. Sohan's student wrinkled her forehead and said that in that case the young man was a traitor. The guy thought about the girl's words. His face turned burgundy, and he thought about how he was forced to do this under threat of death, but would the clan believe him? At this time, Sohan told his student to go back upstairs. He needed to discuss something with the guy. The girl agreed with the words of the head of the dancing sword school, turned around and walked towards the exit. But after a few minutes, she stopped and turned her head towards the young man and called out to him. The guy was very scared. His eyes became big and his pupils narrowed. The girl laughed cheerfully and told Heng not to think about running away, because the Chungan network, the one that caught the demon of lust, was working above. The guy wondered if it was the demon, who was famous for his elusiveness. Then he definitely had no chance of escaping. He looked at Mr. Sohan and his student and realized that he was absolutely helpless. The young man said that he now understood everything, and Jin Sohan looked at him warily. The head of the school approached the boy and grabbed him by the clothes, and he bit his lower lip in surprise. Chief Jin lifted the chair with all his might and put it back in the position it was in before, and the boy opened his eyes wide. Sohan held Hyun by the lapels and asked him what he understood. He was very angry. Hyun blushed, opened his eyes wide in fear, and asked Jin Sohan for forgiveness. The headmaster shook the boy with all his might and told him to listen to him very carefully. He said that Hen should not know the exact number of his subordinates, but he would tell about the strongest ones himself. Sohan said that the girl who just left can easily handle his unrivaled master. The young man couldn't believe it, so he asked again if the gentleman was serious. Sohan began to walk around the chair on which the guy was sitting and replied that he was telling the absolute truth. Mr. Jin paused and thought that this was true, at least on paper. He then continued and casually said that he was not the one who caught the demon of lust. Sohan stated that in Chungan there was a master named Gu Sa, who had no equal either on earth or in heaven. This master is a skilled warrior who has lightning-fast technique and is the best of the best in Shanxi. The guy was surprised by this information. Hen asked what kind of technique it was, and Sohan replied that with such a skill, the demon of lust had no chance of escaping. He was a pearl hiding in the guise of an innkeeper. The young man blushed again, frowned, and repeated the name that Sohan had told him. Mr. Jin asked Hyun if he had heard of madness, poison, lust, witchcraft, and he replied that it was the first time he had heard of it. Sohan replied that this was the gradation of the 4 great demons, and if he was in danger, his master would stand up for him. Jin noted that one must also take into account Go-Sageka, as well as other dark faction leaders. The leader said that he didn't care about the numerical superiority, and the problem was only the holy sword of wudang. Han agreed and said that if the holy sword were to get involved in the war, then defeat would be inevitable. Sohan said that this is why the guy should write down everything he knows about them, their preferences, fears, and where they are hiding. Hen said that everything would be done, but Jin said that the Declaration of War Act had to be drawn up first. This order surprised the young man very much. He turned red and asked the gentleman again what he should do. Sohan ordered him to describe in detail why he was forced to declare war on the Jade clan. He noted that the boy knew the reasons. Hen said that he knew the reasons, but the master wanted him to draw up the act of declaring war. Jin said that the young man was a strategist and that this was his job, and then asked why the guy was asking him to write act. The young men looked at each other intently, and then Hen said that he would prepare everything. Sohan went to the exit of the basement and said that he was impatiently awaiting the declaration of war. Hen frowned, blushed, and said that he would have to declare war on the JJ clan with his own hands. He remembered the words of the disciple of the head of the dancing sword about him being a traitor. The guy called himself all sorts of names and thought about why the necessary phrases were already creeping into his head. Sohan entered his office where the heads of the clans were already waiting for him. He had invited them to his office even earlier. The young people told Mr. Jin that they were glad to see him and folded their hands in a welcoming gesture. Sohan sat down at the head of the table in his place and invited the men to sit down as well. The head of the Eagle clan said with a smile that Sohan had defeated 2 demons, so he wanted to congratulate the master and added that they had no doubts about him. Jin frowned, looked towards the speaker and replied that he had not given permission to speak. The young man felt very awkward and asked the gentleman for forgiveness. The head of the Eagle clan sat all red as a lobster, beads of sweat running down his face, and Sohan asked about the troops. The leader of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan said that he had selected the best fighters, as ordered by Lord Jin. He asked why they were gathered and what the urgency was. Sohan said that Juga offered to let them join the light side for 3 million niang. The clan leaders were very surprised and could not understand what they were paying 3 million for, and came to the conclusion that it was robbery, and the leader of the Solar Dragon Union asked what decision the master had made. Jin Sohan wrinkled his forehead, looked at his interlocutors intently, and said that he had refused the Jige clan. The leader of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan said that he did not expect any other decision from the master. And the head of the Solar Dragon Union, Lim Hasun, that even by his standards, all this goes beyond the bounds. Sohan lowered his eyes and said that this was why he had decided to go to the light side in a different way. He would act using their methods. The clan leaders were very surprised when they heard this. They turned red and started sweating. Sohan said that they would first strike at their weakest link, the Juga clan. The leader of the Sun Dragon Union, Lim Hasun, lowered his head and asked what it meant that they were going to war. Mr. Jin frowned and said seriously that they were already at war. And it started then, Sohan said, when the head of the Juga clan decided to threaten him. The clan leaders looked closely at the young man, and he said that he would now use the methods of the light path. One of the leaders asked what this meant, and Sohan said that they needed to create an alliance, because they would also be fighting in the information field. The leader of the Wolf Swordsman clan asked if it would be the Murim alliance. Mr. Jin said that from now on there is no school, no clans. This must be forgotten. The head of the Solar Dragon Union, Lim Hasan, said that in order to create the alliance, it needs to be recognized. How will the master achieve this? Jin said that he has money, so sooner or later he will take it into account. But first he wants to help the disadvantaged and the weak. Sohan said he was going to exterminate the Green Forest slavers on behalf of the Crescent Sword Alliance. After all, they are so cruel and ignorant that they even kidnap children and keep them in cages like animals. The clan leaders decided that they too must put an end to them once and for all, and they must do so in the name of justice. The head of the Eagle clan thought about how they would act in the name of justice, and he felt very cheerful. He couldn't contain himself. He started laughing loudly. Even though he covered his mouth with his hand, his face turned burgundy. Finally, he calmed down. There was a long pause. Everyone looked at the head of the Eagle clan, and he was ready to sink through the ground with shame. The young man felt very awkward. All eyes were on him. He asked for forgiveness. Sohan said that it was necessary to capture the dark faction of Hanzhong because now they were taking the position of light. The room became very quiet. The clan leaders stared at Jin and looked at him with bewilderment. The men frowned. Their pupils narrowed very much, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The clan leaders thought about what it meant from the position of light, because they were on the dark path. Mr. Jin continued. He said that he would inform everyone that they were saving orphans in their regions. Sohan said that if the Pure Ones want to attack them, then everything must be arranged in such a way that it looks like a confrontation between orthodox sects. Jin noted that they must surpass the light factions not only in martial arts, but also in good deeds. Sohan wrinkled his forehead and said that he had a great goal. He would help all the disadvantaged. He would protect the weak, save people, and other light ones do good in words. He added that he intended to back up his words with action, and the clan leaders looked at the master with surprise and said that they understood the master. Jin said that the last time he shed a lot of blood was during the destruction of the bloody Whirlwind clan, which belonged to the Dark Path. Sohan said that he planned to expose the Juga clan and let the world decide who was right. The clan leaders took this information very seriously. Then Jin said that if everyone turned against him, he would simply destroy them. The clan leaders listened to the master very carefully and told Sohan that they would follow him everywhere. Jin said that it would be better to capture the head of Juga and force him to confess to all his crimes, then added that he wanted the entire clan to be trampled into the dirt. Sohan noted that this is the only way they can undermine the people's trust in the bright path. The head of the Solar Dragon Union, Lim Hasun, told Mr. Jin that this was a great idea, and Sohan added that otherwise they would have to kill almost the entire Juga clan, and then a war with the Light Path would be guaranteed. Jin noted that then the time would come for the Crescent Sword Alliance, where all the organizations that had been deceived by the Jeg clan would join. Sohan stated that they needed to act quickly. He would capture the leader and the clan heads would take care of the rest. One of the men asked what orders Mr. Jin would have for them. Sohan said to send letters to all those who suffered from Jega. He will provide a whole list of people. Together, they will be able to defeat Jeg, both in battle and in print. The clan leaders were very serious. They listened carefully to the master and said that they would carry out his order. Sohan carefully studied the document that was lying on his desk. He read about Yu Gi-il of the Wudang sect, an unrivaled master and the best swordsman of his region. He has enormous influence in the organization, but he did not become the head because he has a love for a dissolute lifestyle, although they say that he drinks because he does not want to be the head. The man is avoided and disliked by the current leader of the sect, who pursued the sage Yin-Yang to the desert and killed the old man there. Then Mr. Jin said that this man was not bad and noted that this is what a light path he is. Sohan sat in his office and thought about how strong this unrivaled master was. He laughed and said that even though he might die, he still couldn't wait to meet him. Sohan's student entered the room and asked why her master was going to die. The young man turned away from the window and asked the girl what she was doing in his office. The beauty said that she could ask Sohan the same thing and then clarified by whose hand he was going to die, not by Swordmaster Wudang by chance. Mr. Jin looked at the girl and asked her if she knew that guy. The beauty looked at Sohan in surprise and replied that she knew, and then added that everyone knew him. Jin was very surprised by the answer he heard and asked who the Wudang Swordmaster was. The girl said that the great demoness tried to stay away from him, just like all the other demons. Sohan smiled in surprise and did not believe that the witch was afraid of him and the other demons too. The beauty looked at Jin Sohan in surprise, folded her hands and asked what surprised him. The young man remarked that this was wonderful, for the master was causing fear even to the four great demons themselves. The girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise. She could not understand why he was happy. And Sohan said that they would soon have a confrontation with Juga and asked if she wanted to join. The beauty smiled cheerfully and then asked defiantly what Sohan could do without her. Jin said that she was strong and her help would definitely not be superfluous, but they would be constantly on the road. The sortie promised to be difficult, and after the battle with their leader, he would hardly have any strength left. The girl laughed and said that she was just dying of boredom. then suggested kicking those Zhuge's asses. The young man turned to the window and smiled. The room became quiet. Everyone was thinking about their own things. Then Jin told the girl that her veil was perfect for a sortie and added that it somehow resembled a demoness. The beauty asked if the veil would fit, and then asked if Sohan wanted to say that she looked beautiful in it. The young man looked out the window and replied that he wanted to tell the girl to get out of his room already. She didn't argue, folded her hands in a gesture and said that she obeyed the master, and Sohan smiled. Jin wished his student good night. She thanked him and noted that it was time for him to get some sleep as well. Sohan remained alone in the office. He looked out the window and observed what was happening on the street. The young man thought that he could become an enemy of the people, or even die, and he could lose people. This worried him a lot. Sohan thought about the upcoming battle, making his heart beat faster. The arrow behind the note flew over the young man's head and got stuck in the sign with the clan's name. The guy took it out and immediately went to the head of the clan to show it off. He immediately opened the note, but when he saw what was written there, he was very surprised. It said that the JJ clan extorted 30 million from Jin. Arrows with similar notes were received by a huge number of clans almost simultaneously. Sohan wrote that the Juga clan threatened him that if he did not pay a certain amount, he would be denigrated as a great demon. The letters also contained information that he had all the evidence that confirmed the guilt of the Juga clan. He called on all those who suffered from this clan to help him, if they were deceived, to join him. The letters also contained information that if they did not want to fight, then that was also absolutely normal. He asked to spread this news. Mr. Jin Sohan stood on the mountain under the rays of moonlight. He was calm and focused. The young man was thinking about something, and then asked his assistants whether war had been declared on Jungan, Hubei, and Wudang. Someone from the crowd said that everything was done. They should have received the declarations by now. The man added that by the time they read the letters, the Zhuge clan would already be defeated. Mr. Jin listened very carefully to his assistant and thought about something. Sohan smiled sarcastically and said that it was hard to think that some orphan from Chungyang would put an end to the great Zhuge clan. The people in his group smiled when they heard the words of their master Jin. Sohan looked at them and said that the leader of the Zhuge clan was his #1 prey. All the members of Chief Jin's group understood him and smiled because they knew what he meant. The moon shone on Sohan and his assistants. The young man smiled and said that it was time to move out. And Mr. Jin, using his skills, flew forward. He was calm and unperturbed. All his trusted assistants followed him under cover of night, and they also used special skills. After a while, Sohan turned his head and said that their task was to break into the palace as quickly as possible and start a fight, so they could compensate for the lack of numbers. The young people began to put masks on their faces to hide their faces and told the master that they understood his order. The leader of the North Wind swordsmen approached Sohan and asked if he would wear a mask. He replied that he would not, as he really wanted the members of the Zhuge clan to remember him well. After a short preparatory pass, they set off forward. The clan's castle was already visible. There were 2 guards at the entrance, and Sohan dealt with them very quickly, allowing the group members to enter calmly. The group, led by Mr. Jin, moved calmly around the area. There were 2 more guards standing near the entrance to the building. They were very surprised when they saw uninvited guests. The young men hesitated a little, as all this was unexpected for them. They drew their swords and shouted that there were enemies on the territory. Sohan calmly and without unnecessary words took out his blades. He understood perfectly well that unnecessary noise was not needed. A fight broke out, and literally a few seconds later, Mr. Jin helped the guards shut their mouths forever. There was a warrior on the roof of the building who was watching everything that was happening. He gave a sign of danger. Sohan and his team, who were already at the entrance to the main room, realized that they had already been discovered and that their visit was known to everyone. In the building, in all the rooms, lights began to turn on chaotically. The warriors were preparing to confront the uninvited guests. Mr. Jin watched everything that was happening calmly, even though everything went a little differently than he had planned. Warriors armed with swords began to run out into the street. They quickly drew their weapons and ran towards Sohan and his team. Jin frowned, closely watching everything that was happening, and thought that the Zhuge clan members had reacted very quickly. But Sohan's group was ready to engage in combat. They did not run away, even though they saw that there were many more opponents. The clan leaders who went with Mr. Jin drew their weapons and were ready to fight. The first battle began. The warriors of the Zhegu clan apparently half asleep, acted completely irrationally. A huge group of young men attacked Sohan, but he was ready for battle, which surprised the warriors. But Jin outwitted them, and with the help of his unusual powers, rose up, and the guys below opened their mouths in bewilderment. Sohan stopped on the roof of the building and watched everything from above. Happens below. The young man was serious as always. He was illuminated by the moon, and his eyes were glowing with a violet fire. Mr. Jin held a blade in one hand and extended the other forward, palm up. In this way, he used a dispersing poison, which very quickly began to affect the warriors who were below. A few minutes after the poison took effect, the young man sat down. And below, there was an explosion. Thus, it was possible to get rid of those warriors who were not affected by the poison. Without wasting a second, the people from Mr. Sohan's group went forward straight to the building where the clan leader was located. A few seconds later, Jin joined them and led the procession, holding a weapon in his hands. He was the first to enter the open doors and heard a voice from the darkness, a man asking about who dared to invade the Juga clan's domain. Sohan entered the middle. A few minutes later, the light came on, and Jin and the team saw an elderly man. It was Jaega Pei. He was the head of the clan of the same name. Sonak looked calmly at the gray-haired man, his forehead furrowed, hatred written all over his face. The elderly clan leader also looked at Sohan. His forehead furrowed, and his pupils became like dots from hatred. Mr. Jin held the blades in his hands with all his might, his face twisted with hatred, and he was able to call out the enemy's name. And he turned to his guards. He asked them why the guys froze and ordered them to catch the offender. The warriors had already had their swords drawn for a long time. They raised them up and said that they were ready to carry out the order. The young men, there were more of them than the opponents, immediately began to head towards Sohan and his team. Jin stood very close to the warriors, and as soon as they got close to him, he used his skill and rose up. The young men, as if they hadn't noticed this, began waving their weapons and wounding each other. At that time, the members of Mr. Sohan's team approached the warriors and began to actively attack them. Jin also began to help them. At this time, the head of the Juga clan stood up from his seat and began to observe everything that was happening. He was very angry, so he swung the hand that held the sword with all his might. His guards looked at everything that was happening with surprise. Sohan watched everything that was happening with surprise, his brows furrowed and his eyes glowing with a purple fire. He thought about whether he should parry. He wasn't sure about it since no one knew what would happen next until Jin decided to keep his cards close to his chest. Therefore, Sohan very actively defended himself from the attacks of opponents, including the head of the clan. Mr. Jin's team members were surprised that Jaega Pei also began to attack, and the elderly man who saw their reaction began to laugh loudly. He liked this reaction. After a few minutes, he ordered his warriors to stop, holding a sword in one hand and clenching the other into a fist. The warriors couldn't disobey their leader, so they stopped. Sohan's team members also stood and watched everything. The Juga clan chief stared at the young man, his brows furrowed. Sohan calmly looked at his opponent, his pupils narrowed to such an extent that they became like dots. But the guy did not take his eyes off his opponent. Here the elderly man suddenly laughed and said that he was very surprised. He sat back on his throne and gave the order to clear the hall, thus addressing his charges. Jaega Pei then ordered the gates to be closed and for the people to form a mystical turtle outside. The clan leader noted that the high-ranking warriors should stay and the rest should leave. Everyone followed the order without question. Jin Sohan and his team watched with interest everything that was happening in the room. The head of the Juga clan called the man who was his right hand, who bowed and said that he was listening carefully to his master. The gray-haired man asked who could allow such a thing, that the opponents penetrated the palace so quickly. The young man did not know what to answer. He lowered his head guiltily and asked his master for forgiveness. Sohan watched everything that was happening with interest and thought that the head of the clan was scolding his subordinates in such a situation. Apparently, he did not care about their presence. Jaega Pei, as if he could read minds, turned his gaze to Jin and his team, and he told Sohan that he was a pretty nasty guy to decide to attack him with this handful of bandits. He smiled very sarcastically, wrinkled his forehead, and said that before he killed the young man, he should introduce himself. Sohan looked calmly at the elderly clan leader, his forehead furrowed and his lips pressed tightly together. Mr. Jin took a deep breath, then exhaled, closed his eyes, and laughed cheerfully. The old man winced and thought that the opponent was smiling in front of him as the head of the Juga clan. Then he told the young man that he knew who he was. He was a guy who didn't know his place, and then he called his assistant, who was his left hand. He understood without further ado what the head of the clan wanted from him, took the weapon and headed towards Sohan. A few meters before Mr. Jin, the guy stopped. Sohan looked at the warrior very carefully. He raised his hand in a welcoming gesture and said that he was the left hand of the head of the Jungan clan. Sohan held his blades out in front of him and said that he didn't care about any of this and told the guy to attack. He got angry and said that the enemy had not been taught manners and called Jin a bastard of the dark path. Sohan was only amused by these words. He did not stand on ceremony and decided to attack first. The clan warrior did not expect such an attack. He barely managed to repel it. It was immediately clear from his face that it was not easy for him. He began to attack Sohan, swinging his sword with all his might and groaning from fatigue, beads of sweat appearing on his face. Jin got tired of watching his opponent suffer, and he began to attack him with renewed vigor. The clan's left hand watched everything that was happening with horror. He winced. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He miraculously dodged, and he stood up again and again attacked Sohan. The guy jumped up and raised the weapon over the enemy's head. But Jin easily dodged the enemy's blows. He was calm and focused as never before. The young man became very angry. His pupils became like dots. He did not understand why he could not attack. He stepped back and kicked, trying to knock the blades out of his opponent's hands. But as a result, the blades remained in place. Sohan stood in place, and blood flowed from the leg that was raised for the blow. Mr. Jin was very much ruined. He frowned and watched his opponent, and then he used a special type of attack. Even the clan leader who was sitting on his throne was impressed. The left hand could no longer fight as it flew to the far wall. He could not withstand the powerful attack, and the head of the clan sat thoughtfully. The clan leader thought that Sohan had dual blades, and his skills were many times superior to those of his left hand. Juga said that he saw that 30 million niang was too high a price for Jin to pay for him to come here so soon. The older man smiled and said that the young man's name was Sohan, and then asked if he was right. Jin frowned, looked intently at his interlocutor, smiled and said that everything was correct. The clan leader smiled broadly and said that he agreed that he had gone too far, but that was no reason to come here. He then said that Sohan's team included Go Segjek, the leader of the Sun Dragon Union, as well as the Wolf Swordsman. He noted that it was wonderful that all the big shots of Chungan and Chungyang had gathered in his courtyard. The young men looked at him in surprise, and he asked them if they knew that Sohan was turning 25 this year, and asked if they were ashamed to obey such a brat. The men looked at him, and the head of the Juhe clan said that he thought they had pride. And then he even suggested taking 50 people from his elite under his command and killing this arrogant bastard. The old man frowned and said that if they cut off this impudent boy's head, he would pay 100,000 nyang in gold to each of them. The young men from Sohan's team looked at the Juge clan leader in surprise, and the old man continued to talk about whether they knew that money was valued much more than loyalty on the dark path. No one answered his question, and the huge hall became very quiet. No one said a word, and Sohan thanked him for the opportunity to test his subordinates for loyalty. Jin asked the chieftain's permission to show him something, and ordered his comrades to sheathe their weapons. Everyone unquestioningly put their weapons back into their sheaths and did not say a word to their master. The head of the Juga clan was very surprised and could not understand where Sohan's comrades got so much loyalty from. He looked at the older man and asked if that would be an answer, then said it was his turn to make suggestions. Sohan offered P to fight him one-on-one since they had no need to arrange a bloodbath here. The gray-haired man frowned, thought about something, and asked what would happen if he refused. Mr. Jin calmly looked his interlocutor in the eyes and said that if he refused, he would kill everyone here. The head of the Juga clan began to laugh, then suddenly became serious and ordered his warriors to kill all the uninvited guests. Sohan stood calmly in the middle of the room. He was calm and unperturbed, and only an example of a special skill. The Juge clan warriors had not yet had time to attack, but most of them had been wounded by the laser. Those warriors who were not wounded or killed stood aside and carefully watched everything that was happening. Jin Sohan gripped the blades tightly in his hands and said very loudly, so that everyone could hear, that all these deaths were meaningless. The warriors stood and looked at the young man. Some frowned, some opened their mouths in surprise. Sohan did not wait until he was attacked, since it was already pointless. He began to attack the warriors who were thinking whether to attack the leader's enemy or not. And Jagapi looked at everything that was happening with surprise. He couldn't even imagine that the outcome would be exactly like this. And Sohan told the warriors who remained alive that their leader was very cowardly, that he was ready to let them die for nothing. The warriors looked questioningly at the leader and thought about what he was waiting for. They mentally begged him to help them. He sat on his throne, wrinkled his forehead, clenched his teeth, and thought about what bastards they were. Sohan didn't even think of stopping. Who is he if even the head of the clan doesn't spare his warriors? And they screamed in pain, because Mr. Jin attacked very accurately, and the warriors could not even repel his attacks. Sohan asked Chief Juhei if he really intended to just watch him cut up his subordinates. The gray-haired man gripped his sword with all his might. He frowned and clenched his teeth, and thought about something. A few minutes later he rose from his throne and shouted that Sohan the bastard was heading towards him. The young man was already on guard, ready to repel the enemy's attacks. The clan leader gritted his teeth and looked at Jin with hatred, but he was calm and thoughtful. And the fight began. The people from Jin Sohan's team watched everything carefully. They were tense. The elderly man began to actively attack the young man. He wanted to end it all as quickly as possible. But Sohan would instantly repel the clan leader's attack each time. The gray-haired man was very angry about all this. He thought that he had caught the enemy by surprise and began to attack again. But Sohan repelled it at the very last moment. The head of the Juhei clan did not like all this, and he decided to use his signature move, which was called the Breath of the Thunder Dragon. Jin Sohan watched his opponent closely and realized that the next attack would not be as simple as the previous ones. He tried to stay on his feet with all his might, but the young man didn't care that he was being sucked into the funnel. The Juhei clan chief, with a serious expression on his face, attacked the enemy again and again. The doors to the room where the battle took place were locked, but not for long. Literally a few minutes later, under the influence of an unknown force, they opened and Sohan flew out of them. The head of the clan wanted to make sure that he had finally dealt with the enemy and went to the open doors. He was pleased with himself, his eyes burned with hatred, but he felt great because he was sure that he had gotten rid of his competitors. Before leaving the room, he stopped because he saw members of Sohan's team there. They silently looked at the head of the Juhei clan and did not say a word to him. They were absolutely calm. The gray-haired man told them that they should have accepted the deal when they had the chance and noted that they would regret not doing so when he offered. The young people calmly looked into the eyes of their opponent and thought about what they would see next. Who would be the first to regret it? The head of the Juhei clan, pleased with himself, approached the exit. He felt like a winner. But the joy very quickly turned to surprise. He realized that he was about to be attacked. Where at the other end of the room, where the throne of the head of Juhei was located, there was an explosion, albeit not very loud, and the man repelled the attack. A few minutes later, he heard Sohan's voice asking how long to wait for the old man. He became very angry, frowned, and clenched his teeth, because he was sure that he had destroyed the enemy. The head of the Juga clan looked ahead with hatred. Now he understood perfectly well that the battle was not over. What the old man saw shocked him. He frowned and his pupils became like dots. All his warriors, whom he had previously released from the throne room, were killed, but Sohan stood unharmed. The gray-haired man saw a girl in a black robe standing on one of the roofs of the building, right in front of him. She smiled, her eyes glowing red, and she said that the man had finally made up his mind and called him brave. The old man frowned and thought about how many people Sohan had brought with him and came to the conclusion that his clan had suffered huge losses. The opponents looked into each other's eyes for a long time. The old man was burning from the inside with hatred and cursed Jin with all possible and impossible words. The clan leader had nowhere to retreat, so he began to attack the enemy, who held the defense well. The gray-haired man looked at his opponent with hatred, and a great idea was born in his head. Sohan looked closely at his opponent and actively defended himself from his numerous attacks. The old leader's eyes were burning with fire, and he thought that this time he would really finish off the enemy. He raised his hand with the sword up, and from the men's side a yellowish light was scattered in all directions. The old man used the skill Hidden Dragon Thrust and began to actively attack Sohan. The young man was confused, but did not leave the battlefield. From the outside, it might have seemed that he was really being attacked by a dragon. Mr. Jin fought off the attack of the gray-haired clan leader as best he could, but it was not easy at all. 2 fire dragons grabbed Sohan by the back. The attack was really very difficult. The young man winced in pain, furrowed his brow and clenched his teeth, unable to resist the attack. Literally a few minutes later, he was thrown against the wall of the house. He was covered in dust, dirt, and bloody streaks. The student Sohana and all the members of the group looked at all this in surprise. They were scared. A second later, a gray-haired man appeared in front of the young man. He was very happy that everything worked out for him. He was triumphant and raised his hand up again to attack and not give Sohan a break. The young man was very calm, and the head of the Juga clan once again used his unusual strength. Chief Jin was very stunned. He fell to the side, but began to slowly gather his strength to get up. After some time, despite quite strong attacks, he was able to get back on his feet, and the head of the clan happily told him that the guy had underestimated his strength, and now this had happened to him. He laughed like a child and told the young man that he would first cut off his head and then mock his corpse. Then, completely unexpectedly, blood started flowing from his forearm, and he looked at it all with bewilderment. Mr. Jin stood in front of the elderly man with his blade extended forward. The old clan leader couldn't understand what had happened, because he hadn't even seen the enemy's movement. Sohan looked calmly at his opponent. He liked the confusion of his elderly opponent. The same man very quickly came to his senses and began to attack the young man with shouts and insults. He said that Sohan was just lucky, and there was no point in grimacing over a scratch, but the guy fought off the attacks. The older man watched his young opponent closely and thought that his movements had changed. Sohan looked at the chief and asked him why he didn't shut his stinking mouth. Juga finally realized that his opponent had been hiding his true strength all this time and became extremely angry. Jin repeated his question about when the man would shut up. He was very amused. The guy managed to anger his opponent, asking him how dare he use his dragon attack again. The young man was very calm. He already knew perfectly well what to expect from the enemy. Mr. Jin was having a lot of fun with everything that was happening. He did it on purpose to anger his opponent. He laughed because he knew that the old man was no longer capable of anything. He was swept away in a stream of dust and dirt. And Sohan's student, who was watching all this from afar, grabbed her head and said that the guy was up to his old tricks again. Clouds of dust and dirt rose up in a wave. It became dark and very quiet, but not for long. Literally a few seconds later, Jin appeared and asked the older man if it seemed to him that the enemy had attacked weaker this time. These words made the elderly clan leader Juga very angry, and he sent a dragon attack at Sohan again. The old man was very angry. He was very angry with his opponent, and he wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible. Mr. Jin was already fed up with the white-haired leader's attacks, so he used his strength and rose up. The head of the Juga clan became extremely angry, his eyes burning with the fire of hatred. Sohan, although he rose up in order to minimize the number of attacks from the enemy, but he still did not calm down. The young man frowned, pressed his lips tightly together and actively fought them off. When the elderly man suddenly started screaming very loudly, everyone who was on the battlefield was surprised, and he, as if with his last strength, began to attack the guy more and more. He took the blow perfectly, and then went down. He was a few meters away from his elderly opponent, who was barely able to stand on his feet. The people from Sohan's team had been watching everything closely from the very beginning, and then they began to whisper quietly among themselves. The leader of the Wolves swordsmen asked one of the guys what he was thinking about, and his interlocutor confirmed his guess. He then said he believed it happened when the older man was shot in the shoulder. Indeed, the head of the Juga clan was injured at that very moment. The man thought that he felt unwell and realized that a paralyzing poison had been used. He understood perfectly well that he wouldn't be able to restrain the poison's effect with the help of a special chi skill. Well, no one would allow him to do that. And Sohan asked the enemy why he needed to extort 30 million yang from him. The old man frowned. Blood vessels burst in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and began to growl. He decided to attack Sohan with his last strength, but the young man very quickly repelled the attack. Mr. Jin looked at the head of the Juga clan with bewilderment, his eyes burning with hatred. He began to attack Sohan again and again, but his attacks were no longer the same as they had been since the beginning of the fight. The young man told him that he was fighting well in order to laugh at him, and then he said he wondered what he could achieve if he trained instead of writing all sorts of nonsense in his herald. The mockery and words about the messenger made the old man very angry, and he began to attack again. There were a huge number of wounds on the old man's body. He could not understand where they came from, because he had only missed one blow. Sohan asked his opponent if he knew that Jin was the poison demon's disciple. He clenched his teeth in rage and replied that he knew, but the young man made him forget about it. Sohan was already getting pretty tired of all this childish babble, and he continued to attack the enemy when the old man said that he was distracted. With his last strength, the old man wanted to attack the young man, but the latter thrust his blade into him. All this came as a huge surprise to the clan leader. He frowned and his pupils became like dots. Sohan P looked into his fading eyes and said that they would see each other, but only in hell. The old clan chief wheezed, blood pouring from his mouth. He called Sohan Lord Jin and said that he had lost and began to beg for mercy. But the young man didn't want to listen to anything anymore. He pulled his blade, which was in the enemy's stomach, with all his strength. A few minutes later, the elderly man fell face down on the concrete slab, his eyes glassy. The clan warriors, of whom there were few left, were very surprised. They began to think about whether their leader had really died. It was true. He was lying on the concrete slab, and Sohan had taken a few steps back to hide the blades. Mr. Jin addressed the warriors with an order. He said that those who wanted to live should go to the hall and not forget to grab their leader. For those who really wanted to follow Juga, the young man suggested staying put. The warriors were frightened and surprised. Sohan stood in front of his team, and the Jug clan warriors, like ants, very quickly took the old man from the tile and went into the hall. The young man was approached by his student and asked if everything was okay with Mr. Jin. He looked sideways at the girl and replied that everything was fine with him and there was no reason to worry. He then turned to his team members to listen to him very carefully. He ordered to organize people and collect all useful property of the clan, but not to take anything bulky. They agreed with him. Sohan told the others to send them to school. Everything was ready there. And from there they had to get to Luo Changyan. Head Guo had to make sure of that. The young man said that it was not necessary to do it himself. The main thing was that the warriors got there. The man replied that everything would be done. He told the others to wait for his return at school, and if he was not back in 2 days, they should go to Chungan. Sohan explained that soon the masters of the side branches and unions would find out about everything and would want revenge. Then he added that the most dangerous masters were from the Wudang and Hubei clans. They were closer than others. The man would try to deal with them, as well as with Jaga. His team members asked in surprise if Sohan was going to attack them alone. The young man answered seriously that this was his plan, and he could not do otherwise. The people from Sohan's team were very surprised by this answer. They wrinkled their foreheads in horror. And then the young man said with a smile on his face that he was no longer Jin, now he was Juga Sohan. The members of his team were once again, and for the umpteenth time, shocked by this decision of their master. The action takes place on the territory of the Jug clan's possession, which Sohan did not leave after the murder of its leader. He and his faithful assistant Chu Sa-hyuk walked down the steps. The young man was dressed in the clothes worn by members of the clan and looked carefully around his domain. At this time, the warriors were engaged in very important work. They were unloading and carrying huge bricks. They saw that the head of the clan was coming, so they fell silent and watched the young man closely. As soon as Sohan and his assistant moved away some distance, the young people began to talk sharply about something. The head of the clan turned his head and began to listen to the guy's conversation. One demanded that something be repeated. One warrior screamed hysterically why they should do something, and another said that they need to know their place. They were held back by other warriors. The assistant told Sohan that the situation here has been very tense lately. He replied that this was expected, since the conflict between the masters who bear the name Juga and the rootless ones had been brewing for a very long time. He simply did not allow them to let off steam. Chu Sa-hyuk said that he felt like the nameless masters were really angry, and Juga couldn't understand what the problem was with the nameless ones. Sohan said that they had always been the best, so they considered their arrogance to be normal, and this made the nameless masters even more angry. The assistant listened very carefully to the chief, wrinkled his forehead, and agreed with his words. Chu Sa-hyuk thought about how Sohan had thought everything through so thoroughly, he couldn't even imagine the limits of his interest. Jin ordered everyone to gather near the main hall, not only Juga, but also those without names. The assistant answered the gentleman that everything would be done, and literally within a few minutes everyone was assembled. On the tables lay the things that separated the masters. The warriors looked at it all and could not understand anything. The young people were surprised not only by the fact that the food was very different, but also by the colossal difference in payments. One of the warriors wondered why the other warriors were whining and asked if they liked being in their place. The young people began to get angry at the nameless masters, but they only laughed at them cheerfully. After a while, Sohan came closer to them and looked closely at the guys. They calmed down. Despite the fact that a huge number of warriors had gathered, it became very quiet. Everyone was silent. Sohan asked the young people if they really felt the difference. The warriors, both named and unnamed, looked very carefully at the head of the Juga clan. Mr. Jin was silent for a few minutes, then frowned and said that he considered this unfair. The young man noticed that just a couple of days ago they had died the same way from his blade, and he didn't care what their name or family was. Sohan noted that they were all his enemies then, nothing more. The masters continued to remain silent. And the head of the clan continued to talk about how it doesn't matter who you are if there is an enemy at your gates, because in difficult times you are one whole. Sohan said he didn't understand why this division was necessary if they were equally risking their lives for the clan. And then he added that the payments should differ depending on rank and martial art. The warriors gritted their teeth and blushed. Sohan said that he had observed the young people for several days and was a little surprised. Then he wondered if it was true that the Juga masters were stronger than the nameless ones. He said that he wanted to see a fight between them and asked if there were any volunteers. One of the warriors came out and said that he was ready to try. Chu Sa-hyuk said that it was Kang Gi-chang who openly criticized the difference in payments between the masters. The young man blushed as everyone stared at him, and Sohan asked who was willing to speak on Juga's side. A young man came out of the crowd and said that he wanted to fight. He gave his name. His name was Juga Woman. Sohan was not against it, but only asked if the young people would switch to wooden swords. Kang Gi-chan was the first to say that he would refuse, and his opponent said that he also wanted to fight for real. Sohan listened to the young men and said that the warriors could begin the fight, and they immediately began to draw their swords. Kang Gi-chan frowned, clenched his teeth, and began to attack his opponent first. Juga Woman was collected and alert. He fought off his opponent's attacks as best he could. One of the young men clenched his teeth, frowned with anger, and thought that his opponent wanted to die. The young men fought with all their might. They wanted to show all their abilities, as they understood that Sohan was watching them. The masters were indeed strong and agile. Each of them attacked and defended well. Mr. Jin watched everything that was happening very carefully and assessed each master. Unexpectedly, Master Juga Woman fell, unable to fend off the attack and stay on his feet. The young man hit his head very hard on the concrete. He frowned and clenched his teeth in pain. And the warrior who fought with him did not think of stopping. He raised his sword, and his eyes burned with hatred. Sohan realized that it was time to end the fight and told the young men to stop. The masters from the nameless side were very happy with this outcome. They were very happy for their man. But the warriors who belonged to the Juga clan were very displeased. They frowned and pursed their lips. Master Juga Woman blushed, frowned, and asked his opponent with hatred whether he wanted to kill him. Sohan said that the victory was awarded to Kang Gi-chan. It was really obvious. The warriors were very surprised. Some even blushed. They gritted their teeth and wondered why all this was necessary. Mr. Jin looked at the masters intently and said that he had heard that the Juga clan had an excellent battle formation. He said that when he was breaking through to their dead leader, that was the first thing he was worried about. If they had noticed him a little earlier and formed up, it would have caused him problems. Sohan said he wanted to see this famous formation in action too, then asked how many people it would take to create the formation. Someone from the crowd where the masters were said that 28 people would be quite acceptable. The young man said that he understood everything and ordered them to split into Juga and the Nameless and line up. The masters began to unquestioningly carry out the master's order. The warriors very quickly lined up and created a formation. On one side were the Nameless masters, and Juga's friends and those who were not lined up watched everything that was happening. Sohan looked down on the warriors. He liked how collected they were and gave the order to begin. Masters, both from the Juga clan and Nameless ones, began to attack each other with lightning speed. The warriors attacked each other and also fought off attacks perfectly. Their work was perfect. Sohan looked down on everything that was happening and thought that the masters were wonderful. They were fighting well. Warriors from different clans and unions walked around the Oxo Tavern, which is located in Hubei, and some went there to have a snack. Almost all the tables were occupied, and at one of the tables in the distance, Sohan was sitting alone. The young man folded his arms across his chest, closed his eyes, and from the outside it was not clear whether he was sleeping or not. Is thinking about something. Sohan was not sleeping at all, but was remembering how the masters fought with each other, and he assessed their work. The young man remembered how evil the warriors were and thought that it was not enough, and the guys were the damn invalids of the martial arts world. Then someone distracted Sohan from his thoughts. They brought him his order, and the waiter announced all the dishes that he had placed on the table. The young man took the chopsticks in his hands and began to devour the food with great appetite. At a table nearby, young people were discussing that a war would soon begin in Shanxi. One of the guys was not sure about this. One of the men said that the Dark Ones had already started a war. Another asked when the Union would be created, but no one knew the answer to this question. The young man frowned and asked if they would be in the thick of things. The interlocutor replied that this would most likely be the case, while Sohan was devouring food with great appetite. He ate and looked at the men who were talking to each other and thought that the guys didn't look like wudang. Maybe they were from Hubei. One of the young men saw Sohan looking at them. He folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and asked him if he was from the Juga clan by any chance. Mr. Jin also folded his hands in a welcoming gesture. He couldn't say anything because his mouth was full of food. The guy frowned, pressed his lips tightly together and thought that the young man was a pig. Apparently everyone in that clan was like that. Another of the guys at the next table, with a smile on his face, asked what brought the young man to Hubei. Was it by chance a message to the head of their clan? Sohan looked at the young people carefully, reached for the glass and brought it to his mouth to wash down the food. He chewed his food thoroughly and looked with displeasure at the men at the next table. They weren't letting him eat properly. But they still looked questioningly at the young man and expected him to answer their question. Sohan swallowed the food and said that he was not a messenger. He had a message from the leader, but he could not reveal the details. The young people looked at the guy in surprise and were very surprised by this. One of the men said that he wanted to offer the young man a drink with them, but if he was busy, and then he added that they could become friends, since their clans would come under one aegis. Literally a few seconds later, Sohan was already at the table with the young people. Sohan looked at the boys intently and said that they would soon become brothers, so it would be impolite to refuse brothers, and offered them a drink. The young man shouted at the waiter to move his food from the next table. The guy sitting at the table said his name was Jae Hong, and he was from the Hubei clan. The second one wrinkled his eyebrows and looked intently at his interlocutor, saying that he was Che So-duk. The third guy said his name was Guan Seul and looked at his interlocutor intently. He folded his hands in a greeting gesture and said that his name was Sohan and that he was from the Juga clan. The guys looked intently at the young man and thought that he was an ignoramus in front of them and was speaking to them in such a derogatory tone. Sohan either didn't see or didn't want to see that the guys were looking at him tensely and asked them what was going on with the drinks. One of the guys poured the drink into shot glasses. Everyone took them in their hands, and he invited them to drink. The young people did not wait long for an invitation and quickly drank the alcoholic beverage. Sohan drank it, but literally a few minutes later his face twisted. He asked the guys what kind of drink it was because it tasted just awful. The young men tensed and knitted their brows, and Jin said that he hoped that things weren't so bad in Hubei. Sohan turned his head and began calling the innkeeper, who asked if he had a bottle of Zifen liquor lying around somewhere. He said that there was no such drink. The guy asked about another drink. The innkeeper said that there was none either. Sohan asked what there was, and the owner said that the only expensive drink was Luzhou Laojiao. The young man ordered it to be brought, and the guys who were at the table were very surprised. One of the guys apologized and said that they could not afford such an expensive drink. Sohan took the chopsticks in his hand to eat the chicken leg and said that money was not a problem for him, and added that Juga was not stingy with friends. It became very quiet at the table. You could hear the young man chewing. The guys looked at him with tension and thought about what he wanted to say, that they were misers. A few minutes later, the innkeeper brought an expensive alcoholic drink and put it on the table. One of the guys said with a sly smile that, as expected from Juga, they had more than enough money and thanked them for the treat. Sohan calmly ate a chicken leg and poured drinks into shot glasses for the young men. He looked at the guys and then asked how things were going with the Union, since he hadn't really heard much news since he left the main branch. The guys said that everything was going slowly. They said that they would be gathered at Mount Wudang. He asked if the Great Elder had arrived. Sohan looked at his interlocutor intently and asked him if he meant sword sage wudang. The guy said that everything would be as usual. Everyone would grovel before him and offer their place, and he would refuse, and then through sparring they would choose the leader of Ions. Sohan thought about missing such a performance, where he could see the strength of the clan leaders and see the sword sage with his own eyes. The young man raised the glass to his lips and asked the guys who they thought would win. One of the guys said that they really hoped it would be their clan leader, but Jungan and Mount Hua only fought among themselves, so there was no idea how strong they were. The second guy noted that Juga and Wudang were almost taken, so it was unlikely that they would fight each other. He thought that the elder would decide to appoint someone. The third young man took the stack in his hands and said that everything was clear as day, and the leader would be the head of the Juga clan. Sohan looked at the guy with a smile and asked where he got all this from, why he came to such conclusions. He replied that they have a lot of money, a lot of resources, and the leader also keeps everyone on a short leash at the expense of his herald. The guys looked at the young man in bewilderment. They couldn't even imagine that he would say such a thing. And the man continued. He noted that the head of Wudang is friends with the leader of Juga. It was he who decided to create an alliance. Then he asked if they understood what he was leading to. Sohan listened very carefully to his interlocutor. He frowned, pressed his lips together, and looked sideways at the speaker. The man took the vessel and began to pour himself a drink into a shot glass, and thought that his interlocutor did not like all this. Sohan said that all of this was possible, and then added that Chan had better not look at him like that, and then asked if he thought Jin was one of those herald scribes. The second guy realized that the situation had become tense and said that they were allies and apologized for the misunderstanding. Chan frowned very deeply and told Sohan that he looked very much like a scribe, and then asked the young man what he would do about it. The guy got tired of Jang So-duk's antics and called out loudly to him, but he only smiled sarcastically. Chan was very angry, his pupils became like dots, and he said that he had enough. Jugaev's face really irritated him. Sohan raised the glass to his lips and said that he had indeed said too much. The young man began to drink from the shot glass, and the young people who were at the table with him watched him. Sohan put the shot glass on the table and asked why they diluted his drink, since it tasted like monkey shit. Jang So-duk began to laugh like a mentally ill person, and everyone looked at him with bewilderment. He then slammed his fist on the table and asked if everyone in the Juga clan was acting as pathetic as Sohan. He noted that he couldn't believe it, and Jin lowered his head and asked again what his opponent's name was. He frowned and said that he had tolerated the insult towards his leader, but how could one insult an entire clan? Sohan said he wouldn't allow it, and Chan frowned so much that the veins on his forehead bulged. The young man looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment. He could not understand what was happening to him. He frowned, clenched his teeth with all his might, and told Sohan to continue the conversation he had started. The young man coughed into his hand and said that he would not say anything, but would rather remain silent. Chang raised the glass to his mouth and thought about how his interlocutor thought he could act arrogantly while hiding behind the name of his clan. Sohan turned around and called the innkeeper and asked him how much the drinks cost. He would pay for everything. Then Mr. Jin added that the guys sitting at the table with him couldn't afford that, at which point Chan squeezed the shot glass with all his might, and it cracked in his hand. Jang So-duk became furious. He furrowed his brow very deeply, clenched his teeth tightly, and clenched his hand into a fist. Literally, a few seconds later, the fist was on Sohan's cheek. The guy hit him in the face with all his might. Mr. Jin was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. The blow was so strong that he flew off the chair he was sitting on. The guys who came to the inn with Jang So-duk were very surprised. All the visitors who were in the room opened their mouths in horror. They were shocked by Chan's actions. But Sohan came to his senses very quickly, grabbed the chair with one hand, rubbed the bruised area with the other, and told Chan that he was a Hubei bastard and decided to attack him from behind. Jin asked how they dared to attack him, and Chan shouted what the young man had just said. He wanted to hit Sohan, but this time with his foot, the guy irritated him to such an extent. The opponent's foot stopped a few centimeters near the young man. He was surprised by such antics. Sohan thought for a few seconds and grabbed a plate full of food from the table. He didn't think for long and pressed it to his face with all his strength. Jang So-duk gritted his teeth. Sohan began to retreat little by little. His offender covered his eyes with his hands because food had gotten into them, and the other guys stood there in bewilderment. Jang. So Duk rubbed his eyes from the food as best he could. He was very angry, wrinkled his forehead, and called the guy a bastard. Sohan calmly looked at his offender, and the men who were in the tavern laughed at Chan. He looked very ridiculous. One of the guys who came to the tavern with Chan took him by the hands and begged him to calm down, and he became even more enraged. Another guy started holding him back, while Chan screamed like crazy that he would teach the bastard some manners and then surrender to the disciplinary pavilion. Sohan closed his eyes and said that it was Chan who needed to be taught some manners. He was acting like a brainless monkey. One of the guys frowned and asked Jin in surprise why he was provoking Chan. Sohan was very surprised. He asked when he provoked him because he was the first to attack him with his fists, and everyone around could confirm this. And Chang shouted, "Does the young man want to put all the blame on him?" The men in the tavern looked at everything with surprise. Chan's comrade turned red, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he said that everything was not like that at all. Sohan noted that the guy got mad when he offered to pay for the drinks, and on top of that, he started insulting the Juga clan. Chan broke free from the hands of his comrades, began to run towards the young man, and shouted that he would rip out all his guts. Sohan looked his competitor intently in the eyes. He was absolutely calm, but he wrinkled his forehead and turned red as a boiled lobster. It became very quiet in the tavern. The fight was about to begin, but Sohan, very unexpectedly for everyone, began to run away. Jang So-duk broke free from the guys who were holding him and started running after the young man. And the owner of the tavern shouted after them who would pay. The older man said, "Let the guys get lost," and he received the money later, after he reported everything to the master of the disciplinary pavilion. Then he added that it was obvious that the people from Hubei were to blame, and they were still called a clan, waving their hands over a couple of words. What a disgrace. Near the disciplinary pavilion, a man was walking back and forth. It was clear from his gait that he was angry. 3 guys were kneeling in front of him. The old man, it was the master of the disciplinary pavilion, shouted to the guys whether he had found that warrior from the Juga clan. One of the guys said that they hadn't found it yet, but as soon as they found it, they would immediately let him know. The old man frowned and began to shout, foaming at the mouth, that it was the Jug clan. What were they even thinking? And on top of that, they were the first to start a fight. One of the guys told Master that everything was completely wrong. That guy their Juge started first, but the older man ordered the clan member to shut his mouth. The gray-haired man shouted that everyone in the tavern saw who struck first. They said that it was the guys who started the fight. The man shouted at the boys to stop lying and added that he would report everything to their leader. After these words, the young people felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. They were very scared. The master said that they attacked a member of another clan, and not just any clan, but Juga. Now the leader will have to ask forgiveness from their boss, and they know very well that he doesn't like him. It's all their fault. The boys looked at the elderly man in horror, and he ordered them to be placed in solitary confinement cells. Chang began to ask the master for forgiveness. He said that they were ordered to go to Shanxi tomorrow. The old man frowned so much that the veins on his forehead bulged, and he asked the boys in horror why they had started a fight despite this. He was very angry, started kicking the guys, and noted that they were also drunk. The master hit Chang So-duk with such force that he flew away at great speed. The guys were shocked by what they saw, and Chan turned blue from shock. His eyes rolled back in pain, and the master called the guys parasites and said that for them, the disciplinary pavilion was some kind of joke. It was getting dark, and Sohan walked alone along the path between the trees, twirling his sword in his hands. He heard a rustling sound. It wasn't the trees rustling. The guy immediately understood that. That's why he told people not to hide, but to come out to him right away. As if on command, a huge number of guys jumped out of the bushes, all wearing balaclavas. Sohan turned his head towards them and began to look at them very carefully. There was no fear or horror in his eyes. One of the guys thought that the young man knew that he was being followed, and he realized that his behavior was different from what it was in the tavern. Literally a minute later, all the guys started attacking Sohan, but he calmly fought off their attacks. Sohan, as always, was collected, even though there were many opponents, and they were well prepared. The young man fought for a long time with his sword, which he did not even take out of its sheath, but then it was his turn. Mr. Jin drew his weapon and went from defense to attack. He attacked everyone with lightning speed. Then the young man thought about the fact that they were not from the Hubei clan, and the blades were completely different from those of the Juga clan. He fought off attacks and analyzed the actions of his opponents and noted that they moved like hired killers. Sohan was collected and very attentive. He calmly fought off the attacks of his opponents. The enemies thought that they could handle the guy as a group. One said that he was not from the Juga clan. His aura and sword technique were very different. The second guy said he didn't care about any of this. They would just kill the guy and make it look like he was Juga. Sohan heard perfectly well what the villains were saying. His eyes lit up with fire. He smiled maliciously and asked if they were planning to kill him. Then he very quickly used his special skill and with one blow dealt with the one who was going to kill him. The man who had just spoken to the guy from the attackers was very surprised. And Sohan continued to attack the enemies. He did not want to stand on ceremony with them and waste his time on them. They dealt with 2 more attackers with 1 blow, but more enemies began to run up to him. Sohan looked at them with surprise, because they clearly saw what happened to the others, but they did not even intend to run away. Only one of the enemies hesitated. He frowned, closed his eyes, and thought about something. What was happening here? Because in the tavern the man behaved differently. He looked at Sohan and realized that the young man's movements, aura, and gaze were completely different. Mr. Jin began to attack 2 enemies. One of them gave the order to run away, so that it would be more difficult to hit them. The attackers thought that Sohan would be confused, but the young man had set a specific goal for himself. He used his power and one of the enemy's swords suddenly broke right in the middle. Sohan immediately destroyed him, but behind him was another opponent who had already raised the sword above the guy's head. Just a little more, and he would have killed Mr. Sohan. The enemy's attack was not simple. But the young man dodged and the enemy destroyed his comrade, which shocked him. Sohan took advantage of this confusion and quickly attacked the enemy, who was the only one left alive. The fight was over very quickly. The opponents were lying on the clearing, bleeding. Mr. Jin looked at everything calmly. The young man was thinking about something. He stepped aside and made a fire near an old, dilapidated house to warm himself up. Since it was already a stupid night, the guy who was lying nearby was thinking about whether he is alive. Sohan threw some brushwood on the fire so that it wouldn't go out, and the living enemy looked at all this and thought that interrogation and torture awaited him. The guy held his sword in his hands and thought that his opponent didn't even bother to take the weapon from him. He decided that he still had a chance. But then he heard a voice that ordered him to get up. The man thought that the enemy realized that he had woken up. The young man stood up and began to stagger towards Sohan, who stood completely calm. He came very close, frowned, squinted from the light coming from the fire, and asked why he was alive. Sohan looked calmly ahead and thought about something. He had no intention of answering this question. The guy asked if the opponent would ask anything, who he is, who he belongs to. Sohan asked his opponent how many years he had been training in the art of the blade. This question interested him the most. The guy was very surprised, because he didn't think he would hear this particular question. Sohan wrinkled his forehead and looked intently at his opponent, expecting an answer. He answered after a while. The guy said that he had been studying for 15 years. Sohan lowered his head and said that for 15 years old, it was very weak, and the guy was surprised. Then he plucked up his courage and asked his opponent how many years he had been training, and Jin calmly replied that it had been about 20 years. The man in the balaclava said that the guy looked to be about 25 years old and had spent 20 of that time learning fencing. Sohan replied that the world was full of surprises, and his opponent was definitely not a walking encyclopedia. The guy thought for a moment and said that he had a question. He asked why his interlocutor ran away after the skirmish with Hubei, because he was not from Juga. It was clearly visible from him. Sohan laughed very cheerfully and was very surprised by such impudence of his opponent. After a few seconds, he became serious and angry, then asked the guy if he still had the courage to ask him questions. The young man said that he had nothing left to lose, because he would die sooner or later anyway. Sohan approached the fire, which was already dying down, and asked the guy if he was afraid of death. He frowned and said that everyone would die someday, a little earlier or a little later. What difference did it make? Sohan lowered his head, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled and smiled. The opponent said that they have similar goals, and added that they are both trying to drive a wedge between the Hubei and Juga clans, so they should show their cards since they are on the same side. Sohan sat down on a hill made of wooden planks and asked the enemy what they should do. The young man looked at Jin in surprise, and he told his opponent to tell him something interesting. The guy frowned, narrowed his eyes so that his pupils became like dots, and asked what his interlocutor meant. Sohan replied that if he was interested, the guy would live, and if not, he would die. He advised him to think before saying anything. The stranger in the balaclava started to say something, but Sohan interrupted him and suggested that he just die. The young man looked at Jin and wondered if he would really spare him, and came to the conclusion that he had problems with his head. Sohan looked at the fire, the guy at him, and thought that if he was crazy, then he could really let him go. The stranger in the balaclava was silent for a moment, frowned, and said that he was a believer. Sohan said that it was all nonsense and suggested that the young man tell something else, and the guy in the balaclava was very surprised. But he continued to talk about how they worshipped the absolute being of the Orthodox faction, and then thought that he had blabbed everything out of excitement. Sohan closed his eyes and said that this was all interesting, and allowed the stranger to continue his story. He frowned and said that they were talking about an ancient who had helped them more than once. The guy was silent for a moment, and then added that he was their hero, their leader, and their god. He wanted to say something else. But Sohan interrupted him, saying that he had enough. He was not interested in fanaticism. The young man lowered his head, frowned, and asked the guy to spare him. Sohan asked the stranger why he should spare the degenerate from the cult of the demon of the white heavens. The interlocutor frowned, his pupils became like dots, and he asked in surprise how he knew everything. Sohan did not answer the question, but only began to laugh very loudly. He was surprised at how simple the stranger was. He laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes, wiping away his tears with one hand and holding his stomach with the other. The guy looked at all this and thought that Sohan was a sick bastard. He already wanted to pick up the sword from the ground. Then the genie ordered him to go and find some brushwood, and if he didn't do it, he would throw it into the fire. Sohan ordered to do everything faster, or else he himself would become brushwood, and the stranger clenched his hand into a fist. He looked at the young man who had given him the order, and he just wrinkled his forehead. After some time, a stranger in a balaclava brought a huge bale of brushwood and placed it near the fire. He timidly approached Sohan with the question of whether he would just take him and let him go. Jin lay down on the boards, put his hands under his head, and said that he would let him go, but only if the guy told him something interesting. The young man freaked out and thought that his interlocutor had gone crazy. He didn't need these interesting stories. But he calmly asked Sohan if he could just ask the questions that interested him, and he would answer them all. Sohan continued to lie on the boards, looking at the starry sky and repeating that he wanted to hear something interesting. The guy said he needed to know who he was before he could pick a story to match him. Sohan looked at the speaker with bewilderment and asked if he was blind, and then said that he was the master of the Juga clan. The guy got really angry. He frowned so much that his veins bulged. He understood perfectly well that this was not true, but he controlled himself so as not to be rude to his opponent. After a few minutes, a thought struck him. He asked Sohan if he was the disciple of the furious demon. He pursed his lips, frowned, and was very surprised. The guy in the balaclava folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and said that if the man was his student, then he asked to forgive his ignorance and asked Jin to kill him. Sohan literally for a second he thought about something, then said that he would kill the guy, but first he had to bring some firewood. The young man agreed to carry out the order and thought that the man was definitely a disciple of the furious demon, because he was young, strong, and crazy. He thought that brushwood was the last thing that awaited him in this life, a deserved death for such a name as Haryu. The guy brought some brushwood, put it near the fire, and said that he had an interesting story. Sohan allowed him to tell it. But the young man did not begin his story immediately, but began to take off his balaclava. He showed his face to Sohan and said that his name was Yi Ha-ryu, and his late older brother was called Sang-ryu. He noted that he joined the White Heaven Demon cult on his recommendation. The guy then noted that this cult has been raging in Hubei for over 1,000 years, and that there is an 8th leader at its head, who leads his followers like a shepherd of lambs. Sohan calmly said that he knew all this very well. The guy was very surprised at how the young man knew all this. Jin asked his interlocutor who he thought he was. Had he forgotten that he was from the Juga clan? Yi Ha-ryu thought that the man was not their Juga, but asked if he knew that Hubei had already formed an alliance to fight us. It was strong when it was first created, then all the masters of China were part of it. The guy then added that their cult was defeated 14 years ago, and since then they have been preparing their return, and their first target was Hubei. The man said that their Hubei clan would turn into ruins, then they would fight all of Murim, and Sohan said that they were crazy fanatics. The guy looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, because he did not expect such a reaction from him. And Jin noted that they are beaten, and they come again and again. They really love to disgrace themselves so much. She didn't know what he would answer, but Sohan said that they were brainwashing the people with their religion, teaching them useless technology that no one cared about. The man clutched his balaclava and said that they were not touching ordinary people, because their goal was to cleanse the world of martial arts. Sohan asked again what they were going to clean, and then got angry and asked what he was even talking about. The guy wrinkled his forehead again and said seriously that their god was really capable of this. Jin asked why their god didn't do everything himself, and the guy didn't even know what to answer. A few minutes later, he said that the interlocutor simply had not met with Mr. Cult Leader, and stated that Sohan, with his abilities, would be granted one of the highest positions. Jin wrinkled his forehead and replied that when the time came, he would meet him himself, but only as an opponent. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise. There was fear and horror in his eyes. The man lowered his head and thought that it was all over, because Sohan didn't care about his stories. The guy was very nervous and began to ask Mr. Jin to spare him. Sohan reached for his sword and said that he couldn't stand fanatics, and that his cult was a bunch of idiots, and that their leader was a crazy charlatan who was messing with everyone's minds. Then he added that the world of martial arts cannot be purified, just like the world of people, and the idea of controlling every person with the help of a god is stupid. He does not like fools who believe in all sorts of nonsense. Sohan began to take his sword out of its sheath and told the boy that he would not have the opportunity to die with poison and that he was not needed as an assistant. And then he added that the young man was useless and worse than trash. The guy fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. Mr. Jin calmly said that Yi had entertained him, and therefore he would die very quickly. The young man lowered his head and thought about how he would die like this. Why was he afraid of death? Because a couple of minutes ago it did not bother him. He wrinkled his forehead, and the blood vessels in the young man's eyes began to burst from the strain. The boy looked at Sohan, who was standing in the rays of the moon, and realized that he was not afraid of death, but of him. The stream ran down the young man's face in streams, and he turned to Jin with a request that he allow him to tell him something before he died. He said that this was his last wish. Sohan calmly looked at his opponent and gave him such a chance. The guy had sweat pouring down his face, and he said he realized that nothing made sense, and his culture was a bunch of idiots, and he was a fool for believing all that nonsense. He cried, and said that he was useless and really worse than trash. He begged to be allowed to become better, to be allowed to serve. The boy asked what the master would say to these words, but Sohan looked at him intently and asked Yi Haryu if he wanted to become a servant in order to survive. The guy choked on his tears and snot and shouted that he would do anything, but so that the master would not kill him. Sohan was as calm as ever, his hair and face illuminated by the moonlight, and he only smiled at the young man and replied that it was all very interesting. The guy began to bow even lower to Mr. Jin, who stood in front of him with a naked sword. Sohan walked along Mount Wudang. The young man lowered his head. This is how he wanted to hide from curious glances. But every person who passed by would definitely say hello and ask how long the young man had been there. Sohan did not respond to greetings and questions. This extra attention irritated him very much. He thought that this place irritated him very much. The young man looked at the mountain and thought that everything here looked carefree, and he was inadvertently turning into one of them. His ambitions were disappearing. Then he was torn away from his thoughts by the young people. They greeted the guy and smiled sweetly at him. Sohan didn't pay attention to them, as before. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek from the tension. The girl smiled and noted that the guy was not from around here, and then asked if the weather was nice. But the young man did not answer the question. He calmly walked forward. The young people laughed and decided that he had business. After some time, a man approached the boy and asked when it would finally rain. Sohan looked at his interlocutor with disdain, became angry, and noted that he could not know this for sure. The man was not at all offended by the young man. He just laughed and said that no one knows. The guy walked forward and thought that everyone here was mentally retarded, but this was a place where 5 forces were gathered: water, metal, fire, earth, and wood. But Sohan didn't like it. He walked down the street and thought that the atmosphere here was strange and unfamiliar. The man decided that he needed to go back. The guy took a deep breath, then exhaled, and decided that staying here was madness. The young man looked at the mountain and thought that it was true that Shaolin was strong in the north, and wudang was strong in the south, and he decided that he had had enough. And Sohan walked along the path, on both sides of which pink flowers were blooming. The young man felt great when suddenly he looked ahead and stopped. Right on the tropic there was a large, green, praying mantis. It was very unfriendly. Sohan laughed and noted that the insect was the only one that showed hostility towards him. The young man had already raised his leg to crush the insect, but at the last moment he realized that this would achieve nothing. He crouched down in front of the mantis and thought about how he had just been soft. Then the young man extended his finger to the insect, and the insect extended his paw, and that was how they greeted each other. Sohan smiled, most likely for the first time in his entire stay in wudang, and told the mantis to accept with honor the title bestowed upon him, the Great Bug of Martial Arts. The young man was so engrossed in his conversation with the insect that he didn't even notice how someone approached him from behind. It was a gray-haired elderly man who asked Sohan what interesting thing he had found there. Sohan was very surprised, as he did not expect to see anyone here, and replied that he had found a praying mantis. The old man smiled and noted that people usually did not look at the praying mantis with such attention, and asked what the guy was thinking at that moment. Sohan said that he thought the bug was very brave and gave him the title of the Great Martial Arts Bug. The old man started laughing very loudly and said that this title sounded very funny. Sohan watched the old man and thought that he was somehow strange. He gasped and called the bug great. The young man looked at the older man and thought that he had not felt his presence until he got close. He wondered who he was. The old man said that beach roses were blooming here and asked the boy what he thought their smell was, and he replied that all flowers smelled the same. The gray-haired man said that the beach rose has a special scent. No matter the person or the rose, each has its own scent. The young man listened attentively to the old man, pressed his lips together and thought about something. The men looked into each other's eyes for a long time. The older man smiled and offered to walk and chat with the guy if he wasn't going to attack him. Sohan smiled amiably at the gray-haired man and agreed to his invitation. And they went for a walk, met some ants who were crossing the path in a crowd. The old man leaned over and looked at them with interest. In order not to disturb the insects, he jumped over them, and it was quite funny. After a while, the men found themselves on the bridge, and the gray-haired old man took food out of his pocket to feed the fish in the river. Sohan looked at him with surprise. He sometimes thought about why he agreed to go with the older man. The young man frowned in boredom, pressed his lips tightly together, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension. The old man turned his head towards the young man, saw his reaction, and began to laugh very cheerfully. Sohan frowned and asked the man why he started laughing so suddenly. He replied that he found it very funny to see a man who was not from these parts. He was here like a white crow. The young man took a deep breath, then exhaled and said that he thought the same about himself. The gray-haired man smiled at the boy and told him that he was special, as if he was not from this earth at all. And the old man suggested that Sohan go to a place where he would be much more comfortable. They came to a very beautiful place, and the old man said that the waterfall from above was falling with furious force. The old man added that this created a huge splash that spread around him. The flow created a depression in which the pond was formed. Sohan looked very carefully at this miracle of nature, and the old man compared this stream to a guy. Then the old man asked him why he did not kill the praying mantis. The young man was surprised by this question, and then said that there was no need for it. The gray-haired man noted that that bug apparently had more rights to life than the head of the Juga clan. The young man looked at the old man in surprise, wondering how he knew about this. Sohan was silent for a moment, and then said that the head of the Juga clan was much worse than a praying mantis. The old man opened his mouth in surprise because he was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. And then he added that Jugepe was very willful. He knew the power of words more than anyone. He hypocritically believed that he could do justice. The gray-haired man said that Sohan dealt with him very easily, but it would have been very difficult for him, because it resulted in a confrontation between the wudang and juga clans. The old man added that this would definitely not end well, and Jin replied that he understood him perfectly. An old man asked the boy if he had seen the Taiji symbol. He replied that it was black and white. The old man said that it was nice and the story would be shorter. He called the praying mantis that kills its victim the dark side, and the moment of its satiety is the light side. Killing P is the darkness, and saving the lives of the clan warriors is the light. The old man said that this is balance, and this is Taiji. Sohan was surprised, and the man said that killing without saving lives will color Taiji black, and this is the dark path. The old man then said that if anyone dared to kill the praying mantis in his path, he would bear his blade, because that was the essence of martial arts. The old man added that killing a person who disturbs the peace is precisely the philosophy of the Wudang clan. He said that Juga Pei had shown him how powerful words could be, which was why the Wudang clan had trouble eliminating him. One murder that could have resulted in thousands of victims, and he would have become the one who disturbs the peace. The old man added that this is the bright path. Sohan pondered the words of the gray-haired old man when he suddenly asked how his masters were doing. The young man was very surprised by this question. He frowned, and his eyes became like dots. Sohan was silent, and thought that the old man knew very well who he was. A few minutes later he said that he had not seen his masters since he came out into the world, and the old man smiled and said that he was special to them, and then added that the poison demon had not killed for about 12 years. It was Sohan who made him change, and it was amazing. The young man wondered how the old man knew all this, and he wondered how far his vision extended. The old man turned his head to Sohan and said that for his masters he was their Taiji disciple in the flesh. He noted that one kills, and the other brings back to life, and Sohan is the only one who survived, and the guy was just fighting for a place in the sun. For them, this is something special. The old man said that if you think narrowly, you can say that the poison demon lost to his brother. But if you look at it more broadly, you can see how Sohan brought his opponent back to the flow. The gray-haired man looked at the young man intently and asked if he understood what flow and Taiji meant. Sohan calmly looked at his interlocutor and said that for now he understood everything that the old man was telling him. But the old man closed his eyes and said that the flow is not about tearing out all the roses by the roots, but it is life and death. Everything is a flow. Everyone is born as part of it. Then the old man added that when natural elements circulate in a flow and do not cause vibrations, this is called harmony. Then he said that flow, harmony, and Taiji are one whole, and the path leads to the realization of this fact. The old man closed his eyes, and Sohan listened to him attentively and thought about something. The men stood in front of the waterfall with their eyes closed, the wind blowing in their faces and each one thinking about his own thing. In just a second, all the events of his life flashed before Sohan's eyes, even those that he did not consider very important. After a while, the men opened their eyes, and the old man said that he really hoped that the boy would remember Taiji from time to time. This was such a gift, and his request. Sohan bowed before the old man, clapped his hands, and thanked the master. And the old man said with a smile that the guy met him and this was equivalent to him visiting the Wudang clan. It was getting dark and Sohan was flying calmly between the trees. He was calm and peaceful. The young man recalled an unexpected meeting with an elderly master who revealed something new to him. The boy recalled how the gray-haired man told him that he was glad to meet him and hoped that they would meet again. As soon as Sohan said that he would be glad to see the elder, he disappeared just as unexpectedly as he had appeared. The young man flew past the trees and thought about how the old man spoke that flowers are flowers, wine is wine, and wudang is wudang. As Sohan tensed up, he realized that he was not alone in this forest, that other enemies were following him like shadows. He turned around, began to look closely and listen, but what he saw did not delight him. It was a crowd of young people armed to the teeth, their eyes burning with anger and hatred. Sohan realized that these were warriors from the Wildwood Squad, the punitive force of the Green Forest, an organization that was involved in the slave trade. The young man looked at his opponents and guessed that they wanted to take revenge on him. But the warriors of the Wildwood Squad didn't think for very long. They realized that the guy was hesitating and began throwing sharp knives at him. Sohan tried to break away from them and thought that if he started fighting with them in a crowded place, he would not be able to avoid innocent victims. He sped up, wanting not only to break away from his opponents, but also to lead them to a quieter place. The young man flew like an arrow, and a huge number of warriors hurried after him, their eyes burning here and there. Present in the crowd were representatives from the Wildwood Viper Squad, the Wildwood Wolf Squad, and the Wildwood Tiger Squad. The warriors were very well prepared, but Sohan understood perfectly well that they wanted to surround him. He closed his eyes, flew forward, and thought that this was also Taiji. What was the flow and harmony here? Sohan hid behind a tree to assess the number of attackers, and they shouted at him to stop. The young man was collected, did not panic, only looked at his opponents, their faces distorted with anger. They began to shoot arrows and spears towards the guy, and he actively dodged them. In order to fight off the arrows, the young man flew higher, into the very crown of the trees. The warriors of the squad raised their heads up. They were very surprised that the guy managed to avoid the blows of their arrows. Sohan stood on the top branch of the tree and calmly looked at his enemies, and they thought for literally a few seconds. And then they all started jumping on the branches like squirrels to get to the young man and shouted to each other where the guy was moving so as not to miss him. Sohan broke away from his opponents, came out of the forest, and very quickly found himself near the cliff of the mountain. The young man heard the warriors of the Wildwood squad running after him, but he was absolutely calm. He pulled his sword out of its sheath, turned around and looked at the attackers, and thought that there was not even a hint of balance here. The warriors very quickly brought their bows into combat readiness, and a huge number of arrows flew towards Sohan. But the young man very skillfully repelled the attacks of his opponents, despite the huge number of arrows. Sohan was calm, put both hands in front of him, holding a sword in one of them, and thought about something. The young people who were closest to the guy looked at everything that was happening in surprise. Sohan called the head of the Green Forest, and then shouted very loudly for him to appear. It was so loud that the opponents covered their ears, clenched their teeth, and narrowed their eyes. Sohan looked ahead, and there was a huge number of warriors from the Wildwood detachment. They came to their senses very quickly, gathered themselves together, and began to bare their swords in order to begin the fight. Someone gave the order to attack, and everyone ran. Sohan looked at all this calmly and did not think about hiding somewhere or retreating. The young man said loudly that the leader of the squad had chosen to send his warriors to their deaths rather than resolve the differences personally. Naturally, no one answered him, so he began to use his powers and attacked his opponents first. The warriors of the Wildwood squad were not prepared for such a turn of events. They fell to the ground, some wounded, some killed. Sohan was collected and serious. Because more and more warriors were coming against him, nothing could stop them. Therefore, Mr. Jin used his unusual skills again and again and attacked the opponents who were advancing. The squad leaders who were not directly involved in the attacks stood aside and were very surprised. The young people were shocked. They watched very carefully how Sohan fought with their people. Some warriors had already begun to think, so one of the leaders ordered that they had to fight to the last drop of blood and under no circumstances retreat. It was clear from the faces of the young men that they did not want to fight, but they had no other choice, since the leader threatened them with a sword. And Sohan didn't stop for a second at this time. He continued to attack his opponents. They fell at his feet, and the young man thought that if murder was darkness, then his survival and return home would be light. There were a huge number of dead warriors of the Wildwood squad lying on the ground, and Sohan thought that the green forest that was wreaking havoc in the area was darkness, so they needed to be gotten rid of. Then the young man thought that if he had misinterpreted the wisdom of the holy sword, then impenetrable darkness would fall upon their forest. The head of Sohan began to burn with purple fire, because it was very important to him that the Wildwood squad stop kidnapping and keeping children in cages. At this time, the head of the Green Forest was watching all this. He folded his arms across his chest and tightly pressed his lips. He looked at Sohan and the dead warriors and thought that he had done a good job against his opponents. And then he raised 2 fingers up so that new warriors would attack the young man, and thought that even those like Sohan could not fight forever. A huge number of armed warriors rushed towards Jin again, because they could not disobey the leader. Sohan calmly watched what was happening. He was not afraid of the number of opponents, nor of the fact that they were armed. He didn't even wait for the guys to run closer to him, but immediately began to attack them with the help of his unusual abilities. During an active fight, the young man looked up and saw a huge web above him. With its help, they wanted to immobilize him. But Sohan managed not only to attack the people attacking him, of whom there were countless numbers. He easily tore into pieces the net that was about to fall on him and immobilize him. The warriors tried to surround Sohan and attacked several at once, but their plans failed to materialize. The young man, as at the beginning of the fight, actively fought off attacks. From the outside, it seemed that he was not even tired. Mr. Jin was already getting tired of the warriors' attacks, which were crawling out of cracks like cockroaches, and he used a more powerful attack. The warriors who were watching all this from the sidelines were very scared and tense, and Sohan smiled at them sarcastically, although there was hatred in his eyes, and told them to die. The young man's attacks were very intense. He tried not to let the enemy get close to him, and they, not even having time to get close to Sohan, fell from their feet from fatal injuries. The battlefield was a jumble of dead, wounded, and living. Sohan calmly watched what was happening. The wind blew in his face, tousled his hair, his eyes burned with a violet fire, and he clenched his hand into a fist. The guys looked at him and thought only about how they could stop him, but this question was most likely rhetorical. The warriors said among themselves that Sohan was no match for them, and that only the leader could deal with him. He heard perfectly well what the warriors of his clan were saying, but he only wrinkled his forehead and calmly looked ahead. Sohan looked at the head with a challenge and a slight smile. He understood perfectly well that the head was brave only in words. He turned around and walked towards a huge rock nearby to sit down. Whatever you say, Sohan was tired, because there were a lot of attackers, and his strength was exhausted. The leader of the Green Forest continued to hold his hands on his chest, and the people from his clan watched everything that was happening in surprise. Sohan lowered his head, closed his eyes from fatigue, and took a deep breath, and then exhaled. Then, out of nowhere, an old man from Udon appeared before him and suggested that he run away. The elderly man asked Sohan if he thought there were enough deaths for today, and asked if he could handle the burden. The young man only pressed his lips tighter and wrinkled his forehead, but did not answer the question. The warriors saw that their enemy was sitting quietly with his sword stuck in the ground, so they decided to attack him. Sohan continued to sit on the huge stone, and his opponents drew their swords and approached him. A few meters before the guy, the warriors stopped and called out the young man's name. He squeezed the sword in his hands tighter and thrust it into the ground, but did not respond to his opponents. Sohan stood in front of the elderly man he had seen alone and said that he simply had no other choice. Unexpectedly for everyone present, he took out the blades that were hidden in his clothes and said that he would kill everyone. The gray-haired man looked at the young man, frowned, and said that it was all a shame, and Sonak began to attack the enemy with renewed vigor, now using 2 blades for this. The opponents, although they did not expect that everything would turn out exactly this way, began to actively defend themselves. Sohan's eyes glowed with purple fire as he used his special abilities and soared above the warriors of the Green Forest. He attacked his opponents with all his might, but they were definitely not prepared for this development of events. Sohan stood under the moonbeams, and behind him was a huge number of guys who were lying in a pool of blood. The other warriors looked at all this with bewilderment. They were surprised by the skills of the young man. Sohan looked askance at his opponents, and they looked at him. No one attacked anyone. Everyone was waiting. Behind the young man were the dead warriors of the Green Forest, and in front of him were those who held weapons in their hands, but did not seek to attack. Sohan decided to take a break and calmly walked towards the huge stone. He held blades in his hands and killed everyone who came his way. He walked up to a huge stone and sat down on it, but he didn't let go of the blades, and the warriors of the Green Forest stood in front of him. There were a huge number of them. The elderly man appeared in front of him again and looked at the young man with sympathy. Sohan asked the gray-haired man how one could adhere only to the light path, and then he wondered if the road to hell was paved with good intentions. The head of the Green Forest and the warriors looked at Sohan, and he asked the elder how it was possible to give something and not take anything away, because even when passing by roses, we inadvertently touch them. Sohan lowered his head and asked if one could constantly walk among the flower fields. How would one come to know the pain and suffering of this world? He looked the old man in the eye and firmly said that he would stick to the dark path. He just looked intently at the guy and began to dissipate like morning fog and said that so be it. And the young man smiled at his interlocutor, whom no one else present had seen. Sohan's expression changed in just a few seconds. His eyes began to burn with fire. He stood up and, holding the blades in his hands, walked forward. The warriors of the Green Forest tensed up. They clutched their weapons in their hands and were ready to attack the young man. He calmly looked at the young men and ordered them to get out of his way. The guys were very surprised. The warriors from the Green Forest stepped aside, allowing Sohan to approach their leader without any problems. The young man stared into the eyes of the head of the Green Forest, who frowned, but did not look away. Sohan did not hurry to the cart on which the head's throne stood and hid his blades under his clothes. This cruelty greatly surprised not only the head of the clan, but also all the young people. Some opened their mouths in surprise. The head of the Green Forest continued to sit on his throne and thought about why the young man had hidden the blades. Sohan entered the cart and stopped in front of the clan leader and looked at him intently, from top to bottom. He also looked the young man straight in the eyes. He frowned and beads of sweat ran down his face. Sohan did not look away and continued to look his opponent in the eye without saying anything. A few minutes later, he asked the chief who he was, the young man's eyes burning with hatred. The head of the clan was very angry at this question. He winced and asked what the guy wanted from him. Sohan came closer, bowed his head, and said that he asked who he was. The face of the head of the Green Forest was distorted with hatred. He frowned even more and asked what the brat was talking about. Sohan calmly replied that, in his wildest opinion, the leader was not worth his attention at all, and asked him to explain why the hell he decided to attack him. He took hold of the weapon that lay near his right hand and asked if the boy thought he could defeat him with numbers. He raised his weapon to swing at the young man and shouted at him to shut up. The head of the Green Forest swung at the guy with such force that the cart they were on shook. From the outside, it might have seemed that that was all. But the young man grabbed the spear with one hand, which was a few centimeters from his face. The enemy looked at Sohan with hatred, his forehead furrowed, his pupils narrowed greatly. He thought that he would easily deal with him. The young man held the weapon very tightly and looked with hatred at the leader, who wanted to snatch the weapon away. The head of the Green Forest even stood up from his makeshift throne and pulled his spear with all his might, wheezing from the effort. After a few minutes of unequal struggle, the guy in the skins dropped the weapon from his hands and began to fall. He frowned with anger, clenched his teeth, and thought that his opponent was several times stronger than him. But he couldn't think for long because the young man grabbed him by the chest, and the head of the clan didn't have time to understand anything. As he received a blow with all his might to the left cheek, his head bounced to the right side, and blood came out of his mouth. Sohan didn't think of stopping. He held his opponent and looked at him with hatred, raising his hand again. And again he hit the head with all his might, but this time on the right cheek, so hard that the skin cracked and blood began to flow. Sohan held his opponent by the skin that was on his neck, and he had no strength to resist. He wrinkled his face with anger, narrowed his eyes, looked at the young man with hatred, and wheezed. Sohan stood in front of the head of the Green Forest, his eyes glowing with purple fire, but his face showed no emotion. He hit his opponent again with all his might, but this time on the head, he put all his anger and hatred into his blow. Sohan calmly looked at the exhausted opponent who was bleeding. The warriors of the Green Forest clan watched everything that was happening attentively, and there was not a drop of regret for their leader on their faces. And Sohan took and threw the bleeding head like a floor rag beyond the cart. He fell from a height and hit the ground hard, blood splashing in all directions. The head of the Green Forest lay in a pool of blood, and no one cared about him. His warriors stood and calmly watched everything that was happening. No one even thought to approach him. Sohan took the place of their leader. No one objected to this. The young people closely followed everything that was happening. The young man sat comfortably on the makeshift throne and even crossed his legs. He looked at the warriors and told them that they were all going to Jungan together, and they were very surprised. Sohan gave the order to advance, and the young people began to obey the order without question. The horses, which had been harnessed for a long time, pulled the cart, and the warriors ran, some next to it, some behind it. One of the warriors stopped near the head of the Green Forest, then looked at Sohan and thought that he was really strong. He looked at Sohan's back and came to the conclusion that the twins had done a great job because the guy had a part of the poison demon and a part of the healer. He was unique. The guy came to the conclusion that this was all very interesting and ran after the warriors, who were gradually moving away from the battlefield. Evening had come, time for sleep. The cart stood, the horses and people were resting. A purple mist swirled above the sleeping people. Sohan held his unusual fan in his hands. With its help, he sprayed poison over the warriors. Then he stood up from his makeshift throne and put the fan in a secret pocket, and thought that there were about 30 left. He looked ahead and thought about how he had gotten rid of those who were unable to cleanse their bodies and began to draw his sword from its sheath. He got off the cart, walked past the warriors who were already fast asleep, and approached the sleeping warrior. Sohan looked at the warrior and wondered if he lasted the longest because of his internal energy. or because he was the farthest away from the sprayed poison. The young man brought the sword to the warrior and thought that sitting there, this guy looked like a mid-level commander. With the help of his sword, Sohan lifted the edge of the warrior's clothes and saw a piece of paper rolled into a tube. He guessed that it was a letter. The young man took it out, unfolded it, and began to read. It indicated that the gathering point would be the main road between the demonic leagues of Gale and Shanyang. It was further stated that if Sohan was with his retinue, it was to be destroyed, and if they lost him, then they were to go to Shanyang and await further instructions. The young man realized that they would be waiting for him in Shanyang and extended his naked sword to the warrior and very quickly dealt with him. Sohan turned around and walked forward. He thought that they didn't just go with him to the cliff for no reason. It was part of some plan. The young man walked forward and methodically dealt with the warriors who remained alive. The guy opened one eye, watched everything that was happening, and thought that Sohan was a crazy bastard. He watched what the young man was doing and thought about how he had immediately realized that things were bad when Sohan told them to set up camp in an unknown place, and as soon as they had done so, he had sprayed the poison. The boy lay and watched as Sohan methodically dealt with the strong warriors of his clan. Then the young man suddenly stopped and looked towards the guy, as if he had guessed something. He very quickly closed his eyes. A drop of sweat was running down his face, but he tried not to breathe so as not to give himself away. He lay there thinking that this was not interesting, and wondered if Sohan was going to kill everyone here. The guy was so hopeful that he would get to Chang'an and see something interesting there. Then he realized that he had had enough of lying there, pretending to be dead, and he mentally called Sohan a fucking maniac. The young man approached the man lying on the ground, and he continued to mentally call the guy names. From Sohan's prolonged gaze, the guy frowned and squeezed his eyes even tighter. He thought that he was an inhuman monster, and a second later he caught the sword with his hand, which was a centimeter from his neck. Sohan was not at all surprised, because he had long understood that the man was alive and pretending to be dead, and he looked intently into Jin's eyes and did not look away. He frowned with anger. The young man looked intently at Sohan and began to use his abilities. Jin, as before, was absolutely calm. He used his abilities to attack the enemy. Sohan thought about the words of his master, who told him about the furious demon who uses the Vajrayana martial art. The teacher said that he once drank with him and he shared that he used the Achata style. Then he thought that the 4 demons were a group of old friends. The master noticed that the furious one was in a mess and was completely unpredictable because he allowed the demon of lust and the demoness to live, although he had a chance to kill them. Then Sohan listened very carefully to his master and remembered that conversation. And now he did not stop but continued to attack the enemy. He understood that this was not an ordinary warrior, and he suddenly used such a skill that Jin Sohan flew head over heels to the side and the sword fell out of his hands. The young man landed with all his might on a huge mountain of all sorts of useless trash. The enemy came closer to her, his face twisted in hatred, and he said that Sohan was a pain in the ass. The guy strained the muscles in his arms so hard that the fabric that was tied around them cracked, his clothes cracked, and he began to tear off pieces of them, his eyes burning with hatred. Sohan sat on a mountain of garbage and began to spray poison. He wanted to do it unnoticed. But the guy asked him what he was doing, and noted that it definitely wouldn't work on him. Sohan took a deep breath, exhaled, and began to get up from the pile of trash he had fallen on. The guy looked at him intently. From what he saw, his pupils became like dots. He was very surprised. During the fall, Sohan tore his clothes and a huge number of scars were clearly visible on his body. The young man thought that his opponent had excellent scars, and he smiled contentedly and said that it was all beauty. Sohan grabbed the rag and pulled it off. From himself, looked intently at his opponent and asked him who he was, the furious demon. He laughed and asked where Sohan's manners were, and then added that he thought he had finally met a worthy successor. The furious demon wanted to say something else to distract Sohan and began to attack him again. The opponents fought with each other, and Demon noted that Jin Sohan was very rude. He smiled and frowned. The raging demon told Sohan to stop hiding his true power from him. He noticed that the guy killed 2 demons, and this is not just like that, it requires strength. He said that the essence of the young man is to constantly lie to people. Sohan calmly said that he was doing everything as his masters told him, but he didn't have time to finish. The furious demon interrupted him and asked his opponent if they had mentioned him. Sohan said that sometimes the masters talked about the furious demon, and slowly began to take out his blades and immediately began to attack the enemy. He gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes burned, and began to use his powers to defend himself. The furious demon frowned. Not only was he defending himself, but he was also actively attacking the enemy. The fight was very intense after all, but the duel brought together two difficult young men. Sohan was as restrained and confident in his abilities as ever. He clenched his blades with all his might. The young man used a special skill called True Moonlight and attacked the enemy. And he became even more angry at his opponent and began to use his powers to attack. He screamed like crazy. And Sohan, although he defended himself from the attacks, calmly watched everything that was happening. Nothing surprised him. The opponents seemed to have calmed down and stopped attacking each other. Sohan wanted to hide his blades, but then the furious demon grinned, wrinkled his forehead, and asked the guy if that was all. Sohan looked calmly at his opponent with surprise, but did not answer the caustic question. He looked at the raging demon with indifference and began to hide his blades back. The opponent frowned, his pupils widened, and he asked with bewilderment what he was doing. And Sohan thought that the opponent had a lot of internal energy. But his speed was not comparable to the speed of the perverted demon, and by using speed he could be exhausted. He was thinking about using healing, but then Furious turned to him, wondering if Sleepyhead had fallen asleep. Sohan looked angrily at his opponent, frowned, and asked what he said. The furious demon laughed maliciously and asked why Sohan was surprised, since his name was Sleepyhead. The young man looked into the demon's eyes with hatred and asked how he knew all this. He laughed and noted that he finally saw the true creation of his master. This murderous look speaks for itself. Sohan was very surprised and asked his opponent again what he meant by the word creation. The raging demon said that all those experiments, efforts, and tortures were aimed at his. And then he smiled broadly and added that the masters had created an immortal body, the embodiment of an impossible dream. Sohan thought that he knew that they wanted to create an immortal body, but he didn't think it had a name. The young man frowned and wondered how his nickname related to this experiment. The furious demon smiled and said that immortality was impossible. When he heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he began to use his strength and said that he thought it was worth testing all this in practice, and suggested to see what would happen to Sohan if he were torn to pieces. The furious demon began to attack the young man again, and laughingly asked if the boy would live after such an experiment. He began to attack the guy again and again, and Sohan, as before, defended himself from his attacks. The young man began to float in the air, directly above the head of the furious demon. He looked slyly at his opponent, and asked if he thought he was not keeping up with him, or if this was just a warm-up. The furious demon furrowed his brows, his eyes glowing with hatred, and he asked Sohan if he really thought so. He approached the young man, smiling slyly, his eyes shining with madness, and the young man looked at him with bewilderment. The fight was again one of attrition. Each of the guys knew that they had to not only attack, but also defend. The raging demon dominated Sohan in strength. He frowned, smiled maliciously, and thought that his opponent had been caught. But he was not going to give up, but wanted to attack the enemy with his blade. At the end of the fight, Sohan held the weapon in his hands and only adjusted his clothes, and the furious thought about how he was able to withstand his attacks. He thought about how long the young man could hold out and began to attack him again. The furious demon clenched his teeth, frowned, gathered all his strength, and began to attack the enemy furiously. Not for nothing was he called that. But he most likely forgot who he was dealing with, because the young man fought off the attacks perfectly. He was very serious and collected. Sohan was not an ordinary young man. He attacked in response. The furious was very surprised by the strength of the enemy. The guy closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped out. He was very exhausted by the battle. But then the young man smiled and told the demon that he was incredibly strong. He frowned, his eyes burned with hatred, and said through clenched teeth that Sohan was an impudent bastard. And without stopping, he began to attack the young man from all sides again and again. Sohan looked at his opponent and thought that he was definitely the strongest of the four, perhaps even stronger than all the other demons combined. The young man told Demon that he had hardly noticed him and said that his face was so ordinary. Sohan fought off the attacks and said that if he had such a face and started laughing. And then he added that he had also gone crazy, and with these words he only angered his opponent. The young man attacked back and then asked his opponent not to take his words to heart. The furious demon became even more angry, and Sohan said that he was not telling him all this out of malice. All these words only provoked the furious one. He became so angry that he shouted at Sohan to shut his mouth. And he asked his opponent why the Green Forest, what they were planning anyway. Sohan looked closely at the raging demon and noted that he had deliberately dressed up as a bandit. The same one was not himself, very angry. He continued to attack the enemy more and more strongly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Sohan, thinking that no matter how he landed, his opponent was skillfully dodging him. The young man deliberately provoked the demon, and then began to actively attack him. He gritted his teeth, furrowed his brow, and began to attack the guy in response. The furious demon was jumping around actively, waving his arms, and Sohan was calmly watching him. And then he asked, "They called him furious because he jumps around like a furious person," and thanked him for the performance. The opponent's eyes burned with hatred, but he calmly told Sohan if he didn't think he was going too far. "You have to watch your tongue if the guy wants to live, otherwise he will tear his mouth in half." Sohan replied that Mr. Demon should not be offended by him because he was telling the true truth. The young man looked closely at his opponent and noticed that his face made it difficult to perceive any threats. The furious demon did not respond to the enemy's words, but began to remove the mask from his face. He threw it at his feet, looked at Sohan with hatred, and began to say something. But the young man immediately interrupted and said that the furious demon had such a scary face. He became very angry, his eyes burned with the fire of hatred, and he threatened to tear Sohan to pieces. The young man squeezed his blade with all his might, as he understood that his opponent would attack him with renewed vigor. And again the young people began to spin in battle. They attacked each other and fought off attacks. The furious demon glared at his opponent and told him that Sohan should have shut up in time. The young man looked at his opponent with a smile and replied that he hadn't said anything. Maybe these were voices in the demon's head. He folded his hands in front of him, bowed, and asked for forgiveness, because he should not have made fun of the holy fool. He closed his eyes, put his hand on his head, and asked why the hell Sohan was acting like this. He opened his eyes and wondered if the masters had not raised him at all. The demon noticed that he liked bright battles, where the enemy was equal to him in strength, and not all this. He wanted to say something else, raised his head, looked at the young man, and was very surprised. The demon couldn't understand what was happening, and Sohan turned his back to the enemy and began to relieve himself. In surprise, the furious one opened his mouth, opened his eyes wide, and his pupils narrowed to dots. He could not utter a word. After Sohan went to the toilet, he calmly turned to face his opponent, and calmly asked what he was talking about. The furious demon was speechless. He didn't even know what to say or ask. Sohan adjusted his pants and said that he was asking the furious demon, and he had to answer when asked a question. The demon's face twisted with hatred. He wrinkled his forehead so much that his veins bulged and told the guy that he had completely lost his mind. The young man said that he seriously wanted to clarify what the furious man had said, but he could not understand anything. The guy then answered Demon's question as to why he was acting like that. Sohan noted that he wasn't pretending to be one of the green idiots like his opponent did. The young man noted that if the demon was a true master, he would have challenged him at the very beginning, because he knew perfectly well how things were done. Sohan looked the furious one in the eye and said that the strongest of the 4 demons turned out to be a dishonorable bastard. The guy noted that the demon was hiding among a bunch of savages, like a rat, in order to attack them from behind. The furious demon listened attentively to all the insults that his opponent said to him, and Sohan continued to talk about how he single-handedly subjugated Chungan and Jungan. And where was the demon at that time? The young man smiled and asked if the furious was trying to restore his former glory, or was causing confusion in the sects by forcing the guys to fight each other. Sohan asked why the demon didn't touch the Wudang clan and the secret of Mount Hua, since they were now so damn strong. The young man asked if he was wrong, since the only thing the demon did was kill and then hide. Sohan asked his opponent if he was ashamed of such a laughingstock. The furious one frowned and said that he saw that the guy was not going to shut up, and then noted that this was the first time he had met such a talkative young man. The demon said that if he attacked, Sohan would dodge the attack, and then noted that he could only dodge their attacks for 218 days in a row. The furious one became angry and said what would happen if he killed all of Sohan's subordinates. The young man laughed and noted that he always thought that his opponent only fought those who were within his strength, and now the furious one said that he would kill weak subordinates. Sohan laughed and told the opponent to decide, and the demon frowned and gritted his teeth in anger, and the guy noted that most likely Chungan would become a grave for all demons. The young man said to finish off the demoness and the demon of lust, and offered the furious to join them if he wanted. Sohan said that if they went to Chungan together, he would get there first, and Demon looked at him with hatred. And the young man told the furious one to watch what he said next time. Sohan noticed that the demon would not reach his subordinates. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked intently at his opponent, wanted to tell him something, and sat down on a huge stone. The furious demon frowned and told Sohan to get lost, as he couldn't stand his chatter any longer. The young man looked at his opponent with bewilderment. He certainly didn't expect such a reaction. The demon was surprised by the guy's reaction and asked why he didn't want to leave, didn't want to lose such a chance. But the young man calmly began to say goodbye to his opponent. The guy turned around and started to leave, and Demon was upset because he thought that Sohan would continue to harass him. The furious one thought about the guy going to the green forest to finish what he started, and came to the conclusion that he had to be careful with the mad bastard. Sohan went to the horses, chose the strongest one, saddled it, and set off on his journey. The young man thought that his opponent would definitely show up in Shenyang, and since he would not have a horse, Sohan would be faster there. In the evening, he was already in Shenyang and immediately went to the hot springs to relax and gain strength from the journey. And already in the morning, the young man was calmly strolling along the sunny streets of the town. Sohan kept thinking that the raging demon would soon appear. After some time, he found himself at the open doors of one of the taverns and saw his opponent there. The guy closed the fan he had opened earlier and thought that the demon would regret underestimating him. The furious one devoured the noodles with a huge appetite and paid no attention to anyone. Sohan entered the tavern and loudly said that he was very glad to meet the furious demon. The men who were sitting at the tables were very surprised. They began to ask each other what the guy said. Sohan asked Demon why he was eating alone, like an old man, and after he sat down, he asked if he was okay with him sitting down. The furious man became very angry, frowned, and asked the young man what he was doing. Sohan calmly said that he just wanted to eat with him, and then added that they were so close. The young man approached the tavern owner and asked him to bring him a plate of noodles and the most expensive drink, and he accepted the order. The raging demon asked if the guy was trying to poison him and then noted that it wouldn't work on him. Sohan frowned and said that he actually had principles and would not play so dirty. The young man noted that it was very offensive to hear such a thing from the strongest of the four demons, and the men in the tavern tensed up. Literally a second later, they were all blown away by the wind, leaving only Sohan and the furious demon in the tavern. They looked into each other's eyes. Then the demon began to eat the paw, and told the young man that he was already getting pretty fed up. Sohan began to slam his palm on the table and shouted where his food was and demanded that the tavern owner hurry up. He hit the table so hard that the plate of noodles jumped up and the sauce splashed in his face. Sohan saw all this perfectly well, grimaced, and told the furious demon to forgive him since he didn't do it on purpose. The demon frowned, began to wipe his face, and said that he agreed with Sohan. They would eat and then fight. Sohan started banging his fist on the table again, sauce splashed all over Demon again, and the guy said that they would fight right after the meal, like real men. And then he added that they would fight right in the tavern and continued to hit the table with his hand, so that all the food fell out of the plate. Sohan looked into his opponent's angry eyes and said that he was very clumsy, and offered him to order another plate of food, and then added that he was so sorry. The tavern owner approached the table and placed a plate of noodles and a vessel with a drink in front of the young man. Sohan immediately began to eat, and he ate with great appetite because he was very hungry. The frantic man looked at him and thought that he had only just arrived, and the young man had already managed to wash and sleep. Sohan ate and poured a drink into a glass, and Demon wondered if he would be able to defeat him in this state, since he had not yet recovered. The young man calmly looked at his opponent, ate, and drank with pleasure. After a few minutes, the guy looked at Furious and told him to stop staring at him because he was ruining his appetite with his intense gaze. These words made the furious demon very angry, and he began to attack the enemy. The attack was so powerful that empty tables and chairs were scattered in all directions. Sohan extended his hand with chopsticks to his opponent and said that he was actually trying to eat and that the other was starting a fight. The furious demon became very angry and told the young man to follow him. Sohan looked at his opponent with a smile and asked where he was inviting him. He frowned, his eyes burned with hatred, and replied, to his grave. Sohan looked at the raging demon with a smile and told him to lead him there. The guys started to leave the tavern, and Sohan thought that after this, rumors that the Furious One was in Shenyang should spread throughout the country, and they needed to wait for reinforcements. The demon began to fly forward, and the young man followed him. They flew over the roofs of houses. Furious thought that Sohan continued to seriously think that he had not figured out his plan. He smiled sarcastically and thought that his opponent would not succeed. He would not allow it. The furious demon began to turn around to see his opponent and wondered where he had gone. After a few minutes, he thought that everything that had happened was only to his advantage. He would be able to use the time to recover. He returned to his room, lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and thought that he would finally be able to sleep. He hadn't slept for 2 days because of Sohan. When someone started knocking very loudly on the door, the demon asked who was there. He grabbed his head, as it was hurting, and asked again who was behind the door. After a while, he heard a voice that offered him a drink. This offer took the demon by surprise. He frowned and thought that, judging by the voice, it wasn't Sohan, but who was bothering him. The furious man told the man to introduce himself, and then he would think about whether to drink with him or not. Sohan replied that it was him. The demon was very surprised and angry. He asked why Sohan was changing his voice, not to provoke him. The young man, who continued to stand behind the door, said that the demon caught him and noticed that he was very smart. The furious one sat down on the floor and told the guy to go away with his flattery and leave him alone. Sohan called demon again. He asked what his opponent wanted from him, and the guy again offered him a drink. The furious one's face twisted with anger again, and he said that the guy was really annoying him and asked if the guy was making fun of him. Sohan replied that he simply wanted to say that all of his subordinates had come from Jungan to meet him. The furious one frowned in anger, and the guy said that there were about 100 warriors there, and they really wanted to drink with the demon. He tried to calm them down, but they wanted the furious one to come out. The demon went to the window, began to open it, and thought about when they had managed to do it, and began to estimate the number of warriors. He opened the window and began to look down, but there was no one there at all. This surprised the furious. Sohan said that there was no one on the street. The warriors were waiting for him downstairs on the first floor. Demon thought about his opponent's words. The guy said that Go Segek was downstairs. He was very impatient and wanted to have a drink with the furious. He set up a net to catch the demon. He frowned and asked Sohan if he wanted to scare him, and then added that he didn't care about this useless network. The guy replied that you never know until you try, and added that the demon of lust was stronger than him, but the net still caught him. The furious demon became very angry and jumped out of the window, saying that he would kill this network with his own hands. He ran to the tavern, which was located below the building, but saw no one there. There were several men on the street. They saw the enraged, furious demon and were very scared. And he was rushing around the whole street and thinking about where the members of the network were. The people who were there were very scared. Sohan appeared at the window of the Furious's room and asked very loudly why the demon had started acting up again. The young man took out his fan and began to fan himself with it, and the furious one thought that the young man was making fun of him again. He frowned and suggested that Sohan go downstairs to sort things out like men. The young man smiled back at him and said that it would be best if they had a drink. The furious demon became very angry and shouted that he would drown the guy in his own wine. He was so furious that he beat and smashed everything around him, and passers-by looked at everything that was happening in surprise. Sohan went down to the demon and calmly told him that he was so furious. He took out a fan and said that he just wanted a drink and asked where he got so angry. Sohan asked why he should fight him, since they were old friends who had met by chance in the city and could calmly drink and reminisce about the past. The furious demon frowned and reluctantly agreed to drink with the young man. Sohan smiled and thanked him for finally agreeing to fulfill his request. The young people went back to the tavern, where there was no one else but them, and took the most comfortable table for themselves. Sohan poured the drink into shot glasses and told the raging demon that drinking with him was quite an adventure. He raised the glass to his mouth and said that the poison would not affect him, so that the guy would not even think about doing something like that. Sohan asked how long can one say the same thing? The demon always ruins everything. He raised the glass to his mouth, drank the drink, put the glass down on the table with force, and looked intently at Sohan. He asked the young man to stop tormenting him, and he looked at him in surprise. Sohan asked him again what he had said, and then replied that he had not expected to hear such words from him. He narrowed his eyes and asked if this was torture, then what could he call what he had done in the past? The raging demon took a deep breath, then exhaled, and thought that his opponent was right. Two men entered the tavern and argued with each other about who had arrived first. The mustachioed man said that he was much faster in preparation than Gosegek, and then looked closely at his interlocutor. And Sohan and his opponent looked carefully at the men who entered the tavern. The older man bowed and said that he was Lim Hasun, who had arrived first at his request, and the younger man also bowed and asked for forgiveness for the delay. The young man smiled at them and said that he was very glad to see them, and told the men to sit down. They bowed once more and sat down at a table in the tavern, continuing to argue about who had the higher speed. A few more men approached the tavern, and this time the raging demon became even more tense. Each of the young men was armed. They entered the tavern and continued to argue. The boys bowed before Sohan, said that they were late and asked for forgiveness for it. Mr. Jin was glad to see the young people. He smiled at them and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The furious demon watched everything that was happening. He became even more tense. He did not feel safe. A few minutes later, the young men entered the tavern again, bowed to Sohan, and said that they were glad to see him in good health. Mr. Jin also smiled at them. He was glad to see them too and invited them to sit down. The raging demon frowned, looked at the men present, and thought that they were all martial artists and had come here at Sohan's call. A girl walked into the tavern clicking her heels. She said that she was glad to see Mr. Jin, and noted that he looked good. Apparently, the local air had a good effect on him. Sohan also greeted his student in a friendly manner and invited her to sit down in the empty seat as well. The girl went to look for a place for herself, and the demon thought that he didn't know who she was, but a strong aura emanated from her. Sohan turned to the raging demon and told him that he had done wrong in getting involved with them. He looked at the men. They were all armed and warlike. The furious demon took a deep breath, then exhaled and said that Sohan had tricked him again. He frowned and said if everyone was here, then it was time to start the party. He said he would bury them all here. Sohan took a bottle of drink and said that if this battle turns out to be the last for one of them, then they must drink first. The furious demon stood up from the table, picked up a shot glass, smiled, and told everyone present to join them, and declared that this cup would be their last. The young men were collected and serious, and they looked at their opponent with distrust as never before. Sohan also rose from the table and ordered the men to fill their cups. The young men listened to his order. They poured the drink into the glasses, stood up from the table and took the glasses in their hands. Sohan raised his glass of drink and said that they were drinking to the health of the raging demon. At this time, he looked at the men who had gathered in the tavern and thought that he would definitely be able to mow down half of them. The furious demon looked at the people and thought that their eyes were full of devotion to Sohan. He remembered how Jin had asked him what he had managed to do during all this time. The furious demon frowned, narrowed his eyes, and realized that he was wasting his time. At this time, Jin looked closely at his opponent, as he stood rooted to the spot. The demon looked at Sohan and thought that he envied him, and then he began to laugh very loudly. The furious demon looked at the people and said that they were real warriors and a warrioress. He looked at the stack and said that he recognized their courage. Sohan looked at his opponent in bewilderment. The young man did not expect such words from the furious demon. He was very surprised. Mr. Jin noted that they were ready to die for their ideals and their courage and raised the glass up. The young men looked at Sohan with a smile, raised their hands with the drink up, and loudly said that they were drinking to courage. The furious demon frowned, narrowed his eyes, and squeezed the stack with all his might, causing it to shatter into pieces. Sohan repeated after his opponent, but he was absolutely calm. Not a single muscle moved on his face. The young people who were in the tavern also clutched their glasses in their hands and they shattered into pieces. The furious demon and Sohan looked at each other with hatred in their eyes for a while. The demon was very angry. He shouted at Jin to come out and headed towards the exit. On the street below the tavern, he saw a huge number of warriors and understood perfectly well that they had come to support Sohan. He asked with a sly smile if the young people were sure that they could fight him. The guys were not at all afraid of his words. They were very serious and looked at the young man from under their eyebrows. Sohan from the tavern gave the order for the young men to step aside, for this would be a battle of leaders. The boys folded their hands in a welcoming gesture and said that the master's order would be carried out. The warriors began to move in different directions to make room for the battle, and the furious one watched everything in bewilderment. He thought about how even these talentless people listened to Sohan unconditionally and frowned. Sohan was still standing in the tavern and talking about how they must not lose, because he had not only sent for them, he had said that the enemy was very strong. Jin added that the fight might be a little longer than usual. His men listened very carefully. Sohan added that whoever survives will become a scapegoat for the orthodox factions, and he wants the light ones to unleash all the dogs on them after this battle. The young people listened to the information that Jin conveyed to them, and they agreed with him. Then Sohan walked towards the exit of the tavern, and his men followed him. They walked towards the raging demon. For a while the opponents looked into each other's eyes. Sohan was calm, and Demon frowned and narrowed his eyes. And after a few minutes the opponents met in battle. Each began to attack his opponent. The battle was so intense that dust rose into the air and it was unclear who was where. Sohan calmly attacked the enemy, because he remembered perfectly well that he was not alone, and that he had support. The demon thought that the guy had been dodging him all this time, and was now imitating him in hand-to-hand combat. His eyes were burning with the fire of hatred, and there was a malicious smile on his face. He thought that Sohan himself asked for it and began to attack him. The fight was intense. Everyone was thinking about how to best attack, but also how to properly defend against the attacker. The young men fought furiously, and not only clouds of sand but also paving stones rose up around them. The windows of nearby houses began to fly out, and the treetops began to bend as if during a strong hurricane. The people from Sohan's team were also barely standing on their feet. A strong wind was blowing in their direction. Lord Jin approached his opponent with the blades in his hands, but the furious demon grabbed them with his hands at the very last moment and squeezed them tightly. A few seconds later he winced in pain, and suddenly there was a whip on his neck, squeezing his throat with all its force. It was the great demoness's apprentice who decided to help Sohan. She pulled the whip with all her might, and the demon wheezed. With each passing second, the whip tightened more and more. All the veins on the furious's face were already bulging. He clenched his teeth in pain. He has a plan came into his head, and he decided to go up together with Sohan and his student. He pushed Sohan away from himself with all his might using his abilities, and the young man began to fly down. His hands were freed and he tried to remove the whip from his neck, which was very difficult. After a while he succeeded. He held the other end of the whip in his hands and looked at the girl with hatred. He frowned and very loudly asked the beauty if she was a student of the great demoness and began to attack her. The girl held her whip very tightly. She had no intention of letting go of it and looked at her opponent with hatred. He attacked her with all his might, but she defended herself magnificently, which greatly surprised the furious. After a few minutes, he let go of the girl's whip. It began to fall down, and the demon's face was distorted with hatred. And Sohan watched all this and began to gradually rise up towards his opponent. He saw everything and did not wait for Jin to approach him and began to attack the young man. Sohan used his special skills, and the raging demon gritted his teeth in surprise. And at that moment, the young man flew head over heels down, and on his way he hit some building. Pieces of wood, tiles, and other building materials fell off him, but Sohan landed calmly on his feet. The young man looked at the scale of the destruction and thought that the building was probably beyond repair. Members of his team began to run up to their master Jin, but he stood calmly in the middle of the wasteland. The student immediately asked if everything was okay with Sohan. She was very scared. The young man looked calmly at the girl and replied that he was fine, and there was no reason to worry. Sohan told everyone present that at this rate, the raging demon would sooner or later fall at their hands and ordered them to close ranks. The people unconditionally carried out their master's order. They were collected and tense. Sohan flew forward and told his men who was a speed specialist to follow him. At this time, the furious demon also used his powers and flew somewhere at high speed. He was injured. He thought about why he was running away, because this battle was one of the few that he enjoyed. Why was he running like that? The furious demon stopped on one of the roofs and began to examine the surroundings. A few seconds later, he saw something in the sky that looked like fireworks, and there were some explosions. The furious one looked at them so closely that his pupils became like dots. He would be very surprised. The demon decided to leave this place, but the explosions were very close to him and he was very scared. He frowned, narrowed his eyes, and thought about what was in front of him. It was definitely not fireworks. The raging demon looked at the neighboring roof and saw a huge number of warriors there. He was very surprised. Since they were the three elders of Jungan, he couldn't understand what they were doing here. The furious demon moved to another roof and saw under the building a lot of warriors who were sitting on horses. He took a closer look, frowned, and realized that this was the Hubei Alliance, and thought that those degenerates were also here. The furious demon wanted to run away, but he felt the tiles under his feet shaking. He turned around and saw more warriors. He was very scared and tense, frowning and thinking that it was good that Sohan was not visible. The furious one looked at the warriors intently and asked how the three elders of Jungan dared to oppose him. They began to bare their swords, and the demon informed them that the men would become Cyclops today, just like their brother. The men looked intently at their opponent and calmly told him that they would still see what the outcome of everything would be. The furious demon looked down and smiled. He told the commander of the cavalry squad that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man who was sitting on the horse frowned, narrowed his eyes, and said that many winters had passed since then. He asked the furious how he had ended up in such a hopeless situation, and then added that he had not thought he would meet him when he read that letter. The furious demon frowned, narrowed his eyes, and could not understand what letter was being talked about, but came to the conclusion that it was the work of Sohan. He began to laugh at the warriors and asked them if they thought he had been caught, and then the demon shouted for them to come to him. He was very pleased with himself, as he immediately used his power. The attackers began to bare their weapons and were ready to fight the raging demon. Nearby, on the roof of one of the buildings, Sohan was with his team. They were closely watching everything. Gosegek frowned and asked Jin if they should help those warriors fight the demon. Sohan calmly said that they needed to wait, and he thought that this was his idea. The people on the roof had a good view of what was happening below. The battle was very intense. The furious easily dealt with his opponents. Lim Hasoon asked about the raging demon fighting there, knowing that they were nearby. Sohan thought about something and began to talk about how the demon wanted to show something, everything he was really capable of. The battle ended as suddenly as it began. Buildings and trees were destroyed. Smoke rose into the air. There were a huge number of dead people lying on the ground, and the furious one was very beaten, with a huge number of swords sticking out of his back. He went forward, and among the huge number of dead, he saw the commander of the Iron Cavalry, with whom he had spoken before the battle. The furious one told the man that he had such a face as if he did not expect such an outcome. He bowed his head and replied that he couldn't even think of it, because there were so many of them, and then remarked that Jianghu was a place where it was impossible to predict your future. The furious demon laughed so hard that he closed his eyes, and then said that the Iron Cavalry commander was absolutely right. Suddenly the man frowned and asked the demon to finish what he started. The furious one frowned. His pupils became like dots, and replied that the commander of the Iron Cavalry had no right to tell him what to do. The man was very surprised by this answer. He sat next to the dead horse and was perplexed. The demon passed by, and the Iron Cavalry commander shouted for the furious to kill him. He frowned and told the man to return to the Union if he survived, because they would soon have to fight the heavenly demon cult. The man took the sword in his hands and told the opponent to stop and tell him if he did not want to kill him to stop. The commander of the Iron Cavalry said that he would kill him himself. The furious demon closed his eyes, frowned, and said that he was very tired and wanted to sleep. The commander of the Iron Cavalry was very surprised. He frowned and could not understand whether his opponent really wanted to sleep. The man shouted after the furious one that if he was serious, he was a crazy idiot, and he calmly said that they would end it there. Night fell. The demon hobbled to the river. He had already somehow managed to get rid of the swords that had been thrust into his back. He sat down on the bank. He was dirty, beaten, and very tired. He looked at the river flowing and thought about something. The demon said to himself that in his entire life he had never met anyone as vile as himself. The furious one looked very heavily ahead of himself. His appearance was really poor, since he had not rested for many days. After some time, the demon fell on his stomach, as insomnia overcame him, and he fell into a very deep sleep. In his sleep, he heard someone asking him to sleep because he was tired. It was Sohan. The furious demon woke up in a second and immediately stood up. He looked at his opponent with bewilderment. Sohan calmly added brushwood to the fire he had recently lit and told the demon that he had finally woken up. The furious one frowned and asked Jin in bewilderment why he didn't kill him. Sohan looked his interlocutor straight in the eye and told him clearly that he had no right to tell him what to do. The demon immediately remembered his conversation with the commander of the Iron Cavalry, to whom he answered in the same way as Sohan had answered him. He frowned, closed his eyes, and wondered if Jin had been eavesdropping on them. Sohan took a deep breath, then exhaled, closed his eyes, and began to smile. He did not even think to answer the question. The furious demon thought that Jin could finish him off at any moment, but he was only throwing brushwood onto the fire. The demon asked the young man why he didn't help the light ones, and he calmly replied that it was because he himself would have been their next target. And then he added that Hubei was not in the best shape. Zhongshan had lost 3 elders, and Juga had lost its leader, and soon the Juga side branches would be squabbling among themselves. The furious one thought about something, and then noted that Wudang and Mount Hua were the last ones still afloat. Sohan looked calmly at his opponent and replied that Udan would not interfere. The demon furrowed his brows. His pupils became like dots, and he wondered why this would be so. Jin said that he met their elder immortal sword, so he has confidence in him. The furious one was very surprised. He asked how Sohan remained alive after talking to him, because he was very strong. Jin looked closely at the demon and said that he was not one of the demons after all, and the furious one told him that Sohan was the devil himself. The young man lowered his head and asked where he got all this from, and agreed that he had killed 2 demons. And then he added that only those who deserve it deserve to die at his hands. Furious asked, "Isn't that what the Wudang sect has been doing throughout its existence? The immortal sword doesn't divide people into dark, saints, and demons." Sohan told him that if he were a bastard like the demon of lust, who killed children and women, he would have killed him long ago, and then asked him if he thought he was like them. The furious demon closed his eyes and thought that he really had no manners, and he himself asked Sohan, so only Mount Hua remained. He answered that he had not met them yet. The raging demon said he would ask the question differently, and asked why Jin had spared his life. Sohan said that now it was the Furious's job to answer all his questions, and recommended that he remember what situation he was in now. The demon asked if Sohan thought he was afraid to die, and then offered to settle the matter here and now if he was so confident, but threatened to take his hand with him. Sohan suggested that his opponent try to do this, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The young man frowned and loudly repeated his proposal, as he was already getting pretty fed up with this pointless conversation. The demon was about to attack, when he realized that he was unable to use his internal energy. Sohan stood up from the rock and told the furious one to calm down, then asked if he knew what would happen if he wanted to kill him. Without waiting for an answer, he noted that he would strip his corpse and throw it at the gates of an orthodox sect, for example, the Academy of Martial Arts, or another third-rate one. Jin noted that they would become much more influential if everyone thought that they were the ones who killed the great raging demon. Then Sohan asked his opponent how he liked this idea, and he frowned and thought that the young man was an impudent bastard. Jin told the demon that if he didn't want such an outcome for his mortal body, then he should take care of his life, otherwise he would spread a rumor that he was afraid of him and committed suicide. And then Sohan added that it was almost true, but the furious demon calmly said that it was a lie. Jin smiled and replied that even if that was true, he still couldn't deny it, since dead men don't talk. The young man was silent for a moment and told Demon to keep this in mind and behave accordingly. The furious demon clenched his fist so hard that his veins bulged and thought about how Jin knew all his weaknesses and how he managed to do all this. He grimaced and wondered if he would lose to him, and then came to the conclusion that he had already lost. The demon was silent for a while, and then asked Sohan what he wanted to hear from him. He asked to tell about the cult of the heavenly demon. The furious answered that it was an organization of fanatics who worshipped a man who was previously known as an absolute ruler. People follow their leader, and he conducts training. Demon noticed that they had 8 new leaders, and Sohan asked if they were strong. The furious one said that he had no idea, and Jin clarified what he would do if a war with the cult began. He would watch from the sidelines. The demon began to laugh, closed his eyes, and said that it was necessary to live until that event, and then we would see. Sohan said that he wanted the furious to be in the vanguard. He asked his opponent what he said. Jin said that if there was a conflict between the cuts, he wanted Demon to lead the vanguard forces. The furious man glanced sideways and looked at the young man in bewilderment, and then asked why he needed all this. Sohan replied that he should die there, and Demon replied that he himself would decide where he would die. The young man's eyes lit up with fire, and he asked if anyone had given him the right to do this. The furious Demon clenched his fists, but could do nothing and say nothing to his opponent. Sohan said that here he must renounce his name and he will help him with this. The Demon looked at the young man and asked what he meant. Jin replied that he would use his powers to spread the rumor of his death. Sohan looked at the furious one and said, even if he was attacked, few would expect that there was someone of the demon level among his subordinates. The guy then asked Furious what he thought about it, noting that it would be fun, since it was the two of them against the fucking world. The opponent looked at Jin with fear. He was frightened and his pupils became like dots. Sohan said that he has enemies everywhere because he follows the dark path. The guy noticed that sooner or later he would die, but as a true furious demon. The same one was very frightened by all these words. He frowned and looked at his interlocutor with surprise. After a few minutes, he closed his eyes and asked if the young man wanted to tame him. Sohana was very angry at these words. He came closer to the demon and shouted very loudly that otherwise he would finish him off here. The furious demon was very scared. He frowned and narrowed his eyes in surprise. After a while, Sohan rubbed his beard and thought about something and said that it would not be fun. Jin said that Demon should still accept his offer, and he thought that the guy was really weird. The young people looked into each other's eyes for a long time, and the demon asked what about the antidote then. Sohan smiled and calmly replied that he would give it to him when the time came, and added that he should change his nickname. Jin said that if he gave him a new life, then he should also give him a new name. He said that the furious one would be called Il-Seungi. The furious demon frowned, looked at his opponent intently, and said that the new name sounded promising. Sohan said that it means that Demon has one last chance to live a normal life. The events take place in a tavern, where Gu-sa diligently polishes a shot glass and addresses a visitor in a not very polite manner. He asked the man if he thought that because he worked in a tavern he was some kind of buffoon. The man folded his arms across his chest and looked calmly at his opponent, but did not say a word to him. Gu-sa was very angry. He shouted at the guy and asked why he was silent, whether he was mute by any chance. He began to roll up his sleeves angrily and said that his opponent had asked for it. Then Gu-sa said that Mr. Guo might have beaten him several times, and then looked closely at the man. The young man looked at the tattoo that was tattooed on Gu's shoulder and read it. It read, "As on earth, so in heaven." Gu-sa frowned and said that the guy had finally spoken, and he shouldn't care what was written there, then added that he was looking for death, then asked why he paid attention to the tattoo. The man became angry at all this and asked if his opponent thought he was worthy of heaven. Gu-sa frowned, tilted his head forward, and asked the guy what he said. He threw a rag on the table and ordered the man to wipe the table and then remarked that even though he had been demoted, he should not forget his place. The young man looked up at Gu-sa, stared at him, and then asked again if he had been demoted. He raised his hand up, put up 2 fingers and shouted at the top of his lungs to get the man to show him respect. He slowly reached his hand towards his opponent's face, but he was absolutely calm. Gu-sa looked at his hand, and then noted that the guy was very lucky, because he had to restrain himself so as not to stain everything in the tavern with his blood. The man calmly looked at his opponent and thought about how he hadn't blinked once the entire time. Gu-sa took the hand back, looked at it, called the young man a lucky goat, and asked his name. The man lowered his head, closed his eyes, and replied that his name was Il-Seungi. That was his name now. Gu-sa asked again why now, and then with a sarcastic smile said that before this guy was called a degenerate, and then added that he had a lot of arrogance and an ugly face for everything. Il-Seungi took a deep breath, then exhaled. He barely restrained himself and asked the guy what his name was. Gu-sa frowned, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the other person. He was very surprised by such a question. Then he turned pale, frowned, and beads of sweat ran down his face. He became nervous. The guy said his name was Gu-sa. He was Mr. Jin Seohan's subordinate. He was called that before. But after some events, his name meant that he was close to death. His interlocutor frowned and said that if you put their names together, you would get the phrase, walking on a razor's edge. Gu-sa started pointing his fingers at the young man again and said that he had picked everything up, and Sohan had almost killed him. His expression changed, and he noted that this meant that his interlocutor was extremely strong. Gu-sa's finger was a few millimeters away from Il-Seungi's face, but he still wanted to say something. But very quickly, I realized that I had made a huge mistake and put my finger on the table. He was scrubbing the table and talking about how, for some reason, it wouldn't wipe off, and he was covered in sweat, and Il-seung-gi thought that Gu's mouth was bigger than his fear. The young man looked at Gu-sa and thought that usually people like him didn't live long, but something had allowed him to hold out until now. Here, Il frowned and thought about the phrase, walking on a razor's edge. All of this made him wary. The young man thought that Sohan had made him his partner on purpose to make it sound nice. Il thought that there was no point in being angry anymore, and asked Gu-sa if he had anything to drink. He blushed, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he asked the man if he was serious about speaking to him because he had been polite to him. Il-seung-gi frowned and closed one eye. He could barely restrain himself, as Gu was really annoying him, and he said that the guy's question was inappropriate, because it was a tavern, and then he replied that of course there was booze here, and he ran away from the table where Il-seung-gi was sitting like a bullet. He looked at Gu-sa after him. Il drank the drink, and Gu told him about how he blocked the path of the demon of lust. He noted that he told him that he was taking revenge for the granny who lived next door, and demon just froze. Il was drinking, and Gu-sa continued to talk about the demon of lust, who stopped for just a second and then started running away again. The guy noted that he had finished him off with the words that Grandma had turned 80 years old a decade ago. Il sat with his eye closed and listened to Gu talk about the demon of lust, who, after talking about Granny, wanted to skin him 10 times. He happily said that he then realized that it was his phrase that was able to catch the elusive demon of lust. Gu-sa said that he was the one who snapped the trap that Chungan's net had set and looked at his interlocutor in surprise, and the other one chuckled. Then Il-seung-gi put the glass on the table and started laughing really hard, and Gu-sa looked at him in surprise. Then he twirled his mustache and noted that this part about Grandma was the funniest, and absolutely everyone laughed at it. He looked up and saw his interlocutor rolling on the floor, laughing very loudly and unable to stop. Or he laughed because the demon of lust was obsessed with young beauties and died because of the mention of an 80-year-old fear. He laughed and thought about what a sad end he had, and Gu-sa kept asking if the man was okay. Il-seung-gi was rocking on the floor and continued to laugh loudly, and Gu-sa came to the conclusion that the guy was not all right. His face took on a bluish-pinkish tint. Beads of sweat appeared on it. He thought that Ilya had strange eyes. Then, completely unexpectedly, a young man entered the tavern and said that he had a message from Mr. Jin. Il-seung-gi continued to lie on the floor, only looking at the person who entered, and the man said that Sohan was inviting him to the hot springs. After these words, Gu-sa became very happy and asked again where Mr. Jin was inviting them. But the guy who came to the tavern told Gu-sa that it didn't concern him at all, and his face changed. At this time, Sohan was already in the hot spring. He relaxed and waited for the young man. Il-seung-gi entered the hot spring and settled down near Sohan, who asked him how his wounds were, and he replied that they had healed a long time ago. Jin took a closer look and told his interlocutor that he had a lot of scars. The men were silent for a moment, and Il told Sohan that he was quite self-confident. He looked at his interlocutor questioningly and could not understand what he meant. Il wondered if Sohan had really given him poison, since his body had recovered very quickly. Jin said that the guy is very straightforward. He could have not talked about it, but kept it a secret. The young man glanced sideways at Sohan and demanded that he answer his question. Jin said that perhaps he had not poisoned him and looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment. Then Sohan noted that he was alone here and had no weapons, then asked if the guy wanted to fight. The interlocutor laughed, frowned, and asked with surprise if it was true that Jin was not afraid of him. He took a deep breath in and out, looked at the water, and replied that he would like to ask him the same thing. Sohan adjusted his hair and noted that it was because of him that the boy found himself in the situation he was in now, and whether this made him afraid of him. The young people looked into each other's eyes, each one really wanting to prove their superiority. Il was the first to lower his head, take a deep breath, then exhale and say what it means, how. And Sohan smiled and summed it up. He said that they were not afraid of each other at all. He then added that this was how the world raised them, and Il-seung-gi smiled and said that everything was clear. The young man asked Sohan why he sent him there. Mr. Jin asked again, puzzled, where exactly he had sent the boy. He said that he was going to the tavern where Gu-sa was, who looked rather weak and was still chatting non-stop. Il noted that the guy almost gouged his eyes out, and then asked if Gu was by any chance a local idiot. He told the guy that he looked like a degenerate and spoke like one. That's why he asked Sohan why he sent him there, and Jin said that the tavern was a pretty cozy place, located away from the bustle of the city. The young man also said that if you put their names together, you get a phrase like walking on a razor's edge. Il asked Sohan if he was making fun of him, and Sohan said why he would do that and asked what the guy thought of Gu. He noted that he said that he was very weak, and noted that Jin had put him there to keep an eye on him, but Sa had no words, so it was no wonder he was demoted. Sohan calmly replied that appearances were deceiving, and Il asked in bewilderment if he meant to say that the guy was the master. Jin said that everything is correct. He is a master, although not very strong. His skill is only enough to not die, and he talks a lot when he gets scared. Il looked at Sohan with bewilderment and asked what kind of martial arts masters these are now. Jin said that despite all this, the guy dared and came to him to tell him about the demon of lust's disciple. Il said that Gu told him that he had been awarded and clarified that the award was for this very reason. Sohan looked at his interlocutor and said that Gu Sa didn't receive the award for exactly that. Jin said that when they set the net to catch the demon of lust, he gave Gu Sa the task of throwing spears at the right moment to change direction. Then the guy had to hide. Il listened, and Sohan continued, noting that Gu Sa got too carried away and threw spears after the demon and then began to shout offensive words. So the guy attracted the demon's attention and gave Sohan some time, thanks to which he caught up with the bastard. The young man frowned and said with surprise that Gu Sa had not lied to him. Sohan noted that at that time he was part of an unorthodox faction. He then said that he would not forget the warriors' faces the moment he killed the demon of lust, because everyone wanted him dead. Even from their point of view, the demon of lust did not deserve to live, and the level of skill of these warriors did not stop them from thirsting for blood. Sohan frowned and noted that at that moment they were the unorthodox faction he represented. He looked at Jin and asked him if he wanted to say that this was where they differed. Sohan replied that he could take the words as he wished, as long as he got the gist of them, and then asked the man to listen to him carefully. Jin said that someone wants to meet with him. Their representatives are also from the Dark Ones. Il looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment and asked Jin again who wanted to see him. Sohan said that he wants to unite all the dark factions of Shanxi, but they say that they are too busy fighting the light. But in response to the proposal, they want to meet. Jin said that Hanzhong wanted to appear to be the strongest in Shanxi, and the meeting was just a formality. It was obvious that they were planning an assassination. The young man frowned and noted that they had said that the number of people in the retinue should not exceed 10. Il smiled and noted that he wouldn't be surprised at all if they dragged the entire clan there. And then he added that the representatives of the dark factions have one brain for everyone. These are traps, poisons, hidden weapons. The man noted that when they arrive at the meeting, a full set will be waiting for them. Il said that they were so pathetic. Did they really seriously think that Sohan wouldn't figure them out? Jin looked closely at the man and said that they were sure that he had figured them out. Il Seunggi frowned as he looked at Sohan and asked why he thought so. Jin said that the clan representatives were counting on him to come to the meeting, knowing that it was a trap. The young man glanced sideways, smiled a sly smile and said that this was all very interesting. Sohan also smiled and noted that the most interesting thing was that they would bring with them many more warriors than 10. Il Seunggi frowned, looked intently at his interlocutor and wanted to say something to him. And Jin suggested that the man go there together, and that they would be together against all of Hanzhong. The young man frowned, narrowed his eyes, and looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He looked at Sohan, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and wondered what he was talking about. He then asked his interlocutor whether it would not be safer for him to go there alone. He narrowed his eyes again and asked Jin if he was afraid that Il would decide to betray him and kill him. The young people looked into each other's eyes for a while, and then Sohan said that he had decided that they would go there together. Il Seunggi frowned so much that his veins bulged and narrowed his eyes, and thought that his interlocutor was an impudent bastard. But he fixed his hair and asked Jin what he was going to do next. Sohan said that if they were the same creatures as those from the Green Forest, then he would kill them, but if they were ordinary, then he would allow them to join him. Il was very surprised by this answer and asked why Jin needed this, since at best there would only be a dozen or so strong warriors there. He replied that he didn't care about the skill level of his subordinates. He had those who developed their skills and those who didn't care about him. Sohan said that if necessary, he would raise his sword, and then everyone in the unorthodox faction would raise it with him. The young man noted that then it would not matter at all who it would be. a bathhouse attendant, or an innkeeper. Ilseungi frowned, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Sohan with surprise. And Jin told him to stop looking at the world through the eyes of the demon, because it is a losing option, and he knows it himself, and noted that he is not forcing him to become his subordinate. Sohan said that the man became the one who deserves the name Ilseungi, and looked at the world through the eyes of this man. The young man lowered his head and was surprised by such a recommendation. Jin told him to see the warriors as men, and if he saw any machinations, they should be destroyed, and those who deserve to die should be killed. Sohan noted that he could safely leave if he got bored with this life, and decided to become a raging demon again. Ilseungi looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment and asked him if he would allow him to do this. Jin looked at the man and asked if he thought he had the resources to restrain him. The young man was very surprised, and then said that Sohan was very strange. He replied that he knew it very well. Ilseungi started to get out of the water, looked at Jin and told him to let him know when he was going to the meeting. The young people walked along a path that ran parallel to the river. They were in no hurry. Suddenly, Ilseungi told Sohan that they were almost there, and suggested that he hurry up. He seemed not to hear the young man's proposal, looked at the river and said that the water in it was azure and very clean. Sohan turned to the young man and asked him if he could swim. He said that he had fought about 100 times in the mountains, and about 50 times underwater. Many battles took place in thick fog, sometimes consisting of poisonous vapors. Sohan looked at the man in surprise and said that he simply asked if he could swim, and was not interested in how cool his balls were. Il followed Sohan and thought about how confident he would be when they came to the meeting, and decided that the guy should not count on him. He frowned and thought that he would show the young man that he was not worth angering. After some time they came to the place where they were expected. There was a gazebo on the riverbank. Ilseungi was surprised that there were only 5 men in it, and said that most likely they put the best ones there. Sohan replied that it was unlikely, and noted that this meant that the rest were either at the same level as the Hanzhong faction leader, or even stronger. Il was angry, and told his interlocutor that he was acting like a fortune-teller, and then asked how he knew all this, and then added that they would meet with them and understand everything. They entered the gazebo. The young people stood up to greet those who entered. The most important one among them introduced himself and said his name. His name was Song Junhui. The young man looked him straight in the eye and said that his name was Jin Sohan. Song frowned and said that he had been waiting for a long time to meet the famous Jin Sohan, and then asked why there were only 2 of them, since they had agreed on 10 people. The young man looked his interlocutor in the eyes and noted that there would be fewer of them. Song Junhui looked at Sohan's companion and asked where he came from. The man frowned, his pupils became like dots, and he looked intently at the guy. And then he sat down on a chair, folded his arms across his chest. He was angry and dissatisfied. He had no intention of responding to the man's answer. He lowered his head and, for no apparent reason, began to laugh and then folded his arms across his chest. The Dark Faction representatives looked at the man in surprise. They couldn't understand what was happening. Sohan told them to ignore him and offered to sit down. He felt awkward and noted that he would introduce his companion later. The young people agreed with his proposal. They all sat down at the table. Ilseungi did not change his position, sat calmly at the table, and then began to laugh again. Sohan got very angry and asked his companion if he could stop behaving so inappropriately. He just glanced sideways at Jin and didn't answer. Sohan asked why they didn't bring wine. Song Junhui frowned, narrowed his eyes, and was very surprised by this question. Sohan said that his companion would calm down only when he was completely drunk. Ilseungi became very angry after these words and asked Jin to watch his language. Sohan took a deep breath, then exhaled, closed his eyes, and told the guy to finally get drunk and shut his mouth. Song Junhui and all the young men present watched everything that was happening with bewilderment. The man was thinking about how they could not be afraid that the wine was poisoned. But Sohan did not calm down, again and again asking those present where the wine was. The dream ordered a man who was near the gazebo to bring them wine. He explained to the men that they had made arrangements with the local innkeeper to serve them, and noted that he hoped that they would not mind. Sohan said that everything was fine and noted that the guys, on the contrary, had come up with everything very well. Jin said that the view from the gazebo was extremely good. It would be difficult to hide an ambush here, since the terrain was open and the sky was clearer than ever. Sohan smiled and said that the men had chosen a perfect day to meet. The men sitting opposite were all to a man gloomy and dissatisfied, and Il said that they didn't come here to admire the weather, and that they needed to stop pretending to be Buddha. Sohan told the young men present that his companion had gotten up on the wrong side of the bed today and asked them to simply ignore him. Alcohol could cleanse a man's dirty mouth. Sun replied that he understood everything and asked Mr. Jin to introduce him to everyone. Sohan said that the man was his bodyguard, who had a hot temperament and asked not to be offended by his antics, and that security would not bother him, because these are dangerous times. Il-seung-gi frowned, looked at Sohan intently, and asked who said that he was his guard. Mr. Jin grimaced and asked if Il was not his guard, and then replied that let it be his. There was silence at the table. The young people were very surprised and did not know what to say. The men thought about what was going on here and came to the conclusion that Sohan and his companion decided that they were playing games here. Just then, a young man entered the gazebo and placed a vessel on the table. He said that he had brought wine. The men who had invited Sohan here watched all this very attentively, tensely. Sohan calmly turned to the innkeeper and asked him to pour them some wine. He frowned, glanced sideways at Mr. Jin, and agreed to fulfill this request. Song Junhui, who was watching everything closely, thought that everything would go much easier than he thought. The innkeeper poured wine, and Song thought with a smile that men were idiots. They didn't even think that they could poison the wine. Sohan got very angry with the young man who was pouring the wine. He asked who he should pour for first. He became nervous, frowned, beads of sweat appeared on his face from worry, and he asked for forgiveness. A second later, Sohan stood up from his chair, grabbed the guy by the chest, and asked if he knew who was in front of him. He was very scared and upset, wrinkled his forehead and said that he knew who was in front of him. Sohan frowned, looked at the boy intently and demanded that he state his name. The young man said that in front of him was Jin Sohan, the head of the Dancing Moon School. Sohan asked that the guy, knowing all this, decided to pour the bodyguard first, and then hit him with all his might. Jin held the guy by the lapels and asked him if he had gone completely crazy. Song Junhui frowned and asked Mr. Jin to stop and accept their apology for the young man's mistake. Sohan asked if the guy was their subordinate or not, because they said that he was an innkeeper. The dream was confused, began to stutter, and then said that the man worked in a tavern nearby. Jin listened carefully to Junhui, frowned, narrowed his eyes, and said that he understood everything. He hit the young man with all his might, so hard that he flew back several meters. Sohan leaned over the innkeeper and asked the boy with hatred if he thought it was easy to be an innkeeper. And he frowned so much that his veins bulged. He squinted his eyes and just rubbed his cheek. Jin looked at the young man and said that there was a thirst for blood in his eyes, and he could bet that it was the look of a killer. The representatives of the dark clans watched everything that was happening closely, but no one even thought of standing up for the guy. The young man took his hand away from his cheek. His face turned burgundy, and he said that he was not a murderer. Song Junhui watched everything that was happening, frowned, and thought that the guy was an idiot. The innkeeper left the gazebo, and Sohan shouted at him to get lost, and he thanked the master. Il-seung-gi asked what the point of this performance was, since he looked older, and it would have been more appropriate to pour him the first drink. Sohan grimaced and told the man to drink his own drink so they could test it for poison. Il-seung-gi took a deep breath, then exhaled, laughed, and said that he would do as Jin said. Sohan frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" As you say, he was very surprised by such an answer. The man replied that it didn't mean anything, took a glass of wine from the table and began to drink. Song Junhui watched everything that was happening carefully. It was important to him that Jin's bodyguard drank the wine. The young man also thought that he now needed to somehow force Sohan to drink the wine. Here Jin turned to him, asked for forgiveness for interrupting his train of thought, and asked why he was called here. The man said that he heard that Sohan wanted to unite the dark factions of Shanxi, so he decided to pay him a visit first. Song Junhui furrowed his brows and said, as Jin might have heard, but they in Hanzhui never kneeled to anyone. Sohan said that all this was correct, because the dark factions should never bend to anyone. Jin approached Sun with a question about whether he had any suggestions that would help resolve this issue. He was ready to listen carefully. Il-seung-gi smiled and said that the man had no suggestions. They wanted to live as before and cook in the same pot, fight with each other until only one remained. Sohan asked the man to be silent for at least a minute. These words irritated him very much. Il-seung-gi looked at Jin, frowned, and asked why he needed a mouth if he couldn't speak. Song Junhui watched everything that was happening and wondered who that man thought he was. He watched them closely, saw that the men were exchanging glances, and came to the conclusion that they were thinking about whether to attack or not. Il-seung-gi picked up the glass of wine again and drank it calmly. He carefully watched the reactions of the men opposite him, and then he stretched out his hand and waited for it with all his might, his veins bulging from the tension. The man squeezed the green poison out of his hand and straight into the shot glass, looking the guys straight in the eye. They watched everything that was happening with surprise, turned pale with horror, and thought that the man had simply squeezed the poison out of himself. More than half of the glass contained a greenish-brown liquid, and Il noticed that it was a strong brew. He looked at the men sitting opposite him and said that one of them should drink it, and Sohan asked Sun whether they had tried to poison them, and then asked him what he would say in his defense. His interlocutor frowned very deeply, narrowed his eyes, but did not answer. Jin said that there was no need to look at the poison and suggested that everyone present talk. Sun looked at Sohan and thought that the guy wanted to talk to them again, and this was after they tried to poison them. Jin said that he would ask 3 questions, and said that if they knew that the Mount Hua sect and Hubei were preparing an alliance, he asked what they would do if he invaded their lands. Sun blushed, stared at Sohan, and couldn't believe that the guy actually wanted to talk. Jin waited a bit. The man didn't answer his question, so he decided to ask a second one. He said that he killed the leader of the Juga clan to destabilize their alliance, and also arranged the deaths of the 3 elders of Jungan, getting rid of the iron cavalry of the Hubei sect. He said that he had bought time as best he could, and Il thought that he had set them on him to get rid of them, and he wondered what would have suited Jin if he had died too. Sohan added that he heard that the heavenly demon cult had also become active. Song was very surprised when he heard this information. Jin suggested that the men imagined that the cult would attack the Chungan faction and win, then invade their lands. What would they do in that case? Sohan noticed that this was the second question, but the man, although his face changed, did not answer. Jin waited a bit, said that he didn't have an answer to that either, and decided to ask a third question. He asked what they would do if the sect or union attacked them first, rather than him. Beads of sweat appeared on Song's face, and he thought about what would happen if they were attacked by an alliance or a sect, which was quite possible since Hanzhong was rich in resources. Sohan looked at Sun intently and told him that he couldn't answer any of his questions, and he decided to ask another one. Jin asked if the Hanzhong faction were to meet a powerful enemy, and not only the soldiers and innocent people would suffer, but children would become orphans. Who would they turn to for help? Sun lowered his head, frowned, closed his eyes, and squeezed the armrest of the chair very hard. Since the interlocutor did not answer, Sohan asked if he was thinking of contacting them, and he nodded his head towards the men who were sitting next to the young man at the table. He told the boys that each of them was a faction leader, a conclusion he drew from their reactions when he made predictions about the future. But then Sohan turned his gaze to the man who had been sitting at the table from the very beginning and expressing his dissatisfaction. He looked at Jin with disdain, frowned very strongly, and narrowed his eyes. Sohan told him that he had been sitting with this stupid grimace on his face from the very beginning. The man continued to sit in his place and did not react to Jin's words. This made Sohan very angry, and he told him that he was sitting there as if he was only interested in money. He ordered him to disappear, since he had no right to be there. The young man looked at Sohan with hatred and began to get up from his seat. But he had no intention of leaving just like that, as he was hiding the weapon he planned to use against Jin. The man's face twisted into a hateful expression and he began to attack Sohan. But literally a few minutes later his hand was stopped in the air. He looked at his opponent in surprise. The weapon fell out of his hands in surprise. The man's face was distorted with tension. The veins on his forehead bulged and beads of sweat appeared. But he couldn't free his hand. Il-seung-gi held it with all his might and stared into his eyes. Literally a few seconds later, Il lowered his opponent's hand, but didn't even think about letting him go. He grabbed the man by the throat and began to strangle him with all his might. He wheezed from lack of air. The young men with whom he had recently sat at the table only watched everything that was happening and thought that Jin's guard was many times stronger than they were. Il-seung-gi walked over to the glass into which he had previously squeezed the poison that had been added to the wine and took it in his hand, saying that he just needed to drink it. He looked at the man he had by the throat and congratulated him on being his drinking buddy. The man was very scared, but Il opened his mouth with all his might and poured poison into it. OK told him to choke and close his mouth so he couldn't spit out the poison. The man fell to the floor, began to swing around and scream. He was holding his throat and blood was coming out of his mouth. Sohan calmly addressed everyone present to gather, as the meeting was not over yet. All those present very quickly took their seats. Everyone was silent. No one said a word. Song looked at Jin's assistant and thought that he didn't know how strong he was. He looked closely at Sohan and thought about calling his best warriors, but he wasn't sure they would live to see them arrive. And Sohan said that Mr. Song was disappointing him more and more. The man's face was covered in beads of sweat from worry. And Jin kept talking about how his value to him was decreasing with every second. Sun turned blue from the tension and wrinkled his eyebrows. He thought about Sohan's words, and he said that there are no irreplaceable people. Mr. Jin narrowed his eyes, looked at the man intently, and asked him if he understood what Sohan was talking about. Song frowned and thought that Jin was hinting at taking over Hanzhong and putting his puppet in charge of the faction. The man lowered his head and timidly asked Sohan what he was suggesting they do. Il watched everything that was happening and thought that Sun was a weakling who was not worthy of being called a man. He remembered the words Sohan had spoken to him during his visit to the hot springs. Il Seung-gi folded his arms across his chest and looked sideways at Mr. Jin, who stood up from his seat. Sohan approached the man whose throat Il had poured poison into, and said that it would have been better if he had been devoted to his fear rather than money. He began to ask Mr. Jin to spare him, and say that he was from the Sichuan Tang clan. Sohan looked at the man with hatred and asked him again what clan he was from, and he repeated. Jin asked his interlocutor why he decided to put his entire clan in danger. And then he took it and stepped with all his might on the young man's throat. He didn't expect such a turn of events. He only flinched, and Sohan took his foot from his throat. All the men present simply watched everything. Jin turned to the men and ordered them to state who they were, what organization they belonged to, and then added that this was their last chance. The dark-skinned man said his name was Chun Mujun, and he was from the dark Frachia of Siowa. A young man with a beard and long hair gave his name. His name was Mac Eigel. He was from the dark faction of the Lanterns. The third man said that his name was Yu Jianghe, and he was from the Shiquan dark faction. Sohan said he was glad to welcome them to this meeting and then added that it would give them great opportunities. He noted that Song had made 2 mistakes, poison and murder, but that was the orthodox way. But he would see if the man made a 3rd mistake. The men listened very attentively to Mr. Jin, and Song wondered what the 3rd mistake was. Sohan looked closely at the men present and declared that they should tell those hiding to come out. Sun frowned, narrowed his eyes, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he looked at Jin with bewilderment. The young man had no choice, and he shouted at the top of his lungs for the guys to come out. Young guys started running out of the windows and from behind the trees. They very quickly found themselves near the gazebo. There were a huge number of them, and each one, while running, pulled out his sword from its sheath. Il calmly looked at everything that was happening, and calmly said that there were too many of them for 10. And Sohan calmly looked at the river. He didn't even look at the number of warriors who stood near the gazebo. Sleep, gritting his teeth and frowning, said that everyone who was hiding had run out. Sohan moved away from the edge of the gazebo, approached the young people who were sitting at the table, looked at them with contempt. His eyes burned with hatred, and ordered them to kneel. The boys looked at Mr. Jin in surprise. Their brows furrowed, and their pupils became like dots. They thought that kneeling in front of their subordinates was too much, and looked at Sohan with bewilderment. Il Seung-gi glanced sideways at Jin and thought that he didn't understand him. The man took a deep breath, then exhaled, smiled a sly smile and thought that Sohan was a funny guy. The young people began to move their chairs away from the table, and one of them stood up first. He looked at the warriors and calmly told them to put away their swords. They obeyed the young man unconditionally and instantly hid them in their sheaths. And Sohan watched everything that was happening from the side. He was surprised by such an act. The man said that if he lost, the Lantern clan would obey Lord Jin Sohan. The young man asked the warriors if everything was clear to them, and they agreed with the words of their master. Mac Eagle, the head of the Lantern faction, began to move away from the table and began to walk towards Sohan. The man said that if he lost the battle and survived, he would bow down to Lord Jin. Sohan thought that this was an excellent decision. This was what he expected. This is how warriors of the dark path should act. Il Seung-gi folded his arms across his chest and asked the men to wait. He wanted to fight the head of the Lantern clan first. But the man bowed in greeting and replied that they would fight later, and that today he wanted to challenge Mr. Jin. Ilseungi wrinkled his forehead, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. The man thought that at least one brave person was found. Sohan looked at the young man who wanted to fight with him, and thought that the day had not been wasted. Jin, together with Mac Eigel, who was already holding the sword, came out of the gazebo and stood in front of the warriors. Sohan immediately began to take out his blades. All eyes were fixed only on him. He turned his head to his opponent and calmly told him to attack first. He did not wait for a second order, and with a serious expression on his face, began to take his sword out of its sheath. A minute later, he was already attacking Sohan, who was calmly watching the young man. Mac Eigel actively attacked Jin, who repelled his attacks at the last minute. The young man gave it his all. He really dreamed of defeating Sohan. But Jin, without much effort, repelled his opponent's attacks at the very last moment. Mac Eigel's face turned burgundy and was covered in beads of sweat, and the man thought that Sohan was incredibly strong. The man looked at Jin and noted that his opponent was not fast enough, so he definitely had a chance. And he continued to attack his opponent with all his might. He tried to be fast and sharp. After a while, Mac became surprised and wondered if his opponent had sped up. At that moment, Sohan hit the young man on the side with all his might, and he winced in pain. The blow was so strong that the men were thrown several meters away from Jin, and Mac's sword fell out of his hands. He was about to get up to continue the fight, when an enemy blade pierced his head a few centimeters away, and the man turned pale in shock and became covered in beads of sweat. Sohan calmly said that the blade had slipped and asked Mac to pick up his blade. The man lay on the ground, his eyes full of horror. He turned blue with fear. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. But he stood up, picked up Sohan's blade and brought it to the boy, thanking him for saving his life. Jin took the weapon in his hands, looked intently at the young man, and replied that they would see about that. Mac blushed, lowered his head, clenched his fists, and thought about how he had completely lost. He closed his eyes, frowned, his face turned purple, but he understood that he had to keep his word. Mac looked at the warriors of the unorthodox Lantern clan and wanted to say something to them. When Sohan suddenly spoke, he glanced towards the clan leader and smiled. He invited Mac to join him. The young man was in a good mood. The man furrowed his brow and thought that Sohan wanted him to become his subordinate. Mac Eigel bowed before Jin and said that he would gladly stand by his side. Sohan looked at the young man and asked if his warriors were in solidarity with him. The young men, as one, fell to their knees and said that their clan would gladly follow Lord Jin. Sohan was pleased with this development and said that from that moment on all their enemies would automatically become his enemies, and gave his word. Song Junhui, who was watching everything from the side, became very tense and furrowed his brows. And then he remembered Sohan's recent questions about who they would turn to for help if they were to meet a powerful enemy. And then it dawned on the young man that he had made a mistake. He had been looking at Mr. Sohan's back. Sun frowned, turned pale, and regretted that he could not answer as Mac Eigel had done. And Sohan looked around and said that only Hanzhong, Seowa, and Shikwan remained. The representatives of these clans looked at Jin. They turned very pale and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Sohan put his hands behind his back and told the clan leaders that they were absolutely useless to him because they were trying to poison him. He went up to the gazebo and continued to talk about how the young people did not even dare to speak out against him. Jean noted that they, as leaders, had developed huge egos, and then asked if they believed they could overcome them. Guys. They looked at the young man with horror in their eyes, their brows furrowed and sweat running down their faces. Ilseungi, who had been sitting on a chair at the table all this time, began to laugh very loudly. He thought that Sukhan was indeed an amazing person. That's exactly what they said about him, and he began to think that he wouldn't like Eigel either. Il laughed because Sohan was choosing his words funny, and the three clan heads looked like they were shitting their pants. He hadn't laughed like that for a long time. Jin got very angry and asked the man if he should stop behaving like that, and asked if the old man was ashamed. He frowned, squinted, and said with a sly smile that eggs don't teach chickens. Sohan took a box out of his pocket, opened it, and placed it in front of the clan leaders. There were 3 green balls inside. Ilseungi asked Jin what was in the box, and he was silent for a while. And then he asked what Il thought about this. Then he said that a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. Ilseungi, who had calmed down just a few minutes ago, started laughing again. The clan leaders watched what was happening closely. Their pupils became like dots, and Il noted that poison for poison, such a dark path. Sohan looked at the young people and told them that they had to drink this poison, and he himself took a vessel of wine and said that, so that everything would be fair, he would take the poison that they had prepared for him. The clan leaders looked at Sohan with horror. They could not even imagine such a thing. He took the glass in his hand and said that if the men survived, they would definitely continue the conversation. The young people looked at him in surprise, beads of sweat running down their faces, but no one stopped Sohan. The genie said that he would drink the poison first, and calmly began to bring the glass of poisoned wine. Suddenly, Song Junhui jumped up from his seat and addressed Sohan very loudly. He fell to his knees and said that he, as well as his entire Hanzhong faction, pledged allegiance to him. The other two clan heads looked at everything that was happening with surprise. They couldn't understand what was happening. Sohan said that it was all too late. The clan leaders' eyes narrowed very much and they frowned. Mr. Jin calmly raised the glass of poisoned wine to his mouth and drank it down. The clan leaders looked at all this, and everyone thought that Sohan really had drunk. He was a crazy person. Then Sohan squeezed the stack with all his might, and it shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces. He looked the clan leaders in the eyes and told them to drink the poison if they didn't want to die. The young people all wrinkled their brows, their pupils narrowed very much, and their eyes showed fear and panic. With trembling hands, they reached for the box containing the poison, and each took a green ball. The men drank the poison and their faces instantly changed. They turned pale and broke out in sweat. Sohan sat on the tulo and told them that they would receive their antidote a little later in Chungan, and said that they needed to continue the conversation. The men stood in front of Mr. Jin. Their faces had already returned to normal color, but they were very scared. The young man decided not to waste time and turned to the head of Chun Mujun, as some issues needed to be resolved. He lowered his eyes, which he narrowed. His face became burgundy in color, despite the fact that he was dark-skinned. Sohan said that he was giving him 60 days to bring all the Dark Path warriors from Gansu to Chang'an. Jin narrowed his eyes and said that he didn't care how he did it, whether he convinced, forced, or killed, because anyone who didn't show up was doomed anyway. Chun Mujun lowered his head. Now he turned pale and said that he obeyed Mr. Sohan. Jin called out to Zhu Jianghui. The young man's brows furrowed and his face turned purple. Sohan ordered him to go to Sichuan with Mac Eagle to suppress the local clan and bring all the heads of the Sichuan faction to him, and they also had 60 days to do this. The young men looked at Jin, Mac with a calm look, and Zhu with a frightened one, and said that they obeyed their master. Finally, Sohan turned to Song Junhui, who was also ready to hear the young man's order. Jin said that he had killed the head of the Juga clan, and that a power struggle would soon begin there. He must influence the course of events so that they would point their blades at each other. He also had 60 days. The man lowered his head, his face turned crimson and beads of sweat appeared on it. He said that he obeyed Mr. Jin. Then Sohan added that when they returned from their missions, let them find out what happened to the Zhongnan sect, because he was not the type of person who would dump all the dirty work on his subordinates. Everyone present looked at Jin with surprise, and Il asked if Sohan wanted to attack the sect together. He replied that it was his business what he wanted. The main thing was to hammer home to everyone around that it was better not to mess with them. The young people who were in the gazebo listened attentively to Sohan, but no one said anything. It was already getting dark, and Sohan and Il Seungi were returning home along a forest path. The man asked if Jin had seen their faces at the meeting, because it was a sight to behold. Sohan smiled and asked if he should remind him that this was what his face looked like a few days ago. He lowered his head, frowned, closed his eyes, and with a heavy sigh said that Jin was right. And then he asked if Sohan wanted to attack the sect with him, because he was not against it, but he doubted that Jin could handle it. Sohan was surprised by this statement, and Il noticed that he was talking about Zhongnan and dirty work. Jin asked Il if he thought Zhongnan was a backwater village, and he was surprised by the suggestion that they attack together. He added that the man had made it up himself, and he asked why they were then going to Mount Zhongnan. Sohan answered why not go there, because the mountain is not the property of the sect, and then added that they will buy materials for masks and take swords. And he kept talking about coming up with nicknames. He decided that his name would be Mongvol, and he decided that it sounded good. His interlocutor frowned, grimaced, and asked what they would call him then. Sohan glanced at him, thought for a moment, and came to the conclusion that his name would be Guangwol. The man bowed his head, frowned, and said that their names translate as Dreaming Moon and Crazy Moon. Il asked if they would attack the sect together, and added that they would pretend to be travelers and challenge strong warriors to a duel. Sohan furrowed his brows and told the old man to stop thinking like a demon, because the Jungan sect is one of the strongest in Shanxi, and they are constantly fighting with the Mount Hua sect. The young man said that they were going there to find out something and asked Ilya to stop giving in to his bloodthirstiness, and added that his nickname suited him completely. Il smiled sarcastically, glanced sideways at Sohan, and said that they could find out everything. And he himself thought that Jin was a pain in the ass, and thought that as soon as they got there, he would immediately give away his real name and run away to Chang'an. Sohan looked at his interlocutor with a smile, and thought that if things went badly, he would tell who Il really was and flee to Chang'an. After some time, the men were in another city. They changed their appearance a little. Sohan grabbed his throat and began to sing a monotonous song. Thus he decided to test his voice. He turned to the man and asked him what his voice sounded like, and he looked at him sideways. And then he smiled and remarked that he had talent, since his voice was not at all like his real one. The guy told him to shut his mouth because he was too loud, and the man turned purple with hatred. He could not restrain himself, and told the young man to be careful with his words when talking to him. And then after some time I asked if it was true that the guy really wanted to stick to that legend. Sohan replied that his character accidentally stumbled upon a secret technique in the mountains and doesn't remember anything about his past, and then asked what Ilya didn't like. He replied that he was not happy with the fact that he was the older brother, to whom even his parents had not passed on any secret technology, and then asked if this was fair. Sohan wrinkled his forehead and angrily replied that everything was fair, and Ilya's face turned crimson. After some time they arrived at the square. Sohan said that this place was suitable for them, because from here they could see 4 battle pavilions. He said that it was time for his brother Guangwol to lower himself in the eyes of the people, and smiled. He stated that he should listen to his instructions, and then he added that people would look at them like shit. The man looked at the speaker in surprise. The young man took all his belongings off his back and declared that he needed to earn some money first. The man folded his arms across his chest and asked what they needed to earn, since the guy had so much of it he could chew it with his ass. And he replied that a real man should never be afraid of dirty work. Il frowned, his pupils became like dots, and he looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Within a few minutes, the young man was juggling apples in front of people, but he was holding swords in his hands. With a joyful smile, he asked his partner to throw in some more fruit, and he very quickly fulfilled his request, but looked at everything that was happening with surprise. And Sohan continued to juggle the apples while they remained absolutely whole and unharmed. The audience watched the performance attentively. They were very pleased and laughed merrily. After a while, the young man threw the apples up and cut each one in half. It was truly a masterpiece of work. The warriors of the Zhongnanya Battle Pavilion watched this entire performance, and the eldest among the guys noticed that the guy handled the blade well. He said that his name was Mengvol. He was the 18th champion of the unrivaled duo. The eldest among the warriors wondered what kind of a duet this was, and that this name was too loud, as for 2 tricksters. And the guy said that he studied the art of the blade of the unrivaled duo, and his brother studied the art of the fist and palm, and he also knows the art of Vajri, so his body is very strong. Mengvol asked the people who wanted to see for themselves how invincible his brother was, and someone from the crowd replied that they really wanted to see for themselves. The young man smiled and said that now the 2 of them would demonstrate it. They laid their hat on the ground, and the boy said that they were traveling all over the Celestial Empire and needed money to make ends meet. The young man folded his hands in a gesture of gratitude and asked for support for the 2 promising masters. People began to actively throw coins into the hat and shout words of support to the men. The guy actively thanked the audience for the money, and his adopted brother folded his arms across his chest and watched everything that was happening. He began to hide his blades and told his brother that he had to show the audience how invincible he was. The man didn't really like this idea and asked with displeasure if there weren't any smaller sticks available. The guy told his brother to keep quiet and began to show the stick to the audience, noting that it was very strong. He hit the ground with all his might, so that the audience could see that there were no tricks. The young man also approached the people so that they could look closely at the stick, and then he raised it high and told the audience not to take their eyes off it and swung it. He hit his brother with all his might. He turned purple with anger. He was angry. A few minutes later, the man asked if the young man had gone crazy. The spectators, who had been watching the performance with great attention, laughed heartily. Here the guy said that he was joking, because in order to demonstrate invincibility, you need to aim at the head, not the body. And then he told his older brother to get ready to demonstrate his invincibility. The guy smiled, glanced sideways at the men, and told him to get ready. The adopted brother frowned very deeply, his face turned red, but he did not answer. The young man said that he really hoped that his older brother heard him, and he took a deep breath, then exhaled, and walked forward, closer to the audience, and sat down. The guy came closer to his brother, and said that this time everything would be for real, and said that he would count to 3. And he began to count, but before he had finished counting, he hit the man on the head with a stick with all his might. The stick broke and splinters flew in all directions, some reaching the spectators, who stood in bewilderment. The man turned purple with anger and surprise, and only then did the young man say the number 3. The adopted brother turned purple with anger, and the young man raised a piece of a stick and said that before the audience was the indestructible Vajra. The people who were watching all this started laughing again. They really enjoyed the performance. The chief warrior, who was watching all this, said that it was a hard blow, but the guy could have broken the stick before the blow. The young man threw the stick on the ground with all his might, and loudly asked who had said such offensive words. He came up, took a new stick, went closer to the warriors, and asked one of them what he had just asked. The guy held the stick out to his face and asked if he was ready to answer for his words. And the warrior smiled cheerfully and said that the man was very hot-tempered. He found the whole situation funny. He told the boys to look at him, and said he was shaking all over, and then added that they didn't know if the man had broken the stick or not, but it looked realistic. The young man asked the chief warrior if he wanted to make sure that the sticks were not broken, and he invited him to come closer, and the guy was very surprised by such a proposal, and asked if he was being too arrogant and knew who he was. The young man said he didn't care who he was, and noted that if he was willing to stand by his words, then the stick would not harm him. People who were watching the performance also began to shout that they should answer for their words. They called him a coward and asked the young man to give him a good spanking. The eldest of the warriors turned purple, his brow furrowed, and beads of sweat ran down his face. He said that this was all a farce. He turned around and ordered his warriors to leave here, and they began to walk. The guy sighed heavily, smiled, and said that the great master was very scared. He stopped, turned his head, and asked the young man what he said. The guy replied that it was nothing, wished the warrior all the best, and then called him the great master of Jungan. These words really hurt the warrior. He turned around, walked up to the guy. He was very angry, and then said that some trickster dared to call him a coward. He looked at his interlocutor with hatred. The young man frowned, clenched his teeth, and asked his opponent to admit that he was afraid of the stick. The warrior got very angry. He wrinkled his forehead so much that the veins stood out, called the guy a bastard, and started swinging. The young man stood with a raised wooden stick. He did not expect the warrior to kick him. The guy flew back several meters from the blow, but he didn't let go of the stick. The man fell and hit his back on the ground very hard, and the warrior watched everything that was happening. The people who continued to stand in the square watched everything that was happening with bewilderment. The warrior stood in bewilderment, as drops of blood dripped from the wound on his head straight onto the ground. He grabbed his head, began to feel it, and could not understand where the wound on his head came from. The guy began to slowly get up from the ground. He continued to hold the stick and said that the warrior should forgive him. He shook with hatred, frowned very deeply, and called the guy a damn ragamuffin. The young man looked at the stick and said that he had accidentally hit him on the head. The man looked at him and thought that everything was not accidental, and all these antics were very annoying. The guys started running up to the main warrior. They were interested in how he was feeling and asked if there would be any instructions. And he silently took the sword out of its sheath and pointed it straight at the young man. He was very angry. The guy said with fear in his eyes that the warrior started it, and noted that he was drawing his sword over such a trifle. He told him not to be afraid, but offered to go with them to the battle pavilion. If he liked to play with sticks, then he could do it in an appropriate place. The young man frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he became nervous. And then he turned to his older brother and asked what he would say to such a proposal. The man frowned, his face changed, it became purple, and he could not understand what they wanted from him. He looked intently at the young man and did not know what to answer to his question. After some time he answered the warriors that he would go with them, and the most important among them told them to follow them. The boy turned his head and told his older brother not to forget to take the money. They followed the warriors. The elder brother was loaded like a donkey, and the younger one held only a stick in his hands. People shouted at the soldiers that they were hooligans and told them not to go too far, and someone from the crowd shouted that they remembered their faces. The young man looked at the people who had gathered in the square and told them not to worry, and they continued to shout that they believed in the unrivaled duo and asked them to take care of themselves. The man watched everything that was happening and thought about how he had managed to win over these workers in just a couple of hours. After some time, they came to the battle pavilion, where there were other warriors. The warrior who had a conflict with the guy introduced himself as a second-grade student of the Jungan sect, and his name was Shin-ji-woon. He told the young man to choose a sword, and the boy replied that there was no need for that, and took out a knife. And he began to process the wooden stick that he had brought with him. Those present looked at it all with surprise. Shin-ji-woon told the boy to be honest, and noted that it was enough to play games, since they came here to fight. The guy replied that these were very bold words for someone who came to their performance and stirred up the conflict. Shin said that they would fight, and if the young man lost, they would have to reveal their identities, and if he lost, he would let them go without questions. The guy was surprised by this condition and said that he had long ago introduced himself as Mongval from the unrivaled duo. The older man blushed and said that he was Gwangwal, and he was also from that same duo. Shin asked if they thought that they wouldn't recognize outsiders who were trying to pass themselves off as someone unknown, and added that he thought that the warriors in the pavilion were much weaker than the warriors from the sect. And then the warrior added so that the guy knew that most of those like him who came here lost, and said that they were forbidden to use real swords in duels. The young man laughed and said that the guy had definitely overdone something, and that they were an unrivaled duet. Shin-ji-woon walked closer to the boy and asked him whether he had finished processing the stick or not. The young man did not answer the warrior, but only began to wave his stick. After some time, the guy said with a smile that he had now completed his preparation. Then a man ran into the pavilion and shouted for the guys to stop. He was very scared. The older man frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and asked what was going on here. Shin-ji-woon replied that a couple of jesters had shown up and wanted to fight them, and said that they would fight with wooden swords so that he wouldn't worry. The older man asked Shin if he had any idea what kind of stench would arise if he got hurt. He began to say that he would be careful so that the gentleman would not worry about how bad he felt. And this young man hit him on the head with a wooden stick with all his might, and it shattered into pieces. Shin-jun fell from his height, and a pause occurred in the battle pavilion. Everyone was surprised by such an act. The boy told the warrior that his father should have been careful when spending time with his mother. The other warriors were shocked. They could not understand how all this happened so quickly. They immediately pulled out their swords and called the guy a bastard, and he said that he won, and why they were so angry. The warrior replied that Shin was not prepared for the attack, and the young man replied that it meant nothing. He frowned, grimaced, and indicated that he was ready to attack the enemy. The warriors held their naked swords in front of them and turned red with anger. They did not expect such impudence. And the guy said that he acted very arrogantly, as if he was very strong, but he didn't know that in fact everything was not so. The warriors stood there and couldn't say a word. They were all in complete shock from the situation that had happened. Someone turned to Shin. The young man looked at the man and said that it was time to leave, and he was surprised by such a proposal. His face turned purple. He frowned. His pupils became like dots. He became nervous. The guy looked at his opponent, took a deep breath, then exhaled and began to fly away. And only then did the man begin to understand what they wanted from him and began to run away. The warriors were very surprised by such impudence. When the young men flew a few meters away from the pavilion, warriors came out of it and began shouting for them to stop. Naturally, no one listened to them, and the warriors were surprised at where such fast guys came from. Then the demon asked why they were running away, since it was very easy to defeat the warriors. The young man said that he would explain everything, but a little later he noted that there were more important things. The man looked at the guy with surprise, and the latter suddenly said that he was very hungry. Since Demon was silent, Sohan turned his head towards him and asked why he was looking at him like that. He frowned, narrowed his eyes, and with a heavy sigh, asked what they had for lunch. Without having had lunch, the men arrived at Mount Jongnan, and the demon asked what all this circus was about. He looked Sohan in the eye and said he wasn't just asking about the last moment. He replied that he was sure that at least first-class warriors had been sent after them. It was unlikely that the elders or the head of the sect would follow them. and then he suggested to the demon to split up and deal with them one by one, but there was no need to kill them, just knock them out. He frowned, glanced sideways at his interlocutor, and agreed with his proposal. Sohan said that if the man is eager to shed blood, then he will not hold him back, adding that he plans to use a stick, and in extreme cases, a sword. He then added that it was not only important how many incompetents they killed, but to make people think that the Jungan sect had been defeated by the two circus performers of the unrivaled duo. Jin narrowed his eyes and repeated that it was not Demon and Sohan who defeated the sect, but ordinary circus performers. Furious looked at Sohan and thought that he knew very well what the orthodox clans were afraid of and used it against them. Here the man asked the boy if he remembered how the demon recognized him as one of the demons, being the strongest of them, and noticed that Jin was superior to him. The young man looked calmly at his interlocutor and asked if he was serious, and then said that he didn't care. Sohan said that all these conversations are with superiority, but does the man even realize how strong his masters are? And then he said that he knows everything perfectly well, and noted that the poison demon will always have an immortal healer. Will he be able to overcome both of them? The demon asked if Sohan loved his masters, and then asked if he would never act against them. He replied that even if the whole world came out against his masters, he would fight for them, and told the furious one not to even try to stand in their way, otherwise he would kill him. The demon looked at the young man in surprise. His pupils became like dots. He thought about how Jin was so devoted to the master, despite the fact that he experimented on him. He also wondered whether this was due to the old man, or whether it was just Sohan's character. He took a deep breath and thought that he was jealous of the bitter bastard anyway. The furious demon told Sohan that he had listened to him carefully, and would remember well what he had told him. After some time they came to a waterfall. Sohan said that it was a great place and suggested to conduct training and wait for the guests here. The man grimaced after such a proposal. He couldn't believe that Jin was planning to conduct training here. And he told him not to act like a fool, because the unrivaled duo always trains by the waterfall. They looked up, and Sohan continued to talk about how feeling the power of the current above their heads calmed their stormy minds. The man agreed and added that his little brother had overheated in the sun again. They began to meditate, and Sohan said that this was his first time on Mount Jungan. The man also began to meditate and asked if it was very different from Mount Wudang. He will answer that it is less relaxing, because there are a lot of corners on this mountain and this causes anxiety. The furious demon asked how the young man was feeling on Mount Wudang. He replied that it was amazing, as if the mountain itself was the immortal blade of wudang. There he again saw the traditions and felt the power of the light path. The demon opened his eyes and asked his interlocutor what the immortal blade was like. Jin replied that he was the embodiment of light, opened his eyes and thought about something. The furious demon also opened his eyes, then took a deep breath and noticed that Sohan didn't praise anyone much. And he asked if the furious demon had enough strength to deal with him, and he opened his eyes. And he said that Sohan had hardly heard due to his age, but in his youth there were two elders, Yin and Yang. Jin was very surprised and asked again if the elders were really called Yin and Yang, and Demon confirmed it. He added that no matter who attacked them, they worked together and defeated everyone without exception, and when glory reached them, the immortal blade descended to them from Mount Wudana. They say that he ground Yin and Yang into powder, but it took him about 3 years to do so. The furious one said that since then, no demon had come close to Mount Wudang, but Jin managed to meet him and survive. Sohan tilted his head and said that the furious one spoke as if it were something supernatural. He said that he was sure that the immortal blade considered Jin a good person, but the demon felt that Sohan was much worse than him, and he believed that the old man had been deceived. Jin noted that he had not deceived anyone, since the immortal blade had seen right through him. Then they heard curses, and Sohan said that guests had arrived and asked the man what he would do. The warriors were already very close, and Jin noted that if the furious interfered, they would all die. The man frowned, smiled sarcastically, and replied that he was now Guangwall of the unrivaled duo and would follow his path. Sohan took a deep breath and asked his so-called elder brother to make a bet. He was surprised by the offer, frowned, and asked what kind of bet his interlocutor was offering him. And Sohan looked intently at the man and said with a smile that whoever laughs first will lose. And the furious one frowned, opened his eyes wide. His pupils became like dots, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Sohan and the raging demon were sitting on the rocks meditating when the warriors came to them. The most important one among them began to watch everything that was happening. There was a pause. Everyone felt awkward. But the young people did not respond to the warrior's questions and continued to meditate. The warrior said his name was Wang Dewu and noted that he was a first-class warrior of the Jungan sect and asked if they were the ones who caused the scandal in the pavilion. No one responded to the warrior, so he shouted for the boys to answer his questions. Sohan raised his hands up and everyone began to watch him wave them during meditation. Then he opened his eyes, and the furious one was watching everything that was happening and was very angry. The guy introduced himself as a junior acolyte from the unrivaled duo, and his name was Mongvol. He also introduced his brother, but noticed that he had not stopped meditating. He then said that they had climbed the mountain without permission and asked them to forgive him for that. One duo looked intently at the people and began to ask them something, when he suddenly stopped. He thought about the guys entertaining the crowd in the square, but what were those scars all over their bodies? One looked at Sohan and noted to himself that the guy was polite and serious, not at all like how he was described. After a long pause, Wandu began to talk about the incident that happened in the pavilion, and the young man replied that there was a misunderstanding during which he had to fight with the pavilion master. The warrior said that he was informed that he had attacked the master in a dishonorable manner and asked if it was true. The guy noted that the battle began as soon as he stepped under the roof of the pavilion, so the enemy should be ready to attack, and he decided to chat with those around him during the fight. The young man noticed that he perceived this carelessness as his confidence in victory, and that is why he attacked first, so nothing dishonorable happened. Then he said that if his actions had offended them, he asked them to forgive him again, and then added that if they wanted, they could repeat the fight. The warrior agreed and said that this time his opponent would be him, the first-class warrior of the Jungan sect, Wang Dewu. The young man folded his hands and told the warrior that he was grateful for the honor shown. Vaughn said that he didn't bring a wooden sword with him and asked the guy if he minded if he fought with a sword in a sheath. The guy replied that he was not against such a proposal, and the furious demon began to make funny sounds. He also waved his arms in different directions, wrinkled his eyebrows, puffed out his cheeks. From the outside, it looked very ridiculous. Sohan blushed from the tension. The young man was shaking to such an extent that he wanted to laugh. After a while, the man apologized for keeping them waiting for so long and said that his name was Guangwol and that he was also a member of the unrivaled duo. The warrior folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and said that he was Wang Dewu of the Jungan sect and that he was going to fight his brother. The man said that he would be honored if his brother fought the master of the Jungan sect, as such a duel was considered a blessing. One frowned and thought that the other person had an ordinary face, but he sounded like a great master. At this time, Sohan did not waste time. He took a wooden stick and began to show tricks. Some of them were funny and absurd. He said he was ready to fight, and the man who was watching all this turned red with the effort. He frowned deeply, narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath in and out, and wondered whether he really had to get into that pose. One Duwu watched everything that was happening and thought that his opponent had a strong aura. Even though he looked stupid, his eyes were full of determination. The warrior came closer and thought that the enemy should never be underestimated. He looked his opponent in the eye and said that he was also ready to start the fight. One Duwu began to attack his opponent, who continued to show off and make funny poses. The warriors who came here with one thought about what kind of fighting style this was and understood that the main thing was not to start laughing. One of the warriors turned purple. He frowned deeply, bit his lip, and thought that if he laughed, he would disgrace his older brother. One Duwu began to actively attack his opponent. He was, unlike him, collected. The young man stopped fooling around and began actively fighting off the enemy's attacks. And after some time, he also began to attack him quite actively. This surprised everyone very much because the guy began to make funny sounds. The man who was watching everything that was happening turned purple and was covered in beads of sweat. He looked at his opponent and thought about what kind of stupid movement he was making, and with such a serious face. He prepared to attack and thought about how he still couldn't figure this guy out. And the young guy continued to jump up, skip, and make funny sounds. The warriors who were watching all this thought that the guy's movements were fast and very precise. The man, who was also closely watching the entire fight, frowned. His pupils became like dots. He noticed that everything was fine. And then he told the young man to put more power into the energy screams. The warriors who arrived here with one all turned red as one. They could hardly keep from laughing. The guy continued to show off. It was very funny, this way he wanted to win the bet. And the furious one was thinking that he had spoken about the energy screams to make Sohan laugh, not the idiots from Jungan. He thought that looking at Jin he could hold back his laughter, but with the fools trying so hard not to laugh, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to control himself. The raging demon thought that he couldn't lose to Sohan, so he had to endure it. And the fight continued. He was already red from the effort. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He thought about how he could feel everyone around him, barely holding back their laughter because of his opponent's movements. Vaughn understood perfectly well that the guy's blows were not funny at all. He had monstrous strength. The warrior began to understand that his opponent was definitely not inferior to him in skill. Wandewu thought that anyone could be found in Murim, but the battle continued. The warrior squeezed the sword with all his might and began to think that it was time to end the fight. He screamed very loudly. Vaughn began to attack his opponent with all his might, but what happened next left him in shock. His face twisted in surprise, his expression changed, and he could not think that his opponent had reflected it. And while Wandewu was in the dark, Sohan began to attack him with all his might with his feet, and the warrior was stunned. The warrior was definitely not prepared for such an attack. It caught him by surprise. The guy was distracted by the funny movements and shouts of his opponent. He flew back several meters, fell on a soft spot, and his face turned bluish from shame and pain. The warriors who arrived with Diva also turned pale, their eyes wide open. They were not prepared for such a development of events. And Sohan continued to make funny sounds, make faces, and dance crazy dances. The warriors began to run to Wandev, asking if he was okay. They were very worried. And the raging demon told Sohan that his scorpion attack had become much better than it had been before. The young man replied that it still couldn't compare to his lunge, because it was much more effective. The frantic man mentally asked the young man if it turned out that they had a draw in the dispute, and Sohan thought that he heard him barely holding back his laughter, so it was too early to talk about anything. One of the warriors watched them and thought that they were hiding their true abilities, so they could not be missed. He said his name was Sonic. Their duel was a treat for the eyes. The guy praised Sohan's technique and noted that it surprised him. The young man thanked the warrior and said that he was just lucky, and that he really hoped that one would be okay. Sonak said that he hoped that he would soon come to his senses and added that he wanted to invite men to their monastery. He replied that they did not mind, and then turned to his older brother to find out his opinion. The man looked sideways at Sohan and said that the warrior had been so kind to them, so it would be impolite to refuse. And they went to the Chungan sect. The warriors accompanied them all the way. The guys entered a beautiful building. They were met by a young man who greeted them and said that his name was Lim Ju-Yun. The men greeted him and each said his name. They specified that they were from the unrivaled duo. Lim said that their older brother was supposed to meet them, but he is in serious condition due to recent events, and he will be accompanying them. The young man said that he very much hoped for their understanding, and Sohan thanked him. Lim said that 3 elders had died recently, and it was a serious blow to the elder brother and to all of them. Sohan looked at the raging demon and wondered if this was his doing, if he remembered it. And the man was covered in sweat. Lim said he had heard that the 2 of them were traveling the world and practicing their skills, but then added that he didn't think so. He furrowed his brows and noted that he thought the men had studied various techniques, then asked what they had to say in their defense. Furious thought that the guy could tell all this from his massive body, but he and Sohan were studying completely different styles. Jin looked into his interlocutor's eyes with a smile and thought that this was what he expected from Zhongnan. The furious demon and Sohan glanced sideways at each other, thus exchanging glances with each other. The man looked at Jin and thought about how his eyes were glowing again. He was very interested in what he was up to again. And Sohan peeled the scar off his face and tied his hair in a ponytail in his usual way. Then he began to take something out of the backpack that was on his companion's back and took out his blades, which he attached to his belt. The young man folded his hands in a greeting gesture and said his name was Jin Sohan. Everyone in the room was shocked by this news. They opened their eyes in surprise. The furious demon turned crimson. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and thought about what Sohan was doing. He was completely unpredictable. Lim asked if the person in front of him was the same Jin Sohan from the dark faction who had defeated the 2 demons. He confirmed his words, and the guy cautiously asked who was with him. Sohan wanted to answer something, but he read Demon's thoughts about not giving him away. The young man said that Il Seunggi was with him, and that he was the best swordsman of the Dancing Moon Alliance. And then Sohan added that this man was his bodyguard, and Il was very surprised by these words. Lim noticed that Il looked like he was a powerful martial artist, but he had never heard of the Dancing Moon Alliance. Sohan, as calm, replied that he would only explain himself to the head of the sect. As soon as everyone heard the phrase that the guy could speak, the warriors were very surprised by the man who entered. He came closer to the men and said that his name was Dam Wumeng. He looked intently at the guests. Sohan frowned, and also looked intently into the young man's eyes and said his name. They looked at each other for a very long time, and intently, the pause dragged on for some time. Dam Wumeng told Jin that he had heard about him and then asked the boy what the purpose of his visit was. The young man, without looking away, said that he wanted to fight him. The room became very quiet. Those present were shocked by such a statement, they thought. How dare the guy say such a thing? And Dam asked if Sohan wanted to fight, and then asked if his warriors were really waiting for him in the lowlands of the mountain. The young man calmly told his interlocutor that there were only 2 of them here. The furious demon blushed again and thought about Sohan telling the truth to them. He wondered where this would lead them. Dam Wumeng asked in surprise if Sohan had come here with his bodyguard to fight them, and asked why they needed all this. Jin said that from the way he was looking at him, he could tell that Dam was thinking about what the unorthodox faction barbarian was doing here. Wumeng thought about it, and Sohan said that it was enough to just talk like that and asked to let him dispel his sadness with the blade and steel. Jin smiled and said that we could talk later about what Dam could say about this. The room became very quiet. Wumeng thought about the proposal for a long time, and then he laughed and said that the young man sounded like a man of action. He ordered everyone except the senior warriors to leave the hall. The warriors turned red, beads of sweat appeared on their faces, and they said that they were listening to their master. And they began to slowly leave the hall. Sohan and Demon were very serious and collected. When the doors closed behind the last warrior, Dam Wumeng smiled and told Sohan that he made him laugh, then added that he was glad to meet him. He came closer to Jin and noted that he could tell him now. He paused and said that he himself did not know what. The man said that he was willing to listen to Sohan only on the condition that he would not mock the Jungan sect. Jin calmly looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and said that they had found the bodies of their elders. Dam Wumeng became serious and started to ask about where the dark faction got it from, but Sohan interrupted him. He asked if he knew that the elders had fallen in battle while fighting the raging demon. The demon frowned, narrowed his eyes so that his pupils became like dots, and thought about what Sohan was leading to. Dam said he knew, and Jin noted that Demon was wounded before he fought the elders, and the man asked about them attacking the wounded Furious. Sohan replied that it was, and then added that it wasn't just the elders there, but also the Hubei clan, all of whom were gutted by the demon. Dam Wumeng asked how Furious was able to defeat them all by himself. Jin replied that it was very easy. Sohan said that he and the demon fought for 2 days and nights, after which they were both exhausted, so he called his subordinates and they surrounded him. Jin noted that he managed to wound him and the Furious one fled. While he was pursuing him, he was attacked by the elders and the Hubei clan. Dam Wumeng noted with sadness in his voice that Sohan, of course, did not intervene. Sohan calmly, looking his interlocutor straight in the eyes, said that everything was just like that. Dam Wumeng's eyes burned with hatred, and he asked the young man why he did that. Sohan asked his interlocutor. He was interested in why he did not get involved in the fight. He furrowed his brow, his pupils narrowed sharply, his eyes burned with hatred, and he ordered Jin to answer the question quickly. The young man said that his elders looked down on him in the same way as Dam Wumeng. Dam continued to look at the young man with hatred. He said nothing. And Sohan said that not only the elders, but also the Hubei clan with the Iron Squad opposed the demon. They had a numerical advantage. These words meant absolutely nothing to Dam Wumeng. He continued to look at Jin with hatred. And Sohan asked his interlocutor if he thought they would allow them to help, but Dam did not answer. Wumeng took a deep breath, then exhaled, closed his eyes, and replied that it was unlikely that such a thing would happen. The man said that everything was clear to him now. Sohan had no chance to lend them a helping hand. Jin noted that now he is tormented by regrets that he did not even try. Maybe if he had intervened, everyone would be alive. The furious demon frowned and thought that he had to look hard to find such a deceiver, because he had set the representatives of the light path on him. And Sohan said that Dam could send his men for the postures and ask the head of the Iron Squad about the details, since he remained alive. Jin was silent for a moment, and then added that he had killed the raging demon, and the room became very quiet. A few minutes later, Dam Wumeng stuttered and asked if it was true that the young man had killed the demon. Sohan closed his eyes and said that he didn't want to brag, but he killed the demon single-handedly. The guy noted that he had lost a lot of blood after the battle with the elders and the Iron Squad. He found the demon, who was dying, and killing him was not difficult. Dam thought that if Jin was telling the truth, then killing one of the 4 demons was a huge achievement that many could be proud of. But Sohan was downplaying his achievements. And Dam told Jin that Jungan was indebted to him, because they had not even hoped to find their remains. He wanted to add something, but Sohan said that he asked the sect leader to be honest with him. Dam thought that Jin was so considerate that he didn't let him get into an awkward position. And he himself said that it was precisely because of this that Sohan had come all this way and told the guy to ask, not to be shy. The young man looked the clan leader in the eye and thanked him. Sohan said that the leader knew that he had recently killed Juga, and there was a pause in the hall. And the guy continued to talk about how he was blackmailing him and offering him to create a hero's name, and if Sohan didn't pay him, he would turn out to be a villain. Dan replied that he was very well aware of the machinations of the Juga clan leader. Jin said that he had recently been to the Wudang sect, and his opponent was surprised by such a statement. He asked in surprise whether Sohan had really been to the Wudang sect, and had managed to return from there alive, since the head of the Juga clan and the Wudang sect were sworn brothers. Jin said that he met not with the head of the sect, but with the immortal blade of wudang. Everyone in the room opened their eyes wide in surprise. They couldn't even believe it. And Dam asked why Mr. Immortal Blade didn't kill Sohan. Jin took a deep breath, smiled, and said that only he knew that. All the people who were in the hall thought that this was all simply amazing. And the furious demon frowned, and thought about the fact that Sohan was confronting an entire sect, was on their territory, and was using only words. When Jin called him, he turned pale, broke out in a sweat, and couldn't understand whether Sohan was calling him a bodyguard. Furious furrowed his brows, narrowed his eyes, and looked intently at Jin, thinking, damn him. Then he bowed his head and replied that he was listening carefully to Mr. Jin Sohan. Meanwhile, Sohan introduced him to those present. He said that his bodyguard was the strongest martial artist of the Dancing Moon Alliance, Il Seungi. Meanwhile, the Furious One was thinking about how Jin had buried his previous name, and now had also assigned him to the Alliance. He was thinking about how meticulous Sohan was. Dam asked what alliance the young man was talking about, since he had never heard of it before. Sohan replied that recently he had control over all the Dark Path factions in Shanxi. The clan leader frowned and asked in surprise if Jin really controlled all the factions. He replied that he had subjugated Chengyang, Chang'an, Hanzhong, Sichuan, and Shiwa, then added that this was just the beginning. He planned to subjugate all the factions of the Dark Path. Sohan said that they would be called the Dancing Moon Alliance, and then asked Dam if he had heard about the unrest in the above-mentioned territories. The young man looked at Jin carefully and replied that he had not heard of any unrest recently. Sohan noted that all people follow his rules, and then added that there will be order in the Dark Path from now on. The clan leader frowned. The warriors also listened attentively to this information and thought about it. And Jin continued to say that they would not immediately take the path of light, but if his sect joined the alliance, then he would lead the entire Dark Path. Sohan said that then the entire light path would be free of threats, such as the raging demon, and the bloody feuds with the demon's followers would end. Dam Wumeng wondered if Sohan was really from the Dark Path. He had a lot of questions in his head. And Jin thought that if someone wants to be treated as dark, then so be it. But if you want to accept the light, then he will help you with that. Dam folded his hands behind his back and said that they would not enter into an alliance, but made a promise to Sohan. He said that there would be no confrontation between their organizations. Dam gave the word of the head of the sect. He then bowed and congratulated Jin on creating the Dancing Moon Alliance. Everyone in the hall folded their hands in a welcoming gesture and shouted congratulations to Sohan. The young man also folded his hands, bowed, and thanked everyone with a smile on his face. After some time, the young people were already in the pavilion of the 3 elders, where they were eating delicious dishes. The furious demon put the glass on the table with all his might and asked Sohan if he was happy. The guy looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment and could not understand what he was talking about. Furious frowned, clenched his teeth, and told Sohan that he had humiliated him in front of them. He poured himself a drink and talked about how he was not a bodyguard, that he did not guard bodies, but on the contrary, that he buried them. Sohan raised the glass to his mouth and told Demon with a smile that he was not the only one. The Furious One frowned and asked if there was anyone else, and then asked if he was strong or not. The young man put the empty glass on the table and replied that the man was not the demon's equal. The Furious One thought for a while and asked whether the man was Sohan's equal or not, and Jin asked him what he thought and then said that if he was superior to the demon, then he was even better than him, and asked if the Furious One really thought he was the strongest. He frowned so much that his veins bulged and said that Sohan should set a time and place, and he would turn him into mush. Jin asked Demon if he could live if he lost to him, and then said that he was sure that he didn't need all this. A little girl approached the men and asked if they were from the unrivaled duo. The man looked at the little girl, and Sohan said that they were a duo and asked why the girl was asking. The little girl hesitated a little and said that she wanted to ask them something very important. Sohan looked at the girl with a smile and asked what questions she had for them. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked who was stronger, their duo or the Jungan sect. The genie asked the little girl in surprise why she was so worried about this issue. The girl replied with a smile that her elder brother was a third-grade student in the Jungan sect. Sohan said with a smile that this was very commendable and noted that the sect was much stronger than the unrivaled duo. The girl came closer, took hold of the table with her hands. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She asked again if it was true. Sohan looked her straight in the eyes and replied that it was true, and they had seen it for themselves. With a joyful smile, the girl began to run away from the table. She thanked the men very loudly. They heard the girl telling someone that she had been told that Jungan was stronger, and she was told not to disturb the guests. All of a sudden, the raging demon turned purple, frowned, and clenched his teeth. Sohan, who was sitting opposite, was very surprised by his interlocutor's reaction and asked what happened. The man replied that if he were still a demon, he would have killed every single one of them in that sect, including that girl's brother. He reached out his hand to the vessel with the drink and said that he himself no longer knew what he was carrying. Jin took the vessel from him and began to fill the glasses and said that the demon died today on Mount Jongnan. And then he added that the man was now Il-seunggi or Guangol, it didn't matter at all, and the frantic monster inside him died. Sohan said, although the Jungan sect is stronger than the unrivaled duo, it is still weaker than the Dancing Moon Alliance. And then Jin asked the man if he was wrong, and then again called him his bodyguard. Il-seunggi looked into the stack, saw his reflection there, and repeated that he was Sohan's bodyguard. The men raised their glasses and looked into each other's eyes, smiles on their faces. A few minutes later they had finished drinking, and there was a long pause at the table. There were 3 men in the dark room. The one who entered said that he had found him. The guy was in the Jungan sect. The main one was very surprised by such information. He asked what the guy was doing in the Light Path sect, and asked who else was there with him. The young man who reported to his master noted that there was another subordinate there. This information pleased the main man himself, and with a smile on his face, he asked the guy to take them there. One of the guys looked sideways at their master and asked if he was going to kill that young man. He smiled sarcastically and said that the guy would be useful alive because all of Shanxi was under his command. And the young man timidly said that he would not count on his support. The master ordered his subordinates to prepare a great ice circle, and then asked if the boy was the same age as him or not. The man answered in the affirmative. The leader replied that this was very good. They would be able to find a common language more easily, and then said that 1 bottle of baijiu and they would become friends. Sohan and the furious demon were walking along a forest path. Il asked why they were going back, since they needed to go to Mount Hua, and Jin said that this could all end in a fight. The Furious One glanced sideways and noted that he didn't think Sohan was afraid of a fight, and asked what the real reason was and wondered if the elder's bones had run out. Jin noticed that the man just wanted to rip someone's guts out, and then noted that the demon was indeed crazy, and also hot-tempered like fire. The Furious One glanced sideways and asked in surprise what fire had to do with it. Sohan said that wudang is as fluid as water, Jungan is as solid as earth, but before he could finish speaking, Il noticed that the guy had no words. The genie looked at the man and told him to watch his language because he was talking with the head of the alliance. The furious demon furrowed his brows, narrowed his eyes, and with a displeased expression on his face said that Sohan was asking for trouble. Then they suddenly stopped arguing, stood still, and Jin asked what kind of betrayal this was. 3 male shadows were visible from the darkness. One of the strangers asked if Jin Sohan was among them. Neither Sohan nor the raging demon said a word. They stared at the boys. A second later they came out of the shadows and Jin and Furious saw a young man in the company of bodyguards. He asked Sohan again if he was Jin Sohan, but the men didn't even look in his direction. The pause lasted for several minutes. Then Sohan turned his head towards the strangers. He looked at the men and thought about who was bothering him again and what they wanted from him. He was interested in who these weirdos were. The stranger looked at Sohan intently and noticed that he had asked him a question. Jin replied that it was him, and then asked the guy who he would be and called him a freak. The stranger did not expect events to develop like this. He frowned in shock and opened his eyes wide and then laughed. The guy came to his senses very quickly and said that he did not expect such a greeting and offered Sohan a drink. And he said that the guy had to get on his knees and say that he was asking the gentleman to pour him some wine. The unknown guy's guard frowned and narrowed his eyes, pressing his lips together, and Jin added that he would think about it. The stranger narrowed his eyes and said, "As you say," and began to walk towards Sohan, and he too would soon be kneeling. His guards turned pale, wrinkled their foreheads, beads of sweat appeared on their faces. They screamed at the top of their lungs that this should not be done. He turned to his guards and asked them if they were taken in, then began to laugh loudly. The furious one looked sideways at the stranger and said that there had been a lot of crazy people around lately, and then asked where they even came from. The stranger turned his head towards the furious man and asked Sohan who he was, and asked permission to rip open his belly. Demon frowned at such impudence, and his pupils became like dots. He was surprised. And Jin calmly said that if the guy had enough strength, he wouldn't interfere, and then added that he wasn't in the mood to drink with him. The guy smiled and calmly said that he understood that Soka was not one of those who made contact easily. He turned his head to his guards and asked them what he should do in this situation. And they said that if the guy doesn't understand normal language, then everything needs to be explained to him in the language of pain. The stranger also asked what to do with Jin's accomplice, and Furious was very surprised that he was called that. The guards calmly told him not to worry about the man and promised that they would take care of him themselves. The stranger began waving his hands and told the demon and his assistants to leave as he needed to talk to his master. Furious was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, and he asked Sohan if he could go with those guys. Jin said that demon could go with the guys and looked at him calmly. The furious one began to move aside and called the stranger's assistants to follow him. The young people looked at each other and followed the man. The stranger looked after them and wondered why he was so upset. Sohan calmly turned to the stranger and asked him if the young man was from Hubei. He frowned and asked with a smile if the guy would guess where exactly he was from. He didn't expect that. Jin said that he knew perfectly well where the guy was from, and then added that he didn't even think they were like that. The young man folded his hands behind his back and began to laugh. He laughed for a long time and barely stopped. Then he said that if Jin refused to drink with him, then he was already prepared for him to turn his face into mincemeat. Sohan sighed heavily and told the guy to get to the point, and he said that he heard that Jin uses crescent blades. He smiled slyly and told Sohan to bear them, and the young man just calmly looked at the stranger. The stranger noted that this was all in Jin's interests, but he said nothing to the young man. The guy smiled and told Sohan that it was his right. The young man continued to look at him. Saying that he did not dare to contradict, the stranger began to attack Jin. He wanted to catch him by surprise. The young man used his strength, but Sohan, who was standing sideways to the enemy, repelled his attack. The fight began. Jin actively fought off the attacks, and the stranger decided to use ice art. The guy's eyes glowed with hatred. He smiled sarcastically and said that now he understood how Sohan was able to subjugate all of Shanxi. Jin understood what the enemy's goal was and thought that he wanted Sohan to submit to him and hand over Shanxi. The young man explained that he had used the ice martial art of the heavenly demon cult. Sohan listened to him attentively, looked him straight in the eyes and looked for something in his pocket. Then he took out a burgundy candy or pill and threw it into his mouth, and his opponent looked at him questioningly. He frowned, opened his eyes wide, his pupils became like dots, and asked what Sohan was doing. Jin's eyes lit up with hatred and a faint smile appeared on his face, but he didn't answer the question, and he began to take something out of his pocket again. and the guy asked what it was and asked Sohan not to scare him, then asked what he was going to do. The genie took his unusual fan out of his pocket, and the stranger, surprised, began to ask if the guy wanted to use it. Sohan also wordlessly opened his fan and began waving it in front of his opponent's face. He frowned and said angrily that he had asked a question. Jin continued to look at him calmly. Suddenly the stranger's face changed. He smiled and said that if the guy doesn't want to talk, then there's no need. And then he suddenly applied his force and shouted that he would force Sohan to answer his questions. Jin looked at his opponent with hatred, his eyes burning as he fought off the attacks. But they were very powerful, freezing the trees that were on the ground, and the wood crumbled into pieces. The fight went on for some time, and then the stranger, with a smile on his face, told Sohan that he was much stronger than he thought. Then he took out a pill, a candy, or some kind of blue potion. It glowed like the northern lights. Jin, as before, watched everything that was happening, but did not say a word, only frowned. The stranger put the ball in his mouth, smiled, and said that this had to be put an end to once and for all. The guy became like the northern lights, and Sohan watched everything that was happening with hatred in his eyes. The blond man's face changed. His eyes glowed with blue fire. A snowflake appeared on his forehead, and he smiled. Literally a few minutes later, he started attacking Jin very strongly and said that he would see how long Sohan could last. The young man fought off the attacks quite actively. He was serious and reserved. But the fair-haired opponent was not going to stop either. He continued to attack Sohan more and more actively. The attacks were very strong, causing not only Jin's hair, but also his clothes to flutter, and he fought them off with his complex fan. The stranger looked at the young man and thought that although he was strong, his end would come very soon. From the ice attacks that the young man sent, Sohan gradually became covered in an icy crust, but he actively fought it. The enemy was surprised and thought that Sohan had incredible strength and his internal energy was amazing. The fight between the young men continued again. Jin attacked the guy and he fought back. After a while, the young man told Sohan with a laugh that he had become slower. And then he used his special power again and sarcastically asked if this was all the guy was capable of. Sohan, as before, did not answer, and he began to use his power and began to freeze Jin very strongly. The stranger had a sly smile. He looked into Sohan's eyes and mentally told him to die. His eyes glowed with hatred, and he used his skills more and more actively, freezing Jin more and more. Sohan held his unusual fan in his hands and, as before, tried to fight off the attacks with its help. But he was doing it very poorly. Most of his body was already frozen, and the fan fell out of his hands. The stranger put his hands behind his back and with triumph in his eyes began to calmly approach Sohan. He picked up his fan and asked with a sly smile what Jin would do without his fan. Sohan tried to bend over and take a step forward, but he couldn't. And the fair-haired stranger rejoiced. He was glad that he managed to defeat Jin so easily. And Sohan looked his opponent intently in the eyes, and suddenly, completely unexpectedly for the young man, he spat. The enemy was very happy. He even closed his eyes with joy. But then something unexpected happened. He choked on the potion that Sohan took before the fight. The guy grabbed his throat. The fan fell out of his hands. Sohan didn't waste time. He used his abilities, and the years that covered his body crumbled into small pieces. He began to attack his opponent. The young man used his strength. The stranger continued to cough heavily, and at the same time tried to fight off the enemy's attack. The fair-haired young man failed and flew back several meters. The attack was not very strong, so he stood on his feet and continued to cough very hard. Sohan managed to completely get rid of the icy ones and calmly watched everything that was happening. The blond stranger frowned, narrowed his eyes, and beads of sweat ran down his face. Sohan did not wait for a minute, but continued to attack the enemy. He used his strength. The guy defended himself from the attack as best he could, put his hands forward. Drooling began to flow from his mouth from fear. He was very scared. This did not help him, and he flew away with all his might, very far away, his face distorted with surprise. And Jin calmly watched everything that was happening. He looked at the upstart with hatred. The young man's face changed. It became crimson. The guy asked Sohan what he did. And Jin calmly, but with hatred in his eyes, said that he fed him the sphere of withering. The enemy frowned even more. His pupils became like dots. He couldn't believe that Sohan had done such a thing. The guy looked at Jin and thought that this was why he had been silent all the time, and he had fallen for such a trick. The young man knew he was an idiot, and Sohan caught him when he laughed and began to talk to Jin ingratiatingly. But he did not listen to his opponent. He attacked him with all his might. There was hatred in Sohan's eyes. The guy tried his best to defend himself from the attack, but he understood that he was failing. There was horror and incomprehension in his eyes. This time the fair-haired young man was thrown very far away, as the attack was very strong. He caught his clothes on the wooden day and hung on them. The guy's face turned burgundy and he swore. A few minutes later, Sohan was already next to him, grabbing him by the hair with all his strength. The guy winced and wheezed. He put his hand forward as if he wanted to grab Jin by the chest. This made Sohan even more angry, and he hit the stranger in the face with all his might. The blow was very strong. Blood spurted in all directions, but Jin didn't even think of stopping. The boy winced in pain and begged Sohan to stop beating him, but he seemed to have gone deaf. Jin continued to hit the young man with all his might, thus driving away his anger. After some time, the guy lost consciousness and fell to the ground. He lost consciousness from pain. Sohan, also without a word, took out his crescent blades, which were hidden on his back. The young man struck the enemy's legs with all his might, causing blood to spurt in all directions. The enemy came to his senses in a flash. He screamed loudly in pain, but Jin continued to look at him with hatred. Sohan grabbed the guy by the leg. He again managed to lose consciousness and dragged him to the side. Nearby, in a clearing, the furious demon continued to fight with the fair-haired guy's guards. He was focused, his brows furrowed, and there was hatred in his eyes. He was not afraid of the attacks of the two men. Although the guards were pretty beaten, they continued to attack the furious. Then they were distracted from the fight by Sohan's voice, asking the man if he had finished dealing with the guys or not. The demon and the two guards turned their heads to the side, and what they saw shocked them. Sohan pulled the fair-haired man into the clearing by his hair, blades still sticking out of his legs. The guards' faces were distorted with horror. They screamed, but their master did not answer them. The furious demon looked at everything that was happening and began to laugh very loudly. Sohan was very irritated by this and asked the man why he was laughing. And then he came closer to the demon and asked him what he had been doing for so long that the guys were still alive. The frantic man continued to laugh, and the young man's guards did not know what to do. They were confused. Sohan came closer to the fair-haired stranger, applied force, and it was as if lightning had struck him in the hand. One of the guards frowned deeply and began to scream with horror in his eyes for Jin to stop doing this. Sohan stepped closer and pulled his crescent blade out from one of his opponent's legs. Then he said that he would no longer test his skills on the guy, but would simply cut his throat. The guards flew towards Sohan like birds, holding swords in their hands and shouting that they would not allow this to happen. The young man looked at them calmly, with a satisfied smile on his face. He immediately began to attack the young people. In his hands, he had a powerful weapon, his blade. He managed to deal with the attackers very easily. In 2 counts, they didn't even have time to bare their weapons. The furious demon, who was watching everything that was happening from the side, was in shock. He didn't know what to say. Sohan began to hide the blades behind his back and said that these guys were from the heavenly demon cult. The demon said that this was all very strange, since they used the techniques of the light path. This information surprised Jin. The furious one approached one of the guards and said that he was using the Namgung clan's sword technique. Then he approached the second one and said that the guy had some unique hand-to-hand combat technique. He didn't remember whose exactly. The demon added that their skill was at the level of the head of some famous clan, and then asked Sohan if his opponent was alive. He looked at the stranger and replied that the young man was alive. Jin was serious, possibly very angry. The furious demon asked in surprise why Sohan had left the young man alive, and he looked the man straight in the eyes and with a smile on his face said that he left him for torture. The furious one looked at the young man in surprise and asked him if the masters had taught the boy this too. Sohan closed his eyes and remembered the torture that was carried out on him, and said that he learned everything the hard way. The furious demon frowned, looked down, pressed his lips together, and thought about something. He didn't know what to say. In the dark room was Sohan's blonde opponent. He opened his eyes and asked where he was. A man heard a voice from the side asking if he was awake. The guy got scared and asked who was in the room. The young man came closer to the stranger and said that his name was Lee Haryu. The blonde guy winced in pain and asked the guy if they knew each other, and then asked where he was. The man replied that they were in Chungan, and then said that Mr. Third had been brought here by Mr. Sohan. The wounded young man asked the guy if he knew him, and he answered in the affirmative. The guy frowned, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked how Lee knew him. The young man frowned, looked at his interlocutor intently, and said that he was the leader of the special squad of the heavenly demon sects that was sent to the Hubei Union. The beaten man, when he heard these words, was very surprised and asked the guy what he was doing there. He frowned deeply. His pupils became like dots, and he asked Lee if he had betrayed the cult. The young man said that Mr. Jin had ordered him to take the man to him when he woke up. The beaten guy was surprised and said that he couldn't even move, then asked how he was going to see him off. Lee Haryu didn't listen to what the man was saying for a long time, but grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him towards himself, and he only wheezed. And then he winced and asked very loudly if the young man knew who he was. The young man continued to hold the wounded man by the chest. He was absolutely calm. In the room where the tables were set, Sohan, Frantic, and other young people were present. Jin said that he wanted to introduce someone to everyone. Sohan said that this was Il-seunggi, his personal bodyguard and the guardian of the Dancing Moon Alliance. The men in the room turned their gaze to the man, some thinking that he had a strange name, and others looked at the bodyguard with apprehension and wondered who this man was. Sohan said that from now on the men would obey him and told them to show respect to Il. All the men stood up from their seats and bowed before the man in a welcoming gesture. They greeted Ilya, and he stood up from his seat and said that he was glad to meet the warriors. After a few minutes, Sohan told everyone to sit down and added that they had something to discuss. The young men agreed with Mr. Jin, and each took his place again. Before Sohan could say a word, the boys heard the voice of some man asking them to let him go. It was Lee Haryu who dragged the beaten young man by the scruff of the neck. Although he was wounded, he resisted very strongly. Sohan ordered Lee to sit the boy down next to him and told Lee to sit down next to them as well. Lee Haryu frowned, bowed his head slightly to Jin, and said that he would carry out his order. Lee also held the stranger by the scruff of the neck and led him to a table, and the men who were in the room wondered who he was. The guy sat the beaten stranger down on a chair with all his might. The man's face was distorted with anger. Lee also sat down at the table, and Sohan took the vessel with the drink and began pouring it into glasses. The beaten man watched everything that was happening, his brows furrowed, and he looked at what Jin was doing. Sohan placed a glass in front of him and ordered him to drink, and then noticed that he really wanted to drink with him. The battered man said that he and Jin needed to discuss everything, and also promised him that the heavenly demon cult would never again set its sights on Shanxi. The men in the hall were very surprised. They frowned. The warriors could not even imagine that this guy was from the heavenly demon cult, and he continued to say that they would not set foot on the lands that were under Sohan's control. He also promised to pay 1,000,000 yang as a token of gratitude, asking that it be considered payment for Jin sparing his life. The men in the room were surprised by such a sum of money, but Sohan calmly took the glass of drink and brought it to his mouth. The beaten young man watched everything carefully. His brows furrowed and beads of sweat broke out. Sohan said nothing. He took the vessel with the drink again and poured it into his shot glass. The hall became very quiet. One of the warriors thought that everything was as expected. Money for a man is just a piece of cake. The beaten man asked if this was not enough. He would come to an agreement with his elders. Sohan remained silent. He poured himself another drink and drank it. He did not react to the young man in any way. A few minutes later, Jin put the stack on the table and asked the guy his name. The guy looked at Sohan, turned pale, broke out in sweat, and replied that his name was Ju Chun-jin. The genie asked the guy if he was the son of the cult leader and began pouring himself another glass. The young man frowned, broke out in a sweat, and confirmed the young man's guess. Sohan asked Ju if he had brothers and how many there were. The young guy replied that he had 3. Sohan listened attentively to the guy, took the glass in his hand, and then turned to his servant Karyu. He immediately stood up from his seat, frowned, and replied that he was listening to his master. Jin told the boy to learn how to ask questions, and ordered him to interrogate Ju and then report back to him. He turned blue, and Sohan ordered to beat out of him all the information about their hierarchy, about the best fighters, about their strengths, as well as vulnerabilities. Jin said that it was important to find out which light path sects had joined the cult. Lee said that he would find out everything and report to him. Sohan asked not to forget about their weapons, poisons, antidotes, gunpowder bombs, and to be sure to find out where they keep the money. Lee replied that he and Mr. Third would create a map with the cult's locations and the secret paths of their abode. Sohan said that would be great, and then asked the Third if he thought Lee was a great servant. He frowned very deeply and thought that Jin was a bastard and was making fun of him. He looked at Sohan and thought that he could show off for now, and then his brothers would come. Jin looked at the young man intently as he did not answer his question and called him. The third one frowned and looked at Sohan with hatred, but did not answer the question. Lee suddenly stood up from the table and hit the third with all his might, sending him flying off his chair. The young man flew to the other end of the room and hit himself very hard. He winced in pain, closed his eyes and began to whine quietly, clenching his teeth so as not to show his weakness to those present. Lee asked Sohan whether he should continue his work, and he raised the glass to his lips and said that this was enough for now. Ju Chunjin furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and thought about how everyone in the creature's room would regret what they had done. Sohan took the stack in his hands again and turned to his servant, who immediately said that he was listening to his master. Jin said that the guy is free to do whatever he wants. The main thing is not to kill Ju, so that he can then cure him. The servant stood up from the table, bowed to Sohan, and said that he understood his master well. And Jin said that if Lee accidentally killed him, then nothing could be done, and noted that he did not know how to resurrect the dead like his immortal master. And then he added that the guy had 3 more brothers, and if this one died, they would catch the other one, Ju, who heard this conversation and was very scared. Sohan got up from the table, looked at the beaten guy and told him to have fun there. The young man and his bodyguard began to leave the room. Other men also began to follow him, and Lee stood in the room with his head down. As the young man heard the voice, Ju called the guy a bastard, and Lee looked at him with hatred. And the third said with hatred that Karyu should be loyal to the cult, but did not have time to finish. Lee leaned over to Ju and punched the young man in the face with all his might. He was really irritating him. He said that the young master should clearly understand the situation he was in, and said that this place was not the heavenly demon cult. In the evening, the furious demon came to Gusa's tavern. The men were silent, and the tavern keeper polished his glass. Gu looked at the man and thought about how he had disappeared with Mr. Jin and returned with him. He wondered who he was, maybe a spy. Il looked at Gu and was silent, and the young man thought that he didn't know what the man was doing, but he smelled of death. Beads of sweat appeared on Sa's face, and he continued to think about what Il had forgotten in his tavern. Were there really no other establishments? When the man called the innkeeper by name, he became very tense and frowned. Gu continued to polish the glass, looked at Il, and asked what the man wanted from him. He didn't answer. Sa lowered his head and turned burgundy, and even more beads of sweat appeared on his face. After a few minutes, Il started calling Gu Sa again, who continued to polish the glass and looked at the man. The innkeeper's nerves began to fail him. He turned purple again and shouted what Il wanted from him. Shungi extended his hand forward and began to glow with a bluish fire. He calmly looked at the guy. What he saw shocked Gu Sa. He opened his eyes very wide, and his pupils became like dots. The young man literally threw away the shot glass and the rag he had been wiping it with and rushed towards Ilya. Gu Sa bowed and asked with a serious expression what the master would like, and then added that he was at his service. Il bowed his head, smiled, and asked the guy to recommend him a quiet place where he could train, so that it would be deserted and not far from here. Gu said that the reed grove near the Azure Plum Pavilion was an ideal location. It was on the riverbank. There were few people there, and if Il cut down the plants, no one would lose anything. Then the guy said that there were no visitors at the moment and asked permission to go with Ilem. He stood up from his seat, turned towards the exit, and said that he wouldn't mind if the guy went with him. But then Gu Sa decided to ask Seong-gi if he and Mr. Jin were close. Il turned around and asked where he got that from, and then angrily said that they were not close. Gu Sa lowered his head, said that he understood everything, and a minute later added that he did too. Il Seong-gi got really angry and asked what the guy was talking about, and then asked what his connection was with it. Gu frowned and said that it was he who helped the master find and capture the demon of lust, and the leader of the alliance personally rewarded him. He grabbed his mustache and said that he was the first to meet Sohan in Chang'an, and also the first to receive from him. The furious demon looked at the boy with bewilderment, and then asked if he was proud that Jin had beaten him up. Gu Sa beamed with joy and said that he was very happy about this, and Il asked what the reason for such joy was. The young man frowned and said that everyone who fought with Sohan was now dead, including the 2 demons, but he was still alive. The man walked towards the door. He was perplexed, and Gu looked after him, and then said that he envied him. Il Seong-gi stopped, turned his head and asked the guy why. He answered that a man is always with the head, talking to him. Gu blushed, lowered his head and stuttered that he just worked in a tavern and that he had nothing to do with Mr. Sohan, and asked Il to convey his greetings to him. The man looked at Sa and said that he doubted that Jin even knew who he was, but he would still say hello, and the young man thanked him. Il stopped and remembered that Sohan asked not to offend Gu. He told the guy about this. He was surprised by such information. The young man's face turned red and tears came to his eyes. He was glad that Mr. Jin remembered him and that he was worried about him. Gu Sa sobbed like a little child, tears streaming down his eyes as he wiped them away with his fingers. Il looked closely at the young man and thought about what could kill the guy. He was distracted from these thoughts when a male silhouette appeared in the doorway of the tavern, and he looked in that direction. Gu Sa didn't see the guests as he continued to rub his tear-stained eyes, while Il looked attentively at those who entered. 3 young men entered the room. They were holding their weapons in their hands and were very serious. They sat down at a table and then asked what was available in the tavern. Gu Sa, who had already calmed down a little, looked at the boys with a challenge and told them to try to guess. The young man looked at Gu with a sly smile and asked what kind of accent he had. He frowned, closed his eyes, took a deep breath in and out, and thought about how the guys were acting like bastards. And he himself said that he couldn't speak differently with such scum as they were, and said that the guy was apparently from Jiangsu and asked if he was right. The young men were holding weapons in their hands and looking at the guy with anger. They were very unhappy. Gu Sa twirled his mustache and asked the men with a smile if they were taken by surprise by his question, then added that his skills were getting better and better every day. Il looked at the guy, frowned and thought that Gu was attentive, but so stupid. One of the guys sitting at the table told Sa to shut his mouth and quickly bring them a drink. He went into the back room and said with a smile that he would pour them some now, but asked them to just wait a little. And the guys who were sitting at the table thought that they would settle there for now, because they needed to develop a plan to save the third, and this innkeeper was bothering them, and they wanted to kill him. One of the young men turned his head, saw Il Seungi, and thought about what kind of grandfather he was. Gu looked out from the utility room and asked Ilya if he wanted to have a drink too, but the man was looking at the visitors. Sa went back to the utility room, and the man told him that he would drink later. The guy agreed with him. Seungi looked towards the utility room, called Gu Sa, and told him that there was no need to come out of the closet yet. The young man did not hear what the man was telling him, looked out again and asked again. Il Seungi told the guy to stay in the back room and headed towards the guys who were sitting at the table. Gu Sa looked out from the back room, agreed with Il, and watched him, and thought about what he was going to do. Seungi approached the table. One of the guys stood up and looked at the man with hatred. Il looked intently into the eyes of the strangers, and after a while asked why they froze and said let them attack him. One of the young men grabbed his weapon and began to carefully free the sword from its scabbard with his finger. Then he suddenly drew his sword and began to attack the man. He gritted his teeth and looked at his opponent with hatred. Il Seungi repelled the enemy's attack with lightning speed, despite the fact that he was unarmed. The sword fell from the young man's hands, and he flew out of the tavern straight into the street. The second young man was not taught by his comrade's example. He clenched his teeth and frowned and began to attack Ilya. But Seungi did not stand on ceremony with his opponent. He put his hand on his face and squeezed it with all his strength. He screamed in pain, tried to get away, but the man held him very tightly, and the sword fell out of the guy's hands. The third guy quickly drew his sword and also began to attack Il Seungi, but he did not give in. Gu Sa came out of the utility room, frowning and calling out to Il, but he continued to fight the uninvited guests. The room was all in disarray. The guy raised his sword over the man's head, but he calmly grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Il frowned, clenched his teeth, and looked at the young man with hatred, his eyes burning with hatred. He attacked the stranger with all his might with his hand, hitting him right in the face, but did not use a weapon. The man held it in his other hand, and the guy he hit fell backwards onto the table and broke it. Il threw the sword to the side. It fell out the window and most likely wounded someone there. In the tavern there was a jubilant Il and 2 young men who were lying on the floor. The man told them with a sly smile that they were welcome in the Dancing Moon Alliance. Gu Sa came out of the back room and looked at what was happening with surprise. He was shocked by what was happening. The guy looked at the man with fear, his forehead furrowed, and beads of sweat ran down his face. He thought that he knew that Il was strong, but he didn't understand what was happening now. The man told the boy that he could now bring him some drinks, and looked at him intently. Gusa very quickly fulfilled his request and began to bring various dishes to the bar counter. The young man frowned and asked the man why he killed the guys who came to the tavern. He took the vessel with the drink, looked angrily at his interlocutor, and asked if he still didn't care. Il said that these fools appeared out of nowhere in an empty tavern. They reeked of bloodlust. It was obvious that they did not come here for a bachelorette party. Then Gusa fell to his knees in front of Il, began to bow, and said that he had saved his life. Il Seung-gi raised the shot glass to his mouth, took a deep breath, and said that he had done nothing of the sort. But the guy continued to bow. He thanked the man again and added that he was lucky to know a person like him. Il was very irritated by all this, and he told Gu to stop it all, ordered the guy to stand up. Sa smiled and replied that if one man respects another, then there is no need to limit him in this. Il Seung-gi looked at the young man in surprise and thought about something. Then he smiled and offered the guy some more. Gu Sa thanked the man. At night, in the premises of the Dancing Sword Crescent School, some men were running around the floors, their faces covered. After some time, they met and talked about the fact that there was no one on the floors and that they needed to check the basement. The men stood in front of the entrance and the group leader gave the order for the boys to go forward. The young people began to descend the steps very quietly. They tried to do everything silently. After some time, the strangers heard someone making sounds far below. They stopped and listened, each holding his weapon at the ready. The boys were as tense as possible. The group leader frowned, narrowed his eyes, and thought that there was probably someone down there. All the young men drew their weapons, thus preparing to defend themselves. The most important man in the group gave the order to go down to where it was light. The boys thought that they were being waited for. Even if they saved the one they came for, they would be waited for on the way back. They entered the room and saw a young man lying on the table, shaking and groaning. The young man was very badly beaten. Blood was seeping through the bandages with which he was bandaged. The guys could not recognize him as Mr. Third. Then a voice from the side distracted them. Sohan said that the hardest part for the guy was already behind him. And then he raised the shot glass to his mouth and calmly said that the guys could examine him. He was still alive. Sohan began to drink the drink, and the young people who had gone down to the basement looked at him in surprise. They approached Ju, began to look at him, called him by name, but he did not react in any way. One of the young men took a box out of his pocket containing a blue sphere and asked if he could give Mr. Third some medicine. Sohan said that he had to look at him first, and the young man came up to his desk. The guy started showing the box to Jean, and he looked carefully at its contents. He took the blue sphere in his hand and said that the guy had eaten the same pill during the battle with him. Then Sohan looked at the boys and asked them if this stimulant worked like medicine. One of the young men told him that this stimulant only works on those who have reached the divine level, and Jin threw the sphere into his mouth. He held the stimulant in his mouth for a while, and the young people looked at it all with bewilderment. Sohan swallowed the pill and said that it was definitely not poison, and then added that his patient should not be given medicine from strangers. Unexpectedly, the most important person in the group bowed before Mr. Jin and knelt down. The other young people looked at all this with great surprise. They could not understand what was happening, and after some time, just like their leader, they also knelt before Sohan. The chief asked Jin what they needed to do to get him to let them take the young master. Sohan stood up from the table, holding a vessel with drinks and a shot glass in his hands, and asked the guy again what he was saying. The young man held the glass out to his face, and he looked at it with bewilderment. After a while, the guy reached for the stack and took it in his hands. He could not understand what they wanted from him. Sohan began to pour a clear drink into her from a vessel, and the young man wrinkled his forehead and looked at this. Jin ordered the guy to drink. He took off the mask from his face and began to drink. The guys looked at him with bewilderment. And Sohan said that their third, when he appeared before him, immediately began to behave inappropriately. Then Jin added that it was then that not only the fate of their master but also of all the others was decided. The man, who had just had something to drink, had bulging veins on his face and burst blood vessels in his eyes. The vessel fell from his hands. The man began to shake, and his subordinates looked at everything that was happening in surprise. The guy felt very bad. His pupils became like dots. He started coughing very hard. The young men who came here with him were very surprised, and after a few minutes their leader fell face down on the floor. Sohan looked at the people present and told them that they were welcome to the Dancing Moon Alliance. In a large room, all the members of the alliance gathered. Strangers were kneeling in front of them. a guy from the Alliance said that 3 enemies had committed suicide. Sohan looked at his warriors and asked how many guys they had managed to catch. Go Segek replied that there were about 10, and then noticed that one was upstairs, receiving help, but unlikely to pull through, and Lim Hasun noticed that some had gone towards the Alliance Guard. Jin listened carefully to the young men and noted that they were most likely already dead. The captives, who were kneeling before Sohan and his warriors, were shaking with fear. He turned to the strangers and told them that those who wanted to die should kill themselves right now, and noted that this was their chance. The guys bowed their heads, frowned, narrowed their eyes, but no one moved from their place. They continued to kneel. Sohan closed his eyes, smiled and said that apparently no one wanted to die, and then added that he thought that at least a couple would part with life. Then the young man turned to the side, his eyes searched for his servant, and he called him by name. He ordered Haru to compile a list of the names of the attackers and note that they had defected, and then sent it through the channels of the heavenly demon cult. Lee said that Sohan's order would be carried out, and Jin added that he did not care whether the clan leaders believed this information or not. Sohan ordered that the prisoners be given the drug, which requires constant intake of the antidote, and then added that Lee should keep the antidote with him. Lee Haryu bowed his head to his master and said that his orders would be carried out. Sohan instructed Chief Lim to analyze the information the third person provided them with. The man said that everything would be done, and Jin turned to the head of Go and bowed before the master. Sohan asked if the Juga clan's money was with him, and the young man answered in the affirmative. The genie smiled and said that he had an idea on how to use orthodox money. Sohan said that Jungan had many battle pavilions at his disposal. He gave the order to send them 3 million nyang. Guo replied that he would carry out the order. Jin then smiled and ordered that food and tools be sent to the Wudang sect, and that he would personally prepare a letter for the leader. Sonan also said to send them a beech rose along with the gifts, one would be enough, and Go said that all of this would be done. Jin asked Guo if he should help the Hubei alliance, and then noted that he didn't particularly like them. The young man looked at Sohan, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he said that he would refrain, adding that he did not like them either. Jin ordered that the guy simply warn them about the cult. Go smiled and replied that everything would be done. One of Sohan's warriors asked what about the Mount Hua sect. He replied that the guys shouldn't think about it. They would act faster than the others if they heard anything about the cult. Jin paused and said that now the cult would declare a hunt for him, so it would be dangerous in Chang'an, innocent people could suffer, and ordered his wives, children, and old people to be sent to Chongyang. And then he added that his subordinates would meet them. Sohan also said that if the guys did not want to take risks, then they should go to Chongyang with their families. The leader of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan smiled and said that he thought that Jin would not make such a proposal. The other guys asked if it was time to go. And when Go Segek said that he had always dreamed of visiting Chongyang, Jin, who had been listening attentively to everyone, only smiled. And then he told the young man that he would definitely like it in Chongyang. The room became very quiet for just a few seconds, and then the young people began to laugh heartily. The prisoners, who had been kneeling all this time, frowned equal sign. They thought that Sohan and his team were not at all afraid of the cult. When Jin said that it was already late and offered his team members a drink, they agreed to the offer. Sohan turned to the prisoners and told them that since they now served him, this offer also applied to them. This phrase surprised the young people very much. It was very unexpected. Then Jin said for the guys to get up. A few minutes later, people were sitting at tables on which stood plates with various dishes, shot glasses and vessels with drinks. Everyone was clinking glasses, laughing, eating, and drinking. When Sohan stood up from his seat and said that everyone knew that he grew up in a school, but it was unusual, they taught dancing there. The leader of the North Wind Wolf Swordsman clan smiled and said that this information was known to everyone. Sohan said that he had been dancing with a blade in his hand since he was a child, and if people did not believe him, then let them set the rhythm. You can use a table, a weapon, or just clap. Jin added that it was very easy. Some guys clapped their hands, others banged their fists on the table, and others beat out the rhythm not only with their hands, but also with their feet on the floor. Everyone was very happy. Sohan looked at the guys present with a smile and said that they were doing a great job. Ilsungi seemed to be the only one dissatisfied among them all. He frowned and thought about what Jin had thought up again. Gu Sa, who was sitting next to him, closed his eyes. His face became ruddy, The guy hit the empty vessel with a stick. Sohan looked at the young man and told him that he was doing great. Gusa became very pleased after hearing these words. His face became even more blushed. And Jin smiled and told the young man to keep up the good work. Gusa became very proud after these words from his master, and began to hit the vessel with a stick with all his might. Sohan began to clap his hands and asked the guardian if he would like to join them. He frowned, closed his eyes, and began to shake his head from side to side. He pressed his lips together and remained silent. Jin said loudly, for the whole room to hear, that everyone could now see what their highly respected guardian could do. All eyes were directed at Ilya, who cursed mentally, turned red, and began to pound the table with all his might. Il was red with anger, but he pounded his fist on the table so hard that the plates jumped and the food flew out of them. Sohan smiled and said that excellent tact is a result of experience, which turned out to be very strong. Jin stood in the center of the room, spread his arms out to the sides, and told everyone to beat the beat together. And he began to spin around the hall. The young man danced beautifully, showing those present another of his talents. One of the young men, who was very worried, raised his hand and asked Jin if he could try too. Sohan stopped for a minute, smiled at the boy, and said that he could join him. The man was a mediocre dancer, but he danced with all his heart, and the audience had a lot of fun. Gusa also started to get up from the table, but Il angrily said that he should do the same. The guy sat down on his chair again. Sohan saw this and invited Gusa to join them. He had a kind smile on his face. Gu was beaming with happiness. He was very flattered by the attention from Mr. Jin. The young man danced as best he could, but did not move far from his table. Sohan watched the guy. He laughed and said that he had talent. Sa became even more happy. Mr. Jin, with a smile on his face, invited Gusa to come over and dance together. Gusa's face turned pink. Beads of sweat were pouring out on his face, and he ran toward Sohan with a smile on his face. Suddenly the guy stopped in front of Il and asked him if he would like to go with him too. The man became very angry. He turned purple, wrinkled his eyebrows, and told the guy that if he heard one more word from him, he would not be able to walk. Gusa turned pale. His face was covered in sweat again, and he ran towards Sohan like a bullet. Now there were 3 people dancing in the center of the room, out of time but very happy, and the other young people were laughing. Sohan took a fan out of his pocket, began to fan himself with it, and sang that he was from Chungyang, and then noted that although he was not the most powerful warrior in the world, he certainly knew how to carouse. After this song, the young people laughed heartily and began to clap their hands even harder, and said that their master was right. Gusa twirled his mustache, and with a smile on his face, he also began to sing a song in which he said his name and noted that he was from Chungan, worked in a tavern, but deep down in his heart, he was a warrior of the dark path. In the hall, young people began to clap their hands. They shouted that the guys in the middle of the hall were the best. Sohan began to dance and fan himself again. He sang that as long as you dance and drink with a blade, you can call yourself a warrior of the dark path. The innkeeper Gusa liked this song very much, and he began to hum it over and over again with a smile. The young people sitting in the hall turned pink with pleasure, and also began to hum this simple song. Most of the guys got up from their chairs and started dancing and singing along. At this time, in the palace of the heavenly demon cult, 5 men gathered around a round table. The gray-haired man asked about the third being held hostage by some dark path organization. The young man replied that the head of that organization was a student of 2 crazy twins. The purple-haired boy smiled and asked in surprise that the head of the organization was the twin student. One of the men frowned, then noted that chaos always followed at their heels. Suddenly, unexpectedly for those present, the door opened and the room was filled with light. Ju Qianbei entered the room, and everyone present wondered what the hell he was doing here. The men who had gathered at the table looked at the young man with displeasure. They were not happy to see him. He folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and said that he was glad to see everyone who had gathered there. The purple-haired boy asked Mr. First what brought him here, and wondered if he would really hold this council. The first gentleman answered that no, he said that he came here to ask for a favor.